In the primordial world, the story begins with a Willow tree awakening. Reborn into this ancient realm, Liu Ming finds himself in a state of profound anxiety. For as a Willow tree, he is not only immobile, but also fears being shattered by the aftermath of the battles between the witch and demon clans. After enduring a century, Liu Ming finally awakens the sign-in system. Ding! The host signs in at the source of life, evolving into an innate spiritual root, the hollow willow tree. Ding! The host signs in at Mount Buzhou, rewarded with the unparalleled body refinement technique, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Ding! The host signs in at the Zhixiao Palace, obtaining the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl. In this timeless expanse, as the calamity between the witch and demon clans erupts, humanity becomes prey in the eyes of the demon race. At that moment, a towering willow tree rises from the earth, revered by future generations as the willow deity. Chapter 1. Reborn in primordial times, I become a willow tree in the primordial realm. An unknown land unfolds. Amidst the towering mountains and deep valleys, the air is thick with yellow dust, presenting a desolate and barren visage, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is almost imperceptible. Rooted in a mountain of moderate height stands a willow tree, approximately 10 feet tall. Its verdant branches and glistening leaves become one of the few attractions in this desolate mountain range. Oh heavens! Why must I become a willow tree? Liu Ming murmurs to himself. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary office worker, engrossed in the pursuit of immortality. Tragically, he met his end in a car accident, only to awaken and discover he had transformed into a willow tree. This new identity brought him no joy of survival, rather, it instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. His form rendered him utterly immobile, yet due to the peculiar environment, he could survive without sustenance. This meant that in the years to come, Liu Ming would endure an endless solitude. Faced with external threats, he found himself powerless to resist, forced to passively endure. As time flowed, Liu Ming gradually acclimated to his new form and began to attempt cultivation through the Taoist texts he possessed from his past life. Day by day, year by year, he indeed discovered a path. Initially, he could only sense the surrounding environment, but eventually he became aware of movements within a radius of several dozen miles. With a thought, a crystalline branch shot forth, emanating unmatched brilliance. The void seemed to resonate with a thunderous sound, and the ground cracked open beneath, revealing a narrow fissure. Though this land appeared devoid of life, desolate yet safe, tranquility was shattered one fateful day. As the golden crow rose, morning light bathed the earth, infusing the air with warmth and gentleness. Suddenly, a violent tremor rippled through the ground, stirring dust and splitting the surface, awakening Liu Ming from his slumber. He witnessed a massive figure, a muscular giant, striding heavily as if in rhythm with the earth, pursuing a gigantic bird with a wingspan of over 10 feet. Driven by curiosity, Liu Ming extended his awareness to observe. The beast stood 10 feet tall, resembling a giant eagle, adorned with horns and fierce talons, its visage terrifying. Yet, it was now bloodied and terrified, appearing quite pitiful. As he watched the chase unfold, an ominous premonition gripped Liu Ming's heart. Could it be that I have traversed into the primordial world? From roots to crown, every leaf of Liu Ming's form was enveloped in a chill. As a seasoned fan of web novels, he recalled that the giant bore a striking resemblance to the witch clan from his previous live stories. The monstrous bird seemed akin to the Gu eagle described in the classic of Mountains and Seas, another mythical beast from those tales. With a grave expression, Liu Ming observed the battle. The Gu eagle, severely wounded, began to falter in flight. Seizing the opportunity, the giant tore its wings apart, blood gushing forth, painting a gruesome scene. In horror, Liu Ming watched as the colossal figure exerted force, grinding the eagle into pulp, devouring it voraciously. After satisfying his appetite, the giant departed. Such events continued to transpire, and through the whispers of various beings, Liu Ming confirmed that he had indeed crossed into the primordial realm. Moreover, it likely occurred before the Great Calamity of the witch and demon clans, an era where Quasi-Saints roamed freely and great Luo golden immortals were as common as dogs. This revelation stirred tumultuous waves within Liu Ming's previously tranquil heart. Had it not been for the spiritual energy he had absorbed over the years, the residual effects of the witch-demon conflict would have likely led to his demise. Thus, Liu Ming adopted a cautious approach, diligently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, whether due to his ordinary roots or improper cultivation methods, his progress slowed to a crawl, even stagnating at times. Regrettably, the conflicts between the witch and demon clans intensified, wreaking havoc that flattened much of the mountain range, annihilating the already scarce spiritual flora, rendering the land even more desolate. Until one day, a chilling prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has survived in the primordial realm for a century, automatically activating the sign-in system. Liu Ming could not help but curse vehemently. During this period, he had nearly been uprooted, suffering severe damage, with a gaping hole in his trunk during the worst instance. He had barely survived the so-called century. What functions do you possess? He begrudgingly suppressed his anger, inquiring within. Ding! The host can sign in at any location, with higher ear locations yielding superior rewards. Tentatively, Liu Ming asked, "Can I sign in here?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the unnamed mountain, rewarded with a foundational cultivation boost, elevating roots to innate beings. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into Liu Ming, enveloping him in a radiant glow, rejuvenating his battered form. His branches radiated soft hues, rapidly multiplying to 108, entwining to form a tapestry of order and principle. As the divine light faded, a giant tree over 100 feet tall, with branches as robust as a dragon, stood majestic against the backdrop of the sky. Its leaves shimmered with golden ripples, subtly infused with the essence of the great path. In an instant, golden lotuses erupted from the ground, and auspicious colors filled the air, accompanied by phenomena such as golden dragons offering pearls and phoenixes singing. In harmony, as if heaven and earth rejoiced. Feeling the profound changes within, Liu Ming was overwhelmed with indescribable joy. In a mere moment, he absorbed the spiritual energy from within a radius of several 100,000 miles. His cultivation soared, swiftly breaking through the barriers separating mortals from immortals, ascending through the ranks of earth immortal, celestial immortal, mysterious immortal, and golden immortal, until he reached the mid-phase of the golden immortal realm, where his ascent began to stabilize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the source of life, receiving the reward of a meteorite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the source of life, receiving the reward of the supreme mysterious light. Time passed, and while diligently cultivating, Liu Ming did not neglect his sign-in endeavors. Although the rewards from subsequent sign-ins were not as bountiful as the first, they remained astonishingly rich. Countless treasures that made the cultivators of the primordial realm envious were effortlessly acquired by Liu Ming through sign-ins. Yet, he remained unwaveringly dedicated to his cultivation, a stark contrast to his earlier lethargy upon arriving in the primordial world. Liu Ming now embodies the essence of one of the legendary 10 innate spiritual roots, reminiscent of the primordial space deity, the hollow willow tree. It is said that this formidable being once triumphed over the Tao ancestor before the merger of paths. Presently, he does not possess the celestial cultivation of the esteemed Hongmeng, yet the allure of the innate spiritual roots to the beings of the primordial chaos is undeniable. It is no exaggeration to assert that should he encounter a powerful adversary, that individual would unhesitatingly obliterate Liu Ming's consciousness, transforming his corporeal form into an innate spiritual treasure. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting shadow at long last. On a fateful day, the nameless mountain became shrouded in thick, heavy clouds, heralding the arrival of Liu Ming's transformative tribulation. Meanwhile, within a mere 1,000 miles of his domain, numerous primordial powerhouses revealed knowing smiles. Chapter 2. The great powers of the primordial era gather to protect Liu Ming? The spiritual energy in this place is so meager. How could such terrifying beings emerge? My elder brother, could it be that your calculations are erroneous? At this moment, outside the valley, where Liu Ming resided, in a clearing several thousand miles away, 3 Taoists dressed in robes, each representing a different age, youth, middle age, and old age, were engaged in conversation. These 3 Taoists were none other than the 3 purities, manifestations of the primordial deity Pangu's essence following the creation of the world. The youthful Taoist who spoke first would later become the master of the Jie sect, known as the Tongtian Taoist of the Upper Clear. The elder among them, bearing the visage of age, was none other than the eldest brother, the Taiji Laozi. who now wore a face of skepticism as he formed hand seals, slowly speaking after a while. I have once again deduced this matter, and indeed, it is here. The Tongtian Taoist hesitated, still unconvinced. Although his elder brother's method of divination was unparalleled in the primordial realm, every place where innate beings descended was invariably a blessed land among the primordial caves, just like the three-legged golden crow born on the sun star. The future monarch of the demon race, Tai, and Emperor Jun, or the two goddesses, Changxi and Shiha, born on the moon star, and the 12 ancestral witches descending from the Buzhou mountain. Each was born of the energy of heaven and earth. It is said that the sun and moon stars were transformed from Pangu's eyes, while Buzhou mountain was formed from the unyielding spine of the father deity, serving as the very lifeblood of the primordial realm. Yet here stands this small, desolate mountain. It is hard to believe that even an innate being could emerge, let alone a slightly more capable postnatal being. Not long ago, the three brothers had just broken through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal and intended to travel the primordial world to solidify their foundations. Yet they were astonished by the phenomenon during Liu Ming's evolution. Thus, the three purities conceived the thought of taking on a disciple and arrived at this nameless mountain. The recent phenomenon was undoubtedly that of an innate being's descent. Such roots would rival even our own, perhaps upon its emergence. The spiritual energy of this region was completely absorbed, leading to this desolate state. If we could take it under our wing, our lineage would undoubtedly flourish. The Yuqing primordial pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Indeed, my younger brother speaks true. I too sense a fated connection with this child. The Taishan Laozi, who traditionally valued tranquility and non-action, could no longer remain still, speaking in a grave tone. He even echoed the famous saying of the future Western saint, the Junti Taoist. In that case, let us, the three brothers, guard and protect this child. Once it takes form, even if it does not choose us as its teachers, we shall have forged a bond of goodwill. Excellent. Such a noble idea. Thus, the three purities, who originally intended to travel through the primordial realm, began to meditate in place around the nameless mountain, commencing their guardianship of Liu Ming. If this news were to spread to the outside world, it would surely leave the beings of the primordial realm in utter disbelief. The three purities, who prided themselves on being the true lineage of Pangu, would actually sit in stillness outside a desolate mountain for the sake of a single being. Yet, even more surprising was that it was not just the three purities who had noticed Liu Ming's descent and contemplated taking him as a disciple. Shortly after their arrival, a pair of siblings came upon the scene, colliding with the three elders. The three purities, awakened from their meditative state, exchanged glances, all perceiving the mutual helplessness in each other's eyes. If they were ordinary cultivators of the primordial realm, the three brothers would have easily dismissed them. However, the two before them were equally extraordinary. The Taiji Laozi had met Nuwa and Fushi, as had the Yuqing primordial and the Tongtian Taoist. The siblings, Nuwa and Fushi, bore expressions of wry smiles, and they politely returned the greeting. The birthplace of Liu Ming was not far from Buzhou mountain, and the siblings were initially closest to this location, making them the most likely candidates to take Liu Ming as their disciple. However, they had not anticipated encountering the wandering three purities, who had seized the opportunity first. Fortunately, it was not too late. Fushi hesitated for a moment, taking a couple of steps forward, intending to speak to the three purities. Suddenly, two streaks of rainbow light dashed across the western horizon, like a long rainbow piercing the sun, resplendent and awe-inspiring. Following closely were the Junti and Jain Taoists from the west. Junti was a Taoist with a sallow complexion and a frail figure, while Jain's face bore an even more forlorn expression. This pair of brothers, hailing from the west, had always strived for the revival of their homeland, yet their methods were notoriously unscrupulous. They would approach anyone, claiming that this child possessed great merit and was destined for their western fate, intending to convert him. Junti rubbed his hands, casting a gaze toward the three purities and Nuwa, hesitating to speak. The three purities and Nuwa and Fushi, however, chose to ignore his gaze, focusing instead on their inner thoughts. After the ancient battle between the Tao and the demons erupted, the Western Earth was affected by the battle between Hongjun and Luo Ho, leading to considerable devastation, rendering the West exceedingly barren. Junti and Jin had not hesitated to exploit the East, and the five beings present had no favorable disposition towards them. Upon seeing the expressions of Nuwa and Fushi, Zhuanti and Jin realized that there was no room for negotiation, and both faces displayed profound sorrow. Prior to the celestial phenomenon, when the earth erupted with golden lotuses, they had thought an extraordinary treasure was emerging and rushed to this desolate mountain. Upon realizing that the aura here was that of a being taking form, Zhuanti and Jin were first shocked, then filled with overwhelming joy. Zhuanti, originally one of the 10 innate spirit roots, the 7 treasures mysterious tree, understood well what such phenomena signified. The heavens bestow blessings, and the celestial realm rejoices. The purple aura arrives from the east for 30,000 miles. It would be impossible for even an average innate deity to possess such grandeur. If they could win this being over, what was there to lament about the West revival? Before long, the temperature outside the valley soared abruptly, evaporating the moisture from the vegetation and roots in the ground. 2 figures, clad in golden robes, exuding an air of dominance over the world, descended gracefully. They were the future monarchs of the demon race, the innate deities born of the sun star, Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun. Even with their proud natures, they were astonished by the phenomenon and contemplated taking on a disciple. Almost simultaneously, a peerless female immortal, clad in palace attire, graceful and dignified, accompanied by a remarkable male immortal with sharp brows and starry eyes, approached, the Queen Mother of the West and the East Prince. Additionally, numerous figures destined to become the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace were present, including the likes of the Lantern Taoist. However, they could only observe from afar, ultimately sighing in resignation and turning away. It seemed that all present had the same purpose in mind. Why not engage in a contest today to determine who would remain? What say you? Dongwang Tai spoke with a gentle smile, his words carrying an undeniable dominion. Chapter 3. The Space Tao shocks the great powers. This is unwise. The innate being has only just emerged and cannot withstand the aftermath of our battle. Fushi, dressed in a simple long robe, with an elegant and transcendent demeanor, shook his head in refusal. The other great powers nodded in agreement upon hearing this. If they were to commence a battle elsewhere and someone else took advantage of the opportunity, it would be a lamentable situation indeed. Laozi coughed lightly, contemplating. Let us remain still for the time being, and I urge all fellow Taoists not to release any aura, lest we disturb the one inside as it undergoes tribulation. Once it successfully takes form, it shall choose its own allegiance. What do you all think? Excellent. At this moment, all the celestial beings expressed their agreement, and even the Eastern Emperor Tai refrained from voicing any objections. Indeed, Laozi's suggestion was the most viable solution at present. The 3 pure ones, manifestations of the primordial deity Pangu's essence, possessed unparalleled roots and talents, making them the strongest force among those present. As the leader of the 3 pure ones and the first to arrive at the nameless mountain, Laozi garnered respect from all the attendees. Thus, the gathered great powers, future significant figures of the wilderness, patiently awaited Liu Ming's tribulation, unaware of what was transpiring. Above the valley, the sky churned ominously. After a prolonged build-up, terrifying tribulation clouds began to coalesce, as if the entire firmament were on the verge of collapse. These clouds resembled a monstrous beast, expanding outward until they reached a size of 1,000 zhang. Purple lightning crackled within, ultimately pausing at 3,000 zhang. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. In the era of chaos, it was said that 3,000 chaotic demons governed 3,000 paths. And this child's transformation tribulation bore the same number. Could there be a deeper significance? Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap rent the air, tearing apart the dark thunderclouds. A bolt of black lightning, as thick as a barrel and resembling divine punishment, descended from above. Sensing the violent waves of destruction, Liu Ming dared not linger. With a thought, he revealed his true form. 108 willow branches shot skyward, cascading down like divine chains of order. They radiated boundless divine light. Glimmering like jade, the vibrant green branches quivered gently, emitting sounds akin to the clash of 1,000 swords. As the radiant light surged, the iron-like lightning of divine punishment was instantly dispersed into ash. The dark sea of thunder roiled restlessly, unleashing arcs of electricity that wreaked havoc upon the ground below. Yet, Liu Ming's colossal tree formed vast within the tempest of lightning, the eerie electric light cascading down like a waterfall. The tribulation that struck fear into the hearts of wilderness cultivators could not even graze him. However, after a brief pause, two thunderous bolts, each the width of a bowl, descended from the tribulation clouds. The thunder struck the trunk of Liu Ming, the sheer force distorting space itself. The 108 divine chains of order stirred the winds and clouds, gathering the spiritual energy of the surrounding 10,000 miles into a colossal tornado that soared toward the heavens. This green vortex expanded, reaching both the sky and the earth. Its momentum formidable, as if it aimed to defy the heavens, the power surging like tumultuous waves. This fierce scene left the surrounding wilderness cultivators in awe. Most were powerful golden immortals who had no fear of the tribulation. Yet, the manner in which this tribulation was faced left many great beings profoundly impressed. Without relying on spells or divine powers, merely through his physical form, he confronted the might of the tribulation. Truly an unexpected spectacle. The West Queen Mother, adorned with a golden crown and a flowing robe, her delicate brows arched, spoke in astonishment. This brother's physique is certainly on par with the innate spiritual treasures. The primal heavenly sovereign, renowned for his mastery in artifact crafting, nodded in agreement, stating, "This friend's defensive capabilities rival those of the innate spiritual treasures. It is known that in the entire wilderness, there are only 3,000 innate entities. Should one refine their body to that level, even standing still, they would be impervious to harm." The expression of the Taoist Qing Tue was peculiar, his gaze toward Liu Ming's true form filled with fervor. His own defensive power was formidable, yet it could not compare to Liu Ming's extraordinary prowess. Liu Ming, enveloped in thunder, radiated resplendent light, pondering to himself, "The might of this tribulation seems rather average. I was somewhat apprehensive earlier. Were the great beings of the wilderness aware of his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be exasperated." With an air of nobility, the Eastern king spoke. "Dear friends, how many bolts do you believe this brother's transformation tribulation will entail? In the wilderness, the transformation tribulation serves as a metric for assessing a being's roots and fortunes. Those of average talent face a maximum of 24 bolts. Those with decent potential, 36. While innate deities can reach a terrifying 40. Lousy, with slightly closed eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing within, remarked at least 45. "You may be overestimating this youth," replied the Eastern king, his brow furrowing slightly. As the embodiment of the first ray of pure yang, his own transformation tribulation had only amounted to 43 bolts. Did Laozi imply that this tree's innate talents surpass his own? A glance from Laozi, accompanied by a silent smirk, conveyed his disdain. The Tontian Taoist regarded the Eastern king with palpable contempt. In the void, a blue ocean surged forth, divine thunder morphing into a vast sea, crackling and filling the sky as it barreled toward the massive willow tree. A total of 40 terrifying bolts descended, the thunder rolling and manifesting various lethal energies, all effortlessly dispelled by Liu Ming. When the 45th bolt struck, the massive willow tree's form finally sustained damage, a branch severed and plummeting from sky. Smoke curled from the break, revealing a charred mark. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, deeply shocked by the severity of the transformation tribulation faced by the hollow willow tree. The Tontian Taoist, with a flick of his finger, unleashed a sharp sword aura, feeling the space around him tear as he prepared to aid Liu Ming through his tribulation. However, the primal heavenly sovereign restrained him, shaking his head slightly. It is said that a being must rely on itself during tribulation. Any forceful interference could provoke the heavenly Tao and invite calamity. This also reflected their personalities. The primal heavenly sovereign adhered to the natural order, believing all things follow their own rhythm, while the Tontian Taoist, ever rebellious, sought to seize a glimmer of hope, unfazed by the potential risks to himself. Yet, amidst their dispute, a remarkable change occurred in the sky, with booming sounds resonating. The blackened trunk of the hollow willow tree began to emanate green radiance, bursting forth with vitality, shedding its old bark as large leaves turned a golden hue. Liu Ming's previously waning powers surged back to their peak, and a brilliant golden light shattered the 47th bolt of tribulation. What kind of celestial technique is this? In all my days of transformation, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Fushi gazed in astonishment at the revitalized hollow willow tree, momentarily stunned. It bore some resemblance to the Phoenix clan's rebirth through fire. Yet as a being of plant life, one would assume it to be impossible. Laozi gently shook his head, dismissing this notion. This extraordinary technique was a reward Liu Ming had obtained through a recent period of cultivation, known as the Divine Restoration. It allowed him to restore his powers to their peak state without depleting his source of energy, superior even to the Phoenix clan's rebirth. The Eastern Emperor Tai, witnessing this scene, marveled at the vastness of the wilderness, exclaiming his astonishment. Emperor Jun, his body tense, began to channel his powers, preparing to execute the renowned Golden Crow transformation technique to arrive at Liu Ming's side. It was evident to all that the success of the hollow willow tree's tribulation was a foregone conclusion. The Master of Heaven mocked. It seems that this tribulation truly cannot affect that esteemed friend. His voice was not loud, yet every cultivator present, all of whom were great Luo golden immortals, could hear him clearly. The expressions of Emperor Jun and the others immediately became more vivid. The Eastern King's face alternated between pale and flushed, ultimately letting out a cold snort. He was well aware that Tong Tian was insinuating him, yet if a conflict were to arise, he would likely be the one at a disadvantage. Such is the nature of the primordial world. Without sufficient strength, one must endure any grievances. As the 49th bolt of lightning descended straight down, the expressions of all present changed dramatically, even causing Emperor Jun's true form, which had rushed forward, to retreat. A magnificent beam of light, as radiant as a celestial being, took shape, contrasting sharply with the previous dark thunderbolts as it fell from the depths of the celestial realm. Boom! The hollow willow tree emanated waves of spatial ripples, undulating like water waves, causing the space around it to twist and warp. Was this one of the four supreme laws, the law of space? A powerful being exclaimed in surprise, and the gaze of the three clear ones toward Liu Ming grew even more fervent. Jane and Juanti widened their eyes in astonishment, as if they had encountered a rare treasure, murmuring, "Is it truly the law of space?" Tong Tian Taoist took a deep breath, exclaiming, "To wield the power of the laws at merely the golden immortal level, could it be that this child is naturally inclined towards the Tao, a primordial Tao body? In the vast expanse of the primordial earth, there is a saying, time is revered, space is sovereign. Without power, who can contend?" This phrase perfectly encapsulates the esteemed positions of time, space, and power in the hearts of the beings of the primordial world. Liu Ming, even before fully transforming, could manipulate the law of space with such mastery. One can only imagine his future achievements. As clouds parted to reveal the azure sky, a ray of dawn light swept through the clouds and graced the earth. The once towering willow tree had vanished. A young man, clad in white and exuding an ethereal aura, descended, surrounded by flickering mystical light and resonating celestial sounds, seemingly carrying the purple chi from the east for 30,000 miles. We congratulate our friend on his transformation. The three clear ones, Niuhua, and others exchanged glances, and then a resounding voice filled the heavens, with the sound of Tao resonating, and auspicious clouds descending, creating a truly marvelous scene. Chapter 4. Apprenticing under Tong Tian, I am the first disciple of the three clear ones. Looking at the faces before him, even Liu Ming, in his current state, was taken aback. The powerful beings of the primordial world stood before him, addressing him as a fellow Taoist, evoking a sense of surrealism in anyone. Liu Ming returned a bow, saying, "Thank you, esteemed friends, for your protection here." This gesture earned him nods of approval from many, recognizing that this child not only possessed extraordinary roots and profound fortune, but also had commendable character. "Esteemed friend, are you one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots? The hollow willow tree?" Emperor Jun hesitated for a moment, cupping his hands in greeting and inquiring. Liu Ming discerned his expression and replied with a smile. "Though I am a primordial deity, I am not the space demon god Hongmeng Daxian." Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. If he were the legendary figure, they would not only be unable to accept him as a disciple, but would also have to bow as juniors. Now, with Liu Ming's personal denial, the gazes of the powerful beings grew fervent once more. The extraordinary powers Liu Ming displayed during his tribulation likely indicated that he was the second hollow willow tree in the primordial world, even if he were not. He was not far from it. Once such a being was taken under their wing, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset in the future. Laozi stepped forward with a smile, saying, "I am the Taiji Laozi, the leader of the three clear ones. "May I ask how to address you, young friend?" Liu Ming, neither humble nor arrogant, replied, "I am Liu Ming." Observing Liu Ming's unflinching demeanor, Laozi's desire for talent intensified. "Young friend Liu Ming, we have gathered here today drawn by your grace. We have developed a fondness for your talent and wish to establish a master-disciple bond with you, to seek the path of the Tao together." So they wished to take him as a disciple. Hearing this felt akin to a dual cultivation proposition, leaving Liu Ming somewhat bewildered. Noticing Liu Ming's slightly off expression, Taishang Laozi hastily added, "But we will never impose upon you. You may choose to apprentice under any of us, and should you wish to decline, feel free to do so. Your ability to summon the 49 bolts of transformation tribulation indicates a talent so profound that even if you do not become our disciple, one day you may sit and discuss the Tao with us." Liu Ming took a deep breath. He had already considered the idea of apprenticing. In this perilous, primordial world, relying solely on his current golden immortal cultivation was hardly sufficient. He needed a formidable ally for survival. With so many powerful beings lining up for him to choose from, publicly rejecting them would be tantamount to courting death. The three clear ones, Niuhua, Fuxi, and others were manageable, but Jane and Junti might just smuggle him to the west. The domineering Tai and Emperor Jun, destined to become the sovereigns of the demon clan, were not benevolent characters. Moreover, the Eastern King, who dared to vie for supremacy against the Wu and Yao clans, was certainly not a soft touch. As Liu Ming's gaze swept over the assembly, the hearts of the mighty beings were like 15 water buckets, teetering uncertainly. Emperor Jun quickly spoke to entice him. "Liu Ming, should you choose to apprentice under me, once my brother and I unify the demon clan, we shall grant you half of our territory." The Eastern King scoffed. "Emperor Jun, that is contingent upon your unification of the demon clan first. Liu Ming, should you become my disciple, I can swear an oath of the heavenly Tao to bestow upon you a supreme, innate spiritual treasure in the future." Jane and Junti joined their hands in reverence. Speaking in unison, "I perceive a connection between you and our Western realm. Should you accompany me to the blissful world, you shall surely attain the Tao." Jane Junti, "Do not speak nonsense. In the past, it was acceptable to come to the East to take advantage, but for young Liu Ming, with such roots, going to your Western realm would be a waste." The others chimed in, attempting to recruit Liu Ming, with some powerful beings nearly offering their accompanying spiritual treasures, causing Liu Ming to inwardly marvel. No wonder teachers in his previous life favored diligent students. From the words and actions of these powerful beings, Liu Ming keenly sensed something. It seemed that Hong Jun had not yet begun to distribute treasures or even commence his teachings. These individuals were exerting their utmost efforts to win him over. Liu Ming sighed inwardly. He already had a chosen master in mind. "I wish to apprentice under the Tongtian Daoist." Liu Ming immediately performed a grand bow in homage. Tongtian was initially taken aback. Then a wave of uncontrollable joy washed over his face. In the gaze of the surrounding powerful beings, he swiftly assisted Liu Ming to rise, exclaiming, "Good disciple, rise quickly." "Excellent, excellent." Laozi, stroking his white beard, took a large handful, a result of earlier tension. Hearing Liu Ming choose to enter Tongtian's tutelage, he disregarded the image of the leader of the three clear ones and laughed heartily. As the three clear ones had not yet divided, they remained inseparable. No matter which sect Liu Ming entered, he would still be their first disciple. Even the usually composed Yuan Shi revealed a look of great joy. He instantly arrived before Tongtian and Liu Ming, his mystical light exploding forth, a terrifying pressure enveloping the surroundings, vigilantly guarding against the assembled mighty beings. Upon witnessing Yuan Shi's actions, Emperor Jun and Tai's faces turned frosty, their fists clenched tightly, evidently reaching a peak of rage. However, Jane and Junti, known for their shamelessness in later generations, remained unperturbed. After bowing respectfully to the three clear ones, they politely turned to take their leave. Yet a glint of intense malice flashed in their eyes. Such beings, if they could not be utilized for the West, would be better eliminated early. Otherwise, they would pose a significant threat in the future. The Eastern King let out a cold snort, choosing not to engage further with those present. With a sudden flourish of his great sleeve, he transformed into a white streak and soared away. The remaining individuals, seeing no point in lingering, gradually departed like rainbows. Congratulations to Taoist Liu Ming for finding a good master, and congratulations to Taoist Tong Tian for acquiring such an excellent disciple. This opportunity is indeed enviable," spoke Nuo from the side, her tone laced with deep admiration and a hint of jealousy. Tong Tian laughed heartily, exuding a sense of grandeur and satisfaction. Liu Ming, touching his nose, felt a tinge of embarrassment. His decision to take a master was indeed made after much contemplation. The powerful figures present were all prominent beings in the primordial world, yet only Hongju and 6 disciples were on the verge of attaining sainthood. The 2 from the west, Jiejing and Zhuanti, were rather shameless, and Liu Ming felt too ashamed to ally with them, even after the conclusion of the Fengshan War. When the Tang monk and his 3 disciples journeyed westward, flourishing in the Buddhist realm, they still had to adhere to a vegetarian lifestyle. In this new life, he resolved to treat himself better, especially since the calamity of the witch and demon had yet to commence. Should he choose Jiejing and Zhuanti as his masters, he would inevitably have to endure the disdain of Eastern cultivators while persuading them to journey west. Nuo, as the only female among the saints, rarely made appearances, and according to later records, she did not establish a sect or take disciples. Among the 3 purities, Laozi advocated for a rule of non-action, being indifferent after attaining sainthood, with only the master of Zandu in his teachings. Yuanshi Tianzun valued adherence to rules, allowing only those with extraordinary roots and deep fortunes to enter his tutelage. Liu Ming's identity as a congenital spiritual root was granted by the system, making it uncertain whether this saint might uncover anything in the future. Only Tong Tian, with his carefree and unrestrained nature, was deeply emotional and held a doctrine of inclusivity. In the future, as Liu Ming sought to grow stronger, he would need to traverse the vast expanse of the primordial world and engage with various factions, requiring a protective master like Tong Tian. As for the potential downfall of the Jie sect, he harbored no concern, confident in his ability to manage such matters as a member of the Transmigrators. However, it was indeed a pity to refuse a beautiful woman. Liu Ming sighed, feeling quite helpless. "This little one is rather endearing," Nuo chuckled softly, playfully tapping Liu Ming's forehead with her delicate finger before darting away. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yuanshi patted Liu Ming on the shoulder, satisfied, and said, "In the future, cultivate diligently. Do not tarnish the name of my Pangu orthodoxy." The 3 purities, already one of the most powerful forces in the primordial world, felt even more formidable with Liu Ming's inclusion. Aware of his second uncle's emphasis on propriety, Liu Ming respectfully bowed, saying, "Disciple pays respects to second uncle." Yuanshi nodded with satisfaction, feeling a mix of admiration and envy towards Tong Tian for having such a fortunate and respectful disciple. "If your master ever mistreats you, you are welcome to come to your uncle." Tong Tian's mouth twitched and his expression darkened. Laozi coughed a couple of times, casting a fierce glare at both Yuanshi and Tong Tian. Turning to Liu Ming, he spoke gently, "Disciple, if you encounter any confusion in your cultivation in the future, feel free to seek guidance from your 3 uncles." Liu Ming smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, great uncle." Tong Tian conveyed a message silently to Yuanshi and Laozi. "Brothers, since the disciple has taken a master, it is only fitting that we, as elders, present him with something." Yuanshi replied through thought, "Third brother makes a valid point. But Liu Ming, as a congenital spiritual root, leaves me with nothing of significance to offer." Currently, the 3rd sermon in the Zixiao Palace had not yet commenced, and the treasures at Baoshan had not been assigned. The 3 purities possessed few treasures themselves. Tong Tian, feeling helpless, had a few array maps he had crafted, but they seemed rather meager as a gift for a disciple. Laozi cleared his throat, suggesting, "Why not bestow my earth and heaven mystical treasure pagoda upon him?" The Emperor Jun of Tai had made grand promises to win over the disciple, offering half of the demon clan's territory. Now that Liu Ming had joined our 3 purities, we must ensure he suffers no indignity. Tong Tian and Yuanshi's expressions changed dramatically, and they exclaimed in unison, "Elder brother, please do not. The earth and heaven mystical treasure pagoda is your companion treasure, holding immense significance for you." Tong Tian's face flushed, and he turned to Liu Ming, fidgeting awkwardly. Seeing his master in such a flustered state, Liu Ming couldn't help but chuckle internally, understanding their thoughts. Previously, when the great powers of the primordial world sought him, the The three purities had not made grandiose promises like Emperor Juntai. He spoke softly, "Master, two uncles, treasures are mere external possessions. The true essence of cultivation lies in our own strength." If he were to learn that Laozi intends to gift him the earth and heaven mystical treasure pagoda as an apprenticeship gift, he would surely be rendered speechless. This pagoda, renowned as the first treasure of merit in the postnatal realm, was formed from the fusion of the primordial mist and the merits of Pangu's creation. Its defensive capabilities are unparalleled, rendering its wielder invincible. In later times, Laozi relied on the Taiji diagram and the earth and heaven mystical treasure pagoda to dominate the 5 great saints of the heavens. The numerical order of heaven and earth is 50. Removing 1 results in the essence of heaven manifesting as void, hence using 49. The earth and heaven mystical treasure pagoda has precisely 49 levels, aligning with the heavenly order, and once invoked, all evils retreat and no laws can intrude. Chapter 5. Setting out for the outer heavens. Has Yaoqi taken a liking to me? In terms of power, the earth and heaven mystical treasure pagoda is not inferior to congenital treasures and even possesses the ability to suppress fate. Observing Liu Ming's delicate thoughts and understanding nature, even a usually boisterous Tong Tian felt bashful. Normally, he would have remarked, "My dear disciple has lofty aspirations. I am truly gratified." Yuan Shi, who was always concerned about his image, felt embarrassed, while Laozi sighed, pleased to have acquired such a commendable disciple. The three purities exchanged glances, silently vowing to gather countless precious spiritual roots and congenital treasures for their disciple. Just as Liu Ming was about to accompany the three purities to Kunlun Mountain, an immense pressure suddenly descended from the heavens. Purple energy surged from the east for 30,000 miles. Celestial flowers rained down. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth. And clouds and mist billowed. A tremendous spectacle unfolded. Then a voice, ancient and dignified, resonated from the chaos, echoing throughout the primordial land. The weight of this voice's authority was formidable enough to make even the three purities, as the Luo golden immortals, change countenance under its terrifying aura. "I am Hongjun. Today, I shall attain sainthood through the Tao, having observed the beings of the world cultivating without a path. In 100 years, I will deliver a sermon in the Zhixiao Palace. All beings of the primordial world, regardless of their roots or origins, may come to listen if they are destined." As the voice faded, the extraordinary phenomena that had appeared in the sky and on the primordial land vanished without a trace, as though everything that had transpired was merely an illusion in the eyes of the beings of the primordial world. The three purities, along with Nuwa and Fushi, gazed towards the heavens, their eyes profound, as if attempting to penetrate the veil of reality and unravel the mysteries of destiny. They understood that what had just occurred was not an illusion, but a manifestation of a great power, having completed their merits and attained sainthood. Yuan Shi murmured, "Is this the might of a saint?" His calm voice concealed an overwhelming fervor and profound reverence. Under the immense pressure that felt as boundless as the sea, he appeared to be but a rootless duckweed, poised to capsize at any moment. Liu Ming took a deep breath, profoundly shaken by the earlier scene, despite the countless tomes documenting it in later generations. Since the inception of the universe by the great Pangu, the first sage of heaven and earth delivered his teachings. Such an extraordinary opportunity must not be missed by the three of us brothers. The words of the heavenly master resonated with clarity and strength. The Zhixiao Palace lay concealed beyond the heavens, and the journey ahead was fraught with peril amidst the chaos. "Second brother, third brother, let us set forth immediately." With a grand gesture, Laozi manifested a yin-yang taiji symbol, enveloping Liu Ming within its embrace. Having neglected to present Liu Ming with a formal greeting, the three pure ones felt a sense of urgency. This monumental opportunity could not be overlooked. The three pure ones stepped forward in unison, and a fierce wind howled behind them, their presence soaring across millions of miles in an instant. Upon reaching the outer realms of heaven, Laozi released Liu Ming, who gazed around in astonishment. Here, there was no light, only the boundless void of chaos. The tumultuous elements of earth, wind, fire, and water rampaged, with countless chaotic currents and fierce gales swirling about. Any being beneath the status of a great Luo golden immortal would likely be reduced to ashes upon entering this realm, their true essence unable to escape. With a flick of his fingers and the recitation of sacred incantations, Laozi summoned a resplendent treasure tower, casting down a radiant glow of black and yellow, its ethereal sounds safeguarding the group within. This was the postnatal treasure of merit, the heavenly and earthly black and yellow Linglong Tower. Protected by the Linglong Tower, Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Liu Ming ventured into the chaos. Impervious to the raging elements, Liu Ming marveled at this spectacle, acknowledging the tower's status as the foremost defensive treasure of the postnatal realm. Although his own physical form could withstand the chaotic energies, prolonged exposure without the protection of a great Luo golden immortal would inevitably lead to disorientation amidst the chaos. Amidst the envious gazes of countless cultivators, the group ventured deeper into the chaotic abyss. The three pure ones, seemingly guided by intuition, propelled Liu Ming toward a singular direction. Time passed, and Liu Ming's eyes brightened as he beheld a majestic palace standing in the distance, as if it had existed since time immemorial. It emanated an ancient, profound aura with mysterious rhythms of Tao swirling around it, akin to the embodiment of the Great Way. Even the chaotic storms, which struck fear into the hearts of great Luo golden immortals, could not approach the palace. Adorning the entrance was a plaque inscribed with the three characters Zixiao Palace, shrouded in inscrutable divine patterns, captivating many cultivators to pause in awe. Let us recuperate for a moment. The voice of Master Tong Tian resonated from behind, awakening Liu Ming from his daze as he turned to look. The three pure ones began to meditate in front of the Zixiao Palace, undisturbed by anyone around them. After their meditation, the grand doors of the palace still remained closed. Liu Ming observed closely, noticing a boy and a girl waiting at the entrance. The boy exuded an air of arrogance, looking upon the assembled great cultivators with an air of haughtiness, clearly a figure of exceptional talent. The girl, however, was delicately crafted, her face resembling that of a porcelain doll, though she displayed a hint of shyness in the presence of strangers. These two were none other than the Chaos Stones enlightened by Hongmeng, who would later become the renowned Emperor Haoyan and the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. Yet, their personalities seemed markedly different, at least in this moment. Liu Ming gazed at the Queen Mother with curiosity, his expression slightly bemused. How could this future matriarch of the realm still appear so innocent? Upon noticing Liu Ming's gaze, the Queen Mother's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, her heart racing wildly. Her striking obsidian-like eyes blinked with a mix of curiosity and bashfulness. In an instant, as their eyes met, the Queen Mother felt as if struck by lightning, hastily lowering her gaze and covering her flushed face with her small hands. Her heart raced like a startled fawn, and she whispered, "How could there be such a beautiful man in the world?" As her words fell, the little girl shyly turned her head away, unable to meet Liu Ming's eyes again. What could be the matter with her? Liu Ming was left with a series of bewildered thoughts. As Liu Ming's footsteps drew nearer, the Queen Mother gracefully retreated, transforming into a fleeting wisp of colorful mist and vanishing. This scene left the three pure ones exchanging puzzled glances, while Liu Ming's intrigue only grew. This was all rather perplexing. He had merely intended to inquire when the doors would open. With a murmured complaint, he returned to the side of the three pure ones. Behind him, a pair of fiery eyes glared at Liu Ming's retreating figure, as if they wished to consume him whole. Haoyan's expression was one of fierce indignation, a stark contrast to his usual charming demeanor. Having accompanied the Queen Mother since her emergence into the world, he had long regarded her as his cherished possession, unyielding to any outside influence. Yet, he had never witnessed her exhibit such shyness before. Could it be that his junior sister had taken a liking to this young man? What was it about him that appealed to her? Was it merely his superior looks? Had it not been before the Zixiao Palace, Haoyan would have likely charged at Liu Ming in a fit of rage. Unbeknownst to Liu Ming, he had unwittingly woven a thread of fate with the future heavenly emperor. If he were to comprehend Haoyan's thoughts, he would surely exclaim in dismay, "Is being handsome a fault?" Chapter 6. The fourth meditation, cushion buzzing. At that moment, two beams of radiant light streaked through the chaos. One male and one female, their powerful auras radiating with the essence of mid-level great Luo golden immortals, rivaling even the three pure ones. This brother and sister duo, possessing human heads and serpent bodies, were none other than Fushi and Yuhua. No matter how many times he beheld her, Liu Ming could not suppress his admiration. Yuhua truly embodied one of the most beautiful celestial beings in the primordial world. Her features were exquisitely refined, her eyes like autumn waters and her brows resembling distant mountains. Her long, dark hair cascaded smoothly, her fair face shone like jade, radiating an enchanting luster. An aura of sanctity and nobility surrounded her, a natural beauty that evoked reverence rather than disrespect. Before long, the formidable figures of the demon race, including Tai, Dijuan, Dong Wanggong, and Shi Wangmu, arrived. The area before the Zhixiao Palace was soon filled with a multitude of great cultivators, all of whom approached the Three Pure Ones to offer their greetings. The Three Pure Ones, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, were among the most powerful beings in the primordial realm, naturally attracting many who wished to forge alliances with them. Liu Ming, using his previous life's knowledge, could identify some of the individuals present. Among them was a kindly figure clad in a yellow Taoist robe, the Grand Master of Earth Immortals, Zhen Yuanzi. Beside him stood an elderly man in a red robe, known for his benevolence, who must be the well-regarded Hongyun of the primordial world. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun scrutinized Liu Ming closely, offering him praises without reservation. Friend Tong Tian has discovered a fine disciple. Such an opportunity is truly enviable, they remarked. Sensing the envious gazes of the other great beings gathering around, Tong Tian felt a swell of pride, breaking into hearty laughter. Buzz! Suddenly, a voice rang in Hao Yin's mind, causing his expression to shift as he respectfully bowed towards the chaos. He then stepped forward, surveying the assembled powerful beings, and proclaimed, in accordance with the Lord's decree, "The century has elapsed, and the doors of the Zhixiao Palace shall now open. You may now enter the Purple Cloud Palace, but be sure to maintain silence, lest you disturb the tranquility of the sage." With a resounding boom, the previously sealed gates of the Purple Cloud Palace gradually swung open. In an instant, a vast and profound aura of Tao emanated from within the hall, resonating like the toll of an immense bell, enveloped in ethereal purple mist and self-generating clouds. It seemed as though the Tao was softly whispering, shrouded in mystery. "Dear brother, once you enter the hall, you must take a seat on one of the 6 front cushions, for therein lies great fortune. I implore you, do not share this with others." Just as Liu Ming was about to step into the Purple Cloud Palace, a melodious voice, as sweet as a nightingale, echoed in his mind. Bewildered, Liu Ming turned to see Yao Qi blushing, nervously clutching her garment, unable to meet his gaze. Liu Ming responded with a radiant smile, conveying his gratitude through thought. "Thank you, little sister." Having traversed from a later era, he understood that those 6 cushions represented future, sanctified positions. Those who took their seats could become disciples of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, receiving a strand of primordial purple energy, ultimately attaining the fruit of the heavenly Tao as a sage. "Master, and both my esteemed uncles, when you enter the hall, you must sit on the 6 front cushions, as they hold great opportunity. I urge you not to divulge this to anyone." Upon hearing this news, the 3 Pure Ones exchanged glances of surprise. Then a smile of deep satisfaction spread across their faces. Regardless of the veracity of the rumor, Liu Ming's filial piety had deeply touched them. The 3 Pure Ones were no strangers to power. They intended to occupy 4 of those 6 cushions. With a resounding crash, countless radiant rainbows surged toward the entrance, a spectacle of dazzling light. The assembled mighty beings gazed intently into the hall, where 3,000 cushions awaited, with the foremost 6 cushions radiating a purple hue. Above these 6 cushions, a mystical aura swirled, exuding an enigmatic energy, clearly distinguishing them from the others. The great powers present were not fools. They recognized the extraordinary nature of the front 6 cushions. To occupy one would significantly enhance their understanding of the Tao. Contemplating this, they transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the enigmatic cushions. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, a formidable energy erupted, yet the ground remained unscathed. The 3 brothers, Taishong, Pangu, and Tong Tian, exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously executed a hand gesture. A vast wave of magical energy surged forth from them, causing the very space to resonate with a series of booming sounds as myriad streams of radiant light erupted. An overwhelming pressure descended, akin to a colossal curtain, as the primal yellow energy surged like a wild stallion, sweeping away numerous primordial cultivators. With a series of thuds, countless figures were momentarily immobilized, as if ensnared in a marsh. Even the speedily renowned Kuanpeng and the illustrious Dijuan were significantly slowed in that instant. Some were struck by the radiant energy and tumbled to the ground, disheveled. Witnessing the three pure ones' domineering actions, the crowd glared in indignation. However, the three pure ones paid no mind to their glares. Instead, they enveloped Liu Ming and brought him to the vicinity of the front six cushions. Before Liu Ming could comprehend the unfolding events, Tong Tian pressed him onto the fourth cushion, which originally belonged to Nuwa. He felt a desire to exclaim, "Who am I? Where am I? What have I just done?" He was about to summon his true form and employ all his means to claim a cushion for himself, thinking it a waste to come all this way without securing a seat. Unexpectedly, his master and uncles exhibited such overwhelming authority, forcibly guiding him to the fourth cushion. The array of powerful beings in the primordial realm was taken aback. It seemed he had latched onto an exceptionally strong support. The realization brought an unexpected joy to Liu Ming's heart. Is this the law of power? Fuxi's eyes gleamed with astonishment as he regarded the three pure ones. Renowned for his wisdom within the demon clan, he immediately discerned their intentions. Hutu and Xianyuan behind him appeared solemn, as the witch clan was known for their arrogance and disregard for heaven and earth, claiming descent from Pangu. The power displayed by the three pure ones had truly left them in awe. "Foolish boy, why do you linger in confusion? Consider this a welcoming gift from your master." Seemingly pleased with Liu Ming's reaction, Tong Tian coughed lightly, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. He placed a hand on Liu Ming's shoulder, speaking grandly of Pangu's legacy and the unparalleled might of the saints. Liu Ming, maintaining a composed demeanor, began to extol their virtues. The other two, Yuan Shi and Tai Shang, found great delight in his words, stroking their beards and seemingly enjoying the flattery. Amidst their elation, Yuan Shi reminded him, "Young disciple, be cautious with your words. Do not speak of the saints lightly, lest you provoke Tao ancestor Hongjun." Liu Ming, bowing respectfully, replied earnestly, "Every word I speak comes from the heart. The Tao ancestor is the first sage of the primordial realm, imparting wisdom to all beings, his merits boundless. Yet, my master and uncles, as manifestations of the Father Goddess essence, also possess great merit and fortune, and in due time, the Tao shall surely be realized." The gathered mighty beings exchanged glances of disdain at Liu Ming's words, silently rebuking him as a sycophant. Alas, the three pure ones smiled and waved their hands, their fondness for Liu Ming deepening. Within the depths of the purple cloud palace, surrounded by the ethereal Tao rhythms, the Tao ancestor Hongjun, seated upon his celestial platform, smiled upon hearing Liu Ming's words. What a remarkably astute young one. In his previous life, he had been one of the 3,000 chaotic demons, who had once opposed Pangu in his quest to create the world, but was ultimately no match and was severed in body. Hongjuan's current standing was a result of the merits gained from Pangu's creation. Hearing someone compare him to Pangu stirred even the usually calm heart of the Tao ancestor. Chapter 7. Fragments of the creation jade dish inside the purple cloud palace. The three pure ones appeared pale, their energies considerably diminished. The earlier endeavor to traverse the chaotic void with Liu Ming had already taken a toll on their magical power. The recent act of suppressing the multitude to place their disciple upon the fourth cushion had exhausted them even further. Seeing his master and uncles exert themselves for his sake warmed Liu Ming's heart. He silently vowed, no matter what the future holds, the three pure ones are now a family. He must not allow those two shameless fellows from the West any opportunity. Reflecting on the impending battle of the gods, the contention between the way of the teaching and the way of interception, where the two Western saints would seize the chance to gather the 3,000 Red Chi guests, leading to the downfall of the interception sect and the debilitating of the teaching sect, with the Tongtian master imprisoned within the purple cloud palace while the Buddhist sect flourished. Contemplating the outcome of the divine calamity, Liu Ming secretly sighed for the Taoist sect. However, he had no desire to occupy the fourth cushion, nor did he hold it in high regard. Liu Ming swiftly rose and moved to a seat further back. The spectacle of this maneuver left the gathered mighty beings in astonishment. Such a grand opportunity, and this young man had chosen to relinquish it. In this gathering of celestial beings, we, the esteemed immortals, find ourselves fervently vying for a singular mat, risking the ire of other powerful entities. Yet, you have managed to secure one from the three pure ones, and still, you remain seated? It appears as though such mats are plentiful in your possession, dismissing the fourth one as unworthy. The congregation of eminent beings behind us nearly choked on their frustration. This is utterly disheartening. Conversely, several beings, including the likes of the ancestor of the underworld river and the emperor Juntai, silently rejoice at this fool's folly, as it inadvertently grants them a chance at the coveted mat. They are among the most powerful of the celestial beings, their roots exceptionally formidable, and poised to claim the fourth mat. Boom! A cacophony of soaring energies intertwined and erupted, resonating with a thunderous clamor. Sister, allow me to lend you my strength. The Taoist Fushi gritted his teeth, fully aware that many potent beings within the hall were covetously eyeing this position, knowing he could not contend with them. He immediately channeled all his power, sending forth a myriad of runes to elevate Nuwa. Disciple you. The master Tongtian's face turned pale with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Liu Ming, his words tumbling over themselves in his anger. This opportunity, fiercely sought after by the powerful beings of the primordial era, was causing his precious disciple to squirm uncomfortably. The mere thought nearly caused him to faint from frustration. Nephew, you were the one who alerted me of the great opportunity above the six mats. Why do you not cherish it? The supreme Lao Jun turned to Liu Ming, his expression one of regret and confusion. This is a grave error. Liu Ming, you are truly misguided. He chastised. The allure of beauty is but a fleeting illusion. Only the great Tao is worthy of our lifelong pursuit. How can you justify your actions when we have fought for this opportunity on your behalf? The original one lamented, his disappointment palpable, perceiving Liu Ming's actions as an attempt to appease Nuwa. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's fair visage flushed crimson, her cheeks burning as she glanced at Liu Ming's handsome face, stirring a peculiar feeling within her. Master, esteemed uncles, my actions were indeed compelled by necessity. Liu Ming responded earnestly. The moment these words left his lips, the assembly within the Zhixiao Palace fell into stunned silence. The Taoist Tongtian, incensed, huffed in frustration. Then enlighten me, what necessity drives you? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, I shall not spare you upon our return to Kunlun Mountain. Master and esteemed uncles have indulged me, striving for this opportunity, which I am indeed grateful for. However, as a junior, to stand alongside you would disrupt the propriety due to my elders. The more I ponder, the more I believe this course of action is profoundly inappropriate. Liu Ming furrowed his brow deeply, bowing respectfully to the three pure ones. After a moment of contemplation, the three pure ones acknowledged the validity of Liu Ming's reasoning, their expressions softening slightly. The original one remarked, "It is indeed commendable that you have considered this point. You place great importance on propriety, and witnessing your steadfastness in the face of opportunity brings me some solace. Alas, foolish child, nephew, you must not be so obstinate in the future." The supreme Lao Jun admonished, shaking his head. The Taoist Tongtian sighed in resignation, realizing that there was little more to say at this juncture. Liu Ming exhaled in relief, turning his gaze forward. Upon the sixth mat sat an elderly figure draped in red robes, his benevolent demeanor marking him as the ancestor Hongmeng, renowned as the first good-natured person in the primordial era and the first unfortunate soul. He was an innate deity, having attained enlightenment from the first red cloud at the dawn of creation, and with the assistance of his close friend, the great immortal Zhen Yuan, found his place upon the fifth mat. The ancestor Kunpeng, with an elusive grace, had previously outmaneuvered Emperor Jun and Tai during the struggle for the mats, and now occupied the fifth mat. These six mats symbolize the six predestined, sanctified positions. However, once attained, one becomes shackled by the heavenly principles. The essence of the spirit may appear immortal, yet one's existence is confined to this realm. True liberation and transcendence remain elusive. Though one may achieve sanctification, they become puppets of the heavenly mandate, facing insurmountable challenges should they wish to break through their current limitations. Moreover, the six sanctified positions are inherently preordained, not meant for Liu Ming, nor Hongmeng or Kunpeng. System, initiate my sign-in. Liu Ming silently declared upon settling down. The Zhixiao Palace, being the sanctum of the first saint, Hongjun, ranks as the highest in the realm of the Primordial Tao. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully signed in at the Zhixiao Palace and received one fragment of the Creation Jade Plate. Despite having anticipated this outcome, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged within Liu Ming. He knew that the Creation Jade Plate was one of the 4 primordial treasures of the primordial world, encompassing profound truths of the Tao. This treasure contained the supreme essence of 3,000 Tao principles, originally belonging to Pangu, who shattered it into 24 pieces during the creation. Their whereabouts unknown. After the creation, it was collected by the ancestor Hongmeng. However, he had yet to acquire the complete Creation Jade Plate. Thus, it can be inferred that the Taoist ancestor achieved the state of the Hongmeng Tao fruit and became a heavenly Tao saint with merely a fragment of the Creation Jade Plate. A palm-sized round jade disc was placed within Liu Ming's internal space. His essence was one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the hollow willow tree, naturally attuned to the laws of space, allowing his body to encompass a dimension. At this moment, with the Taoist ancestor yet to arrive, it was not the opportune time to examine the Creation Jade Plate. Casting a glance at the entrance of the Zhixiao Palace, Liu Ming felt a tinge of confusion. The 2 attendants from Haoyan and Yao Qi were preparing to close the doors. Why had those 2 old fellows from the West not yet arrived? Chapter 8. The cry of 2 sacred positions. While Liu Ming anxiously awaited the arrival of the 2, Jin and Junti, the 3 pure ones began to communicate telepathically. Brother, did you not mention that my disciple harbors feelings for the Taoist Niwa? The Taoist Tong Tian mused, his eyes darting. I merely speculated. The timing of my disciple's concession conveniently allowed Taoist Niwa to take his place, the original one reflected. Perhaps it stems from the last apprenticeship. My disciple feels indebted to Niwa and wishes to repay her kindness. Given her unparalleled beauty, it is only natural for him to develop feelings. What are you planning? The original one raised an eyebrow, fully aware of his brother's temperament. He knew that once the Taoist Tong Tian took an interest, anything was possible. Why not wait until the Taoist ancestor has finished his teachings, and then the 3 of us invite Taoist Niwa to Kunlun Mountain for a discussion? The Taoist Tong Tian suggested boldly. The original one felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, but recalling Liu Ming's apparent interest in Niwa, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Since his disciple was too shy, he, as the elder, would take the initiative. This was simply an invitation for a discussion, not an attempt to seize her as a partner. The original one and the Taoist Tong Tian communicated without regard for their eldest brother. Upon hearing their conversation, the Supreme Laojuan's lips twitched, and he promptly closed his eyes, drifting into a meditative state. Meanwhile, Liu Ming, awaiting the arrival of the 2 from the West, remained blissfully unaware of his elder's deliberations. Had it not been for the overwhelming urge to spew forth a mouthful of blood, one would have thought he had no such intentions just moments ago. Above the celestial path, it appeared he had indeed summoned 2 disheveled figures who burst in from outside. Their tattered attire suggested they had endured considerable hardship amidst the chaos. The smile at the corner of Liu Ming's lips widened, nearly reaching his ears. He was genuinely curious to witness how these 2 would weep forth the essence of 2 saints, embodying the role of a mere onlooker. He was just short of setting up a small stool, ready with sunflower seeds and tea. Indeed, upon observing that nearly all the cushions in the Zhixiao Palace were occupied, particularly the front row, it was evident that the 2 self-important brothers, Jane and Junti, would not be satisfied with seating at the back. Junti's eyes darted around, and soon a cunning plan formed in his mind. With a fa of deep sorrow, he turned to Jane beside him and lamented, "Brother, we have arrived too late." Jane mirrored his expression of despair, looking so forlorn that one might believe he was afflicted by some terminal ailment. The young deity Haoyan furrowed his brow as Junti's voice, hardly muted, drew the attention of many great beings present. Liu Ming, who had been patiently awaiting the spectacle, could hardly contain his amusement. "Brother, we have traveled thousands of miles from the West to come to Zhixiao Palace, hoping to hear the teachings of the saints and grasp the supreme principles to enlighten the beings of the West. Alas, we find ourselves relegated to this position near the entrance. With our paltry talents, if we cannot hear the Taoist teachings clearly, how are we to face the multitude back home?" Jane and Junti, in perfect communion, quickly grasped the situation. Jane's already sorrowful countenance grew even more woeful as he knelt down and began to weep loudly alongside Jundi. This scene stirred the hearts of many Eastern cultivators, evoking sympathy. Meanwhile, Liu Ming watched their theatrical performance, nearly bursting into laughter. Their acting would surely earn them an Oscar in his previous life. Brother, my inability to secure a spot on the foremost cushions renders me unworthy to face our brethren in the West. What meaning does life hold for me now? With that, Zhuanti charged toward the pillar in the Zixiao Palace. The 3,000 guests within were taken aback. Even the revered figures in the front row turned to see the commotion. This was the sacred ground of the saints. If Zhuanti were to meet his end against the pillar, it would be catastrophic. Jane exerted all his strength to stop him, urgently pleading, "Brother, how could you commit such folly? The revival of the West relies upon us. Moreover, this is a sacred place. If our lowly blood were to taint it, it would surely displease the Taoist patriarch Hongjun." Yet, Zhuanti remained undeterred, struggling fiercely to reach the pillar. "Oh, brother, without a place on the foremost cushions to hear the teachings, what purpose does my existence serve?" In that instant, the atmosphere within the Zixiao Palace turned bizarre. Many began to sense the ruse, their lips twitching in disbelief. It appeared the two from the West were attempting to garner sympathy from the holders of the first 6 cushions. While they inwardly cursed the shamelessness, they were simultaneously astonished by the audacity displayed by Jane and Zhuanti. They had never witnessed such brazen behavior. Listening to the weeping, Taoist Hongyun displayed an expression of compassion. Observing Zhuanti's desperate desire for death, he sighed, recognizing the latter's great compassion, and rose to offer, "Dear friend, do not take such drastic measures. If you do not mind, you may take a seat here. The West is impoverished, and your noble intentions to aid the world deserve this place." As soon as his words fell, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Zhuanti, who had been beside the pillar, vanished from sight, only to be found seated upon the cushion that had been offered. With a seat secured, Zhuanti ceased his cries, the tears evaporating instantly, and instead, he pushed Hongyun aside with a wave of his hand. "Since you have shown kindness, I am most grateful." Hongyun's lips twitched in disbelief. He was not foolish and realized he had been deceived. However, it was too late for further protest, as this shameless individual clearly had no intention of relinquishing the seat. Foolishness. The powerful beings within the Zixiao Palace cast disdainful glances at Zhuanti, their looks towards Hongyun filled with amusement, akin to the gaze one might reserve for the simple-minded. From the back came countless eyes filled with scorn, yet Zhuanti remained oblivious, instead turning his attention to other cushions. The prominent figures of the 3 pure ones were formidable, a trinity not to be trifled with. Although Nuwa was a woman, her cultivation was no less formidable, supported by her brother Fushi, making her seat a risky acquisition. Upon spotting the venerable Kunpeng nearby, Zhuanti's eyes lit up as he barked, "What qualifications do you possess to sit here?" Kunpeng's face turned ashen with rage, his eyes wide with fury. At that moment, Liu Ming, unsure of what had possessed his second master uncle, interjected, "You, with your feathers and horns, what right have you to sit amongst us? Quickly yield your seat to this esteemed Taoist." Those seated behind, including Tai and Dijuan, who had previously been unable to secure a purple cushion, were envious of Kunpeng and demanded he relinquish his seat. Kunpeng trembled with indignation, feeling he was being unfairly targeted. Seizing the opportunity, Jane pushed Kunpeng aside and occupied the last available cushion. Kunpeng fell, disheveled and furious, his entire demeanor radiating a desire to retaliate against Jane and Zhuanti. Yet, in that moment, his body stiffened as if it had lost control. Unbeknownst to him, a Taoist had appeared on the dais at the forefront. Clad in a gray robe, enveloped in an ethereal aura, he opened his eyes slightly, unleashing a terrifying pressure akin to that of the heavenly path. It was none other than the Taoist patriarch Hongjun. From this day forth, let the seating arrangements remain as they are, and let there be no further disputes. With Hongjun's decree, Kunpeng dared not voice further complaints, retreating begrudgingly to a corner. Yet, his simmering rage found no outlet. Unable to provoke Zhuanti and Jane, he redirected all blame towards Hongyun. "Ah, Hongyun, it would be one thing to be foolish yourself, but to drag my seat down with you is intolerable. This debt shall be settled in due time." Kunpeng glowered at Hongyun, as though wishing to rend him asunder. Meanwhile, Hongyun, oblivious to the murderous gaze directed at him. Simmered in his own indignation over the forced concession, Liu Ming observed all with a sigh, recognizing that Hongmeng was indeed the quintessential Good Samaritan of the primordial world. With such a vast heart, who could he blame for his inevitable downfall? Chapter 9. Hongjuan's Teachings. Liu Ming's slumber as the 3,000 guests settled into their seats. Hongjun subtly nodded in approval. The numerous powerful beings of the primordial world gazed curiously at this legendary Taoist patriarch, yet none could discern his true form. Hongjun was shrouded in an aura of Tao, ethereal and elusive, completely enveloped in chaotic energy, obscuring his true visage. A sweeping glance from his chaotic eyes left the great Luo golden immortals feeling as though their bloodlines had constricted, their every secret laid bare before him. Liu Ming's heart trembled slightly. He had just sensed that Hongjuan's gaze lingered on him for a brief moment. Hongjun, taken aback, let out a soft exclamation. Earlier, deep within the Zhixiao Palace, he had noticed Liu Ming's extraordinary qualities. The 10 innate spiritual roots of the hollow willow tree were akin to those of his old friend. Yet, even with his true body descending, he still could not discern the fate of Liu Ming. Since he had taken charge of the heavenly Tao and attained the status of a saint, he had never encountered such a setback. However, Hongjun could vaguely sense that Liu Ming bore immense fortunes of the Xianmen and a remarkably familiar aura. Once he withdrew his gaze, Hongjun addressed the assembled practitioners of the Hongmeng. Your presence here signifies that you possess great opportunities and immense determination. This time, I, by the will of the heavenly Tao, shall impart teachings thrice to enlighten the beings of Hongmeng, hoping you may reap the rewards. As his voice faded, Hongjun closed his eyes and began expounding on the great Tao. From the chaos, the Tao is birthed as heaven and earth emerge. There exists a substance, the cause of enlightenment. What I know is that it circulates without end, thus can be deemed the mother of all. The Tao is nameless, yet it is not obscure. It is called great and can be seen as passing, called passing. It can be regarded as distant. When it arises from the distant, it can be called great. Hence, it is said that heaven is great, earth is great, and the Tao is great. Within the realm, the four greats contain all things. The law of spirit is grounded in the earth in heaven, heaven in the Tao, and the Tao in nature. The great Tao uses heaven and earth as a furnace, nurturing all things to attain the Tao. Thus, the Tao is not constant and is known through action. As the discourse deepened, Hongjuan's aura became increasingly ethereal. The chaos jade butterfly rotated above his 3 flowers, enveloped in the supreme resonance of the Tao. As the saint spoke, extraordinary phenomena manifested within the grand hall. Purple chi emerged from the east, radiant light ascended, and spiritual energy surged forth, with celestial blossoms blooming and fragrant aromas wafting, accompanied by the melodious sounds of heavenly music resonating with the essence of the great Tao. The profound melodies echoed throughout the hall, with lotus flowers appearing. Imbued with the essence of the great Tao, the great powers within the Zhixiao Palace were enraptured by the teachings. Yet, Liu Ming felt utterly bored. He knew that Hongjuan's teachings were divided into 3 parts. The first on the path of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the second on the path of the quasi-saint, and the third on the path of the saint. This session pertained to the path of the great Luo Golden Immortal. But with his cultivation merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal, even with a deep foundation, his gains were limited. Thus, he seated himself, closed his 5 senses, and began to absorb the celestial spiritual energy stirred by Hongjuan's teachings to elevate his cultivation. Gradually, as the celestial spiritual energy flowed into him, Liu Ming entered a state of profound comprehension. The verdant chaos jade plate within his inner space began to emanate a radiant glow, with strands of Tao resonance transforming into a misty aura. The Tao rules contained within the verdant jade seemed to solidify, merging into Liu Ming's primordial spirit. A faint, obscure aura enveloped his primordial spirit, and Liu Ming suddenly felt as if the flow of time around him had slowed to an immeasurable degree. Gradually, his consciousness drifted away, returning to his past life on Earth, where he awaited the bus to work with a briefcase in hand. After an indeterminate time, he found himself back in the Hongmeng continent, transformed once more into an unremarkable willow tree, enduring the elements day and night. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted within his mind, and the scene before him shifted once again. He found himself in a chaotic realm, where heaven and earth were indistinguishable, and the elements raged more violently than in the outer heavens. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood. Roars of desperation shattered the chaotic currents before him, shaking the very fabric of time and space. Following the sound, Liu Ming beheld a muscular giant wielding a dark golden axe, cleaving through the air. Opposing him stood a group of bizarre beings, exuding an aura of terror. Their colossal forms suggested that each was a towering presence, radiating an overwhelming ferocity. Could this be the battlefield of the ancient Pangu and the 3,000 chaotic demons? Liu Ming pondered, bewildered as to how he had arrived here again. Countless profound laws cascaded like celestial beams, all converging upon Pangu. In an instant, time and space shattered, the starry rivers surged chaotically, and the terrifying power of the laws erupted like towering waves. Yet beside Pangu, the Genesis blue lotus floated, and the 3,000 strands of chaotic energy cascaded down like waterfalls, stabilizing the infinite realms. At the same time, the chaos jade plate above his head burst forth with immeasurable brilliance, and Pangu's axe swung with chilling light. Each arc of the axe traversed the chaos, entwined with the power of force, and with every strike, a chaotic demon fell or was grievously wounded. The battlefield transformed into a hell of slaughter, rivers of blood flowing as the chaotic demons fell like raindrops. As the carnage continued, Pangu grew fiercer, and the chaotic demons, witnessing this frenzied Pangu, felt a surge of fear and sought to flee the battlefield. Yet, Pangu would not grant them such an opportunity. With a mighty roar, the silver-white light of the axe illuminated the entire chaos, overwhelming the universe. One chaotic demon, realizing their impending doom, gritted their teeth and transformed into a white streak, charging towards Pangu's colossal axe. With a splatter of blood, the chaotic demon was cleaved in two by the silver axe light. Yet Pangu's vast form became ensnared in an invisible net. For a moment, Pangu's consciousness faltered, granting the remaining chaotic demons a chance to escape as they transformed into streaks of light. The previously mentioned chaotic demon was none other than the time demon among the 3,000 demons, master of the laws of time. Within the Xiao Palace, the great powers were immersed in the sound of the Tao, their 3 flowers converging atop their heads, reaping immense benefits and unable to extricate themselves. Time flowed like a shuttle, and 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The sound of the Tao faded quietly, yet the great powers remained enraptured by its resonance, their expressions reflecting a myriad of emotions. 3,000 years had elapsed since the last session, which would commence anew in another 1,000 years. Hongjuan's voice resonated like a heavy hammer upon their primordial spirits, awakening the 3,000 guests within the Xiao Palace, who momentarily appeared bewildered. Soon, their faces radiated joy as they bowed deeply to Hongjun, exclaiming, "We thank the Tao ancestor." However, several keen-eyed masters sensed something amiss. Their gazes shifted to a corner of the second row, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. There sat a youth of extraordinary bearing and handsome countenance. Yet he showed no intention of rising to express his gratitude. Instead, his eyes were tightly shut, his breath steady, resembling one in slumber. The venerable Xinyuanzi nudged him, whispering, "Young friend Liu Ming, the teachings have concluded. Will you not rise to thank the Tao ancestor?" Yet the only response was the sound of snoring. Xinyuanzi's aged face changed dramatically. Tan Tian Daoist's complexion turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This rascal has stirred up great trouble. The assembly of practitioners, eager to laugh, stifled their mirth out of respect for the Tao ancestor, their discomfort palpable. Many familiar with each other began to exchange secret communications. "This lad is quite amusing, daring to sleep during the teachings in the Xiao Palace, showing utter disregard for the saint. What a waste of such an opportunity. Truly unworthy of a son. Could it be that this child's foundation is truly too weak to comprehend such profound teachings?" The opinions varied among the gathered experts. Some were indignant, others amused, most relishing the spectacle, with a few even reveling in his misfortune. Initially, he refrained from sitting on the meditation cushion, and then he disregarded the teachings. How could such laziness and ignorance exist in the world? Even if one possesses extraordinary roots, what difference does it make? Dong Wang Gong scoffed coldly in his heart. The Tao ancestor is above. How can this child sleep so soundly, showing such disrespect? Zhu and Ti rose, displaying a countenance filled with righteous indignation. Di Jun and Tai exchanged glances, their faces revealing a hint of amusement. The three pure ones were taken aback, rising to pay their respects, stating, "My disciple is still young and ignorant. His cultivation is shallow, and the teachings of the master are too profound for him to grasp. I implore the master to forgive him this once." "Oh, shallow cultivation? Are my three senior brothers implying that the master cannot even teach this willow tree?" Jia-in stepped forward to pay his respects, mocking coldly. Upon hearing this, Taishan Yuanshu glared at him with fury, his murderous intent palpable. Tong Tian's forehead throbbed with veins, wishing he could slay Jia-in with a single sword strike. Chapter 10. Breaking Through to Tai, Golden Immortal. Does the Tao Ancestor wish to accept disciples early? Standing beside the Tao Ancestor, Yao Qi's complexion turned pale, devoid of any color. She hastily stepped forward to plead for Liu Ming, but the prepared Hao Tian blocked her, whispering, "Junior sister, do not speak. The master is a saint of the heavenly Tao, encompassing heaven and earth. He will not stoop to the level of such a person. The more you plead for this Tao friend, the more others will perceive the master as petty." Upon hearing this, Yao Qi found merit in Hao Tian's words, yet her autumn-like eyes still betrayed deep concern. Meanwhile, Hao Tian secretly rejoiced. Though he appeared flamboyant, he was indeed a shrewd individual. Previously, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation, for he could see that Yao Qi cared deeply for that willow spirit. Speaking rashly would only displease his junior sister. However, Hao Tian was acutely aware that their master placed great importance on this teaching session, and the detestable willow tree was doomed. Silence. A voice, devoid of emotion yet brimming with authority, resonated throughout the Zixiao Palace, imbued with an overwhelming pressure that stifled any notion of rebellion among the great Luo Golden Immortals. Jia-in and Zhu and Ti turned pale, their backs drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though their very souls had been extracted. Was this the power of a saint? Bang! Before the multitude of powerful beings could recover from Hongjun's pressure, a dazzling white light erupted, compelling all living beings to instinctively gaze towards its source. The celestial energy within the Zixiao Palace surged violently, akin to a river breaching its banks, pouring entirely into Liu Ming's form. The youth was enveloped in a golden haze, and spatial fluctuations rippled around him, as if a shadow of a willow tree manifested behind him. The verdant willow branches swayed gently, intertwining with the symbols of the Tao, releasing a mysterious aura. As clouds and mist billowed, and the five energies converged, every inch of his corporeal being seemed to transform into a black hole, voraciously devouring primordial spiritual energy. Like a sacred radiance descending, Liu Ming's expression was tranquil and serene, with dragon-shaped energy pillars flowing in and out of his mouth and nose, breathing in a unique rhythm that adhered to a certain pattern. With the continued influx of celestial energy, Liu Ming's momentum soared, rapidly surpassing the peak of Golden Immortal. Reaching the early stage of Tai, Golden Immortal, the hollow willow tree's shadow behind him solidified further. Liu Ming slightly opened his eyes, feeling a harmonious flow of the five energies within him. The power surged like a river, a sense of vitality coursing through him. As he opened his eyes and sensed countless gazes directed at him, particularly the profound look from his master, Liu Ming was momentarily bewildered. Could it be that this child was not merely asleep, but had instead entered a state of enlightenment? Some beings witnessing Liu Ming's breakthrough to Tai, Golden Immortal, felt a twinge of embarrassment, while those who had previously mocked his innate gifts felt their faces flush with shame. Although Hongjun's teachings were profound, they were indeed obscure. How many within the wilderness possessed roots as deep as the three pure ones? Most were those who, unable to comprehend, gained little from the teachings, sitting idle for millennia without any breakthrough. Seeing others falter within the Zixiao Palace, they reveled in their misfortune, eager to capitalize on the moment. Even if this child was not asleep, failing to bow to the Tao Ancestor was still disrespectful. Zhu and Ti struggled to suppress his tumultuous emotions, addressing Hongjun on the Tao platform with cupped fists. He and Jia-in have long been at odds with the three pure ones, and their relationship with Tong Tian is even more strained. Liu Ming's displayed talents undoubtedly stirred Zhu and Ti's jealousy, having broken through 2 realms to reach the Tai golden immortal stage, with his very being an innate spiritual root. Such a prodigy, if not for his own faction, should not be allowed to benefit the 3 pure brothers. Unexpectedly, before Tong Tian and Tai Shang could voice their anger, Hong Jun cast a sweeping glance from the Dao platform, uttering 2 icy words: silence. Zhuan Ti's body felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss, causing him to collapse onto the meditation cushion. Hong Jun snorted coldly, seemingly displeased. Yao Qi broke free from Hao Tian's hold, her small face displaying an expression of unexpected joy. This scene caused Hao Tian's lips to twitch, his expression stiffening. Why was this happening? Why did the master not punish this individual? Ignoring the thoughts of the crowd, Hong Jun turned his gaze towards Liu Ming, speaking gently. Young friend, are you the hollow willow tree? Including the 3 pure ones, all the mighty beings of the wilderness exhibited expressions of utter shock. The Dao ancestor had been lecturing for 3,000 years, but had never spoken to them in such a tone. Liu Ming rose, bowing respectfully, and replied with composure, yes. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun's voice faltered momentarily, as if the Dao's resonance surrounding him had momentarily paused. Clearly, his emotions were not tranquil. After a brief silence, Hong Jun continued, do you know the great immortal Yang Mei? At this pronouncement, those like Fuxi, who were privy to ancient secrets, displayed expressions of sudden understanding. It was said that the Dao ancestor and great immortal Yang may have fought alongside each other against the demon ancestor Luo, who during the Dragon Han Calamity, sharing a deep bond. Could it be that the Dao ancestor's kindness towards Liu Ming stemmed from Yang Mei? Hong Jun's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Liu Ming, his chaotic eyes shimmering with light, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Unlike the tales familiar to the myriad cultivators of the wilderness, his acquaintance with Yang Mei dated back further. Both were among the 3,000 chaotic demons, having once jointly thwarted Pangu's creation of heaven and earth. At that time, nearly all the 3,000 chaotic demons had been slain by the great Pangu, and when great immortal Yang Mei attempted a sneak attack, he was cleaved in 2 by Pangu's axe. Yet the hollow willow tree, an unparalleled existence wielding one of the 4 supreme laws, space, managed to preserve his essence, fleeing into the chaos even after his form was severed. Rumors claimed that the other half of great immortal Yang Mei's body had fallen into the wilderness, but no being knew its whereabouts. Not even the Dao ancestor Hong Jun Liu Ming, however, smiled and shook his head, replying, I do not know him. Hong Jun's expression shifted in surprise, his piercing gaze returning to calmness as he contemplated. Liu Ming must indeed be the other half of Yang Mei that had descended into the wilderness. Otherwise, how could a mere Tai golden immortal elude his discernment? Could it be that this child was deceiving him? In that fleeting moment, Hong Jun reverted to his previous indifference and asked, would you be willing to take me as your master? Silence. The entire assembly fell into an eerie stillness. Upon the utterance of these words, not only were the numerous formidable beings present momentarily stunned, but even Liu Ming found himself frozen in place. The many golden immortals swallowed hard, gazing at Liu Ming with eyes filled with bewilderment, as if they were beholding a creature of legend. The powerful figures of the primordial era, such as Tai and Emperor Jun, burned with envy, wishing fervently to displace Liu Ming from his position and take his place instead. For this was the Dao ancestor, the foremost sage of the age. To become his disciple would grant one the privilege to traverse the primordial realms with pride. Chapter 11. The conclusion of the teachings. The countenances of Jin and Zhuanti turned as pale as parchment, rendered speechless by fear. What merit or virtue did this youth possess to be so favored by the greatest sage of the present age, while merely dozing in the Zixiao Palace? Regret gnawed at their insides as they recalled their relentless pursuit of Liu Ming in front of the Dao ancestor, as if they were testing the boundaries of death itself. They could only pray for Liu Ming to decline the Dao ancestor's offer of apprenticeship. Otherwise, even if they survived, their futures would be nothing short of grim. Yet, was such a refusal conceivable? Liu Ming himself was somewhat taken aback, lifting his gaze to the Dao ancestor upon the high platform. Observing the latter's indifferent demeanor, he realized that what transpired moments ago was not merely a figment of his imagination. The words of a sage are not to be trifled with. They manifest as law. But why did the Dao ancestor regard him with such distinction? Gazing deeply at the Tao ancestor, Liu Ming respectfully bowed and said, "I am immensely grateful for your favor, Tao ancestor. Yet I am but a humble Willow spirit who has attained enlightenment. I am unworthy to be your disciple, and I have already taken on a master. Thus, I fear I would disappoint your generous intentions." At these words, a cacophony erupted among the 3,000 mighty beings present, their collective astonishment akin to witnessing an absurd spectacle. The Tao ancestor himself extended an invitation to become a disciple, and this youth dared to refuse. Was he not bordering on the foolish? Jane and Juanti exhaled deeply, having narrowly escaped the clutches of despair. While they felt a sense of relief, they could not help but curse Liu Ming's foolishness in their hearts. Amidst their scorn, jealousy surged. Why were they not the ones singled out by the Tao ancestor? Nuwa turned away, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Reflecting on her earlier concession, a blush graced her cheeks. To be able to decline the Tao ancestor, this man seemed to possess a certain uniqueness. The heavenly youth stepped forward, rebuking, "Impudent Liu Ming, my master sees potential in you and has graciously overlooked your rudeness, yet you are so blind to your own fortune. Stand down." Hongjuan's voice, though calm, resonated with undeniable authority. The heavenly youth's complexion paled, his body trembling slightly as he hastily retreated, aware that his master was agitated. Having served Hongjuan for many years, he understood the weight of his master's anger. To remain steadfast in the face of immense opportunity and temptation, not forgetting one's mentor, is indeed a rare quality. "Tontian, you have acquired an admirable disciple," Hongjuan remarked with a smile, casting a look of approval at Liu Ming, who stood dignified yet humble. The great beings of the primordial era began to question their own ears. Was Hongjuan expressing envy towards Tontian? Tontian, taken aback, hastened to pay his respects. His gaze toward Liu Ming filled with complexity, confusion, astonishment, but above all, gratitude. Even if he stood in Liu Ming's shoes, he might not have had the courage to reject Hongjuan so decisively. This act signified Liu Ming's profound respect for his master. In his heart, Tontian silently vowed, no matter what transpired in the future, he would stand by his disciple's side. The Primordial and Taishang exchanged glances, both revealing smiles of appreciation. With such a disciple, their lifetime was fulfilled. "It appears that you and I are fated not to be master and disciple." Hongjuan's tone carried a hint of regret. "Thank you for your gracious favor, Tao ancestor," Liu Ming replied with a respectful bow, though his mind was filled with other thoughts. Having crossed over from a future era, he was not naive enough to believe that Hongjuan favored him solely for his potential. Yet before he could ponder further, Hongjuan continued, "I am close friends with Hongmeng. Thus, you are of the same lineage and, in a sense, my junior. This Qian Kuinding is bestowed upon you. May you use it wisely in the future." With a flick of his sleeve, a square, unadorned bronze ding floated before Liu Ming. All the mighty beings present, including the three pure ones, felt their eyes widen with envy. Jane and Juanti nearly bulged their eyes out, their rationality barely holding as they yearned to seize the Qian Kuinding for themselves. The western regions were impoverished and lacked treasures. They had yet to possess a single worthy spiritual artifact, let alone a supreme, innate treasure. Liu Ming was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated such generosity from Hongjuan. The Qian Kuinding was a supreme, innate treasure of significant origins. In the primordial chaos, it was formed from the lotus seed of the creation lotus, which had birthed Pangu. When the creation lotus could no longer withstand the pressure of Pangu's creation, it shattered, becoming a powerful, innate treasure that fell to the primordial earth. The Qian Kuinding could return to its origins, enhancing the quality of treasures, and could even transform postnatal treasures into innate ones. In terms of defensive capability, it was on par with the Taishang Laojuan's Ling-Long Pagoda. "Thank you for the precious gift, Tao ancestor," Liu Ming bowed respectfully. Hongjuan waved his hand, signaling him to step back, and then addressed the assembly. "East King, West Queen, disciple is here." A middle-aged man clad in a luxurious golden-embroidered robe stepped forward. Simultaneously, the West Queen, adorned in flowing aquamarine garments, gracefully approached. After the calamity, the primordial realm was thrown into chaos, with countless practitioners striving for dominance and engaged in relentless conflict, causing suffering among the beings of the primordial world. Now, The primordial realm was on the brink of a new era, and the heavens required governance. You too, born from the primordial yin and yang, shall stand at the forefront of the celestial hierarchy, Hongmeng proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. Boom! As soon as Hongjuan's words fell, the Zhixiao Palace erupted in a frenzy of discussion, the chaos rivaling that of Liu Ming's earlier rejection of the Tao ancestors' acceptance. The numerous powerful beings present, all golden immortals and formidable figures in their own right, were unwilling to accept the imposition of two leaders to govern them. Moreover, why were these two chosen by the Tao ancestor to hold such esteemed positions? Many of the great practitioners present, such as the old ancestor of the underworld river and the demon master Kuanpeng, believed their powers were no less than those of the East King and West Queen, and they would not easily yield to such an arrangement. Under the sage, all are but ants, Hongmeng disregarded the thoughts of the assembly, continuing, East King, you are born of the primordial yang, with Penglai Island as your domain. I bestow upon you a supreme, innate treasure, the dragon-headed staff, to aid you in managing the male immortals of the realm. West Queen, you are born of the primordial yin, with the western Kunlun as your domain. I bestow upon you the supreme, innate treasure, the pure water bowl, to assist you in governing the female immortals. With a wave of his sleeve, a golden staff radiating profound energy, and a bowl of modest size floated before the East King and West Queen. Thank you, Tao Ancestor. Upon hearing these words, Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu were filled with joy and hurriedly approached to pay their respects. From now on, you must act with self-restraint and diligence, bestowing kindness and virtue. You must never bully the weak or suppress the good, lest you incite chaos in the primordial realm. Remember this well. The solemn admonition of Hongmeng echoed once more. Shi Wang Mu's expression grew stern upon hearing this, and the earlier elation from receiving the spiritual treasure diminished significantly, as she respectfully expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, Dong Wang Gong, having been elevated to the divine altar, became quite oblivious to the situation, and while feeling elated, he responded to the Tao ancestors' warning with indifference. Liu Ming observed this scene, shaking his head in disbelief. It was truly lamentable for Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu, who, as pawns of the Tao ancestor, remained oblivious to their own plight. Shi Wang Mu, at least. Although her future appeared bleak, she still held onto a thread of hope, choosing to seclude herself in Kunlun Mountain and withdraw from the world. As for Dong Wang Gong, he had been thrust into the eye of the storm. During his tenure, he had not only offended numerous formidable beings in the primordial realm, but had also entwined himself with the powerful Wu and Yao clans. Was this not akin to the proverbial old longevity star hanging himself, lamenting his long life? Do you not see the expressions darkening on the faces of the Yao clans Di Jun and Tai Yi? Their gazes were filled with a hatred that seemed as if they wished to tear Dong Wang Gong to shreds. Aside from these two from the Yao clan, the two ancestral witches of the Wu clan, Ho Tu and Xian Ming, displayed varied expressions. Ho Tu remained composed, seemingly unperturbed by the matter, perhaps regarding Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu with disdain. Xian Ming, on the other hand, did not hide her scorn for the Wu and Yao clans, who disrespected heaven and earth, and even Hongmeng. How could they ever bow beneath two beings of the same realm? Without sufficient power, one truly cannot wield authority. And without self-awareness, one might not even know how they meet their demise. Chapter 12. The emergence of the primordial gourd vine. Liu Ming glanced at the self-satisfied Dong Wang Gong and then at the silent Hao Yin, who served behind the Tao ancestor. He internally compared the two. Although Hao Yin appeared arrogant on the surface, he was, in fact, quite shrewd. Even in the future, when the heavenly emperor found himself marginalized, stripped of power by several great saints, he still maintained the faade of being the sovereign of the three realms. Upon ascending to the position of heavenly emperor, he realized there was no one to rely upon and had to personally request the Tao ancestors' intervention to recruit numerous workers, among whom many of the 365 righteous deities were his disciples. Reflecting on this, Liu Ming's gaze turned frosty. He would not allow the tragedy of the Jie sect to repeat itself in this lifetime. 3,000 years have passed. Causes and effects arise and dissipate. This discourse shall conclude here, and you may return after a millennium. With these words, Hongmeng's figure transformed into a swirl of ethereal purple mist and vanished in a thin air, just as he had come, without a trace. The myriad beings of the mortal realm rejoiced upon hearing this, and before they could express their gratitude, they found themselves directly outside the gates of the Zhixiao Palace after a dizzying whirl. This spectacle left the gathered powerful beings astounded, marveling at Hong Jun's immense powers. Tong Tian approached, patting Liu Ming on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with excitement. Earlier, when the Tao ancestor sought to accept Liu Ming as a disciple, he had not anticipated Liu Ming's refusal. "Master, please do not act this way. It feels strange," Liu Ming mumbled, feeling somewhat unnerved under Tong Tian's gaze. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian playfully shoved him aside, laughing while scolding, "You rascal, be gone." Both Yuan Shi and Tai Shang observed this scene, their expressions softening into smiles. As the master and disciple engaged in their playful banter, a breathtaking figure glided gracefully toward them. It was Niuhua. Yuan Shi and Tai Shang's faces turned serious as they respectfully bowed to her. "May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed friend?" Niuhua returned the gesture and smiled, saying, "I have come to seek out Tao friend Liu Ming. As of now, the Sanqing have yet to formally enter the Tao ancestors' teachings. And since both Niuhua and Liu Ming are among the myriad beings of the mortal realm, it is only fitting to address one another as friends." Not only were the Sanqing taken aback, but Liu Ming himself was also momentarily stunned, pointing to himself. "You seek me?" Niuhua smiled and nodded, her beauty radiant like a blossoming celestial flower, illuminating the world around her. A blush unexpectedly adorned her fair visage, rendering her even more enchanting. "I have come to express my gratitude to Tao friend Liu Ming for relinquishing his position. I would like to invite you to visit Buzhou Mountain." Hearing this, Yuan Shi and Tai Shang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of realization. Previously, Liu Ming had withdrawn from the fourth lotus seat on the grounds that a master and disciple should not sit together, allowing Niuhua to take the seat, thus forging a profound connection between them. Tong Tian cast Liu Ming a knowing glance, revealing a smile that any man would understand. He had intended to invite Niuhua to Kunlun Mountain for a discussion, hoping to facilitate a relationship between her and his rather foolish disciple. Now, it seemed he need not fret over this matter any longer. Tao friend Niuhua, the Tao of the ancestor is exceedingly profound and obscure. I must return to Kunlun Mountain with my master and esteemed uncles to contemplate it thoroughly, so I shall not impose further. After a moment's thought, Liu Ming declined the invitation. Within the Zhixiao Palace, he had acquired a fragment of the Chaos Jade Butterfly and unexpectedly grasped one of the four supreme laws, the law of time. He needed to return to Kunlun Mountain to contemplate it earnestly. Tong Tian was left speechless, desperately trying to convey his thoughts through his eyes. Liu Ming, appearing somewhat bewildered, remarked, "Master, what is wrong with your eyes?" Ultimately, he was merely an ordinary youth with modern sensibilities, and even after his extraordinary journey, he could not narcissistically believe that a primordial goddess would take an interest in him. Tong Tian, "Oh," Niuhua responded with a hint of disappointment, her smile slightly forced. "Then I shall not intrude upon you any further." "Wait," Tong Tian exclaimed urgently, about to speak up to retain her. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and a peculiar sensation surged through his primordial spirit. Niuhua, who was about to depart, halted her steps, her gaze sharpening. Tai Shang calculated with his fingers, stating, "I sense an object that bears a connection to me." Yuan Shi nodded in agreement, indicating he felt similarly. The four exchanged glances before they carried Liu Ming and soared toward the primordial continent. After listening to the discourse in the Zhixiao Palace, their cultivation had ascended to a new level, and traversing the chaotic expanse no longer posed the same challenges as before. A towering mountain peak pierced the heavens, shrouded in clouds and mist halfway up its ascent, rising thousands of zhang and stretching for countless miles. The ancient, boundless aura emanating from it compelled even celestial beings to bow in reverence. "Is this Buzhou Mountain?" Liu Ming murmured, his eyes filled with astonishment. From a great distance, Liu Ming sensed an overwhelming, ancient aura emanating from the colossal mountain that seemed to connect heaven and earth. It was said that Buzhou Mountain was formed from the spine of the Great Pangu, serving as the celestial pillar linking the primordial world. Today's site indeed lived up to its reputation. Upon entering Buzhou Mountain, Liu Ming was immediately enveloped by an ancient and profound aura. It was not directed at his physical body or spirit, but rather the lingering essence of the Great Pangu. This instilled a sense of reverence within him. The higher he ascended, The denser the spiritual energy became, and the pressure from Pangu's essence intensified. Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Nuo found their speed increasingly constrained. Their ascent growing laborious. Despite their cultivation reaching the late stage of Daluo Jingxian after the teachings in the Zixiao Palace, they still felt the immense weight of Pangu's lingering presence. Ultimately, they halted atop a mountain peak, their eyes lighting up with newfound clarity. In the distance, a gourd vine stood tall, reaching several dozen zhang in height, adorned with 6 gourds of varying hues, each emanating a hazy, celestial glow, enveloped in ethereal mist. Despite a hint of intrigue from the 3 Pure Ones and Nuo, they remained tacitly rooted in place. Around the gourd vine, invisible lines intertwined, subtly outlining an obscure and profound formation imbued with the essence of the Tao. This was the innate array safeguarding the gourd vine, impenetrable by ordinary means. Such innate spiritual roots are invariably protected by primordial formations, with the exception of Liu Ming, who was an anomaly. He did not possess a natural spiritual root born of the world's energy, but rather one forcibly enhanced by the system, thus lacking such protective formations. The Tongtian Taoist, a master of formations and a recognized authority in the primordial world, skillfully gestured as his eyes sparkled with brilliance, unleashing a flurry of radiant energies. Suddenly, several dazzling sword auras erupted within the innate array, ringing with a thunderous clang, radiating magnificently. It was as if the sound of metal striking metal resonated, clarifying the outline of the innate formation. A sword aura sliced through the air once more, unleashing a surge of potent energy, its sharp brilliance flooding through every crevice, eroding the innate array. As the formation weakened, the full visage of the primordial gourd vine revealed itself to the onlookers. Liu Ming mused, "Is this truly the primordial gourd vine? Legends of this vine have flourished through the ages. Those who have obtained its gourds are invariably formidable figures renowned throughout the primordial realm, just as the intricate patterns of the innate formation were on the brink of dissolution." Laozi prepared to exert his full strength to seize the gourds, when suddenly, several formidable auras surged from behind. These presences were equally formidable, reaching the mid to late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The 13th chapter unfolded, showcasing the diverse abilities of those seeking the extraordinary treasure. The moisture from the ground of Buzhou Mountain evaporated in an instant, rendering the air somewhat stifling. A resounding cry echoed from the peak of Buzhou Mountain as the blazing 3-legged golden crow descended gracefully. The Eastern Emperor Tai, clad in a golden robe, greeted the 3 Pure Ones and others with a courteous gesture, expressing his premonition of a fateful treasure's emergence, hoping for their cooperation. The Eastern Emperor's imposing presence was undeniable, showing no sign of trepidation even in the face of the 3 Pure Ones. His cultivation also reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and his accompanying spiritual treasure, the Chaos Bell, belonged to the realm of innate treasures. In a direct confrontation, he would not easily be outmatched by any among the 3 Pure Ones. Laozi acknowledged him with a nod, but refrained from further comment, sensing more than one aura. In an instant, 2 streaks of light followed closely behind the Eastern Emperor. The ancestor of the Earth Immortals, Xinyuanzi, donned in a soul-colored robe, arrived alongside his close companion. Hongyun, fellow Taoists, are you also here for the gourd? Hongyun, known for his amiable nature, initiated conversation with the 3 Pure Ones and Nuo. In contrast, the Eastern Emperor, naturally proud, merely acknowledged with a nonchalant grunt, dismissing Hongyun's overtures. Hongyun, unfazed, maintained his cheerful demeanor, while Xinyuanzi remained silent, accompanying his friend merely to observe. "Greetings, Elder Xinyuanzi," Liu Ming expressed, appreciating the Earth Immortals' amiability, despite their limited encounters. "Your fortune is profound, leaving us in envy. Should you find leisure in the future, do visit my Wuzhuang Temple." Xinyuanzi scrutinized Liu Ming, recognizing the impressive potential of this junior who had shone brightly in the Purple Cloud Palace. "The 6 innate gourds born by this primordial gourd vine are up for grabs, each according to our fates," declared the Tontian Taoist with a cold snort. As the chief force in deciphering the innate array, he regarded the approaching figures with little regard. The Eastern Emperor, Hongyun, and others did not engage him directly. Being top-tier powers of the primordial realm, they would not allow mere words to sow discord. A cacophony akin to shattering glass filled the air as the innate array collapsed. The gaze of the three pure ones and other powerful beings turned in unison. A remarkable transformation swept through the heavens and earth as a profound golden pillar ascended skyward, its luminous waves spreading like surging tides, painting the sky with radiant hues and golden lotuses sprouting from the earth. The gourds, gleaming with treasure-like brilliance, detached from the vine, floating gracefully in midair. With a flash of divine light in his eyes, Laozi extended his hand toward the void, unleashing an invisible force that drew the purple gold gourd into his grasp. This gourd would later serve as a vessel for elixirs, causing considerable trouble for the Tang monk and his disciples in the journey to the west. Yuanshu emitted a cold snort and stepped forward to claim the second green gourd. Liu Ming, intrigued, noted that tales of this gourd were scarce in his previous life, prompting him to seek an opportune moment to inquire with his second master. The Tontian Taoist acquired a bicolored gourd, within which resided both water and fire Kirin. Niwa also seized a golden gourd, which she would later refine into a banner to summon spirits, aiding the Demon Emperor in managing the demon realm. Only Hongmeng's acquisition of a gourd was fraught with challenges. The Eastern Emperor, unyielding by nature, transformed into a divine bird engulfed in blazing yellow flames. With a sudden display of his golden crow transformation technique, he transcended space and time, swiftly reaching for the white and red gourds. With a powerful thrust of his claws, he grasped one gourd in each, flapping his wings to unleash a torrent of golden divine fire, intent on making off with both. Witnessing this, Hongmeng's expression twitched with frustration. Even his amiable nature could not contain his anger at the Eastern Emperor's audacity. Observing quietly, Xinyuanzi's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of his whisk, 3,000 silver threads surged forth, extending thousands of zhong to envelop the Eastern Emperor in a vast net. The Eastern Emperor scoffed, unleashing the blazing sun fire that engulfed him, incinerating a portion of the silver threads. Xinyuanzi retreated 2 paces, retrieving his whisk, and with a flicker of green light, extinguished the sun fire. Hongmeng seized the opportunity as the clouds roiled above, morphing into a colossal golden hand that struck the sunbird. Staggered, the Eastern Emperor faltered, and Xinyuanzi capitalized on the moment, once again expanding his silver threads, reclaiming the red gourd from beneath the golden crow's feet. The coordination between Xinyuanzi and Hongmeng astounded onlookers. Their camaraderie was evidently a strong asset in the primordial realm. As the gourds slipped from his grasp, the Eastern Emperor erupted in fury, the sunfire raging uncontrollably as he prepared to summon the Chaos Bell. Yet, at that moment, a voice resonated, compelling him to halt his actions. "Tai, you are being greedy." The Eastern Emperor glared, his expression darkening. "What? Do the 3 of you covet those gourds as well?" Laozi replied calmly. "Treasures are destined for those with affinity. If you have no connection to them, do not persist in your folly." The Tontian Taoist, casually resting his hand behind his head, remarked lazily, "It is indeed somewhat embarrassing to attempt to seize what one cannot defeat." Yuanshu remained silent, his eyes filled with defiance, barely sparing the Eastern Emperor a glance. He has always harbored a disdain for the demon race, perceiving them as mere creatures adorned with fur and horns, born of dampness and eggs. Witnessing the East Emperor Tai's audacious actions only deepened his aversion. East Emperor Tai's demeanor was as calm as water. He felt no fear towards Xinyuanzi and Hongmeng, but the 3 pure ones, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, held sway over the 3,000 worldly guests within the Purple Cloud's palace. Despite his arrogance, Tai had no confidence in challenging all 3 at once. Hongmeng grasped the crimson gourd in his hands, examining it closely, a look of great delight emerging on his face. The gourd seemed to resonate with him, emanating a gentle and faint red glow. It was destined to become his signature magical artifact, the 99 Scattersoul Gourd. Hongmeng respectfully expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoists." Tontian waved his hand with a smile, replying, "No need for such formalities, fellow Taoist. Xinyuanzi has shown considerable care towards my humble disciple within the Purple Cloud's palace. Consider this a matter of karmic understanding." Xinyuanzi was momentarily taken aback. Then a knowing smile spread across his face. When Hongmeng concluded his teachings at the Purple Cloud's palace, he had reminded Liu Ming, who was deeply asleep, to pay respects to the Tao ancestor. Unbeknownst to him, this unintentional act would yield a fortunate outcome today. Liu Ming, slightly stunned, realized he had indeed owed Xinyuanzi a favor, but now it had been repaid by the three pure ones. Disciple, it is time for us to depart, Tong Tian called out, as all the innate gourds have been claimed, rendering any further stay meaningless. Liu Ming smiled slightly and replied, Master, please wait a moment. Chapter 14. Signing in to obtain the seventh gourd. Tong Tian paused, turning in surprise to gaze at Liu Ming, confused about what he intended to do next. In a flash, Liu Ming, under the astonished gazes of those present, reached out and pulled up the withered gourd vine. This action left the powerful beings of the primordial era bewildered. The innate gourds had already been taken, and this remaining vine, severely depleted of spiritual energy and even damaged at its roots, was essentially worthless. Why then? Did Liu Ming still wish to collect it? Yuan Shi furrowed his brow. He deemed his disciple's actions somewhat embarrassing, but chose not to comment further. Liu Ming, indifferent to the thoughts of those present, swiftly tucked the withered gourd vine into his embrace. Since this vine had nurtured so many innate gourds, it must possess immeasurable value. In the future, if he were to find the three light divine water, it might allow the vine to regain its former brilliance. Would that not mean a continuous supply of innate gourds? Furthermore, he was well aware that this gourd vine would be used by Nuwa to create humanity. Leaving it behind would truly be a waste of heavenly resources. Noticing the mocking gaze from East Emperor Tai, Tong Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Disciple, let us leave quickly. Master, just a moment. Liu Ming was about to agree when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flicker of crystalline light where the gourd vine had been uprooted. Liu Ming extended his hand, and waves of gray ripples appeared on the ground, causing earth and stone to fly. As the soil separated, a golden patch of earth slowly rose to the surface, exuding a rich, earthy aura. Its spiritual light restrained yet vibrant with life. Is this the nine heavens resting soil? The assembled powerful beings stared in astonishment, as if witnessing a ghost, and gasped in unison. No wonder Liu Ming refused to depart. He had discerned that the gourd vine concealed the nine heavens resting soil. Xinyuanzi's voice was tinged with emotion as he looked at Liu Ming, filled with admiration and surprise. This young man truly had a discerning eye. It was no wonder the Tao ancestor sought him as a disciple. After the shock, Hongmeng also deeply sensed Liu Ming's extraordinary qualities. East Emperor Tai's eyes turned green with envy, and he instinctively considered seizing it. After all, it was the nine heavens resting soil, reputed to nurture countless spiritual roots. If the Fusang tree were planted within, it would surely grow at an accelerated pace. The three pure ones narrowed their eyes. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. An overwhelming pressure surged towards East Emperor Tai, signaling an imminent confrontation. Tong Tian coldly remarked, Tai, should you dare to act recklessly, do not blame my sword for showing no mercy. Sensing the overwhelming intent to kill, East Emperor Tai regained some rationality, casting a begrudging glance at the patch of golden soil. Meanwhile, Liu Ming appeared to deliberately provoke him, hovering in midair without collecting it, even breaking into a radiant smile. Infuriated, East Emperor Tai's face flushed red. With a cold snort, he transformed into a divine rainbow and sped towards the distant horizon. He had embarrassed himself thoroughly, and lingering any longer might truly drive him mad. After East Emperor Tai departed, Liu Ming finally retrieved the nine heavens resting soil and approached Tong Tian. Ah, splendid. The elder stroked his white beard, his face full of smiles, expressing great satisfaction with Liu Ming's acquisition. Tong Tian laughed heartily, patting Liu Ming on the shoulder, exclaiming, impressive. My disciple, I failed to notice the nine heavens resting soil amidst the array. You truly are a person of great fortune, living up to the name of Pangu's orthodox lineage. Yuan Shi also nodded in approval. Seeing their disciple attain such fortune brought genuine joy to the three pure ones. They congratulated Liu Ming sincerely. Nuwa gracefully approached, her laughter as clear as a lark's. Just as she was about to invite Liu Ming to her sanctuary, a voice suddenly resonated in her mind, originating from her elder brother, Fushi. The content of the message caused her brow to furrow slightly. Fellow Taoists, I may have to take my leave early. Even the usually carefree Tong Tian recognized that Nuwa seemed to have pressing matters and did not attempt to persuade her to stay. After Nuwa departed, Hongmeng and Xinyuanzi also bid farewell to Liu Ming and the three pure ones. As the three pure ones prepared to leave the Mount Buzhou, Liu Ming lingered behind. System, I wish to sign in here. Liu Ming silently issued a command, and soon the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Congratulations to the host for signing in beside the innate gourd vine. Reward, 1 black gourd. A gourd, entirely black as ink and exuding an ancient aura, materialized within his internal space. Upon hearing the system's notification, Liu Ming was taken aback. He recalled that the whereabouts of this 7th gourd had various accounts. Some claimed it was taken by the Tao ancestor Hongmeng, while others suggested it was seized by the Humankind demon master. Furthermore, some speculated that the final gourd was of the highest grade, possessing the greatest power, and required the longest time to mature, yet before it could fully grow. Niwa had taken the gourd vine away. In any case, opinions differed, and the very existence of a 7th gourd was often debated. Yet unexpectedly, the reward for his sign-in turned out to be this item. Liu Ming immersed his primordial spirit within his internal space, probing the black gourd, and was utterly astonished. Upon careful examination, he discovered that this black gourd contained 43 innate prohibitions, classifying it as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure of immeasurable worth. In the primordial era, whether innate or acquired, all spiritual treasures bore prohibitions. The more prohibitions present, the deeper the resonance with the Tao and the greater the power of the treasure. In the realm of postnatal treasures, there exist 18 prohibitions. For postnatal supreme treasures, 27. For innate spiritual treasures, 36. For exquisite innate spiritual treasures, 45. And for innate treasures, 49. The Tao of heaven encompasses 50, and if one were to withdraw one, it implies that beneath the Tao of heaven lies 49, representing the utmost limit. The prohibitions of innate treasures. The most formidable of the chaotic spiritual treasures possess prohibitions exceeding 49, which are revered even by the Tao of heaven itself. As the 3rd sermon of Hongmeng has yet to occur, and the Tao ancestor has not yet distributed treasures, innate spiritual treasures are exceedingly rare in the present primordial chaos. Remarkably, Liu Ming possesses 2 exquisite innate spiritual treasures, making him one of the wealthiest individuals in the current primordial realm. As for the effects of this gourd, further exploration shall be reserved for the future. However, Liu Ming estimates that the power of this black gourd will undoubtedly astonish him. To his knowledge, both the purple gold gourd of Laozi and the 99 scattersoul gourd of Hongmeng possess merely 36 prohibitions as superior innate treasures. Even so, these gourds shine brilliantly in the primordial realm, let alone his gourd, which surpasses them in rank. For now, he shall return to the Taoist temple of the 3 purities on Kunlun Mountain to sign in. Chapter 15. Signing in at Kunlun Mountain for a century, a towering peak. Rising to the heavens, shrouded in mist, where white cranes soar and sing, embodying the essence of the celestial realm, adorned with vibrant clouds, a true sanctuary for cultivation. Atop Kunlun Mountain, within a cave dwelling, the supreme, clear Tong Tian sits cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, an incense burner exuding wisps of fragrant smoke through the crevices. Liu Ming takes a deep breath, immediately feeling his spiritual clarity return to its zenith. Tong Tian's expression is solemn as he brings his fingers together and suddenly presses them against Liu Ming's brow. In an instant, boundless spiritual light bursts forth from Tong Tian's fingertips, crystalline and resplendent. The spiritual light radiates from Liu Ming's brow, swiftly entering his spiritual platform, penetrating deep into his primordial spirit, creating ripples of the great Tao that spread like waves. An overwhelming tide of information floods Liu Ming's mind, as profound techniques and heart mantras flow within him, causing his body to tremble slightly before gradually relaxing. As the spiritual light gradually fades and the mist dissipates, Tong Tian slowly withdraws his fingers. What I impart to you is the supreme, clear Tong Tian formula, an unparalleled technique derived from my insights during my journey to the Zixiao Palace. Combined with my years of learning, it is sufficient for you to cultivate to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Disciple is grateful to master. Liu Ming bows deeply. Since returning from the mountain of non-return, he has been brought here by the Taoist Tong Tian to receive cultivation teachings. During this time, Laozi and Yuanshi have also imparted to him the techniques of the Tai Ching and Yu Qing lineages. As he diligently practices, he discovers that these 3 exceptional methods possess interconnectedness, greatly amplifying their potency. This is likely the reason why Yuanshi and Tai Ching have chosen to guide him together. Liu Ming's displayed talent has pleased the three purities. Within less than a century, he has seamlessly integrated their techniques and has even advanced his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Such talent is indeed extraordinary. Afterward, Tong Tian, Yuanshi, and Laozi entered a period of seclusion to assimilate the insights gained from the Zhixiao Palace. Liu Ming erected a bamboo hut at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. As a modern individual traversing this realm, this is the only way he can reminisce about his past life. Ding! Host has successfully signed in at Kunlun Mountain, rewarded with 500 years of cultivation. Liu Ming sits cross-legged on the bamboo bed, letting out a sigh. This is already the nth time he has received such a notification. Over the years, only 2 items he has signed in for have truly satisfied him. One is a technique named Dao Yanju, capable of deducing all divine abilities and arts in the world. When cultivated to perfection, it can even give rise to 3,000 great worlds. In the midst of battle, possessing the power of an entire world as support, achieving the perfected state of 3,000 worlds would render even a saint hesitant to confront him directly. The other is a supreme body refinement method named 9 Turns Mysterious Art, said to be the body refinement technique of the Great Pangu. Cultivating to the 9 Turns physical body could lead to the attainment of the primordial unity. The Wu clan possesses a fragmented inheritance of the 9 Turns Mysterious Art. Yet even so, their formidable physicality is renowned throughout the primordial realm. With their overwhelming physical strength, the Wu clan has contended with the demon race for dominance in the Calamity, even managing to suppress them at times. Had it not been for Hongjuan's intervention during the first battle between the Wu and the demon race might have faced extermination. During the first sermon at the Zhixiao Palace, the ancestral witch of the earth, Hutu, forcefully traversed the chaos with her formidable body, leaving the powerful beings within the Zhixiao Palace astounded. However, after obtaining these 2 extraordinary techniques, the subsequent rewards from the system have been somewhat disappointing. At times, he even receives items of little use. After some speculation, Liu Ming concludes that signing in multiple times at the same location may affect the quality of the rewards. It is time to wander the vast primordial continent. Liu Ming sighs inwardly. On this day, radiant rays of light illuminate Kunlun Mountain, auspicious signs billowing forth. Golden light erupting from the ground, and golden lotuses cascading from the heavens. 3 mighty auras manifest as pillars of light, coalescing and soaring into the clouds, dispersing millions of miles of mist, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Countless beings gaze in awe, their expressions varied. The weaker among them perceive it as a blessing from the heavens, immediately kneeling and prostrating themselves. Liu Ming, witnessing this scene, is equally astonished. The 3 purities are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, endowed with the merits of creation. Such significant breakthroughs are accompanied by extraordinary phenomena, no less remarkable than his own transformation. Almost simultaneously, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian emerge from their respective dwellings. Their surroundings are suffused with brilliant spiritual light, their garments seemingly entwined with divine splendor, with 3 flowers blossoming atop their heads, surrounded by ethereal radiance. Observing their immense aura, they have broken through to the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal, merely a step away from the quasi-saint level. Disciple congratulates master and esteemed uncles on your cultivation advancement. Liu Ming approaches the 3 purities and bows. Indeed, well done. Laozi nods with a smile, delighted to see Liu Ming's timely arrival, aware that he has been safeguarding the 3 of them. Not bad. Your cultivation hasn't faltered. Yuanshi slightly nods, revealing an expression of appreciation. You little rascal, during my seclusion, you've been using my supreme, clear divine lightning to hunt birds. Haven to you? Tong Tian glares at Liu Ming with a displeased expression. Liu Ming adopts a nonchalant demeanor, pretending to be oblivious, inciting Tong Tian's irritation further, while Yuanshi and Laozi burst into laughter. During his time on Kunlun Mountain, not only has Liu Ming built a bamboo hut, but he has also occasionally ventured down the mountain to hunt for game, much to the chagrin of Yuanshi and Laozi. As time passed, they ceased to mind, but after Liu Ming cultivated the supreme, clear, divine lightning, he simply stopped descending and began summoning the 9 heavens' mysterious lightning to hunt birds in the sky. causing the cranes of Kunlun Mountain to refrain from visiting for quite some time. By the way, Master, I have something to report. Liu Ming suddenly adopts a serious expression and speaks earnestly. The three purities exchange surprised glances. Tong Tian says, "Go ahead." Disciple has recently encountered a bottleneck in cultivation and has been unable to break through. Upon reflection, it seems that since my transformation, I have lacked practical experience. Therefore, I wish to wander through the primordial realm to see if I can find an opportunity to advance to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Tong Tian furrowed his brow, hesitating to provide an immediate response. Both Laozi and Yuanshi fell silent as well. Under ordinary circumstances, there would be no issue with this delay. However, with the impending second sermon of the Tao Ancestor, time was of the essence for the cultivators of the primordial chaos. A missed opportunity could prove to be a grave loss. After a moment of contemplation, Tong Tian spoke solemnly. "Your awareness brings me great comfort. But one who solely focuses on secluded cultivation is destined to remain disconnected from the Tao. With the Tao Ancestor's second lecture approaching, do not let the moment slip away. For us cultivators, it is an unparalleled opportunity." Liu Ming nodded earnestly in agreement. Tong Tian produced a jade talisman, entirely emerald green and emanating an enigmatic glow, and handed it to him. Upon taking it, Liu Ming observed intricate formations inscribed within the talisman, arranged with meticulous care, weaving into an unfathomable trace of the Tao. "This is a talisman of the upper clear, infused with a fragment of my consciousness. Should you encounter peril, you may activate it to withstand a full-force strike from a perfected Luo Golden Immortal." Liu Ming expressed his gratitude. Although he was merely at the stage of a Tai Golden Immortal, there were few in the primordial chaos who would dare to provoke him. Thus, this treasure served primarily to monitor his movements. Chapter 16. The 9 transformations of profound arts. The vast expanse of the primordial earth is adorned with towering mountains and countless blessed lands, saturated with the essence of heaven and earth. Liu Ming had descended from the mountain for over a century, meandering along the way, and had signed in at various locations, acquiring numerous valuable items. Among these were spiritual herbs and rare treasures, all of which he utilized to refine his physical body. Ding! The host has successfully signed in on Yunxian Island. Congratulations on obtaining the supreme postnatal spiritual treasure, the Windlight. Liu Ming grasped it, and a surge of immense power erupted from his palm, shattering the pale lamp, transforming it into the purest primal spiritual essence. His body radiated a faint, luminous aura, with traces of Tao patterns flickering, drawing in that pure primal energy. The essence transformed into a powerful, warm current flowing throughout his body, enhancing every inch of his skin and flesh, while his magical power grew ever more profound, akin to a furnace of heaven and earth, with vitality surging skyward. The 9 transformations of profound arts is a body-refining technique of the Great Pangu, extraordinarily formidable. Its most astonishing aspect lies in its ability to devour and assimilate all things to strengthen one's physical form. The most fundamental method involves absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to refine the body, albeit at a rather slow pace. The second method utilizes external forces to temper the body, such as employing thunder, fierce winds, and earthly fire to enhance one's physique. Upon reaching the 6th transformation, one can even use the true fire of Samadhi and the 9 heavens' weak water to hone the body. The third method allows one to consume the Tao rhythms and spiritual essence within treasures, extracting their primal power to refine the body, enabling such training to rival that of spiritual treasures. Due to his formidable foundation, Liu Ming, upon taking shape, possessed a physique that could rival low-grade, innate spiritual treasures. After a period of arduous cultivation, he had reached the pinnacle of the 4th transformation. He had once unleashed his physical strength, causing a spatial disturbance with a single punch that reduced a mountain range to dust. One day, as Liu Ming strolled through a valley, his eyes suddenly brightened. Before him stood an ancient tree, robust and twisting like a dragon, with a trunk as thick as a barrel, 3 zhang above the ground, adorned with several spiritual fruits resembling crescent moons, glimmering and fragrant. Liu Ming's excitement surged, licking his lips, although the aura of the primordial world was abundant, rendering sustenance unnecessary for one like him. Such a monotonous existence was indeed dreary. Lacking food, Wouldn't the joy of life diminish? With a flick of his hand, he caused the ancient tree to sway gently. Crystalline green leaves trembled in waves, and all the golden spiritual fruits fell like raindrops. With a sweep of his sleeve, he captured every one of the fruits within his robe. Though treasures were plentiful in the primordial world, such spiritual fruits were not easily encountered. Just then, a fierce presence erupted from the opposite side of the valley, accompanied by a booming roar that echoed for miles, lingering in the air. A crimson arc of light surged forth like lightning, bringing with it a colossal wave of energy, landing beside Liu Ming. He frowned slightly as a wolf demon, suffused with overwhelming bloodthirst, materialized before him. As the thick crimson mist dissipated, the wolf demon transformed into an elder clad in gray robes. Regarding Liu Ming with a predatory glint in his eyes, licking his scarlet lips as if eyeing his prey. Such abundant blood vitality, should I consume it, I could not only replenish my lost essence, but also break through to the Deluo golden immortal. The wolf demon thought, his blood-red gaze betraying his insatiable greed. Especially upon sensing that Liu Ming's cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of a Tai golden immortal, his excitement turned into trembling anticipation. Yet he coldly declared, "You little willow spirit have truly exhausted your life, daring to trespass on my territory to steal spiritual fruits. You truly do not know the meaning of death." Liu Ming pointed to the ancient tree and replied nonchalantly, "This valley bears no innate restrictions. Perhaps it is you who has intruded upon my domain. Surrender all your treasures, and I may grant you mercy, considering the difficulty of your cultivation." The wolf demon was momentarily stunned by Liu Ming's audacious words. "What? I am the one who intends to devour you, yet you dare to rob me?" He had never encountered such disdain since his emergence into the world. A surge of uncontrollable fury welled within him, and he cackled sinisterly. "Hee, I have never seen such an amusing creature in my life, blissfully unaware of your impending doom. Enough of your prattle. Will you fight or not? I am eager for your treasures." Liu Ming, visibly impatient, regarded the wolf demon as prey. Surely, with its perfected Tai golden immortal cultivation, it must possess a few spiritual treasures. Enraged, the wolf demon drew forth a menacingly shaped ghost-headed greatsword, unleashing a fierce, blood-red beam of light that enveloped the entire valley, akin to a blood-red cloud bursting forth in a ghastly display. In an instant, the earth fractured, colossal boulders tumbled, and the ancient tree was cleaved asunder by the chilling intent to kill. The valley trembled as if it could no longer bear the weight of such ferocity. After being repeatedly mocked by a mere willow spirit of inferior cultivation, the wolf demon could no longer contain his wrath. He unleashed his full strength, revealing the might of a perfected Tai golden immortal. In the face of this brutal spectacle, Liu Ming remained unfazed, extending a jade-like palm to meet the surging bloodlight. The wolf demon, witnessing Liu Ming's intention to barehandedly receive his ghost-headed greatsword, was enraged to the point of laughter. "Boy, prepare to die." As the alabaster hand met the ghost-headed greatsword, no cataclysmic sound erupted. The dark red blade could advance no further, as Liu Ming's long fingers gradually closed. A tremendous force surged forth, akin to an oceanic tide. With a sharp crack, the ghost-headed greatsword shattered, clattering to the ground. Silence enveloped the valley, as the overwhelming bloodlight vanished into nothingness. Run! In the mind of the wolf demon, only a singular thought remained. He was utterly unaware that he had stumbled upon an impenetrable iron plate. With merely one hand, it was capable of crushing a postnatal treasure. Such a corporeal form could only be compared to that of the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. At this moment, the demon race had yet to be reorganized by the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi, and in the conflict between the witch and demon clans, the demon race perpetually found itself in a disadvantaged position. Many of his kin had been devoured by the witch clan, leaving him overwhelmed with profound dread. The wolf demon's body swiftly transformed into a streak of crimson light, desperately fleeing westward. The blood-red glow in the sky intensified, stretching out like a gory mist. Driven by the instinct for survival, he did not hesitate to expend his own essence in a frantic attempt to escape from the terrifying willow tree. Chapter 17. A rare treasure emerges? Since he had come this far, why leave? Liu Ming spoke lazily, his voice though soft. seemed to ripple through space and reach the ears of the wolf demon. The wolf demon, who was already in a weakened state from consuming a large amount of his essence, was further terrified, losing all composure. Instinctively, he turned to look back, and to his horror, he beheld a sight that sent shivers down his spine. Behind Liu Ming, ripples of space expanded like waves of water, and a vibrant green divine light pierced through the void, arriving before him at an alarming speed. In the misty haze, the light twisted and turned until, upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a verdant willow branch extending for thousands of miles. It traced a beautiful arc through the air, swiftly ensnaring the wolf demon. In an instant, the wolf demon was paralyzed with fear, crying out, "Spare me, immortal!" With a single wave of Liu Ming's hand, the green willow branch violently flung the wolf demon away, tossing him into the cliffside as one would discard refuse. Liu Ming harbored no shred of compassion for this wolf demon. The primordial world was one where only the strong could survive. Had his cultivation been inferior to that of the wolf demon today, he would have likely become the latter's meal long ago. Boom! Dust billowed into the air, the rock face cracked, revealing several shocking fissures, as blood mixed with soil splattered everywhere. Growing somewhat impatient, Liu Ming willed the willow branch to rise again, seizing the bloodied and battered wolf demon, and shook him violently. Clatter! Various weapons and containers fell to the ground, remnants of the wolf demon's years of plundering the weak. Liu Ming glanced over them and frowned, muttering, "Pauper." The wolf demon, upon hearing this, was left despondent, lamenting that he had only managed to accumulate so many treasures over the years. The most precious postnatal spirit treasure had been obliterated by this boy's bare hands, and now he was being scorned. Observing the wolf demon's expression of anguish, Liu Ming scoffed derisively. "With such a lack of awareness, you dare to play the role of a bandit? Your existence is merely a waste of air." With that, he flicked his finger, and a wisp of spiritual light flickered into being, exuding an icy brilliance. The wolf demon, realizing that the other truly intended to kill him, cried out in terror, "I know of a place where an innate spirit treasure is hidden. Please spare my life." Liu Ming's expression flickered with surprise, and the spiritual light in his grasp dissipated into nothingness. He had to admit that this wolf demon was somewhat clever, clearly aware of what he needed at this moment. "Tell me about this innate spirit treasure." The wolf demon, having been tossed aside by the willow branch, fell to the ground, disregarding the excruciating pain throughout his body, and crawled over to Liu Ming, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, immortal, for sparing my life." Liu Ming's eyes displayed a hint of impatience, as he was about to rebuke him, replying to the immortal, "Some time ago, I passed through a valley where an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, and the spiritual energy within a radius of several thousand miles surged considerably." Liu Ming's expression became intrigued. "Oh, if such a fine treasure exists, why do you not use it yourself?" The wolf demon felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Replying to the immortal, "The treasure in that valley is undoubtedly extraordinary. I have spent years attempting to breach the protective formation surrounding it, yet have made no progress. Therefore, I sought to return to my clan for assistance, only to encounter this calamity." The wolf demon glanced at Liu Ming, the latter's presence causing him to swallow the remaining words. "Who would have thought I would cross paths with this harbinger of doom, even more resembling a bandit than myself? Fear not, immortal. There are no formidable beings in that region, not even a handful of golden immortals. The time is still early, we can still make it there." The wolf demon's eyes darted, plotting something. "Lead the way. Should you dare deceive me, you know the consequences." Liu Ming stated indifferently. If he wished to swiftly cultivate the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, extracting the essence of the spirit treasure was the most efficient means. At his current level, ordinary postnatal spirit treasures were nearing obsolescence. Liu Ming understood well how precious innate spirit treasures were in the present primordial world. There were only about 3,000 of them throughout the entire realm. The vastness of the primordial continent housed countless beings, and most innate spirit treasures still rested within Hongmeng's treasure mountain. As far as he knew, even the ancestor Hongmeng, a deity of innate origin, possessed only one mediocre innate spirit treasure before acquiring the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. Moreover, he could not bear to use the Qian Kuan Cauldron and the Black Gourd for tempering his body. The method to attain quasi-saint status through the severing of the 3 corpses required the use of innate spirit treasures to anchor worldly thoughts, cutting away one's benevolent, malevolent, and self-corpses. Additionally, the Qiankuan cauldron would be of great use in the future for mending the heavens. If Liu Ming acted recklessly, it could lead to a gaping hole in the fabric of existence. Immortal, we are almost there, the wolf demon said, nodding and bowing, displaying a subservient demeanor. Liu Ming, however, wore a smile that was not a smile, as he sensed more than one aura nearby. Though they were well concealed, to someone who mastered the laws of space, they were still inadequate. Did they truly believe he was a benevolent being? Liu Ming silently reflected. Upon entering the valley, the leading wolf demon's gaze suddenly turned sinister, and a palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth. Blood mist erupted from his body as he fully ignited his origin power, transforming into a blood-red arrow that shot towards the distance, leaving a long crimson trail behind. His speed astonished Liu Ming slightly. This wolf demon was evidently willing to exhaust his very essence to escape. Crack! The ground beneath Liu Ming's feet abruptly ruptured as if cleaved by an unparalleled divine blade. A vast expanse of earth rising up to thrust him thousands of feet into the air. From a distance, it appeared as though a grand mountain had erupted from the ground, majestic and imposing. Almost simultaneously, several streaks of light flashed through the void, emanating overwhelming demonic power. Hurtling towards Liu Ming. Liu Ming seized a mass of crimson light, a spear humming in his grasp, radiating an intense aura of bloodlust. Clang! The weapons of the figures before him clashed against a space just inches from Liu Ming, unable to advance any further. Their eyes reflected sheer horror, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to find the space around them frozen, rendering them immobile. An unexpected crisis sent chills down their spines, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Bang! The space trembled, and an enormous force erupted, cascading upon them like a torrential flood. Several figures bore deep indentations in their chests, their blood gushing forth recklessly. Boom! Their bodies collided with a distant peak like meteors, sending dust soaring and rocks crashing down. In a fleeting moment, he witnessed a companion plummet over the cliff, oblivious to their fate. The demon clan warrior, whose spear tip was grasped by Liu Ming, felt his heart sink to the abyss. Liu Ming's palm transformed to a golden hue, emanating a powerful force that crushed the spear aimed at him. Simultaneously, his other golden fist swept through with unstoppable might, resembling a roaring golden river. Bang! The internal organs of the demon warrior were instantly shattered, and his entire being erupted into a mist of blood. Dare to slay my wolf clan warrior? I shall ensure your demise. Below, an elderly man with a cane cast a cold gaze, as if he wished to devour Liu Ming whole. Beside him, the wolf demon who had previously guided Liu Ming, though bloodied and battered, bore an expression of boundless malice. Chapter 18. The physical conquest. Yet, Liu Ming chose to disregard their stares. In a secluded corner of the valley, the ethereal energy of the spirit dispersed, revealing intricate yet faint patterns in the void. Not bad. You have not disappointed me, Liu Ming remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the injured wolf demon. Even aware of the wolf demon's ill intentions, he remained unfazed. For one who mastered the laws of space, even a late-stage Daluo could not threaten his escape. What concerned Liu Ming more was whether there existed innate spiritual treasures in this place. Voices of demon clan warriors echoed through the valley, each displaying a fierce demeanor. Among them were predominantly wolf demons, along with other demon races. Notably, 3 of them exuded an extraordinarily powerful aura, reaching the initial stage of Daluo Jinxian. The wolf demon's expression darkened ominously, as if it could drip water. Clenching his fists, he seethed with rage, yearning to tear Liu Ming apart. Yet, he restrained himself, baring his sharp white teeth in a sinister grin. Do not think you can outwit me, boy. Soon, you shall learn the price of provoking me. Indeed, this valley harbored extraordinary treasures, but they were not discovered by him. Specifically, it was his wolf clan and other surrounding demon clan warriors who had uncovered them. He was a younger brother of the blood wolf ancestor, the strongest of the current wolf clan. Today, he had lured Liu Ming here to have his elder brother deal with him. You insolent brat. You have harmed my brother and slain several of my clan's Tai Jinxian warriors. If you seal your senses, perhaps you may suffer less. The elder beside the wolf demon spoke ominously, his voice grating like metal scraping against metal. The blood wolf ancestor's eyes turned icy, a surging bloodlust enveloping him like an ocean, sweeping toward Liu Ming. The surrounding Tai Jingxian warriors changed their expressions drastically, retreating in haste. An overwhelming pressure erupted, crushing stones into dust along its path, as a torrent surged toward Liu Ming. Liu Ming's expression remained tranquil. Golden light radiated from his pores, his flesh vibrating as if enveloped in a golden divine glow. For ancient and powerful patterns were imprinted upon his body, with a fifth one flickering. As if the world could shatter, yet he remained undying. A similarly terrifying force erupted from his flesh and bones, shattering the pressure emitted by the Daluo Jingxian. The residual force surged like waves towards the blood wolf ancestor, who, taken aback, staggered backward several paces. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were struck with horror, their hearts wavering. The distinction between Daluo Jingxian and Tai Jingxian was akin to a chasm, unfathomable by ordinary standards. In a typical confrontation, one would expect the boy to kneel and tremble under the blood wolf ancestor's pressure. How could it be that the blood wolf ancestor was the one forced back? Could it be that this old fellow's vitality had waned, falling below the Daluo realm? Many creatures pondered. Meanwhile, the blood wolf ancestor's younger brother stared in disbelief. He knew Liu Ming was formidable, but never anticipated such strength, capable of withstanding even his elder brother's direct assault. The gazes of those around him made the blood wolf ancestor's face burn with shame. He must be the first Daluo to be repelled by a Tai Jingxian in the entirety of the wilderness. Roar! The blood wolf ancestor unleashed a thunderous roar, with sound waves rolling forth, filled with murderous intent and pressure that enveloped the surrounding miles. Crimson light erupted, and his hand transformed into the size of a mountain, casting a shadow over the valley as it descended upon Liu Ming. All present felt a chill, their bodies trembling under the overwhelming force. Their previous doubts about the blood wolf ancestor dissipating. They now regarded Liu Ming with pity, knowing that provoking a Daluo Jingxian was likely to spell disaster for him. Yet Liu Ming stood undeterred, his figure becoming a streak of light soaring into the sky, directly wielding his golden fist as if it were a divine hammer from the heavens. He struck fiercely at the blood-red wolf claw, and with a resounding, thunderous crash, the ground beneath was violently sunk. The earth trembled, and a pained roar echoed out. The crowd turned to the source of the noise, eyes widening in shock. The blood wolf ancestor was violently thrown back, his arm mangled and exposing ghastly white bones. The two Daluo Jingxian warriors accompanying him instantly paled, their expressions shifting from disdain to grave seriousness. Though the blood wolf ancestor's strength was slightly inferior to theirs, he was still a genuine Daluo Jingxian, capable of commanding respect in the wilderness. Yet this young man, clearly only a mid-stage Tai Jingxian, possessed a physique stronger than that of ordinary great witches, akin to a furnace of heaven and earth. Let's strike together and eliminate this boy. The two Daluo Jingxian warriors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fierce intent. Initially cautious of each other, the emergence of Liu Ming as an unexpected variable prompted them to act, lest it jeopardize their claim to the innate spiritual treasure. The blood wolf ancestor's eyes glowed crimson, disregarding his injuries, as he and the other two initial-stage Daluo Jingxians erupted with astonishing might. Their magical power surged like a vast ocean, distorting the very fabric of space as they pressed towards Liu Ming. The onlooking cultivators changed expressions drastically, desperately channeling their magical energy to flee, eager to escape this den of strife. The overwhelming tide surged forth, crushing the weaker demon warriors into a bloody mist, forcing them towards Liu Ming. The stench of blood permeated the air, painting a scene of brutality. The three Daluo Jingxians remained unfazed, viewing the horde of demon warriors below as nothing more than mere ants. Yet, as they charged towards Liu Ming, his eyes shone with a fierce battle spirit, devoid of any fear. Since his arrival in the primordial chaos, he had yet to unleash his full power, and now he would use these beings as his experimental subjects. With a firm stomp, Liu Ming created a massive fissure in the void, dark as ink, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. In a flash, he plunged into the pitch-black chasm, The surge of magical energy erupted from his former location, producing a series of thunderous booms as if the very fabric of space was on the verge of collapse. Once the violent energy fluctuations subsided, the three great Luo golden immortals felt their pupils constrict. They were utterly unable to sense Liu Ming's presence. Chapter 19. Battle with the great Luo golden immortals. The expressions of the three great Luo golden immortals transformed into one of profound astonishment. To traverse the void with mere golden immortal cultivation was beyond their imagination. Even their current levels of cultivation could not achieve such a feat. Otherwise, they would have attended the teachings in the Zhixiao Palace during Hongjuan's discourse. They would not have been unaware of Liu Ming. Among the myriad guests in the Zhixiao and the mortal realm, even those more powerful than Liu Ming rarely showed such disrespect. The foremost disciple of the three pure ones had once received the grace of a Tao ancestor, and there was none other like him in the entire primordial chaos. A faint sound of shattering echoed from the nearby void, and the dark fissure flickered ominously. Liu Ming appeared behind the blood wolf ancestor with a golden fist surging forth, its radiant golden light slashing down like a heavenly blade. The overwhelming force descended like a mountain, injuring the blood wolf ancestor, who coughed up a mouthful of blood. The immense power shattered his spine, and the two companions beside him were taken aback, instinctively unleashing a torrent of magical energy to strike at Liu Ming. They had not even noticed when Liu Ming had appeared behind them. Had Liu Ming chosen to ambush them instead, they would likely have met the same fate as the blood wolf ancestor. The remaining two great Luo golden immortals experienced a sudden chill in their hearts. Yet, Liu Ming's gaze remained cold and imposing. He did not flinch or retreat, for ancient golden patterns ignited upon his body, shining with unparalleled brilliance. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosive sounds reverberated through the space. Liu Ming unleashed his full strength, delivering 9 consecutive punches, each golden fist crashing down like a miniature world, causing the blood wolf ancestor to spew forth blood with each blow. By the 6th punch, the blood wolf ancestor was reduced to a cloud of blood mist, a torrential rain of crimson spraying forth, gruesome and savage. The last 3 punches rained down into the void, causing the space to tear with fissures as thin as hair. Below, the blood wolf ancestor's younger brother turned pale with fright, collapsing onto the ground, muttering to himself, "Impossible. Impossible." How could his invincible brother be reduced to nothing by a mere junior golden immortal? 2 torrents of magical energy struck Liu Ming's body, yet no blood emerged. Instead, a sound akin to metal colliding resonated. What was this fellow's body made of? Liu Ming was pushed back several steps, his clothing slightly tattered. However, his aura showed no signs of disorder. On the contrary, it surged like a tide, breaking through certain constraints, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy for miles around. Liu Ming's momentum escalated at a terrifying speed, spreading a wild and fearsome presence, subtly rivaling the other 2 great Luo golden immortals. Late-stage golden immortal. Feeling the surge of spiritual power within him multiply several times, Liu Ming beamed at the 2 remaining great Luo golden immortals. He possessed the Dao Yanju, with magical power far surpassing that of his peers. Although he had just broken through to the late stage of golden immortal, he was already capable of exceeding the ordinary early-stage great Luo golden immortals. This smile instilled boundless dread in the hearts of the 2 great Luo golden immortals, quickly followed by a surge of intense anger. They were great Luo golden immortals, and yet they felt fear before a mere golden immortal. If this news spread throughout the primordial chaos, they would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of countless beings. Suddenly, a dark figure moved, gliding backward like a ghost. He extended a gnarled and withered finger, forming a seal, as black mist swirled around him, coalescing into 6 ferocious beast heads that howled as they lunged at Liu Ming. Wolves, eagles, tigers, leopards, bears, and snakes. The dark red, demonic energy surged, capable of momentarily disorienting even some newly ascended great Luo golden immortals. Liu Ming's expression remained tranquil as he waved his hand. A blue lightning talisman flickered in his palm, suffused with profound Tao rhythms, appearing exceedingly mystical. A point of azure light surged from his palm, and the arcane Tao rhythm expanded, directly merging with the heavens above. Boom! From the sky, a cataclysmic power began to coalesce, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the realms. Several bolts of thunder, thick as barrels, crashed down from the heavens, akin to a flood breaking its dam, ruthlessly striking those 6 ferocious beast figures. The violent, thunderous force rampaged forth, silver arcs dancing, completely evaporating the overwhelming, bloodthirsty energy. As the dark clouds above showed no sign of dissipating, Liu Ming gripped tightly once more, summoning several strands of pure yang divine thunder, striking down towards the shadow. The shadow, sensing this, was instantly filled with dread. It was an embodiment of malevolent energy, most fearful of the yang and firm powers of thunder. The sky filled with dark mist exploded, revealing its true form. A monstrous bird with a sharp beak, talons, and wings that obscured the sky. It was a Gujiao. Upon revealing its true form, the Gujiao hesitated no longer, riding the rainbow light, and swiftly fled into the distance. As for the innate spiritual treasures in the valley, one must have the life to claim them. Not so fast. Liu Ming scoffed, unleashing a series of devastating strikes as the pure yang divine thunder descended. Crack! The Gujiao was instantly charred and mangled, a strong scent of burnt flesh wafting through the air as it plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily and raising a cloud of dust. Just as Liu Ming moved to pursue and finish off the Gujiao, a chilling intent surged forth. The last great Luo, golden immortal, clad in bronze armor, his gaze icy and intimidating, gripped a blood-red spear tightly, piercing towards Liu Ming's back like a celestial dragon. Silent and stealthy, a chill ran down Liu Ming's spine as he rapidly mobilized his mind. A black gourd leapt from his brow, unleashing countless streams of dark energy, and the surrounding void was suddenly shrouded in darkness. The bronze-armored great Luo, golden immortal, found himself momentarily immobilized, as if ensnared in a quagmire, his speed dramatically reduced. The spear tip, glimmering with cold light, halted within a foot of Liu Ming, unable to advance even a fraction. Liu Ming extended his slender hand, seizing the spear before the great Luo could react. Splash! A beautiful bloom of blood splattered forth as the last great Luo, golden immortal fell from the sky, collapsing countless mountains. Liu Ming felt a slight relief in his heart as he gazed at the black gourd above, his eyes reflecting a semblance of gratitude. This black gourd possessed abilities akin to his hollow willow tree, both capable of manipulating space. Although the black gourd's spatial control was not as refined as a fully matured hollow willow tree, it could still influence the river of time, slowing down its flow. It was precisely for this reason that the earlier assassin had suddenly halted. Such a divine artifact felt as though it were custom-made for him. Liu Ming descended, leaping across countless mountains, leaving a series of afterimages in the void. He approached the Gujiao, who was instantly paralyzed with fear. The Gujiao begged for mercy, crying out, "Spare me, O Celestial! I am but a servant of the great King Ing Zhao. For his sake, please grant me my life." Ing Zhao? Liu Ming furrowed his brow slightly. According to his memories from his past life, Ing Zhao would eventually become one of the 10 great demon gods of the Demon Clan Celestial Court, second only to Dijun, Tai Yi, the Demon Master Huanpeng, and Fu Shi. At present, Dijun and Tai Yi had yet to establish the Demon Court, and the future 10 demon gods were still in a phase of individual governance. It seemed that this Gujiao was indeed a subordinate of Ing Zhao. Seeing Liu Ming's hesitation, the Gujiao assumed that the mention of Ing Zhao had intimidated him, and thus felt a surge of hope. Ing Zhao was a pinnacle figure among the mid-stage De Luo Jinxian, residing in the southern continent, and even the Phoenix clan had to show him some regard. The Gujiao, filled with resentment, swore silently. "Once I escape this tribulation, I shall inform Lord Ing Zhao of today's events to avenge myself." Chapter 20. The Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag. Just as the Gujiao was secretly plotting his revenge, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest, followed by a sharp pain surging through his consciousness. Why? The Gujiao looked at Liu Ming in disbelief, and as he sensed the waning strength within him, his expression twisted into one of rage. "You will pay for this. Lord Ing Zhao will avenge me. We shall meet again." Liu Ming remained unfazed, releasing his finger, causing the crimson spear to tremble violently. The Gujiao's body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Liu Ming curled his lip, coldly sneering, "Threatening me? You must have mistaken your target." Not only will I not sparing Zhao, but I would slay even the subordinates of Dong Huang Tai Yi without hesitation. Liu Ming's aura felt somewhat unstable. Even though the spiritual power cultivated through the Tao, Yanju, was far more substantial than that of his peers. The act of slaying 3 De Luo Jingxian still took a considerable toll on him. After a brief period of meditation, he rifled through the remains of the Gu Jiao and other monsters, discovering 3 high-grade post-heaven spiritual treasures and a spear that had just reached the status of a pre-heaven spiritual treasure. He turned his gaze towards a distant corner, where a brilliant light burst forth and a misty aura billowed, clearly indicating the presence of a pre-heaven spiritual treasure. Previously, during his battle with the 3 De Luo Jingxian, the surrounding area had been devastated, with countless mountains shattered into dust. The residual shockwaves had claimed the lives of many Tai Yi Jingxian, including the brother of the Blood Wolf ancestor. Only the area housing the pre-heaven spiritual treasure remained untouched, carefully controlled by them. Liu Ming stepped forward, traversing the void in an instant, arriving at the cave's entrance, where he found himself enveloped in a layer of mist obscuring his vision. Sensing the peculiarities of the cave's pre-heaven formation, even he was taken aback. This formation originally contained 39 prohibitions, and the pre-heaven spiritual treasure within was likely of a very high grade. Typically, the protective formations for pre-heaven spiritual treasures or roots would dissolve at the moment of their emergence. Just as the pre-heaven gourd vine of Buzhou Mountain drew upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it was detected in advance by the 3 pure ones in Yuhua. Only with profound mastery of formation techniques could one dismantle it effortlessly. Otherwise, extracting it prematurely would require significant effort. Presumably, the same was true for the pre-heaven spiritual treasure within, which the Blood Wolf ancestor and Gu Jiao had discovered before its emergence. The 3 De Luo Jingxian had combined their efforts, expending considerable time and energy to weaken the already diminished pre-heaven formation. Truly, they were a group of treasure-hunting fools. Liu Ming thought to himself in silent admiration. His eyes narrowed as he swiftly unleashed several radiant sword energies, causing sparks to fly and the sound of metal clashing to resonate. Cracks appeared upon the surface of the pre-heaven formation. Failing on the first attempt, Liu Ming gathered his strength, cycling through several great rounds of the Dao Yanju, his magical power surging to its zenith. A mighty golden fist of energy, like a vast river, surged forth and struck the precarious pre-heaven formation. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the formation crumbled in response. With the protective formation dismantled, the interior of the cave gradually came into focus. It was an abyss of darkness, seemingly capable of devouring all, accompanied by a chilling tide-like sensation emanating from within. The cave appeared to exist as a separate small world, vast and extraordinary. Liu Ming advanced slowly, unaware of how long he had walked before he finally paused, a smile gracing his lips. At the deepest point of the passage stood a black flag approximately 7 feet high, its surface inscribed with flowing water patterns, exuding an enigmatic aura, echoing with the sound of tumultuous waves. Could this be the legendary Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag, one of the pre-heaven 5 elemental flags? Upon seeing the intricate patterns on the flag, Liu Ming's eyes brimmed with astonishment as he immediately deduced its identity. The pre-heaven 5 elemental flags were said to have been formed from the leaves of the 36 varieties of chaotic azure lotus after Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. Classified as top-tier pre-heaven spiritual treasures. When employed, they obscure the heavenly mechanism, enshroud the universe, provide unmatched defense, repel all evils, and resist all laws. Liu Ming hurried forward and grasped the black flag, which trembled violently in his hand, its surface glowing with dark radiance as it attempted to escape his grasp. Could a mere object resist him? Liu Ming's expression darkened slightly as divine light erupted from his palm. He summoned the full force of the 9 turns profound art, forcibly subduing the black radiance emanating from the Xian Yuan water controlling flag. Simultaneously, with a thought, a beam of black light shot from the top of his head, transforming into a shadowy black gourd. The gourd radiated with spiritual brilliance, ripples swiftly expanding outward, enveloping the entire small world in a shroud of dark light, as if freezing the very fabric of time and space. As the supreme laws of space and time intertwined, the flag's tremors gradually calmed. Liu Ming made a decisive move, unleashing a series of intricate spells with his fingers, integrating them into the surface of the northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag. Concurrently, he altered his hand seals, forming ripples of space that coalesced into a square barrier. This barrier separated the exterior world, slowing the internal flow of time by several folds. Having completed these tasks, Liu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief and began the process of refining the northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag. This flag, indeed a transformation of the leaves of the creation azure lotus, contained 44 prohibitions. However, refining the prohibitions within a treasure was no simple feat. It demanded an immense investment of time and energy. Moreover, with each prohibition successfully refined, the treasure's potential grew exponentially. The black gourd in his possession had only refined 15 prohibitions, yet wielded such power. In contrast, his Qinquanding had only managed to refine 10 prohibitions, barely functional. The completion of these endeavors took him a full 200 years, all accomplished with the aid of the temporal laws from the creation jade disk. Time in the primordial realm is unmeasured, and 300 years drifted by. Liu Ming slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining deep within them. 3 luminous orbs circled around him like stars surrounding the moon, emitting an enigmatic hum akin to the resonance of the Tao. While the majestic waves of magical energy rippled outward, the radiance of the temporal barrier gradually diminished, ultimately fading away. Outside, 3 centuries had passed. Yet within the confines of the temporal barrier, Liu Ming had experienced over 1,000 years. During this time, he had refined the Qian Kuanding and the Black Gourd to 20 seals, while the northern Xianyuan water controlling banner had been refined to 10 seals. His internal spiritual energy had reached a near-perfect state, with the 5 energies within him harmoniously converging, achieving the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. Even more exhilarating for Liu Ming was the fact that throughout these years, he had signed in at this location and acquired a formation known as the innate 5 directions Great Array. According to the information provided by the system, if this formation could be perfectly arranged, it would once again give rise to the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, reverting to the primordial chaos, with power surpassing even the sword array of the celestial teacher. However, the prerequisite for setting up this formation was that the arranger's cultivation must reach the saint level. In addition to gathering the other 4 banners, Liu Ming was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged, adjusting himself to the most optimal state, for he sensed that the opportunity to break through to the Deluo golden immortal realm was approaching. At this moment, centered around the mountain peak where Liu Ming resided, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100,000 miles surged violently, coalescing into a milky white mist that gathered above him, flowing into his body. Gradually, the area enveloped by the spiritual mist expanded, forming a magnificent vortex of spiritual energy atop the mountain, a funnel-shaped whirlpool connecting the sky and the peak. Liu Ming's eyelids twitched as he formed hand seals, an aura of profound mystery enveloping him. Suddenly, it was as if some form of confinement had been shattered, and the vortex of spiritual power above poured into Liu Ming like a divine blessing. Simultaneously, the heavenly light above grew dim and sparse, replaced by an ominous wave of destruction. The sky within 1,000,000 miles roiled with boundless dark clouds, countless bolts of lightning crisscrossing like black dragons, as streams of destructive lightning surged and danced with abandon. It seemed as though heaven itself was about to unleash divine retribution. In the midst of this lightless, hollow silence, under the influence of this destructive aura, all feeble beings could only prostrate themselves in fear. In the face of such overwhelming calamity, even ordinary Tai golden immortals found it impossible to muster any semblance of resistance. Mighty beings within tens of millions of miles sensed the disturbance and involuntarily gazed in Liu Ming's direction. The wandering Hongmeng ancestor took a swig from his gourd and looked towards the horizon. He murmured to himself, 3 calamities? In just a few hundred years. My friend Liu Ming has remarkably broken through again. How terrifying. The primordial chaos is timeless. The Deluo golden immortal has long transcended the river of time, with millennia merely passing like fleeting clouds for a primordial deity such as Hongmeng ancestor. Just a few hundred years had passed since he last saw the young man who had just attained the Tai golden immortal status in the Zhixiao Palace. And now he was on the verge of achieving the Luo fruit position. This revelation left Hongmeng ancestor, who had cultivated through countless epochs and remained at the Luo golden immortal level, utterly astonished. After contemplating briefly, he broke into a hearty smile, causing the Jiujiu Sanhun gourd to rapidly enlarge and hover in midair. As Hongmeng ancestor leapt onto it, the gourd radiated a crimson Tao pattern, transforming into a long rainbow that soared towards the direction of Liu Ming's tribulation. At Kunlun Mountain, which soared into the clouds, a brilliant azure light flickered, and ethereal cranes could be seen soaring amidst the multicolored rays of dawn. In the Sanqing Hall, the three primordial beings, Yuqing, Shanqing, and Taqing, felt a stirring in their hearts and simultaneously opened their eyes. Their gazes blazed with divine light, and the symbols of the Tao flowed within their sight as they looked towards the boundless void. Exchanging glances, they each discerned the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Soon, a hint of contentment graced their lips, and they settled into meditative postures, disregarding everything else. They believed that with Liu Ming's extraordinary talent and strength, the Luo golden immortal realm was merely a stepping stone. In the southern continent of the primordial chaos, several 100,000 miles away from where Liu Ming faced his tribulation, a figure exuding a formidable and ominous aura gazed into the void and spoke indifferently. That is where the Gu Jiao's divine consciousness last vanished. Is he about to face the three calamities? Did the Gu Jiao perish at his hands? Beside him, a gray-robed elder hastily approached and replied, "My lord, perhaps this fellow ambushed the Gu Jiao demon general. Regardless, the Gu Jiao is under my command, and it is not for outsiders to kill at will." The elder's words drew a cold snort from Ying Zhao, enveloping the area within thousands of miles in an oppressive chill. The gray-robed elder broke out in a cold sweat. Subsequently, Ying Zhao transformed into a divine rainbow, causing a thunderous roar as he sped towards Liu Ming's location. Above, the dark thunderclouds began to turn crimson at their roots, and boundless lightning morphed into searing flames, the terrifying might of the heavens locking onto Liu Ming's position. Liu Ming gazed at the calamity clouds above, his expression growing grave. The three calamities were ordained by the Tao, and countless cultivators across the primordial chaos had perished in this divine trial. Any Tai golden immortal wishing to attain the Luo fruit position must endure these three calamities. As the 9 transformations mystical art flowed through him, for golden lines spiraled around Liu Ming's body, and his immense blood energy surged like mercury, soaring towards the heavens. At that moment, a searing flame, thousands of feet high, descended from the sky, hurtling towards Liu Ming. The instant the flames touched the ground, they erupted into a sea of fire, the intense heat causing the surrounding moisture to evaporate entirely, rendering the air a brilliant crimson. Faced with this terrifying scene, Liu Ming offered no resistance, allowing the flames to engulf him completely, a sensation of scorching numbness flooding his mind. The intense pain felt as if it were tearing apart every inch of his flesh, with his cells continuously ripping and reconstituting under this overwhelming celestial might. Liu Ming grimaced, gasping for breath, even his 9 transformations' golden body showing signs of dimness, with faint charred marks becoming visible. Yet, amid all this, Liu Ming's face bore no trace of panic. The temperature of the world gradually diminished, and as the crimson flames approached his body, they began to burn ever more slowly, as though being devoured by his very flesh. Time passed, and suddenly Liu Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance. His muscles, bones, and bloodlines resonated in unison, unleashing a wave of golden ripples that abruptly radiated from his body. A tremendous whirlwind arose, sweeping through the universe and extinguishing the remaining flames. Simultaneously, as Liu Ming commenced his tribulation against the fire, Hongmeng ancestor had also arrived nearby. He witnessed the entire process of Liu Ming overcoming the fire calamity, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The scale of this calamity cloud far surpassed that which he had faced when he first entered the Luo realm. He had assumed Liu Ming would invoke the Qian Kuan Ding bestowed by the Tao ancestor in the Zhixiao Palace. Yet unexpectedly, Liu Ming chose to endure the fire calamity to temper his flesh. And he succeeded. The mixture of emotions within Hongmeng was profound. Although he was the first to attain enlightenment as the Red Cloud in the primordial chaos and a primordial deity, he too had faced severe trials from the fire calamity in his own time, even when he had exerted his utmost effort. The events that unfolded compelled the inherently proud Hongmeng to acknowledge, deep down, that Liu Ming's innate talent far exceeded his own. Gazing upon the injured flesh, Hongmeng's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. The once flawless skin, akin to jade, now bore fine cracks from which dark red lava flowed, rendering Liu Ming's body akin to a fragile porcelain figure on the verge of shattering. The heavens trembled as dark clouds enveloped the sky once more, and a bone-chilling cold swept across the land, erasing the previous heat that lingered. Endless droplets of water emerged, accompanied by a booming sound from the void, as though it could no longer bear such a heavy existence. The nine heavens' weak water, the torrential flow cascaded down, vast and overwhelming, as if intent on swallowing everything whole. The mountains and earth silently dissolved into dust. A grave expression settled on Hongmeng's face, his consciousness narrowing its focus, while the Jiuzhou Sanhan gourd floated above him, filled with trepidation at the dark waters above. The density of the nine heavens' weak water was exceedingly high and extraordinarily heavy. Even if it were to be pressed upon it a luo, it would inflict severe injuries. The deluge had summoned the nine heavens' weak water. One could only wonder how Liu Ming would confront this calamity, just as Hongmeng contemplated the impending disaster brewing in the sky. His gaze swept over the meditating Liu Ming below, his pupils instantly narrowing to pinpricks. The latter's expression remained serene and tranquil, devoid of any magical fluctuations. Was he truly intending to withstand the nine heavens' weak water with his physical form? Chapter 22. The three calamities temper the flesh. The nine heavens' weak water enveloped a vast region, washing over the land, reducing countless mountain ranges to mere dust. In a single undulation of the black waves, it swiftly approached Liu Ming, who sat cross-legged, the immense pressure carving blood streaks into his flesh, rendering him a pitiful sight. More perilously, the bone-corroding water penetrated his skin without obstruction, slicing through his meridians and blood vessels like a knife. Liu Ming's body erupted in bursts of blood mist, revealing glimpses of his stark white bones. Fortunately, his physical regeneration was remarkably robust. As golden light surged, his vascular structure rapidly reformed and reverted to its original state. The cycle of flesh being torn apart and reborn was undeniably excruciating. Liu Ming even contemplated invoking the recently refined Northern Xian Yuan water control banner, but ultimately refrained. His ambitions were grand. Through this heavenly tribulation, he sought not only to attain the Luo fruit position, but also to cultivate the nine transformations' profound art to its fifth transformation, achieving an invincible state in the true sense of the Luo. As the nine heavens' weak water gradually subsided, Liu Ming's form was already marred with wounds and blood. A faint golden halo flickered around him, with half of his body continuously repairing and reorganizing, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace. At that moment, two figures radiating immense demonic power arrived, riding upon rays of light. It was Ying Zhao and the gray-clad old servant. They had come to witness Liu Ming's tribulation, but refrained from intervening, wary of the nine heavens' weak water above. The gray-clad elder, reveling in misfortune, remarked at this rate, he will likely be unable to withstand the impending wind calamity. He was a gray-scaled dragon who had attained enlightenment, yet his bloodline was tainted, preventing him from progressing beyond the early stages of the Luo Golden Immortal. Witnessing a younger, more vigorous junior on the verge of achieving the Luo fruit position naturally ignited his jealousy. Observing Liu Ming faltering beneath the nine heavens' weak water, he could not help but taunt him. Ying Zhao, upon hearing this, also revealed a smirk of derision. If this child had summoned his spiritual treasure from the outset, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Truly youthful and reckless. Nearby, Hongmeng also noted the presence of these uninvited guests, his brow furrowing. He had once owed a favor to the Sanqing on the Unzao mountain and found Liu Ming quite agreeable. Thus he had come to protect him. However, Hongmeng was unaware of the enmity between Liu Ming and Ying Zhao, and being known for his amiable nature, he hesitated to dismiss them. He could only remain vigilant, awaiting Liu Ming's safe passage through the three calamities. Yet in this state, Even Hongmeng felt a cold sweat breaking out for him. The tribulations of water and fire imposed upon Liu Ming by the heavenly Tao were far more terrifying than Hongmeng had anticipated. The wind calamity, the strongest among the three, would pose an even greater threat. Had Liu Ming been in good condition, relying on the innate power of his spiritual treasures, he would still have a fighting chance. But now, his energy was depleted, his body injured, and he likely could not even muster his magical powers. In the void, the winds began to howl violently, with whirlwinds spiraling up the crushed sand and stones from the nine heavens' weak water, transforming into deep purple and ultimately into a blood-red hue. The blood-red gale exuded an unparalleled sharpness, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space, carving deep scars into the earth that stretched for countless miles. The blood-fiend gale, Hongmeng exclaimed in horror, a profound wariness flashing in his eyes. He then glanced at the waning Liu Ming and sighed despondently. The blood-fiend gale was said to have destroyed countless prodigies' paths, tainted by malevolent energy. Even a Luo golden immortal would hesitate to touch it. By nature benevolent and charitable, known for his amiable disposition, Hongmeng had a vested interest in Liu Ming. Before the appearance of the blood-fiend thunder, he harbored a flicker of trust and anticipation for Liu Ming, hoping the latter would perform a miraculous feat. Yet now, that hope was rapidly dwindling to nothing. Ying Zhao and the gray-robed elder's eyes were filled with mockery, their gaze toward Liu Ming akin to that of a corpse. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, the boy undergoing tribulation was, after all, the culprit behind the death of the Gujiao. The instincts and keen senses of the demon clan were exceptionally sharp. Ying Zhao could detect the lingering scent of Gujiao's blood on Liu Ming, a residue of extreme resentment that could not be hidden. This implied that even if Liu Ming did not perish under the three calamities, a confrontation between them was inevitable. With a sudden whoosh, the wind calamity descended silently. The sound of shattering flesh echoed, the razor winds piercing through blood and meat, blood gushing forth as Liu Ming's once-repaired body was torn apart once more. This time, even the recovery capabilities of the nine transformations' golden body could not keep pace. The gale rampaged, each gust slicing through flesh like a knife, subjecting Liu Ming to torturous suffering akin to being flayed alive. Just a little more, just a bit more. Yet he gritted his teeth, activating the nine transformations' golden body, drawing the strands of dark red blood energy within the wind blades into his own body. The previous fire and water calamities, though causing his flesh to shatter, also allowed a peculiar force to seep into his being. That force was extraordinarily mystical, containing an irresistible oppressive power, a manifestation of heavenly might. The three calamities were, in essence, a test from the heavenly Tao for cultivators, infused with the pressure of heaven and earth, subtly advancing Liu Ming's flesh, bones, and meridians. If he could seize this opportunity, his fifth transformation of the nine transformations' profound art could be successfully completed, allowing him to become a true Luo golden immortal, unmatched in the world. Time passed second by second, yet the dire situation anticipated by Ying Zhao and the others failed to materialize. They, being the Luo golden immortals themselves, quickly sensed something amiss. Why had this child not perished yet? Hongmeng's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in surprise. The wind calamity has tormented him for so long. It should not be possible. At last, Ying Zhao and the gray-robed elder exchanged glances, a ruthless glint flashing in their eyes. Two fierce gray lights sliced through the air like swift ribbons, aimed directly at Liu Ming's neck, reverberating with a thunderous roar. The expression of the red cloud ancestor shifted dramatically as the 9-9 scattering soul gourd soared into the sky, unfurling a cascade of crimson silk that enveloped the surroundings. The crimson veil cascaded down like a celestial curtain, blocking the deadly gray light that crashed against it, creating ripples that swiftly mended as if nothing had transpired. Ying Zhao glared at Red Cloud with a face so dark it seemed as if it could weep. What is the meaning of this, fellow Taoist Red Cloud? He questioned. Red Cloud, however, merely smiled faintly in response. Brother Ying Zhao, to strike at this young friend while he undergoes his tribulation is truly a heartless act. The well-known, kind-hearted figure of the wilderness uttered these words, causing a flicker of anger to cross Ying Zhao's face. He pointed towards Liu Ming, concealed behind the crimson veil, and spoke with a heavy tone. This child has slain my general, Is it not wicked to seek revenge? Red Cloud chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage in further debate. At that moment, Liu Ming, whose previously withered body began to emanate a primal essence of life, surged forth with an overwhelming force, imbued with a pressure that caused the souls of all present to tremble. The sound resonated as if infused with the weight of heavenly principles, leaving the three great Luo present, including Red Cloud, momentarily disoriented. Simultaneously, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Liu Ming gradually rose, his aura becoming increasingly profound and unrefined, as if he were merging with the very fabric of the universe. Above him, auspicious clouds gathered, and three golden flowers swayed gracefully, merging the five energies within him into one. The three flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity blossomed. One flower signified the establishment of a great Luo golden immortal. Two flowers indicated the mid-stage of the great Luo, while three flowers fully bloomed represented the late stage of the great Luo. A golden flower slowly unfurled above Liu Ming's head, and at once, the sounds of the Tao reverberated, auspicious clouds gathered, and rays of dawn illuminated the sky. Red Cloud Ancestor smiled gently and stepped aside as the crimson veil dissipated on its own. Ying Zhao cast a wary glance at Red Cloud, but refrained from making any further moves. Red Cloud, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "I have come merely to settle a cause and effect. The grievances between you shall no longer concern me." Ying Zhao scoffed coldly, his gaze towards Liu Ming betraying a blatant intent to kill. Earlier, when Liu Ming's physical body had broken through, the residual force was blocked by the 9-9 scattering soul gourd, leaving him unaware of the true threat. Now, Liu Ming had only just achieved a breakthrough to Great Luo, and in Ying Zhao's eyes, he was still an easy target. "You, the one who killed my general, dare to remain here and undergo your tribulation? You are the first." Upon hearing these words, Red Cloud Ancestor regarded Ying Zhao as if he were a fool, his eyes filled with pity. This fool had been a mountain king for so long without venturing out, yet he had stumbled upon Liu Ming, a formidable force, and remained oblivious to the danger. If Ying Zhao were to harm Liu Ming, given the protective nature of the three pure ones, the entire demon race would surely face calamity. Liu Ming shrugged indifferently, stating, "What if I did kill him? What if I didn't? Even if I remain here, what can you do about it?" He was also scrutinizing Ying Zhao, a creature with a horse's body and a human face, adorned with tiger stripes and bird wings. The aura radiating from him suggested he was at the peak of the mid-stage Great Luo, nearing the late stage. The gray-clad elder beside, Ying Zhao possessed a cultivation level on par with that of the general. Such a lineup posed no threat to him. What a bold child indeed. Ying Zhao's brows knitted together, anger simmering just beneath the surface. With a flick of his left hand, a heavy ruler engulfed in black flames appeared, warping the space around it with its terrifying heat. The ruler emanated an overwhelming ferocity, clearly a formidable innate spiritual treasure. Liu Ming's gaze sharpened, fixated on the heavy ruler in Ying Zhao's grasp, his eyes alight with fervor. A mid-grade innate spiritual treasure? If you were to hand it over, I might spare your life. Ying Zhao's fury ignited instantly upon hearing Liu Ming's audacious proposition. As his demonic power surged forth, the heavy ruler sweeping towards Liu Ming's crown. The black ruler transformed into a shadowy torrent, resembling a primal beast seeking to devour its prey, radiating an overwhelming ferocity. Liu Ming's palm glowed with verdant light, the space around him rippling as layers of spatial laws unfolded, instantly severing the black flames of the ruler. The sound of shattering glass rang out, the black flames bursting forth in all directions, forcing Ying Zhao to retreat thousands of yards. A long, narrow wound appeared on his shoulder, the laws of space swirling within. Even the formidable regeneration of the demon race unable to mend it swiftly. In their first clash, he had been injured by one of lesser cultivation. Ying Zhao's expression twisted into a grimace, and with a ferocious roar, he unleashed a relentless assault targeting Liu Ming's vital points. The heavy ruler struck like a tidal wave, each blow overwhelming, with surging power that reduced towering mountains to dust. Liu Ming, too, summoned his profound power, channeling the laws of space. His verdant light swirling as he countered Ying Zhao's relentless assault. Their confrontation was fierce and tumultuous, boundless energies clashing in a dazzling display, stirring the heavens and earth. shaking the very foundations of the ground, while dark clouds overhead were directly shattered and countless rivers and mountains were ravaged by the aftermath. They swiftly traversed vast distances, their forms shifting with remarkable agility. As Ing Zhao fought, his heart sank deeper. He was a peak mid-stage Great Luo, just a step away from fully blooming into the late stage. Yet, amidst the battle, he found Liu Ming's power extraordinarily profound, completely unlike someone who had just broken through to the Great Luo. Liu Ming's physical form was terrifying. Even among the many strong he had encountered, none could suppress him. Even the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan could only be compared to him. This realization nearly led Ing Zhao to a disastrous mistake, forcing him to temper his previously bold assault. Just then, the gray-clad elder intervened, revealing his true form, a dragon thousands of yards long that overshadowed the heavens. A force beyond comprehension. With a resounding dragon roar, the waters of the 9 heavens surged backward, cascading like countless waterfalls, creating monstrous waves. The black tides surged towards Liu Ming with tremendous force, the water infused with a substance capable of dissolving even bone and blood. Witnessing this, Ing Zhao smirked, a sinister plan taking shape in his mind. Unable to subdue Liu Ming, he and the Gray Dragon had secretly communicated, luring Liu Ming to this area, intending to use the corrosive bone water to dissolve him into a pool of blood. Though this bone-corrosive water lacked the world-destroying capabilities of the 9 heavens weak water, it was even more insidious. To step into it recklessly could spell doom, even for a Great Luo. A surge of black light erupted from his brow, a pitch-black banner shooting skyward, swelling in the wind, inscribed with grand symbols. Red Cloud Ancestor, who had been observing the battle, was struck with shock upon seeing the patterns on the black banner. The innate 5 directions flag. As the symbols accumulated, the black waves surged towards Liu Ming, parting a 10-zhong radius around him as if cleaved by a knife. Liu Ming summoned the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag with his consciousness, causing the dispersed seawater to instantly converge behind him. The sound of crashing waves echoed throughout the heavens. Go! With a gentle wave of his arm, a black torrent surged forth with an even more terrifying force than before, crashing towards the bewildered Gray Dragon. To his astonishment, the Gray Dragon, who had been gathering strength in anticipation of drawing Liu Ming into the abyssal sea, found himself instead targeted by it. The black waves descended upon him in an instant, engulfing his massive form. Desperately, the Gray Dragon exerted every ounce of his innate power to escape, finally breaking free from the tumultuous waters. However, his appearance was now a ghastly sight, his body a gruesome blend of blood and flesh, with large patches of bone exposed. Being of dragon lineage, he possessed an innate affinity for water. Otherwise, even a more powerful opponent might have met their doom. A silver arc sliced through the air, as if seeking to cleave the void in two. Blood erupted as a deep gash was carved into Ing Zhao's neck, causing him to stagger backward, tumbling through the air to narrowly evade the residual force of the strike. His disheveled hair was matted with blood, presenting a woeful visage. A primal roar erupted from his throat, a desperate growl aimed at Liu Ming. In stark contrast, Liu Ming remained composed, stepping through the void with the ease of a leisurely stroll, highlighting Ing Zhao's disarray. It was clear that the chain of laws he had condensed upon breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal was indeed of the spatial variety. The Elder Red Cloud's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. A seasoned early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal and a near late-stage powerhouse were uniting their efforts against a mere junior who had just achieved his breakthrough. He had initially intended to intervene to protect Liu Ming, yet it was Liu Ming who now had Ing Zhao and the Gray Dragon fleeing in panic. As Liu Ming's hands moved with grace, tracing the lines of principles, an invisible ripple spread outward. Ing Zhao and the gray-robed elder felt their bodies grow heavy, as if the flow of time around them had slowed significantly. Suddenly, Liu Ming unleashed a torrent of his vast magical power, causing the spatial laws to erupt. 2 towering mountains materialized out of thin air, descending like colossal hands to impose their will upon Ing Zhao and the elder. The ground trembled under this immense pressure. As they were violently slammed down, blood gushing forth, earth and stone splintering apart, mingling with flesh and blood. The 2 figures crashed into the ground, creating 2 bottomless pits. As the dust began to settle, the gray dragon, summoning the little divine consciousness he had left, transmitted a message to Ing Zhao. My lord, I believe it would be wise to offer that heavy ruler to this being. He is far too formidable for us to contend with. Upon hearing this, a flicker of pain crossed Ing Zhao's eyes. The heavy ruler was a treasure he had acquired at great cost, having spent countless years refining it. They had long since formed a deep bond. Yet, if he did not relinquish it, he would surely perish today. Resolutely, after a moment's hesitation, he placed the ruler before him and declared loudly, Hold on, fellow Taoist. I wish to negotiate a peace. His voice resonated, startling countless beings in the vicinity. Liu Ming paused at his words. Seeing Ing Zhao's expression, Liu Ming could easily discern his ulterior motives, and with a smirk, he replied, I initially stated that if you were to surrender this heavy ruler, I would spare your lives. However, you squandered that opportunity, and now it may be too late. Ing Zhao trembled with anger, but the situation was beyond his control. Continuing the battle would yield no benefit, and he risked his own demise. With a heavy sigh, he lowered his stance and pleaded, What is it that you desire, fellow Taoist? Without a moment's thought, Liu Ming responded, You must swear an oath to the heavens, surrendering all the spiritual treasures and roots you have amassed over the years, acknowledging me as your master without defiance. Ing Zhao's eyes flared with rage, and he let out a furious roar. The heavy ruler transformed into a colossal phantom, immense demonic power surging forth, threatening to crush Liu Ming. Having held a high position for so long, how could he resign himself to subjugation? Liu Ming's words clearly indicated he had no intention of granting him an opportunity. With a cold laugh, Liu Ming raised his sword hand. Over 1,000 strands of pure sword energy shot forth, sharp as blades, forming a dazzling river of light. The sword energy clashed against the ruler, creating a cacophony of metallic sounds, driving it back relentlessly. The terrifying sword energy surged again, striking Ing Zhao with ferocity, leaving him grievously wounded, blood and flesh scattering. With a pained scream, he was hurled backward, crashing through mountain after mountain, buried beneath the rubble. Liu Ming grasped with one hand, the spatial laws beginning to ripple as he drew the heavy ruler into his possession. The space folded continuously, and he temporarily sealed the ruler away. Simultaneously, the radiance of the upper clear sword and millions of sword energies surged forth, sweeping towards Ing Zhao and the gray dragon. Deprived of the heavy ruler, Ing Zhao was instantly reduced to a mere sieve, cries of agony escaping him. The gray dragon lamented his fate. Had it not been for the numerous life-saving treasures he had hoarded over the years, he would have already perished. This was all while Ing Zhao bore the brunt of the pressure. Once again, the two were sent flying, crashing through 2 mountain ranges, their breaths labored, gravely injured. Ing Zhao's gaze subtly shifted toward the gray dragon, a flicker of malice glinting in his eyes. Suddenly, he lunged with his sharp claws, aiming for the gray dragon's spine. My lord, what are you doing? The gray dragon stammered in shock. Ing Zhao, however, had no time for words. He unleashed a torrent of power, channeling a hidden force into the gray dragon's body. The gray dragon was propelled upward, an explosion erupting, a fearsome force engulfing the entire sky. The overwhelming energy unleashed chaos across the land. Mountains crumbled, rivers severed, and dark clouds were swiftly dispersed. Liu Ming, witnessing this, was taken aback. The green radiance surging forth as the spatial laws shifted, and his form vanished in an instant, traversing thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Yet, in that moment, he lost the connection to Ing Zhao's aura. Truly decisive, Liu Ming silently cursed. Ing Zhao was willing to abandon even his great Luo-level subordinate to save his own skin. He made a grasping motion, the power of space surging forth. And from the remnants of the explosion, a dim and nearly dissipated primordial spirit was drawn into his palm. Spare me. I was merely acting on Ing Zhao's orders. I dare not defy his will. The remaining spirit transmitted a wave of consciousness, weak yet filled with urgency. Spare my life, and I shall lead you to Ing Zhao's stronghold, where he has hoarded resources over the years. I vow to serve you as a humble servant for eternity. If only you grant me this one favor. There's no need. Liu Ming had long abandoned the notion of conversing amicably. Those who achieved the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal were cunning adversaries. This gray serpent appeared to be a deceitful creature. How many truthful words could one expect from its lips? With a swift motion, he extended his hand, unleashing a peculiar green light that penetrated deep into the serpent's primordial spirit. Soul-searching secret technique. This was a reward he had acquired during a previous sojourn in Kunlun Mountain. A piercing scream erupted as the primordial spirit thrashed violently. Simultaneously, a torrent of information flooded Liu Ming's mind, including the location of Ying Zhao's lair. With a gentle squeeze of his hand, the serpent's already fragile primordial spirit shattered instantly, dissipating into the void. From the remnants of the gray serpent's essence, Liu Ming gleaned a wealth of information. Notably, Ying Zhao's stronghold was not heavily guarded. At least 2 other great Luo golden immortals had already fallen to Liu Ming. Thus, during the conflict, he had intentionally led Liu Ming away from the stronghold's direction. Following the coordinates acquired from the serpent's mind, Liu Ming transformed into a radiant beam, soaring towards the heavens. The venerable Hongyun ancestor took an interest in Liu Ming's trajectory and followed closely behind. Along the way, a few foolish beasts attempted to obstruct him, but were swiftly dispatched by Liu Ming's sword. At last, he descended into a mountain range shrouded in ominous demonic clouds. "Who goes there? You shall not advance." 2 demon soldiers brandishing tridents stepped forward, their voices booming with authority. Liu Ming, however, paid them no heed. With a flick of his wrist, 2 silvery lines sliced through the air, decapitating the demon soldiers with chilling efficiency. Hesitation leads to defeat. In the primordial realm, only the fittest survive. A moment's compassion could lead to utter annihilation. Liu Ming arrived at the mountain gate, conjuring several crystalline threads from the air with a wave of his hand. With a tug, the intricate patterns were swiftly displaced. With a thunderous crash, rocks flew as the mountain gate shattered. Behind it lay a dazzling array of treasures, glowing with divine radiance, the ethereal light illuminating the vault with a kaleidoscope of colors. After meticulously probing the treasures with his divine sense, Liu Ming uttered a dissatisfied murmur. Impoverished, despite the multitude of treasures, most were of little significance. There were only 2 innate spiritual treasures, barely constrained by 30 prohibitions, hardly qualifying even as inferior grade innate treasures. Yet, such treasures were not common, and during his centuries of wandering in the primordial realm, he had encountered but a few, all of which he hesitated to use for body refinement. After collecting all the spiritual treasures from Ying Zhao's vault, Liu Ming's brow suddenly furrowed in suspicion as he gazed into the distant sky. The ground trembled like a drum, accompanied by a cacophony of battle cries and the blaring of horns. Countless figures, exuding a formidable aura, surged into the area, their sheer physical might tearing apart the protective formations of the mountain range. The mountains were littered with corpses, the ground stained crimson with blood. Observing this, Liu Ming frowned slightly, but made no move to intervene. The 2 warring factions were none other than the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan, the 2 most powerful forces in the primordial realm. On the battlefield, the tide of battle shifted rapidly. The Demon Clan, having suffered initial losses, began to regroup their assault. Various spells and supernatural powers wreaked havoc, the violent fluctuations of celestial energy rampant, while magical artifacts erupted in a dazzling display of colors. However, the demons, lacking a central leader, were unlikely to endure for long. The spells struck the robust bodies of the Witch Clan, merely causing them to stagger back a few steps, suffering only minor injuries. It seemed the Witch Clan had been provoked, as their powerful fists pounded their chests, fervent blood boiling within them, leading to a more frenzied combat. Though the Witch Clan did not cultivate their primordial spirits and could not wield magical artifacts, their physical strength was immense. Each punch and kick could rend the earth asunder, distorting space itself. The demons' advantage lay in their possession of primordial spirits, enabling them to refine artifacts for battle. However, once the combative Witch Clan closed the distance, they would typically be torn to shreds, rendering their advantages moot. The conflict between the Witch and Demon clans had persisted for eons, and it was certain that both would ultimately exit the stage of the primordial realm. This was the decree of the celestial order, and Liu Ming had no desire to be swept up in this torrent. As he turned to depart, a sudden rush of wind sliced through the air behind him. A cold gleam shot toward his back, exuding a formidable sharpness, as if intent on cleaving through space itself. Liu Ming's consciousness extended forth, manipulating the ethereal threads of space, creating ripples that caused a relentless arrow to shatter upon impact. Ah, a deep, resonant voice echoed, akin to a war drum, laced with astonishment. What a remarkable technique. Who are you, demon? How could you so effortlessly deflect my arrow? Turning towards the source of the voice, Liu Ming beheld a youth clad in a beast skin, radiating an ancient bronze glow. The youth's eyes narrowed like a hawk, their gaze sharp as arrows. His entire being was taut, every ounce of physical power poised. As he drew back his bow, a formidable energy locking onto Liu Ming. Everything seemed so effortlessly choreographed, as if rehearsed countless times. Sensing a subtle, yet palpable energy, Liu Ming's brow furrowed. He had mastered one of the four supreme principles of the spatial law, yet this individual, at a similar level, could still lock onto his aura. Furthermore, he was adept with the bow and arrow, hailing from the witch clan. The signs pointed unmistakably to the identity of the figure before him, none other than the legendary Ho-Yi from ancient myths. Liu Ming was astonished, unaware that Ho-Yi was equally taken aback. The witch and demon clans were perpetually at odds, embroiled in relentless conflict. His tribe and Ying Zhao's forces were the two largest factions in the vicinity, their relationship characterized by perpetual strife. Upon discovering Ying Zhao and his two generals were absent, Ho-Yi swiftly led the witch clan cultivators to plunder the lair. The witch clan was known for its brashness and stubbornness, but that did not imply foolishness. The demons had often employed similar tactics, and the witches were not averse to imitation. However, Ho-Yi had not anticipated that in Ying Zhao's absence, he would encounter an even more formidable presence. Although the figures stood before him, their aura was elusive, only detectable with the utmost effort. Yet, after years of battling the demons, Ho-Yi could distinctly sense a trace of demonic energy emanating from Liu Ming. Liu Ming wished to disregard Ho-Yi and turn away. If not for necessity, he had no desire to entangle himself with these brute-minded individuals. The witch clan, which prided itself on being the true descendants of Pangu, showed no reverence for heaven or earth. Whenever faced with challenges, they charged forward recklessly, heedless of the consequences. Once they set their sights on a goal, it was near impossible to dissuade them. Seeing Liu Ming attempt to depart, Ho-Yi further solidified his belief that he was a powerful demon. With a hum, he instinctively released his grip, sending an arrow imbued with chaotic energy vibrating towards Liu Ming. The quivering of the bowstring disrupted the void, stirring up terrifying patterns. The arrowhead gleamed brilliantly, inscribed with runes of the Grand Path, embodying a divine might. Whoosh! The divine arrow soared across the sky, trailing a comet-like tail, transforming into a radiant celestial arc that pierced through the heavens, blinding and chilling, as if illuminating the world. Vast mountains crumbled into dust under the residual force of this arrow, the intricate formations obliterated entirely. Liu Ming turned around, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. How audacious of Ho-Yi! He had truly ignited his wrath. The laws of space danced, silver brilliance poured forth like quicksilver, surging in all directions with the swiftness of lightning. The laws of heaven and earth intertwined, rendering the spatial shackles in this realm incredibly solid, forming an invisible prison, where myriad spatial sword energies rang out in resonance. The chaotic arrows shot into this prison, abruptly slowing down, as spatial runes flickered and silver flames began to refine the arrow feathers. After several breaths, under the relentless slicing of spatial blades, the arrows suddenly shattered and exploded into dust. Ho-Yi's spirit was linked to the arrow feathers, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as gold paper, evidently injured at the core. Liu Ming abruptly waved his sleeve, a green radiance flashing forth. A slender beam of light darting out like a beam of annihilation, aimed at the severely wounded Ho-Yi. With the enhancement of the laws of time, this arrow was extraordinarily swift, and with the enhancement of the laws of space, it sealed off all of Ho-Yi's avenues for movement. Even if Ho-Yi were at his peak, relying on the formidable physique of the Wu clan, he would likely end up gravely wounded and on the brink of death. The fierce gale sliced through the air. The green light grazed Ho-Yi's cheek, leaving a deep wound. In a daze, Ho-Yi touched the bloodstain on his face, then raised his gaze toward the spot where Liu Ming had previously stood. It was now an expanse of emptiness, the cold wind howling, and Liu Ming's figure had long since vanished without a trace. Chapter 26. Ho-Yi. So as Embu drove off Ing Zhao, in the Wu clan, at the Hutu tribe, within a grand hall of imposing stature, the interior was vast, yet furnished with remarkable simplicity. At a long table marked by numerous scars, several robust men had already taken their seats. One of them, pale and with furrowed brows, appeared somewhat melancholic. It was Ho-E. Ho-E, my brother. You've won a victory, yet still wear a frown. Even your drinking is filled with reluctance. This is not like you. Do Wuxing Tian clapped his palm on Ho-Yi's shoulder, laughing heartily. His voice boomed like thunder, his vitality surging as if he were a primordial beast reborn. Exuding en overwhelming aura. The other great witches were puzzled. This was supposed to be Ho-Yi's victory banquet, yet he seemed as sullen as ever, not uttering a word. Did it really require the presence of the ancestral, witch Hutu, to elicit a smile from him? Ho-Yi shook his head, ignoring Xing Tian, and lifted a jar of wine, tilting it back to drink deeply. Now that's more like it. The great witches erupted in laughter at this sight. However, they soon noticed Ho-Yi's expression remained dark. The atmosphere in the hall grew awkward. Kwafu, the closest to Ho-Yi, furrowed his brow, preparing to inquire about the reason for his melancholy. Before he could speak, a mysterious resonance suddenly echoed from outside the hall. All the great witches felt it, their jovial expressions vanishing instantly, replaced by solemnity. Boom! A violent roar resounded from the void, and an exquisite figure gracefully entered. Her features were exquisitely refined, as if sculpted by the very essence of the heavens. Her skin glistened like mutton-fat jade, breathtakingly beautiful, dressed in a long apricot-colored gown that trailed on the floor. Free of any dust, her long black hair flowed like satin, utterly smooth. Yet as she moved, the surrounding space twisted, as if unable to bear the weight of her corporeal power. We pay our respects to the ancestral witch Hutu. The assembled great witches, including Ho-Yi, called out in unison, their expressions profoundly respectful. This woman was none other than Hutu, one of the 12 ancestral witches. Hutu nodded slightly, her autumn-like eyes turning towards the great witch Ho-Yi, revealing an expression of approval as her red lips parted. Your decisive action in exterminating the Ing Zhao forces was commendable. You should be greatly rewarded. Hua Fu, Xing Tian, and the other great witches cast envious glances. The Ing Zhao's influence within the demon clan was formidable, with 2 early-stage Deluo golden immortals among their ranks. Ho-Yi's ability to annihilate them in one fell swoop would undoubtedly earn him significant accolades from the 12 ancestral witches. Ho-Yi quickly bowed in salute, but did not immediately express his gratitude. Noticing Ho-Yi's hesitation, Hutu's smile faltered slightly, and she inquired curiously, "Great witch Ho-Yi, what troubles you?" After a moment's contemplation, Ho-Yi clasped his hands and decided to reveal the whole truth. The threat posed by Liu Ming had been too great. If he were an enemy of the Wu clan, his danger level would likely rival that of Dijun and Tai Yi. Even though being slain by a single arrow was not a proud moment, it could potentially turn him into a laughingstock among Xing Tian and the others in the future. Esteemed ancestral witch Hutu, the matter is as follows. As Ho-Yi recounted the events of the attack on Ing Zhao's stronghold, the expressions of all the great witches turned remarkably vivid. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Hutu, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow, her heart stirring with unease. Is that so? From what you say, you did not encounter Ing Zhao or his 2 Deluo subordinates. Ho-Yi nodded at that time. I sensed no presence of Ing Zhao in the Lianyun mountain range. Therefore, I personally led the team, intending to teach those beasts a lesson. However, I truly did not expect the Lianyun mountain range to be so fragile. Hutu continued, according to your account, the being who defeated you possesses strength far beyond your own. Xing Tian, Hua Fu, and the other witches all turned their gazes towards Ho-Yi, awaiting his response. They were well aware of Ho-Yi's power, deeming him the strongest among them. How could an unknown individual, seemingly from nowhere, leave Ho-Yi questioning his very existence and nearly shattering his resolve? The staunch Wu clan would hardly accept such a reality easily. Ho-Yi bitterly nodded, still vividly recalling that arrow from Liu Ming. He admired the 12 ancestral witches. But deep down, he held a strong sense of pride, believing he would one day stand shoulder to shoulder with Hutu, Dijiang, and others. He had never believed that anyone could surpass him in archery, yet Liu Ming's casual shot had thoroughly shattered his confidence. Can you ascertain whether he is friend or foe? Hui pondered for a moment before replying. I have considered this question since my return. The Lianyan mountain range has long been the residence of Yingzhao, and my eagerness to achieve merit may have led to my misperception. That powerful being easily defeated me, yet chose not to take my life. Thus, it seems he may not be an enemy. However, I cannot be entirely certain. Such a formidable entity is unheard of in the Primordial era. If he truly were an enemy of the Wu clan, he would likely be more troublesome than those two ruffians from the Sun Star. Hutu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, deep shock reflected in her beautiful eyes. During my travels in the Primordial era, I heard a rumor. The Grey Flood and Ying Zhao attempted to intercept a newly ascended Luo Golden Immortal, but were instead pursued and cut down for tens of thousands of miles. Initially, I was somewhat skeptical, but the current circumstances have left no room for doubt. What? All the great witches present exclaimed in unison, their formidable powers allowing them to grasp the implications of Hutu's words. A newly ascended Luo expert was pursuing two seasoned Luo Golden Immortals, a rarity in the annals of Hongmeng history. Did this not signify that this being possessed a prodigious talent? Could it be that I have truly misidentified the individual? Hui's voice trembled with uncertainty. Hutu rolled her eyes in exasperation and responded nonchalantly. Hui felt a rush of confusion. Despite his combative nature, he was not one to blur the lines of right and wrong. According to this reasoning, it was Liu Ming who had driven Ying Zhao and Hui Jiao away, allowing him to seize the opportunity to dismantle the Lianyan mountain range. Liu Ming was not only not his enemy, but had, in fact, shown him great kindness. The thought filled Hui with shame, making him wish to disappear into the ground. He bowed respectfully and spoke earnestly. I beseech the esteemed Hutu ancestor to grant me leave from the tribe. I must seek out that fellow Taoist and apologize in person. Hutu shook her head, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, There is no need for such formality. I have almost discerned the identity of that Taoist. Allow me to seek them out personally to express my gratitude. The arrival of the millennium approaches, and a visit to the Zixiao Palace is indeed something to anticipate. As she spoke, a glimmer of yearning and aspiration flickered in her beautiful eyes. Hui, Xing Tian, and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting a mixture of helplessness and confusion. Their Witch clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit, rendering any journey to the Zixiao Palace meaningless for them. They could not fathom Hutu's fervor. Previously, one of the 12 ancestors, Ming, had been unable to refuse her, and thus was compelled to accompany her to sit idly in the Zixiao Palace for 3 millennia. The Rain ancestor was left utterly bewildered, nearly dozing off like Liu Ming in the Zixiao Palace. Ming had recently declared her retreat, and it was a pity she would miss such a grand opportunity. Hutu sighed softly, her gaze sweeping over Xing Tian and the others, and suddenly brightened. Might any of you wish to accompany me to the Zixiao Palace? Hui and the others immediately shuddered, bowing deeply and exclaiming, Our tribe has pressing matters. We must take our leave. Chapter 27. Gratitude to Hongmeng. A gentle reminder not to wander far. This was a tranquil valley, not far from which lay a crystal-clear lake, shimmering like sapphire, translucent and radiant. Surrounding the lake, a towering ancient tree took root at the water's edge, with a cascade of flower petals drifting down, each one glistening like jewels. It was truly a scene from a celestial realm. Beneath the ancient tree stood a stone table, at which sat an elderly man with a rosy complexion and skin as fair as an infant's. Hongmeng, my friend, I apologize for the wait. A clear, melodious laughter echoed, and soon a brilliant rainbow descended from the sky, revealing the figure of Liu Ming, clad in garments as white as snow and possessing a striking demeanor. He was indeed Liu Ming. In his arms, he cradled an ancient, square-shaped cauldron, within which lay numerous spiritual fruits, plump and vibrant in an array of colors. A truly dazzling sight. Hongmeng's nostrils flared as he caught the intoxicating aroma, a look of delight spreading across his aged face. As he instinctively opened his eyes, his expression morphed into one of incredulity. Liu Ming, my friend, how could you use the Qian Kuan cauldron to ripen spiritual fruits? Hongmeng found it absurd. While he was carefree and unrestrained by nature, he had never been extravagant enough to use a supreme, innate treasure for such purposes. To him, it was akin to wastefulness. Liu Ming was taken aback. Does this item possess other functions? Hong Yun's expression froze completely. He was at a loss for words. The Qiankuan cauldron possessed the ability to transform acquired treasures into innate ones, a power that was exceedingly extraordinary among innate treasures. Any ordinary person who came into possession of the Qiankuan cauldron would immediately use it to upgrade their own treasures. Hong Yun could hardly believe that the three pure ones had not informed their disciples of the cauldron's capabilities. How could Liu Ming appear so indifferent? As if he had an abundance of supreme, innate treasures? Suddenly recalling the previous battle, Liu Ming had manipulated the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner to command the Hui Jiao's bone-eating water. Hong Yun was rendered speechless, a twinge of envy stirring in his heart. As an established powerhouse in the Hongmeng realm, he possessed only one top-tier innate treasure, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. It was disheartening to think that he, Hong Yun, an elder in the Hongmeng continent, had treasures that paled in comparison to a junior with less than 5,000 years of cultivation. Little did Hong Yun know that Liu Ming possessed a signing-in system, with countless treasures amassed over the years. Not to mention him, even among the most affluent in the Hongmeng realm, only Dao ancestor Hong Jun could rival Liu Ming's wealth. Observing Hong Yun's expression, Liu Ming smiled faintly, understanding the latter's thoughts. Though the Qiankuan cauldron's capabilities were indeed extraordinary, the time required for transformation from acquired to innate was exceedingly long, often spanning tens of thousands of years, with a remarkably low success rate. Even employing the laws of time for catalysis would be a futile expenditure of effort. Signing in at this location, Liu Ming mused quietly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving monkey wine. His spatial realm was filled with thousands of jars of fine wine, sealed within special vessels. According to the system's introduction, this monkey wine was brewed from various spiritual herbs and fruits, capable of healing the dead and enhancing a cultivator's prowess. Its worth immeasurable. A green glow flickered in Liu Ming's hand as he produced a jar of monkey wine and poured it for Hong Yun. The liquid shimmered like amber, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that penetrated to the very marrow and soul. Hong Yun, carefree by nature and with a great fondness for wine, was utterly captivated by the sight of such exquisite liquor, his eyes widening with delight. His inner cravings stirred restlessly. Liu Ming, witnessing this, chuckled inwardly and said, "I'm deeply grateful to you, Brother Hong Yun." "Not at all. Not at all. It is but a trivial matter. I believe that even without my presence, with your prowess, you would have certainly thwarted Ying Zhao's schemes." Hong Yun lifted the wine goblet and drank deeply, the fragrant liquid flooding his senses, a flush appearing on his cheeks. After a few moments, his complexion returned to normal. He fixated on the jar of radiant wine in Liu Ming's hand. His heart stirred with awe. At his level, spiritual wines and fruits were merely novelties, seldom having a significant effect on him. Yet, this wine in Liu Ming's possession had momentarily entranced his senses, elevating Liu Ming's standing in Hong Yun's eyes. Liu Ming smiled. He had anticipated Hong Yun's arrival, which was why he had refrained from using the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner during the flood disaster. The subsequent wind disaster would also be navigable with ease. Otherwise, had Ying Zhao chosen to attack during his tribulations, even if Liu Ming had the strength to counterattack with his treasures, the fifth transformation of his 9 turns golden body could have been rendered a fleeting dream. It could be said that Hong Yun's presence had solidified the fifth transformation of his 9 turns golden body. The two engaged in toasts and discussions, savoring wine and sharing insights for several years, until Hong Yun decided it was time to take his leave. As they parted, Hong Yun sighed, saying, "The three pure ones truly embody the essence of Pangu. Their fortune is profound, allowing for the emergence of a prodigious talent like you, Liu Ming." During their discussions, Hong Yun had initially intended to guide Liu Ming on the path of the Luo from the perspective of an elder. However, he had not anticipated that Liu Ming's comprehension of the Tao was on par with his own, frequently expressing ideas that astonished Hong Yun and stirred profound waves within his heart. "Taoist friend, your flattery is undeserved. Engaging in discourse with you has been immensely beneficial for me." Liu Ming, initially modest, sincerely invited, "Taoist friend, why not visit Kunlun Mountain? It would allow me to extend my hospitality and express my gratitude." Hearing this, the venerable Hong Yun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and waved his hand. There is no need for further persuasion. With merely a century remaining until the second lecture at the Zixiao Palace, I must visit Wuzhuang Temple to ascertain how many ginseng fruits remain on the tree tended by my friend Xinyuanzi. Should I delay, I cannot guarantee that my old friends, Qing Feng and Mingwei, will not indulge themselves. Thus, Liu Ming refrained from further insistence. He hesitated for a moment before speaking to Hongyun. Brother Hongyun, the journey ahead is perilous. The signs in the heavens suggest that a great change is imminent in the wilderness. After the conclusion of the lecture at Zhixiao Palace, it will be prudent for you to refrain from further travels. Staying with Brother Xinyuanzi at Wuzhuang Temple and savoring the taste of ginseng fruits would be quite delightful. During their time together, Liu Ming had come to appreciate Hongyun's character and wished to prevent this kind-hearted individual from facing future calamities. He was aware that during the third lecture by the Tao ancestor, a primordial purple aura would descend upon Hongyun, sowing the seeds of his eventual downfall. Had Hongyun chosen not to attend the third lecture at Zhixiao Palace, the likes of Kunping and Tai would not have pursued him with lethal intent. Hongyun appeared momentarily stunned by Liu Ming's words, then laughed heartily. I wander the world without craving fame or fortune, and I do not contend with the likes of the East King. What can they do to me? No matter how great the calamity, if I wish to evade it, who could possibly stop me? His laughter was resonant and filled with the audacity of a primordial deity. Liu Ming felt a sense of helplessness in response. Although Hongyun was gentle and benevolent, he was still a powerful primordial being, inherently stubborn and proud. Your words have reminded me, Hongyun exclaimed, tapping his forehead. His fair skin momentarily clouded with seriousness. Several centuries ago, I passed through the Eastern Sea and heard a fellow Taoist mention that the two golden crows of the Sun Star are rallying various demon factions, seemingly planning to swallow the entire demon race. I worry that Ying Zhao, facing desperation, may seek refuge with Dijuan and Tai. You must be cautious. Liu Ming nodded with a smile. Thank you, Hongyun Taoist friend. I shall keep this in mind. Hongyun glanced at a corner beneath the ancient tree, licking his lips, seemingly hesitant to speak. Observing this, Liu Ming shook his head and laughed. A great Luo Jingxian, a guest of Zhixiao, is tempted by my fine wine? With a single wave of his hand, dozens of jars transformed into streaks of light and flew towards Hongyun. Hongyun laughed heartily, sweeping his sleeve to collect the wine, and clasped his hands in gratitude. You truly understand me, Liu Ming Taoist friend. The mountains are high and the waters are deep. We shall meet again in the Zhixiao Palace. With that, he transformed into a crimson rainbow and vanished into the distant horizon. Chapter 28. Undermining Hao Yian's foundation, it is time to embark on a journey into the chaos. Liu Ming withdrew his gaze, the ethereal Tao principles manifesting, as ripples of space undulated. In a flash, he traversed millions of miles of void. Upon reaching the boundary of the wilderness world, he found several Luo Jingxian hesitating there, their expressions uncertain. On the other side of the boundary lay a chaotic scene, and even they did not dare to step forward lightly. The violent elements of fire, wind, and water ravaged the surroundings, while the terrifying chaotic currents resembled ferocious beasts of the wilderness, threatening to tear apart both body and soul. It was even more ferocious than the chaotic winds during Hongjuan's first lecture. Liu Ming glanced at the gathered Luo Jingxian, and without hesitation, strode forward. Taoist friend, do not. One of the Luo Jingxian urgently called out. However, Liu Ming paid no heed, crossing into the chaos before the astonished gazes of many Luo Jingxian. He activated his 9-turn golden body, a vast wave of energy erupting. His form shimmered with a mysterious brilliance, 5 golden patterns imprinted upon him, weaving a subtle Tao rhythm. The chaotic currents lashed against his body, but the swirling, disordered elements were subtly absorbed by the 5 enigmatic patterns. No sound escaped, as all vibrations were devoured. Liu Ming transformed into a golden meteor, racing into the depths of chaos before the stunned Luo Jingxian. Relying solely on his physical form, he crossed the chaos without invoking any magical powers or treasures. The last being to achieve such a feat was one of the 12 ancestors, Hutu. Many among them had attended lectures at Zhixiao Palace and recognized Liu Ming. Yet they never anticipated that a junior who had been a Tai Jingxian a millennium ago now surpassed them in strength. Numerous powerful beings of the wilderness sighed, their eyes filled with complex emotions, quietly waiting for the chaotic currents to subside. As Liu Ming soared through the chaos, he utilized the violent materials to temper his body. Unbeknownst to him, His once resplendent form became shrouded in a dark hue, appearing more reserved and profound, as if a chaotic demon god lurked within. Time passed, and ahead, an ancient purple Taoist temple came into view, emanating an enigmatic aura from the three characters of Zhixiao Palace. At that moment, the palace gate stood wide open, with the two young attendants, Hao Yin and Yao Tai, continuing their roles as gatekeepers. Liu Ming slowly descended and made his way into the Zhixiao Palace. "Big brother." Yao Tai waved her small hand vigorously, her delicate face illuminated with excitement. Liu Ming turned towards the source of the voice, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. The little girl who had once been a small dumpling 4,000 years ago had visibly grown. He cast a sidelong glance at Hao Yin, who wore a disingenuous smile, and a thought sprang to mind. Liu Ming's hand glimmered with green light, revealing a red fruit that resembled a crescent moon, its color translucent and fragrant. This fruit was a reward he had obtained during his travels in the wilderness, capable of solidifying the foundations of those at the Tai Jingxian level and below. Although it held little value for him, it was perfect for Yao Tai. With a faint smile, Liu Ming said, "Thank you, little sister, for your kindness from thousands of years ago. Let this fruit serve as my token of appreciation." Yao Tai's large eyes sparkled with delight upon learning that the spiritual fruit was meant for her, her brows curving into crescent moons as she beamed with joy. "Thank you, big brother." Meanwhile, Hao Yin, witnessing this scene, felt his smile freeze, veins throbbing on his forehead. However, he ultimately refrained from taking further action. After Hongjuan's first lecture, Hao Yin understood that his master held Liu Ming in high regard. Liu Ming's gaze intentionally swept over Hao Yin, a cold smirk forming in his heart. "What a little brat. You think you can make my disciples work for you? Let me first undermine your foundation." Yao Tai, tucking away the spiritual fruit, pretended to clear her throat and feigned seriousness. "Big brother, the lecture this time is exceedingly profound. Missing it would lead to a lifetime of regret. You mustn't fall asleep." The passage of several millennia had transformed her from an adorable little girl into a blooming young woman, and her pretense of maturity added a touch of playfulness and charm to her demeanor. Liu Ming smiled and replied, "Understood." With that, he executed an unexpected maneuver that astonished everyone. He swiftly approached Yao Qi, their skins nearly touching, and they could feel each other's warmth. "What is happening? What does this young man intend to do?" Yao Qi's charming face flushed crimson, and her mind went blank in an instant. Her heart raced, thumping with a sensation she had never experienced before. "Oh no!" Hao Yin's eyes widened in shock, and he could no longer remain seated. He extended his hand, intricate runes swirling as a gray mist began to envelop him, attempting to pull Liu Ming away from Yao Qi. However, in the next moment, the space within a radius of 10 feet froze instantaneously. Hao Yin's outstretched hand abruptly stiffened, rendering him immobile. In merely a few thousand years, how could this young man have grown so powerful? A wave of confusion washed over Hao Yin, mingled with a hint of fear. In the vastness of the primordial realm, mighty beings cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and for some great Luo Jingxian, a millennium was merely a brief retreat. Yet during this single retreat, this young man had ascended from Tai Jingxian to Great Luo. Hao Yin, a being born of a primordial stone in chaos who had followed the first sage, Hongjuan, for many years, had only attained the pinnacle of Tai Jingxian. Now, he found himself surpassed by a youth he had previously outstripped. How could such a self-assured individual as Hao Yin accept this? Amused by Hao Yin's shifting expressions, Liu Ming found great delight in the situation. Whether it was the impending calamity of the gods or the earlier troubles at the Zhixiao Palace, it was clear that harmonious relations with Hao Yin were out of the question. Yet, to Yao Qi's disappointment, Liu Ming did not make any further moves. He merely leaned closer to her ear and whispered something. Upon hearing his words, Yao Qi's countenance brightened with ecstatic joy. "When the third lecture takes place, I will prepare a gift for you." Hao Yin's expression darkened to the point of dripping water, but he could only watch as Liu Ming entered the Zhixiao Palace. After a long while, the spatial constraints were lifted, and Hao Yin regained his mobility. He hurried to Yao Qi and urgently inquired, "Junior sister, what did Liu Ming say to you?" Yao Qi hesitated for a moment before responding. "The young man told me he would bring me something fun next time." At her words, the furrow in Hao Yin's brow gradually relaxed, and with a scoff, he remarked, "Our master is the first sage of the primordial realm." After all these years of following him, what treasures have we not seen? Liu Ming truly overestimates himself. His tone dripped with disdain, as if he were venting all his dissatisfaction towards Liu Ming. Yaoqi's expression grew cold, and she retorted, "Speaking ill of others behind their backs is unbecoming of us cultivators. Brother, your actions are indeed excessive." Hao Yan was taken aback. He had never expected Yaoqi, who had been his steadfast companion since his transformation, would openly confront him for a stranger's sake. Chapter 29. The second lecture at Zhixiao Palace. With that, Yaoqi's lovely face clouded with frost, and she turned her head away. No matter how Hao Yan attempted to explain, she offered no further response, clearly angered. Liu Ming, however, paid little heed to this minor incident. His intention was merely to teach Hao Yan a lesson, to resolve some past grievances from Hongjuan's first lecture. Upon entering the Zhixiao Palace, the worldly guests present regarded Liu Ming with benevolent glances. As the first disciple of the three pure ones, granted treasures by the Tao ancestor, he had broken through to Great Luo Jingxian in just a millennium. Liu Ming's prowess and potential had reached a level they could no longer disregard. The three pure ones, seated on their respective mats, awakened from their meditative states, their gazes towards Liu Ming filled with pride and approval. Even the most composed of the three pure ones felt a sense of honor under the envious looks cast by the primordial beings. Laozi stroked his white beard and smiled. Indeed, Yuan Shi scrutinized Liu Ming closely, stating, "You have not tarnished the name of my Pangu Orthodox school." Tong Tian grinned widely, saying, "Little Mingzi, you have not failed to bring glory to your master since you left. At your current level, you might soon catch up to me." The three pure ones were well aware of the commotion they had caused, and Liu Ming was not surprised. As top-tier beings of the primordial realm, the three pure ones possessed such ability. He merely smiled lightly, remaining humble. Tong Tian coughed heavily, feigning profundity. "However, do not become arrogant. Remember, there is no end to cultivation. You must remain diligent and not neglect your training. Only then can you stand shoulder to shoulder with your master." At this, Yuan Shi and Laozi exchanged glances, unable to restrain their amusement. Typically so carefree, today, Tong Tian had taken on an air of seriousness, as if he were boasting. Yuan Shi interjected, "Enough, third brother. In terms of diligence in cultivation, Ming surpasses you by far. You should focus on your own progress." Tong Tian's face flushed with embarrassment, and he chuckled awkwardly. The elder Laozi gently shook his head and closed his eyes, drifting into a meditative state. Observing the harmonious scene, Liu Ming sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that during the future calamity of the gods, the three pure ones would find themselves in a deadly conflict? However, he resolved not to let history repeat itself this time. As time passed, more and more formidable beings from the primordial realm gathered at Zhixiao Palace, including figures like Kunpeng and the old ancestor of the underworld river. Liu Ming was somewhat intrigued to notice that Niuhua arrived later than both Jiejing and Zhuani, and she did not come alongside Fuxi. Familiar with the history of the primordial realm, he quickly deduced the reason behind this. Most likely, after Hongjuan's first lecture, the brothers Dijuan and Tai from the Sun Star, unwilling to remain idle, sought to establish themselves as the leaders of the demon race. Thus, they aimed to court Niuhua and Fuxi as their allies. However, it seemed that Niuhua was not particularly fond of the two. Suddenly, the bell tolled melodiously within the grand hall, resonating with profound mysteries as if echoing the voice of the Tao, causing the hearts of the 3,000 worldly guests to tremble, as though on the verge of enlightenment. Simultaneously, on the foremost Tao platform, Hongjuan's figure re-emerged. However, compared to a millennium ago, his aura was more ethereal and profound, seemingly in harmony with the Tao itself. Each movement exuded immense pressure, and his chaotic eyes appeared to contain the shattering of galaxies and the rebirth of the cosmos. Liu Ming felt a jolt of surprise. Hongjuan's cultivation had advanced yet again, drawing closer to merging with the Tao. This was not good news for him. According to his memories from a past life, many significant events in the primordial realm were orchestrated by this Tao ancestor. During the Long Calamity, he had deceived several ancient beings from the Chaos period to attack the demon ancestor, Luo, who, including the old ancestor Hongmeng. Yet, the final battle concluded with the relatively weaker Hongjun slaying Luo, who, thereby achieving the status of a sage. Logically, among the surviving powerful beings, apart from Hongjun, Only the old ancestor Yang Mei remained. Their relationship could hardly be considered amicable. If Hongjun had been particularly attentive to him, due to Yang Mei's influence, it would not make sense. Upon reflection, Liu Ming increasingly felt that Hongjun valued him, harboring undisclosed schemes. He even suspected that Hongjun had sensed the fragments of the creation jade plate within him. However, due to the circumstances, Hongjun refrained from seizing the opportunity at that moment. While Liu Ming was lost in myriad thoughts, Hongjun commenced his discourse. From the chaos, all things emerge. Pre-existing heaven and earth, formless and intangible, profound and obscure, silent and distant. Unheard, yet I shall name it the Tao. The Tao is unattainable in height, unfathomable in depth. Encompassing heaven and earth, receiving the formless, flowing endlessly, surging yet not overflowing, murky yet gradually clarifying, and its manifestations are infinite. It knows no dawn or dusk, manifesting yet not filling the grasp of a hand, constraining yet capable of expansion, shadowy yet capable of illumination, soft yet capable of rigidity, containing yin while exhaling yang, revealing the three luminaries. As Hongjun spoke, extraordinary phenomena re-emerged within the Purple Cloud Palace. This time, he expounded upon the path of quasi-saintship, which was even more obscure and difficult to comprehend than before. The disparity among the 3,000 worldly guests widened significantly. Initially, many could keep pace, immersing themselves in the teachings and gaining profound insights. However, as Hongjun delved deeper into his discourse, it became akin to deciphering celestial scripts for most. The three pure ones maintained serene expressions, revealing little. Even Nuwa, seated on her mat, occasionally displayed joy and at other times furrowed her brow in contemplation. The expression on Jian's face grew increasingly sour, leaving one to wonder what insights he had gleaned. Meanwhile, the quasi-immortal sitting beside him was animatedly gesticulating, crying at one moment, laughing the next, and occasionally adopting a fierce expression. Liu Ming, having transcended to the great Luo golden immortal realm, could understand parts of the teachings. 3 golden flowers floated above his head, the 5 energies within his chest subtly manifesting, divine light cascading down, and rosy brilliance washing over him. Yet, his realm remained shallow. After a while, he ceased to force himself and began to cultivate amidst the abundant, innate spiritual energy of the Purple Cloud Palace. Gradually, the extraordinary phenomena within the palace faded away, dissipating completely. Hongjun concluded his teachings, and the crowd slowly regained their senses. At that moment, a profound wave emanated from Liu Ming, causing his aura to become more introspective and profound. He did not rely on the innate energy of the Purple Cloud Palace to break through. Instead, he began to solidify his foundational understanding and reinforce his learnings. The 3 pure ones nodded in approval, recognizing that Liu Ming's rapid progress might lead to foundational shortcomings. His ability to discern this was indeed remarkable. From the Dao platform, Hongjun cast a deep glance at Liu Ming and then spoke indifferently. 3,000 years have passed. You may disperse. With that, his form transformed into innate energy, dissipating above the ancient Dao platform. After Hongjun departed, keen-eyed primal beings approached Liu Ming, eager to forge connections. Congratulations, fellow Daoist. Your temperament is truly beyond our comparison. They were, after all, notable strong figures in the primordial realm and could see how astonishing Liu Ming's actions were. Liu Ming graciously returned their greetings, and after attending to these individuals, he followed the 3 pure ones out of the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 30. Chaos meets the Azure Lotus Liu Ming. The brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi are vigorously courting various factions, aiming for the unification of the demon race. As I understand it, the Ying Zhao has already pledged allegiance to them. You must remain vigilant. A cool and melodious voice echoed in his mind, tinged with concern. Liu Ming turned to see Nuwa, draped in flowing moon-white silk, her ethereal demeanor emanating purity, gently nodding at him. Yet, a lingering sorrow shadowed her brow, evoking a sense of pity. Not long ago, her brother Fushi had accepted Di Jun's invitation to embark on a significant venture. Thank you, Nuwa Daoist, Liu Ming replied, a hint of surprise in his expression, followed by a warm smile. He was no fool and understood the implications behind Nuwa's words. It seemed that Fushi intended to distance himself from him during this discourse at the Purple Cloud Palace. Dijun and Tai Yi were not ones to remain idle, and they would undoubtedly seek trouble with him in the future. Although the three pure ones were powerful, they had not yet attained sainthood, and the Demon Emperor and Dong Huang might not harbor much fear, as Niuhua, being Fushi's sister, chose to convey such crucial information to him. He recognized the weight of this karmic debt. However, you need not worry. The two rascally bird from the Sun Star cannot contend with me. You also needn't fret excessively about Fushi. In the primordial world, every being has its own fate. Fushi pursues his path and will surely transcend in time. Liu Ming then revealed a confident smile to Niuhua. With a flick of his sleeve, a whistling sound ensued, transforming into a radiant streak as he vanished into the chaos. Bang! Niuhua gazed at the spot where Liu Ming had disappeared, momentarily dazed. After a long while, she smiled brightly, her beauty enchanting. For some unknown reason, Liu Ming's smile seemed to possess a magical infectiousness, alleviating her previously somber mood. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment regarding Fushi's choice, she harbored no significant worries. Yet, could Liu Ming truly confront Tai Yi and Dijun? The two innate deities nurtured by the Sun Star were formidable opponents, and even she had no guarantee of victory against them. Moreover, Dijun and Donghuang Tai Yi had the entire demon race to support them. Within the chaos, violent and frigid winds surged forth, fierce and relentless like a tempest, resonating with thunderous sounds. Yet, Liu Ming's pace remained unaffected. The nine turns golden body surged with energy, his entire being akin to a golden statue. Despite the chaotic energies ravaging his flesh, they could not mar his form. Gradually, Liu Ming caught up with the three pure ones. Tong Tian approached, winking playfully. "Little Ming, I intentionally sent your two masters away to create an opportunity for you. How was it? Did you enjoy your conversation with Niuhua Daoist?" Liu Ming felt a wave of frustration wash over him, suddenly overcome with the urge to strike Tong Tian with the metaphorical shoe of reality. The tales of the primordial realm were indeed untrustworthy. They claimed Tong Tian was straightforward, yet he behaved like a seasoned suitor. Tong Tian scrutinized Liu Ming closely, stroking an imaginary beard with feigned wisdom. "Disciple, your roots are comparable to the chaotic demon gods. None among your peers can surpass you. That Niuhua is also unparalleled. You two would indeed be a perfect match. Shall I go to Mount Buzhou to propose a union for you?" Liu Ming turned pale, nearly choking on his own blood. He had not deluded himself into believing that the universally acknowledged goddess of the primordial realm would develop feelings for him. Suddenly, Tong Tian's expression grew solemn, the joviality vanishing from his face. The figures of Yuqing, Pangu, and Taching also came to a halt. "What is it?" Liu Ming paused, puzzled, glancing at them. Laozi's eyes narrowed, as if profound Taoist symbols swirled within, seeking to pierce through the chaos before them. "I sense a treasure of significance related to me is about to emerge." Pangu concurred, indeed. Tong Tian clapped Liu Ming on the shoulder, grinning broadly. "Disciple, you wouldn't happen to share the same premonition as my brothers, would you?" Liu Ming honestly shook his head. He had not felt anything of the sort. The three pure ones had made their decision and simultaneously darted towards the source of their intuition. Liu Ming followed closely, extending his consciousness to search for what the three pure ones had mentioned. This was chaos, after all. Casually picking up a stone, one might unknowingly grasp the future emperor of heaven. Time passed, and the chaotic energy gradually settled. Laozi waved his sleeve, and the yin-yang taiji symbol materialized. A gentle breeze emerged, and the essence of the great Tao flickered into existence, shattering the illusions before him. Before the gathered crowd, a blue lotus flower appeared, its roots embedded in the void, with petals and stamen radiating the profound resonance of the great Tao. It blossomed into 24 tears, emanating a soft and ethereal glow. In Liu Ming's mind, memories of this blue lotus surged forth. The 24-tiered primal creation blue lotus, a primal treasure transformed from the seed of the creation blue lotus. The other three immature lotus seeds had transformed into the 12-tiered merit golden lotus, currently held by Hongmeng, destined to be granted to the Taoist of the Western Church for the suppression of its fortunes. The 12-tiered fiery red lotus belonged to the ancestor of the Blood Sea and the Underworld River, capable of cleansing worldly karma and causality. The 12-tiered annihilation black lotus was possessed by the demon ancestor Luo Hu, and after Hongjuan's defeat of Luo Hu, it mysteriously vanished. Another semi-mature lotus seed, known only to a few, is said to have transformed into the pure world white lotus, rumored to have become the lotus lantern. Though this is still a matter of debate. These 12-tiered lotus platforms are exceptional primordial spiritual treasures, rare defensive artifacts capable of suppressing fortunes. However, the primal creation blue lotus before them is the essence of the creation blue lotus, rooted deep within chaos, drawing upon chaotic power to nourish itself. It surpasses the other 12-tiered lotus platforms by leaps and bounds. Laozi, the supreme purity and the original purity, with profound gazes, looked upon the primal creation blue lotus, their hearts filled with inspiration. Laozi spoke first. Red flower, a stream of primordial energy, was stripped from the primal creation blue lotus, transforming into a radiant light that darted into Taishang's hand. The original continued. White lotus, another surge of azure energy shot from the primal creation blue lotus towards the original, causing the lotus leaves to wither and its form to become somewhat ethereal. Finally, Tongtian spoke. Green lotus leaf. The vast primal creation blue lotus vanished entirely, and the last trace of chaotic energy in Tongtian's hand slowly took shape, revealing a 3-foot azure edge. In Laozi's hand lay a flat crutch, while the original held a 3-treasure jade rui. The three men gazed down at the treasures in their palms, their hearts filled with joy. These 3 artifacts are indeed exceptional primordial spiritual treasures. Aside from the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda that accompanies Taishang, these are the strongest treasures among the 3 brothers. Liu Ming smiled knowingly and stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, master and esteemed uncles, on acquiring these treasures. It seems the heavenly Tao has responded to your unity as the 3 purities by bestowing such artifacts. Tongtian glanced at his disciple, and the joy on his face vanished instantly. Compared to this lad, the master had only just secured an exceptional primordial spiritual treasure. What joy is there in being outshone by a disciple? Taishang furrowed his brow and reprimanded. You are all masters now, yet still lack proper conduct. In my view, Ming-Er is right. We 3 brothers should be united, and this primal creation blue lotus aligns perfectly with the Taoist intention. As he concluded, Laozi's expression gradually softened. His gaze toward Liu Ming filled with appreciation. Meeting Taishang's eyes, Liu Ming smiled faintly, secretly vowing never to allow the bond of the 3 purities to fracture in this lifetime. When the 3 purities prepared to return to the Hongmeng continent, Liu Ming looked towards the place where the primal creation blue lotus had just vanished and murmured, System, begin the sign-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in within chaos, receiving a reward of 12 primal creation blue lotus seeds. Chapter 31. The establishment of the demon clan's heavenly court. Stirring winds in Hongmeng after the 3 purities and Liu Ming returned to Kunlun Mountain. They eagerly returned to their respective caves to enter seclusion. Hongjuan's teachings on the path of slaying the 3 corpses were profoundly intricate, yet illuminated a clear path for their cultivation. The 3 purities had deeply comprehended the Tao of the great Luo, yet they remained perplexed about the road ahead. Had it not been for Hongjuan's second lecture in the Zixiao Palace, even they might have taken countless eons to reach the quasi-saint level. Not only the 3 purities, but also the likes of Niuhua, Jin, and Zhuanti, among other powerful beings of Hongwang, entered seclusion around the same time. Even Dong Wanggong, who was obsessed with power and sought to dominate the Honghuang world, patiently delegated the management of the Wanxian alliance to his subordinates. The more they contemplated, the more they felt the profundity of the path of the 3 corpses, containing the essence of the great Tao. However, Liu Ming was not in a hurry to validate Hongjuan's teachings, partly due to his low realm, and partly because he sensed deficiencies in the path of the 3 corpses. In truth, whether attaining sanctity through merit or through the path of slaying the 3 corpses, both seemed to be clever methods derived from Hongjuan's insights into the fragments of the primal creation jade butterfly. Though the path of slaying the 3 corpses aligned with any Tao, employing the power of primordial spiritual treasures could expedite the ascension to higher realms. In contrast to the laws of enlightenment, the path of slaying the 3 corpses could more swiftly lead one to the quasi-saint realm. Yet, the myriad of worldly beings remained unaware of this nuance. If one were to employ 3 different primordial spiritual treasures, regardless of their quality, when the three corpses eventually merged. The differing primordial resonances would hinder them from taking that final step, trapping them in the perfection of the quasi-saint realm. Only by utilizing a treasure like the primal creation Jade Butterfly, which encompasses the 3,000 laws, could one bear the good, evil, and self of the three corpses and ultimately achieve unity. However, achieving such a feat was reserved solely for Hongjun. As Liu Ming understood, in the future, among the 6 saints of Hongmeng, even the most powerful, Taishang Laojun, could not achieve the unity of the three corpses to attain sanctity. Forced by circumstance, the 6 saints collectively embarked on the path of attaining sanctity through merit. Sometimes, Liu Ming felt that Hongjuan's importation of the path of slaying the three corpses carried an undisclosed scheme. Time in Hongwang is unrecorded, and hundreds of years drifted by. One day, the Kunlun mountain was enveloped in celestial mist, golden lotuses sprouted from the earth, colorful clouds filled the sky, and celestial cranes sang melodiously, heralding frequent auspicious signs. 3 immense presences surged forth like oceans, overwhelming the heavens, vast as the sea. The vibrant spiritual energy ascended like a tangible force, dispersing vast clouds, creating a tumultuous stir in the 9 heavens. Liu Ming was immediately awakened from his meditative state, rising to pay his respects. Disciple bows to the master and esteemed uncles. Congratulations on your significant advancements in cultivation. The 3 purities, resonating with the essence of the great Tao, smiled and nodded, their spirits elevated. With a wave of their sleeves, the misty spiritual energy dissipated, revealing their true forms. Compared to before, Tongtian's demeanor appeared more composed, as he remarked, "Indeed, it seems that during my seclusion, your cultivation has not lagged behind." Liu Ming was skeptical. Could this seemingly indifferent master truly have changed his ways? Yet, Tongtian's next words brought him back to reality. "You have not disappointed my diligent teaching." Liu Ming rolled his eyes, recalling that this master had only ever imparted the methods of the upper purity lineage and seemed like a hands-off instructor. The remaining time was spent either listening to doctrines in Zhixiao Palace or traveling to attend lectures. Not long after the 3 purities attained enlightenment, a melodious bell resonated throughout Hongwang, the great Tao roaring, and the heavens trembled in response. Following 9 tolls of the bell, 2 authoritative voices echoed across Hongwang. Countless beings, regardless of their strength or realm, felt a stirring in their souls at that moment, instinctively gazing towards the heavens. Today, I, the sovereign of the Sun Star, Emperor Jun, Tai, have sensed the chaos among the myriad demons. Thus, I hereby establish the celestial court of the demon clan, employing the river chart and the Luo book, with the chaos bell to suppress fate, thereby founding the heavenly court. My voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating across the vast wilderness. As a golden cloud of auspiciousness floated by, transforming into a force of merit that shot towards the magnificent heavenly court below. Countless divine rays cascaded like a waterfall. As Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai bathed in the golden radiance, their eyes gently closing, they transformed into 2 deities born of the cosmic fate, their cultivation ascending steadily under the enhancement of this merit. The myriad demons in the heavenly court, witnessing this miraculous scene, knelt in unison, erupting in thunderous cheers. The multitude of demons came to pay homage, their voices swelling like a tide, captivating all present with the spectacle. The heavenly decree bestowed merit, with Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai each claiming 30%, while the remaining 40% was absorbed by the submissive demons and the opulent palaces. In an instant, the overall strength of the demon clan surged dramatically. The creators, Tai and Emperor Jun, experienced a remarkable leap in their cultivation, transcending the early stages of quasi-sainthood to attain the mid-stages. The formidable beings of the wilderness were left astonished, having been in seclusion for so long without achieving a single breakthrough. Yet, these 2, through the merit of establishing the heavenly court, had become mid-stage quasi-saints. Aside from the Tao ancestor Hongjun and a few ancient relics who survived the dragon and Han Calamity, who among the vast wilderness could rival them? Is this the benefit of merit? The remaining demon powerhouses gazed upon this scene, their eyes brimming with longing and aspiration, rushing to the heavenly court. In response, Emperor Jun and Tai were overjoyed, neglecting to solidify their own realms as they attended to the affairs of the heavenly court. In no time, the demon court had become a focal point on the vast wilderness continent, poised to stand against the resplendent witch clan. On Kunlun Mountain, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Liu Ming sat on a mat, his posterior growing sore, casting a resentful glance at the three figures seated at the main seat. The Grand Master, Tan Tian, and Yuan Shi gazed at the golden light shimmering in the sky, their expressions somewhat grim. They had toiled tirelessly to barely break through to quasi-sainthood, while the two scruffy birds of the Sun Star had already reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. The three pure ones, priding themselves on being the true lineage of Pangu, could not tolerate their peers surpassing them in cultivation, even momentarily. Without uttering a word, after a few years of silence, the three pure ones transformed into three streams of celestial energy and vanished from the mat, as if they had evaporated from existence. Left alone in the three pure hall, Liu Ming could only shake his head in exasperation. Those three unscrupulous old immortals, I demand a refund. In stark contrast to the three Pierce reaction, the other side of the wilderness was far more tumultuous. On Penglai Island, atop the Azure Sovereign Seat, the Eastern King suddenly slammed the table, unleashing a force akin to a torrential flood. Crack! A jarring sound of shattering echoed as the jade table, as hard as a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, split open with a fracture. If the three pure ones were displeased by the breakthroughs of Emperor Jun and Tai, he was incensed by the very establishment of the demon court. As the chief of the male immortals, personally appointed by the Tao ancestor, he had witnessed no merit descending from the heavenly path when he founded the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Not only that, but when he sought to recruit the formidable beings of the wilderness, each and every one had shunned him. Even the great Luo Golden Immortals treated him with disdain, while those of lesser cultivation regarded the Tao ancestor as a mythical figure beyond their reach. The Eastern King lacked the energy to deal with these mortals, yet now legions of demon cultivators were journeying to the heavenly court. Was this not an open slap to his face? Convey my orders. Any demon cultivators unwilling to submit to the 10,000 Immortals Alliance shall be executed without mercy. After issuing this command, the Eastern King chuckled ominously. It seems I have been too lenient with you all in the past, leading to this misunderstanding. On Mount Buzhou stood an ancient hall, enduring through the ages. In contrast to the opulence of the demon court, this hall exuded a more austere and time-worn aura. Within, 12 figures sat, representing another formidable force in the wilderness, the Witch Clan. In ancient times, after the great Pangu opened the heavens and perished, most of his essence transformed into these 12 terrifying entities. They utilized their own essence to establish the remaining Witch Clan, revered by all as the ancestors of the witch. Although the Witch Clan inherited Pangu's bloodline, the 12 ancestors could not cultivate their primordial spirits due to the taint of earthly impurities during their birth, rendering them devoid of such. Despite lacking primordial spirits, their physical forms were unparalleled, possessing the ability to devour the heavens and earth, manipulate the elements, and reshape the landscape. These 12 ancestors were Dijiang, resembling a yellow pouch, crimson like fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, formless in visage, the ancestor of space and speed. Zhumeng, green like bamboo, with a bird's body and a human face, riding 2 dragons, the ancestor of wood from the east. Zhurong, beast-headed and human-bodied, clad in red scales, with fiery serpents through his ears, treading upon fire dragons, the ancestor of fire from the south. Ru Shou, human-faced and tiger-bodied, adorned in golden scales, with wings sprouting from his shoulders, a serpent through his left ear, and riding 2 dragons, the ancestor of gold from the west. Gong Gong, with a python-s head and a human body, cloaked in black scales, treading upon black dragons, entwined with a green python, the ancestor of water from the north. Xianming, a fierce giant beast, covered in bony spines, the ancestor of rain. Ho Tu, human-bodied and snake-tailed, with 7 hands behind and 2 hands in front, gripping a soaring serpent, the ancestor of earth. Chong Liang, holding a serpent in his mouth and another in his hand, with a tiger-s head and a human body for hoof feet and long elbows, the ancestor of thunder. Zhu Jiuyin, human-faced with a snake's body, entirely crimson, the ancestor of time. Tian Wu, With 8 heads and a human face, a tiger's body, and 10 tails, the ancestor of wind. Shi, human-faced with a bird's body. With a green serpent dangling from his ear and a red serpent in hand, the ancestor of lightning. Shi, human-faced and beast-bodied. With dog-like ears and a green serpent hanging from them, the ancestor of weather. Chapter 32. Zhu Rong sets out. The Great Merit Array after Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai established the demon court in the 33 heavens. The demons across the vast regions of the wilderness saw them as saviors, abandoning their territories in haste to flock to the heavenly court. Alarmingly, these demons, in their fury against the long-standing oppression from the witch clan, even deviated from their usual conduct to launch surprise attacks on the witch tribes. Caught off guard, the witch clan suffered significant losses. Zhu Rong, the most temperamental among the ancestors, slammed the table and roared. How dare those 2 scruffy birds act so arrogantly before my witch clan? I shall lead my troops to smash their heavenly court to pieces. With that, he turned astride towards the Pangu hall. Sit down. Di Jiang, seated at the head, barked, veins bulging on his forehead as his voice thundered, sealing the space before Zhu Rong and halting his steps. Zhu Rong turned back, his face filled with indignation and reluctance. Elder brother, those 2 scruffy birds have become increasingly arrogant since establishing their so-called court. Many of my warriors from the Zhu Rong tribe have fallen at their hands. If we do not avenge this, how will the beings of the wilderness view my witch clan? The other 10 ancestors wore similarly grim expressions. The backlash from the oppressed demon beings was indeed formidable. Their respective tribes suffered varying degrees of setbacks. Elder brother, give the command. Elder brother, give the command. The ancestral shamans, including Junmeng and Xiangliang, all voiced their agreement to Di Jiao. Di Jun took a deep breath, his resolve finally solidified. Convey my orders. The witch tribe must prepare for battle with full force and launch an offensive against the demon tribe. Previously, he had intervened to stop Zhu Rong, fearing that the latter's anger might lead to inevitable losses on the battlefield. However, at present, the entire witch tribe was united in their enmity, their fighting spirit reaching an unprecedented height. To obstruct them again would be counterproductive, potentially damaging his standing among the witch tribe. Zhu Rong and the others were elated, clasping their fists in response. They were about to deploy the warriors from their respective tribes to conquer the 33 heavens of the demon tribe. Although the witch and demon tribes had previously experienced constant friction, even with the demon tribe's overwhelming numbers, they were a disorganized mass, retreating steadily under the might of the witch tribe. Now, with Di Jun and Dong Wangtai establishing the heavenly court of the demon tribe, all major demon clans of the primordial continent seemed to be emboldened, actively launching attacks against the witch tribe. The demon tribe's surprise assault was remarkably smooth, catching the witch tribe off guard and resulting in significant losses. The ancestral shamans, influenced by the turbid air of heaven and earth during their transformation, inherently possess character flaws. Being countered by those they had long considered defeated was a humiliation they could hardly endure. Di Zhang's gaze swept over a corner, and he queried with curiosity, "Little sister, why do you remain here?" Zhu Rong and the others halted, directing their attention to their youngest sister, dressed in a light yellow gown. The delicate-faced Ho-Tu furrowed her brows. "Elder brother, I believe we should deliberate on this matter further." "Oh," Di Zhang gesse eyelids twitched. Among all the siblings present, he valued Ho-Tu's suggestion the most. As the last-born among them, she was least affected by the turbid air and possessed the most astute insights. "In our battles, the demon tribe has consistently been at a disadvantage, yet the 2 golden crows of the sun have never engaged us directly. Now, they have proactively established the heavenly court, positioning themselves entirely against our witch tribe." Di Jiang pondered. "What do you mean?" Ho-Tu replied softly. "This speaks volumes about the depth of scheming in Di Jun and Dong Wangtai. They would not dare challenge our witch tribe without a measure of certainty. Furthermore, with the establishment of the heavenly court, bolstered by the power of heavenly merit, the overall strength of the demon tribe is incomparable. I fear that my brothers may fall into their trap if we rush into battle." Zhu Rong's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, she replied, "A mere group of mixed-breed beasts. What can they do even if shielded by the so-called merit?" Di Jun and Tai Yi, in their folly, attempt to challenge the authority of our witch tribe. Our warriors must teach them a lesson, so they understand who truly commands this primordial world. Turning to Zhu Rong, Ho-Tu noticed the latter disregarded her advice entirely. Looking at her other siblings, even the usually amiable ancestral shaman, Liu Ming, wore a fierce expression, prompting her to sigh inwardly. Perhaps her little sister was being overly cautious. Di Jiang slowly exhaled, tactfully diffusing the tension. Little sister is only considering the welfare of our witch tribe. There is no need for self-reproach. However, Zhu Rong's brother is correct. Our tribe's dignity has been provoked. If we do not teach those demon tribes a lesson, how can we stand in the world created by our father? With these words, Zhu Rong's gaze softened. Little sister need not worry. In this great battle, your Ho-Tu tribe will follow in the wake of my Zhu Rong tribe. Let's see how I deal with those two despicable beasts. Ho-Tu said nothing further, understanding that if she obstructed them again, it would surely dampen the morale of the witch tribe. However, she harbored a vague feeling that this situation would not be so simple. The demon tribe might indeed become a formidable enemy to their witch tribe. Though this feeling seemed irrational, the witch tribe was known for their decisiveness. And the 12 ancestral shamans quickly gathered the elite warriors from the various tribes, with the most combative among them, Zhu Rong, taking the lead as they advanced towards Tai Huang Tian. Many scattered cultivators who had yet to choose sides watched with keen interest, eager to see how Di Jun and Tai Yi would respond to the witch tribe's initial assault. In their view, the newly established Heavenly Court, even with Di Jun and Tai Yi being quasi-saint level powers, could not withstand the might of the flourishing witch tribe. Yet, reality delivered a harsh blow to their expectations. The demon tribe's Heavenly Court seemed to have anticipated the witch tribe's actions, as Fushi, alongside the white Zhe demon god and other masters of formations, had laid an incredibly intricate innate formation around the 33 heavens. The witch tribe, lacking an understanding of the intricacies of formations, could only attempt to break through with brute force. However, Fushi was no ordinary figure. His mastery of formation arts was rivaled only by the greatest of sages. Furthermore, with the newly established Heavenly Court receiving the blessings of merit, it was fortified beyond compare. Just when the formation's membrane was being distorted by Zhu Rong's flames, intricate ripples of profound principles spread out, and the formation swiftly returned to its original state. Over the course of a century, this phenomenon occurred countless times. Zhu Rong and several of her great shamans became infuriated due to their underestimation of the demon tribe. The witch tribe had not deployed their full strength against the Heavenly Court. Zhu Rong had sworn an oath before Di Jiang for this expedition. Yet now she could not even confront Dong Huang, Tai Yi, and Di Jun. Although the witch tribe possessed formidable physical prowess, they were still flesh and blood. Over time, even Zhu Rong began to show signs of fatigue from the relentless battle. Chapter 33. The Rise of the Demon Tribe. The retreat of the witch tribe within the Heavenly Court. Fushi, seated at the formation's nexus, let out a cold laugh. The rise of the demon tribe was an inevitable trend, a manifestation of the heavenly will. A group of brutes relying solely on sheer strength could never hope to tear apart this merit formation. This formation was his life's work. Crafted through the understanding of the heavenly principles, the interplay of yin and yang, and the 5 elements, enhanced by the merit bestowed upon the demon court. It stood as the pinnacle of his scholarly endeavors. With that, Fushi turned his gaze to Bai Zhe, speaking gently, this time, I owe much to the assistance of the white Zhe demon god. Bai Zhe, standing behind him, quickly waved his hand, saying, Your Highness, you flatter me. Your mastery of formation arts far surpasses mine. I am but a mere assistant. Known as the strategist of the Heavenly Court, Bai Zhe was inherently proud but held great respect for Fushi. The formation before them, let alone Zhu Rong. Even if all 12 ancestral shamans were present to employ the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, it would take centuries to break through. Such was the will of the heavens. Fushi smiled, saying no more, instead directing his attention deeper into the palace. During this time, Di Jun and Tai Yi had not been idle. Long before establishing the Heavenly Court, they had anticipated this day. Thus, over the last few centuries, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi had imparted the insights they gained during their teachings in the Zhixiao Palace to the 10 great demon gods. Subsequently, the 10 great demon gods transmitted their understanding of the Tao to the other demon generals, resulting in a remarkable surge in the strength of the demon tribe's Heavenly Court. The number of demon beings below the Golden Immortal rank nearly doubled, and the count of those at the Tai Yi Golden Immortal level also saw significant growth. Among the 10 great demon gods, half had already reached the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, with the strongest, the white Zhe demon god, having even attained the peak of the great Luo golden immortal. Taking advantage of the Wu clan's struggle to break the formation, the demon army suddenly surged forth, catching the Wu clan completely off guard. Exhausted, Zhu Rong and the other members of the Wu clan were dealt a heavy blow by Dong Huang Tai Yi wielding the Chaos Bell. The might of this innate treasure was no trivial matter. The Chaos Bell was transformed from the divine axe that Pangu used to create the heavens. It was reputed to possess the power to alter the very fabric of time and space, refining the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water. A myriad of profound energies cascaded down, imposing an overwhelming pressure upon the battlefield. The chaotic mist billowed, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. With a mighty roar, Zhu Rong chose to confront this force head-on with his bare fists. The thunderous sound resonated across the heavens and the earth, sending ripples of tangible energy expanding outward in all directions. However, Zhu Rong was caught in the chaotic energy wave, causing him to spew blood and his flesh to crack. His massive form was hurled backward, crashing through several towering pillars before finally halting his retreat. Beside him, Gong Gong was taken aback. The tumultuous waves and dark red arcs of lightning fused together, rushing toward Dong Huang Tai Yi from a distance. The surge of magical power stirred up colossal waves, intertwining with runes of the great Tao, engulfing the area. Dong Huang Tai Yi felt a jolt of alertness, casting various spells to command the Chaos Bell, attempting to contain the torrential flood. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a flash of azure light surged forth, rippling the space around it, pulling the injured Zhu Rong away from the fray. Di Zhang's eyes blazed with fury, transforming into a streak of silver light, charging directly toward Dong Huang Tai Yi. Initially, he had intended to remain stationed at the Pangu Palace, but seeing Zhu Rong and the others struggle against the demon clan's heavenly court, an ominous premonition arose within him, compelling him to hasten to the 33 heavens. Despite his urgency, he arrived just in time to witness his brother nearly perish. Di Jiang, I shall meet you. At that moment, a dazzling golden radiance swept through, erupting with the blazing fire of the sun. The divine flames engulfed the area, warping the very fabric of space and blocking Di Jiang's path. The heavenly emperor, Di Jun, employed the transformation technique of the golden crow, his gaze icy, as an ethereal resonance emanated from the crown of his head. The luminous symbols of the river diagram and Luo book surged forth, unleashing radiant beams of light, manifesting countless profound and mysterious characters. The written symbols of the great Tao intertwined and danced in the air, resembling a tsunami that reached the heavens, akin to a multitude of stars plummeting from the sky. Ancient inscriptions intertwined with the void, forming a miniature world that ensnared Di Jiang. Even he, who was born adept in spatial techniques, found himself trapped. With Zhu Rong injured and Di Jiang confined, the morale of the demon soldiers soared. Kill, kill, kill. The cries of rage and the sounds of battle echoed throughout the skies as they raised their swords and blades against the formidable form of the Wu clan. Both clans were driven into a frenzy, and in a flash, limbs were severed and rivers of blood flowed. Now a mid-stage quasi-saint, Dong Huang Tai Yi, wielding the innate treasure of the Chaos Bell, was unstoppable. The Tao of the Chaos Bell enveloped the area, divine light cascading like rain, single-handedly stalling several ancestral witches. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Di Jiang and the others, Zhu Rong might have perished at Dong Huang Tai Yi's hands. Suddenly, Zhu Jiuyin's eyes snapped open, unleashing the power of the temporal Tao. Waves of energy radiated from him, enveloping the entire demon heavenly court. In that instant, all present, regardless of their cultivation levels, experienced a momentary sluggishness. Seizing this opportunity, Ming transformed into a fearsome beast, crashing into Dong Huang Tai Yi and sending him reeling. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the leaders of both clans experienced a reversal of fortunes. With a swift motion, the spatial blades sliced through the void, the fierce winds howling as they tore the miniature world apart. With a powerful strike, Di Jiang unleashed a punch, combining immense spatial force directed towards Di Jun. The river diagram and Luo book were sent flying by the invisible force, and Di Jun, his expression darkened, took flight to join Fu Shi. Having landed a blow, Di Jiang glanced at the fallen Wu warriors in the pool of blood, his eyes burning with rage. He longed to command the complete annihilation of the demon clan. Yet reason cautioned against such recklessness. They had lost Zhu Rong, with Zhu Jiuyin having expended his fundamental power in the recent battle. The 12 capital heavenly gods formation could not be completed. Continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to devastating losses for the Wu clan, even if they managed to slay Di Jun and his allies. Retreat. Di Jiang gritted his teeth and bellowed. His voice pierced through the space, resounding in the ears of every Wu warrior. Though filled with reluctance, they dared not defy Di Jiang's orders, gradually pulling back from the battlefield. Zhonghuang Dai, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and numerous wounds upon his body, laughed maniacally, displaying a semblance of madness. He was about to issue a command to pursue Di Jiang and the others, intending to trap the Wu clan within the heavenly court. Just then, a steady arm patted Tai Yi's shoulder, speaking in a grave tone. "Second brother, do not pursue a desperate foe. Let them go. Our heavenly court has also suffered considerable losses in this battle." Dong Huang Tai Yi hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. "As you say, elder brother." Though he was inherently proud, he held great respect for Di Jun, who had emerged alongside him. Di Jun nodded in satisfaction, but his gaze suddenly turned frigid. "The Wu clan, one day, my brothers and I shall bring about their annihilation. However, before that, there is an audacious fool seeking his own demise." Chapter 34. The turmoil of the primordial world in the wake of the Wu clan's defeat, though the ancestral witches seethed with anger and resentment. They could not deny the superiority of the demon clan's power. With Zhu Rong gravely injured and Zhu Jiuyin's essence depleted, even the Wu clan's formidable bodies would require considerable time to recover. During this period, the Wu clan could not deploy the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, extinguishing any hope of vengeance against the heavenly court. The entire Wu clan was compelled to heed the counsel of the Earth's ancestral witch, too, silently recuperating their energies while strategizing for the future. They also consolidated their defenses to guard against a potential resurgence from the demon clan. Contrary to the expectations of Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches, Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun did not pursue the Wu clan relentlessly. Instead, they turned their attention toward the Eastern King's alliance of 10,000 immortals. Fu Shi's celestial calculations were unparalleled in the primordial world, and coupled with Dong Huang Tai Yi's unmatched prowess, the Eastern King's alliance was swiftly driven into retreat, lost and disoriented. The heavenly court seized the opportunity to absorb the defeated factions of the Eastern King's alliance, further strengthening itself. The Eastern King, consumed by rage, could scarcely believe that Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi would dare to act against him. After all, he was the foremost male immortal appointed by the Tao ancestor. Who in the entire primordial world would dare to disregard the saints? Enraged, the Eastern King quickly gathered the full might of the Eastern King's alliance, preparing for a final confrontation with the heavenly court. On the lofty peaks of the western Kunlun, the resplendent Queen Mother of the West sighed softly. The Eastern King's reckless actions filled her with an ominous premonition. The Eastern King's alliance was likely nearing its end. In recent years, the Eastern King's alliance had frequently clashed with the Wu and Demon clans in their quest for expansion. However, if the Wu clan disrespected even the Tao ancestor, how could they possibly regard the Eastern King's alliance? The Queen Mother had sensed that her position as the foremost female immortal had become a blade hanging over her head. Yet, having entered this intricate web, she found herself ensnared by fate, unable to break free. The three great powers collided, igniting a conflagration that spread across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, plunging the primordial world into chaos once again. The path they traversed was littered with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as if they had descended into the depths of hell. The confrontation between the 2 clans of witches and demons was particularly intense, marked by an unyielding animosity. Observing this scene, Liu Ming, who had descended from the mountains for exploration, could not help but sigh. The 3 pure ones had successfully vanquished the good corpse, and even in his absence, none dared to disturb the seclusion of Tong Tian and his companions. His purpose for descending was to seek a suitable innate treasure land to serve as his future sanctuary, regardless of whether the 3 pure ones would remain united. He would eventually need to establish his own sect and foundation. now that the renowned mountains and rivers of the primordial world were still unclaimed. Numerous blessed lands awaited his selection. The most coveted choices were undoubtedly the legendary islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhou. It was said that the Eastern King attained greatness after fortuitously discovering the Penglai Island, thus soaring to the ranks of the top powers in the primordial realm. Further legends suggest that he found fragments of the creation jade disk on that island, which attracted the covetous eyes of the Tao ancestor, leading to the Eastern King becoming the so-called leader among male immortals. Hongmeng, revered as the Sage of Sages, merely had to utter a few words to elevate the Eastern King to prominence. As for the Western Queen Mother, she merely served to distract attention, and thus the Eastern King did not truly perish. Rather, he simply faded from history. One could say that the demise of the Eastern King not only provided the Demon Clan with the foundation to rival the Witch Clan, but also accelerated the calamity between them, diminishing the power of the heavenly Tao. Hongmeng not only restored the creation jade disk fragments, but also, through this calamity, shattered the pillars of the primordial world, nearly transcending the heavenly Tao. Such intricate schemes truly befit the title of the foremost individual in the primordial realm. Upon contemplating this, Liu Ming felt a shiver run down his spine, for he too possessed a fragment of the creation jade disk. Regardless of whether Hongmeng had discovered it, the karma had already been entwined. Reflecting on the fate of the Eastern King, it was clear that Hongmeng would show him no mercy. Thus, it was inevitable that Hongmeng would become an adversary he must face in the future. As Liu Ming wrestled with these thoughts, a peculiar sensation suddenly arose in his heart, as if a fortuitous opportunity was nearby. When he arrived atop a mountain, his gaze fell upon a scene that captivated him immensely. In the valley lay a magnificent beast with the head of a lion, antlers of a deer, eyes of a tiger, body of a stag, and scales of a dragon. However, it was bound by several restrictions, steam occasionally rising from its scales, suggesting it was in great distress. Before this Qilin stood an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal demeanor, exuding an aura that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Yet, the black Qilin roared angrily at the old man, demanding to know his name, vowing that the Qilin clan would not let him off easily. The elder stroked his white beard and chuckled, saying, "My young friend, you are mistaken. I am known as Bodhi, hailing from the Western blissful world. I perceive that you possess innate wisdom and share a connection with the West. Why not take me as your master? I shall impart to you the profound truths of the West." The black Qilin's large eyes darted around, its thoughts racing. Since the ancient war, the Qilin clan had retreated from Mount Buzhou, seldom appearing in the world. Moreover, it was known as a recluse within its clan, and the elders seemed reluctant to discuss ancient matters, leaving it little knowledge of the West. It was unaware that during the battle between the Tao and the demons, the demon ancestor had once severed the spiritual veins of the West. The figure before it appeared promising, and following him seemed appealing. Noticing the Qilin's wavering interest, Bodhi's expression subtly shifted, though he quickly returned to his serene demeanor. Yet inside, he was elated, for this was indeed a Qilin, a recognized auspicious beast in the primordial world. Moreover, Bodhi discerned that this Qilin bore ancestral traits, a being of noble blood within its clan. If he could guide it to the West, it would surely herald a prosperous era for that realm. Liu Ming observed the so-called Bodhi with a sense of resignation. In later tales of the primordial world, it was said that the monkey's mentor, Bodhi ancestor, was a good corpse of Zhuan. Initially skeptical, he now saw the truth before him. The signature phrase could not be wrong. The two saints of the West were indeed exhausting themselves for the prosperity of their domain. Even Liu Ming, despite being in opposition, could not help but admire their tenacity. It was truly inspirational. However, this did not hinder him from continuing to oppose them, for he remembered how Zhuan and Ji had sought to bring him to ruin in the Zixiao Palace. Just as the black Qilin was about to be swayed by Bodhi's words, Liu Ming bellowed, his voice reverberating through the forest. "Esteemed friend, I had no intention of interfering, but how can you deceive this creature?" Upon hearing this, the Qilin's expression turned wary, and its words were swallowed back. Bodhi's face twitched in anger as he turned to confront the source of the interruption, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, wishing he could eliminate the one who spoke. He had been so close to converting this auspicious beast to the West. As Bodhi turned to look, his pupils contracted sharply, and his heart raced. Not far from him stood a middle-aged man, his expression simple and honest, nodding at him. This man was the good corpse of Zhuan, inheriting all of his memories. His original self often ventured eastward, naturally interacting with many Eastern cultivators. For any notable power in the primordial continent, Zhuan was well acquainted. Yet, before him stood a presence unknown to his memories. The fact that this middle-aged man could appear silently before him indicated his remarkable skill. With a smile, Bodhi inclined his head and asked, "Might I know your name?" The middle-aged man scratched his head, replying with a simple, "I am called Wan Xing." This middle-aged man was, in fact, Liu Ming transformed. During his wanderings in the primordial realm, he had acquired a shape-shifting technique known as seamless garment. With Liu Ming's cultivation at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, unless one were a sage of the heavenly Tao, it would be nearly impossible to discern his true visage. Presently, Zhuan had not yet reached such heights. Bodhi narrowed his eyes, feeling unsettled, and sighed inwardly. The East is vast and rich, teeming with talents, far surpassing what we possess in the West. Liu Ming smirked and inquired, "May I ask how you are dressed?" He recognized Bodhi, but the Wanqing Taoist had no knowledge of him. Bodhi smiled and performed a gesture of respect, saying, "You may call me Bodhi." Liu Ming grimaced, muttering, "That name leaves much to be desired. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the shameless Zhuan of the West. I suggest you refrain from deceiving this foolish Qilin, lest it becomes as dishonorable as Zhuan over time." Bodhi's face instantly darkened, feeling as if he had bitten into something sour. To be called shameless before him was truly a first. "Friend, do not speak such nonsense. I have never deceived this creature." With that, he quickly shifted his gaze to the black Qilin, declaring, "If you do not believe me, I can swear by the heavenly Tao that one day, when you arrive in the blissful world, I shall impart to you the supreme mysteries of the West." The black Qilin's large eyes flickered, once again swayed by Zhuan Ti's persuasion. Surely, a vow of the heavenly Tao could not be false, could it? In the palm of Bodhi, an overwhelming force surged forth, intent on seizing the ink Qilin and forcibly transporting it back to the West. He faintly sensed that within this Qilin's belly lay the brewing essence of primordial qi, likely a divine treasure of innate origin. Should the Taoist of 10,000 greens intervene at this moment, he would indeed find himself bereft of solace. Liu Ming's heart chuckled silently as the intricate patterns of innate energy swirled in his palm, and the power of space transformed into a colossal hand that struck directly at Bodhi. Caught off guard by Liu Ming's sudden aggression, Bodhi instinctively morphed his claws into a palm, his unparalleled power surging forth, causing the very void to tremble. A tentacle explosion issued, and Bodhi was propelled backward several steps by the immense backlash, his sleeves torn, hair disheveled, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Liu Ming appeared beside the ink Qilin, effortlessly intercepting the residual waves of attack. He boisterously declared, "The war of Tao and demons once shattered countless spiritual veins of the West. You call that desolate place the pure land of ultimate bliss? Is there a more bizarre grand lie than this?" Upon hearing this, the Qilin's copper bell-like eyes widened in disbelief, glaring at Bodhi with a fiery intensity. The source of the issue lay here, a web of intricate machinations. Fortunately, he had not been deceived. Feeling the murderous gaze of the Qilin upon him, and observing Liu Ming's guileless expression, Bodhi's complexion fluctuated between cyan and white. His expression hardened as a tremendous aura erupted, shaking the void for thousands of miles around. A layer of golden light enveloped his skin, bones, and garments, elevating his stature by several feet as a torrent of physical power surged forth. With a resounding crash, Bodhi stepped forward, producing an explosive sound in the void. A golden hand, akin to a celestial monument, descended, aiming to strike Liu Ming's head, causing the surrounding space to resonate with thunderous noise. Convincing the inked Qilin to accompany him was no longer a feasible endeavor. The only course left was to defeat this Taoist of 10,000 greens and forcibly take the Qilin away. "Come fort," Liu Ming bellowed, layering the power of space to encompass the inked Qilin within his dimensional realm. Dark golden patterns emerged from his fist, as his formidable physical strength tore the fabric of space, creating deep, dark fissures. The two heavy fists collided with no embellishments. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and golden ripples expanded from the point of impact. Countless fissures, resembling spider webs, appeared on the ground within a vast radius. Clouds of yellow dust billowed as a figure was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing into and collapsing several mountain peaks. The roar of landslides echoed as dust swirled, with numerous boulders tumbling down. Bodhi emerged from the rubble, far removed from his previous ethereal demeanor, appearing disheveled and covered in dirt. He gazed at Liu Ming in shock. This physical form was the culmination of countless tribulations he had endured, gradually perfected through his journey to the Purple Cloud Palace. Yet here he was, having been sent flying by a single punch from the Taoist of 10,000 greens. Liu Ming cast a casual glance at Bodhi, remarking, "Not bad. If I am not mistaken, the divine power Bodhi is currently employing is the initial version of the 6-foot golden body. The 800 schools of the West. Even the Tao ancestor has praised its uniqueness." Bodhi's anger flared at such remarks, feeling utterly disrespected. With a furious roar, he resembled an enraged golden figure, fingers forming a sacred seal. A surge of golden light erupted, dazzling and radiant, intent on obliterating Liu Ming with his power. Even if this was merely a refined corpse of his true self, it was not something an ordinary late-stage Deluo golden immortal could contend with. Liu Ming clasped his hands together, and a silver moon materialized in his palm, embodying his understanding of the laws of space. Silver radiance shot forth from his hand like countless silver threads. Upon contact with the golden light, it melted away as swiftly as snow meeting lava. Several silver beams pierced through the golden brilliance, maintaining their momentum as they flew toward Bodhi. Bodhi's eyelids twitched violently. The silver blades seemed to seal all his escape routes, leaving him no choice but to confront them directly. This Taoist of 10,000 greens was indeed another formidable master of the path of space. Suppressing the turmoil within, he shouted, and a beam of golden light shot forth from the crown of his head. A golden bowl materialized amidst the golden glow, exuding an ancient, profound aura. The bowl rapidly expanded hundreds of times, overshadowing the heavens, shielding Bodhi from view. With a clang, metallic vibrations resounded, echoing like a great bell, sparks flying. Hiding behind the bowl, Bodhi felt a surge of trepidation, quickly followed by an overwhelming rage. As a quasi-saint, an unparalleled being shaped from innate spiritual roots, he had been repeatedly repelled by an obscure late-stage Deluo golden immortal. If word of this spread, how could he ever face others again? For the sake of his dignity, he resolved to suppress this individual at all costs. With this thought, Bodhi steeled his resolve, biting his tongue and spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood. The golden bowl absorbed his blood, instantly radiating divine light and greatly enhancing its power. The bowl swelled once more, casting a shadow over the sun, its dark silhouette extending for thousands of miles, enveloping Liu Ming entirely. Then, torrents of golden energy cascaded forth like a breached dam. The area was instantly submerged, waves of energy rippling outward. The void reverberated with deafening booms. Bodhi maintained a reverent demeanor, continuously shifting his hand seals. Amidst the golden deluge, golden lotuses bloomed, exuding a sense of destruction. The lotus of the Tao began to ignite, constructing the power of the laws in an attempt to reduce Liu Ming to ashes. Liu Ming silently recited the incantations, and the space around him suddenly erupted. A dark light, emerging from the fissures as a black gourd of considerable size, leapt forth. After years of refining this gourd, he had finally discovered its true name, the Ink Jade Gourd. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Ink Jade Gourd, an ominous premonition surged within Bodhi. He recited incantations to summon the golden bowl back. Yet in the next moment, the gourd seemed to transcend time and space, hovering above the bowl. With its mouth facing downward, it emanated a misty aura, unleashing an immense suction that devoured the golden torrents. The spectacle resembled the rivers of the 9 heavens being drawn upward, a wondrous sight to behold. Liu Ming smirked inwardly, and the seals in his palm shifted once more. The ink jade gourd radiated with brilliant light, mysterious symbols intertwining. An even more terrifying suction erupted, akin to a colossal beast roaring, drawing the bowl that spanned thousands of feet. The world regained its clarity, leaving only Bodhi's frantic howls echoing through the air. "Thief, return my treasure!" Chapter 36. Liu Ming seeks to accept Zhuan as his disciple. The ink jade gourd flew back into Liu Ming's sleeve, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face. He would never relinquish the bounty that was so close at hand. Liu Ming pressed his palms together, silently intoning a mantra. Infinite, celestial, venerable. Friend, please do not be angered. I am merely seeking to assist you in escaping the sea of suffering. Even though Bodhi's heart burned with fury, he could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Liu Ming mimicked the demeanor of revered Buddhist monks from his past life, adopting an air of solemnity. This treasure unmistakably hails from the lands of the West. Friend, by carrying this treasure for an extended period, you have become entangled in its karmic ties. In time, this could bring about great calamity. The elder Bodhi, his face dark as a soot-covered pot, exclaimed in anger, "You, sir, should cease your nonsense. I am a practitioner of the West. Why should I fear being intertwined with its karma? It is you who has taken my treasure. And do you not fear the karmic repercussions with my Pure Land?" He considered himself quite shameless, yet today he encountered someone even more shameless. To seize his treasure and mask it with the pretense of rescuing him from suffering. How could one be more audacious? Liu Ming solemnly shook his head and replied, "My cultivation is profound, transcending the cycles of karma. I am impervious to destruction, having endured countless tribulations since the dawn of creation. A mere primordial treasure from the West cannot sway me. However, dear friend, your cultivation is modest, and you may easily be ensnared by this alms bowl." As he concluded, he cast a significant glance at Bodhi. Bodhi's face turned a shade of green with rage. What kind of look was that? Did he truly think me a naive child, easily swayed by his deceit? A great Luo Jinxian coming here to feign superiority? Had it not been for his recent battle with a corpse, he would have made this Taoist regret his words. Yet, Bodhi, a sage of great insight, would not be easily deceived by Liu Ming's fabrications. Meanwhile, in another dimension, the ink Qilint's eyes bulged with astonishment, yearning to leap forth and pledge allegiance to Liu Ming as his disciple. This ancient being, having survived since the dawn of creation, Liu Ming's cultivation likely surpassed even that of his own ancestral Qilin. If he could be taken as a disciple, surely he would dominate the wilderness. The ink Qilin reveled in thoughts of splendid future, having already mapped out his aspirations. As for the veracity of Liu Ming's words, he held no doubts. That scoundrel Bodhi could easily suppress him, yet he too was subjected to the might of the venerable Wanqing. After a prolonged silence, Bodhi's temperament, unlike that of common cultivators, gradually softened. Taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly, "Friend, do not utter such absurdities. Return the gilded alms bowl to me, and we shall clear our karmic ties." Liu Ming shook his head, asserting, "Do not be hasty, dear friend. This primordial treasure can only aid you in dispelling that karmic burden if it remains in my possession." Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with insight. "Our meeting today is indeed fated. Why not become my disciple? I shall impart to you the supreme teachings of the East, and in due time, you shall attain the path of primordial unity." Bodhi was incensed, nearly cursing aloud, his heart filled with distaste. In the past, he had guided others to the West, yet now someone sought to lead him to the East. Unable to retaliate or argue, he feared that remaining any longer might truly drive him to madness. With a face full of indignation, he turned and summoned a cloud to depart. His first venture down the mountain had not only failed to lead the Qilin away, but had resulted in the loss of a primordial treasure, further aggravating the already frugal Kunni. "May we meet again by fate," Liu Ming shouted, waving his hand below. Bodhi's face darkened, nearly stumbling from his cloud. Again? He wished never to encounter the Wanqing Taoist again in his lifetime. Once Bodhi departed, Liu Ming erupted into hearty laughter. His remarks had been intentionally crafted to vex Kunni, who had previously obstructed him in the Zixiao Palace. As his laughter subsided, Liu Ming waved his sleeve, blue light flickering, and released the ink Qilin once more. The Qilin's eyes sparkled with admiration, resembling a devoted disciple. In its astonished gaze, Liu Ming's essence shimmered in blue light, restoring his original visage. Liu Ming glanced at the Qilin with mild surprise. This creature exuded a fervent energy barely concealed. He flicked his fingers, sending forth streaks of light that struck the Qilin's chest. The Qilin opened its mouth, a fiery red pearl shooting forth, causing the surrounding air to grow warm. Liu Ming summoned the pearl into his palm, observing the 36 restrictions within it, a broad smile returning to his face. What a marvelous treasure! Truly, Kunti and Jane are worthy of their renown. Their presence heralds great fortune. This fire spirit pearl was likely ingested by the ink Qilin by mere chance. To acquire 2 primordial treasures in one stroke was a cause for immense joy, even for one as composed as Liu Ming. He intended to leave on his cloud, but before he could utter a word, the ink Qilin cried out in urgency, "Immortal, please hold." Liu Ming turned back, responding nonchalantly, "Foolish Qilin, I have no interest in you. You may leave." Though this creature was a Qilin, he too found himself lacking a steed. Yet the ink Qilin's intellect was dismally inadequate, easily hoodwinked by cunning. What was happening? The ink Qilin found itself bewildered, its fervor met with a dismissal of its intelligence. The Qilin tribe was revered in the wilderness, and many cultivators yearned to claim one as their mount. He, being the most pure-blooded of his lineage, was destined to become the next leader. Yet now, when he offered himself freely, he was rejected. This made the ink Qilin question its existence. However, surrendering the opportunity to follow a being of such immense power was out of the question. With determination ignited in its eyes, the ink Qilin flung itself to the ground, clasping Liu Ming's legs. "Immortal, please accept me. I am clever and learn quickly." Liu Ming struggled to free his legs, his lips twitching in disbelief. "I cannot believe you," he thought, finding it more reasonable to send the Qilin back to kindergarten than to trust its intellect. The Qilin clung tightly, proclaiming, "Our tribe is one of gratitude. Today you saved me, and I would gladly serve you to repay your kindness." Liu Ming, exasperated, replied, "I can fly myself." The ink Qilin persisted, "With your esteemed presence, why toil in the clouds? I am tough and can endure hardship. I guarantee that no better mount exists in the wilderness." The Qilin's logic was simple. If it could not be a disciple, it would settle for being a mount. In the future, it could leverage its esteemed name to garner respect. After some back and forth, Liu Ming found himself somewhat irritated. He glanced at the hefty creature grasping his clothes, letting out a resigned sigh. After all, he had received a primordial treasure from this Qilin. Causing harm to it would be an ungrateful act. Chapter 37. The Mount Ink Qilin encounters the prince of the East Sea Dragon clan very well. "Let go," Liu Ming conceded, waving his hand in defeat. "Not unless you accept me," the Ink Qilin declared, embodying the spirit of a stubborn creature. "I promise you it shall be so," Liu Ming replied, his forehead lined with frustration, the words almost forced through gritted teeth. It is said that the Qilin race is inherently proud, yet he could discern not a hint of that demeanor. Doubt lingered in his heart. The black Qilin initially expressed delight, only to shake its head in resignation. The depths of the primordial realm are fraught with treachery. The earlier incident with the Bodhi Taoist had ensnared the esteemed figure, and there was no need to elaborate on the misfortunes of the Bodhi immortal. After learning from that bitter experience, the black Qilin had become considerably more astute. Liu Ming proclaimed with a sense of superiority, "I have no inclination to deceive." "Then why did you not reveal your true self earlier?" The black Qilin questioned with an expression of skepticism. Liu Ming's face darkened. Had it not been for the fire spirit pearl, he would have relished the thought of stewing this Qilin. Sensing Liu Ming's displeasure, the black Qilin shivered, and a radiant orb of light emanated from its 2 horns. This luminous sphere, infused with the essence of fate, drifted slowly towards Liu Ming. This was the Qilin's life soul. For any being in the primordial realm, once their life soul was under another's control, their very existence rested upon the whims of that individual. By voluntarily relinquishing its life soul, the black Qilin had resolved to be Liu Ming's steed. Reluctantly, Liu Ming accepted the hazy sphere, reminding himself that a mount need not possess great intelligence. He sighed softly. "In my lifetime, I have roamed the primordial expanse freely. Your current cultivation is rather insufficient, and I do not require you to trail behind me incessantly. However, as my mount, I have 2 stipulations." Do tell. The black Qilin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. To be a mount while still having the chance to be idle. What could be better? Liu Ming stated with grave seriousness. "First, my true name is Liu Ming. You must not freely disclose that you call me Wan Qing. Second, when we venture into the world, keep your wits about you. Do not be caught unaware and end up as someone else's meal." The earlier Bodhi Taoist was a revered disciple of the Western Pure Lands deity, and he had a shameless brother named Jing, who was infamous for his unscrupulousness. The brothers favored beings of your kind. Upon hearing the second stipulation, the Black Cheelan's countenance grew woefully despondent. Liu Ming remained unfazed by its expression. It was imperative to sound a warning to this hefty Cheelan. Otherwise, given its lack of cleverness, should it fall into Jin's or the Bodhi Taoist clutches, the consequences would be dire. As they traveled, Liu Ming learned that the Black Cheelan was named Mo Lin, the scion of the Cheelan clan, and among his contemporaries, he was the most gifted. However, following the Great Cataclysm of Long Han, the primordial races began to dwindle. The Cheelan clan, in particular, suffered the most grievous fate, having relinquished their hold on Mount Buzhou and, due to their inherent auspicious aura, became the favored mounts for primordial cultivators. Thus, Mo Lin's acceptance of being Liu Ming's steed was not one of aversion. Instead, he perceived it as an opportunity to latch onto a powerful ally, and he brimmed with joy. After walking some distance, Liu Ming abruptly halted and addressed Mo Lin. Mo Lin, I have urgent matters to attend to in the Eastern Sea. You need not accompany me. What? Mo Lin gasped, evidently surprised that Liu Ming's destination was the Dragon Clan. As a member of the Cheelan, he harbored no fondness for dragons. During the Long Han Calamity, the three clans fought fiercely for dominance, and the Dragon Clan, being the most tyrannical, instigated the conflict. Liu Ming's fingers flickered with spiritual light and touched Mo Lin's brow. This is where my dojo resides. You must guard it diligently until my return. Montauk Lin solemnly complied. Yet his gaze lingered on Liu Ming, as if he wished to voice something more. Liu Ming raised an eyebrow and inquired, Is there something else? After a moment of hesitation, Mo Lin finally spoke. My lord, those dragon wretches are cunning and treacherous. I fear you may fall victim to their schemes. Liu Ming waved his hand dismissively. I thought it was something of import. Worry not. If I wish to depart, there are few who could restrain me in this world. Upon returning from Zixiao Palace to Kunlun Mountain, he had seized the opportunity presented by Hongjuan's teachings to elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Coupled with a physique rivaling that of the ancestral witches, even the true form of the Bodhi would find it challenging to gain the upper hand against him. Observing his master's calm demeanor, Mo Lin felt an even deeper admiration. In terms of raw power, the Dragon Clan was the strongest among the ancient three races, as evidenced by their continued dominion over the seas. Yet, Liu Ming exhibited no fear. Such mastery was truly extraordinary. With no further words exchanged, Mo Lin summoned a dark light and soared toward the direction indicated in his mind. Liu Ming watched the retreating figure with a faint smile. The coordinates he provided were not for Kunlun Mountain, but for an unnamed mountain where he had transformed in the primordial realm. The original inhabitants held disdain for the demon race, and he wished to avoid ruffling the feathers of his second master. For now, the relationship with the three pure ones remained amicable. After parting ways with Mo Lin, Liu Ming felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. However, the vastness of the Eastern Sea posed a challenge. How would he locate Yingzhou and the two celestial islands? If he were to release his spiritual sense, it could easily attract the attention of ancient beings within the Dragon Clan, leading to unnecessary complications. Although Liu Ming was not afraid, it was wiser to avoid trouble. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation surged within him. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned clouds and mist and sped toward the distant mountains. Moments later, he parted the clouds, revealing a tumultuous scene. The mountains echoed with a resounding roar, energy rippling outward. Beasts howled, shaking the very fabric of space, trees swayed, and leaves rustled chaotically. Before his eyes lay a colossal black golden true dragon, several thousand feet in length and as thick as a water tank, confronting three formidable figures. The black dragon roared, its enormous eyes ablaze with fury. Are the members of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance truly this shameless? My father has already promised to provide you with a response in 3 days. Why do you obstruct this, prince? The elder among the trio, clad in flowing white robes and possessing a youthful visage, chuckled amiably. Prince Aokun, you mistake my intentions. I merely wish to invite you to Zifu Island to sample the ancient tea of enlightenment. The East King's dojo, Penglai Island, lay within the Eastern Sea, and the alliance he established with the Dragon Clan often led to friction. Though the dragon race had seen better days, the East King had no intention of challenging them. Likewise, the dragons remained wary of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. For thousands of years, the two powers had coexisted peacefully. However, since Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai established the Heavenly Court, pressured by circumstances, the East King had turned his sights upon the Dragon Clan. Ao Kuin's expression darkened. With a flick of his tail, he swung his immense dragon tail toward the three figures, unleashing a force capable of toppling mountains, enveloping the area in a cloud of thick smoke, obscuring the vision of the three. After executing this maneuver, he accelerated toward the Eastern Sea. Being merely a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, he was aware that any one of the three before him was equally potent. With the white-robed elder even being a great Luo Golden Immortal, if he did not flee swiftly, he would surely be captured, becoming a pawn in the 10,000 Immortals' alliance's machinations against the Dragon Clan. The prince seemed unwilling to grant the Taoist any favor. The white-robed elder let out a cold laugh, extending his fingers. A beam of azure light erupted, slicing through the smoke and striking the black dragon's body. The black dragon let out a howl of agony. Its scales shattered, and blood sprayed forth. A massive figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Simultaneously, the other two formidable beings from the Wanxian alliance flashed with ferocity, their sleeves swirling as two chains shot forth towards Alcuin. As the chains drew nearer, a flicker of reluctance and despair crossed the black dragoness eyes. This primordial era was evidently no longer the dominion of his dragon clan. Liu Ming's gaze was peculiar. Could this corpulent dragon truly be his opportunity? Chapter 38. Could it be that you are an ancient being who survived the Dragonhan calamity? Liu Ming hesitated briefly. Then, with a swift gesture, two beams of silver light erupted forth. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying as the serpentine chains were sent flying back. The two who had launched the attack stumbled backward, blood seeping from their lips, their eyes wide with terror. In an instant of chaos, the elderly figure in white was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Who dares to reveal themselves? Come forth!" Sweat began to bead on his palm. Throughout his battle with Alcuin, he had been completely unaware of anyone else's presence. "Fellow cultivators, might you spare this black dragon for my sake?" Liu Ming descended slowly, offering a gentle smile to the group from the Wanxian alliance. The elder in white scrutinized Liu Ming with suspicion, his heart settling slightly. He had initially thought Liu Ming to be an ancient monster, only to realize he was merely a young lad. It appeared that his previous concerns were unfounded. The flickering hope in Alcuin's eyes was extinguished in an instant. The appearance of the primordial cultivator could not disguise their youth. Clearly, this was a novice who had not cultivated for long, and how could he possibly save himself? After a moment of relief, the elder in white spoke coldly. "This is your misfortune. Dare to meddle in the affairs of the Wanxian alliance, and none in the primordial realm can save you." The two Tai Golden Immortals beside him exchanged knowing glances, a cruel smirk playing on their lips. If they allowed this person to escape, who knew what unforeseen consequences might arise? The only solution was to silence him permanently. With a hiss, two blood-red chains shot forth again, crimson like blood, their tips sharp and piercing, creating a chilling sound that reverberated through the space. The malevolent aura enveloped the vicinity, threatening to bind the very souls of its targets. Liu Ming chuckled coldly, shaking his head. "You refuse to listen to reason and insist on resorting to violence." With a violent motion of his arm, a torrent of sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The sky was ablaze with countless sparks as the two approaching blood-red chains were reduced to mere dust. The residual might of the sword light surged on, radiating brilliantly as it cleaved toward the trio of the elder in white. The two casting the spells were horrified, halting in their tracks before retreating rapidly. The elder in white was drenched in cold sweat. He realized he had kicked a formidable iron plate. The two blood-red chains were nearly on par with high-grade postnatal spiritual treasures, yet they had been effortlessly obliterated. Among all the powerful beings he had encountered, only the Eastern King could achieve such feats. The elder wasted no time, igniting his fundamental energy as he fled. What the Dragon Prince? What the Wanxian Alliance's mission? His life was all that mattered. Observing this, Liu Ming let out a cold laugh, extending his palm toward the space before him and gently grasping it. With this seemingly casual gesture, the space in front of the three collapsed instantaneously, revealing a vast black void hundreds of feet wide, a darkness so profound it seemed capable of devouring souls. Under the terrifying power of the shattering space, the two Tai, golden immortals, were obliterated without resistance, their primordial spirits unable to escape. The Elder, being the most powerful and astute, realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he hurled a purple gold hammer to absorb much of the explosion's damage. Yet he was still caught by a fraction of the blast. His body bathed in blood as he fled for his life. Liu Ming exclaimed in surprise, his palm closing once more, unleashing a burst of azure light. The space before the Diluo golden immortal solidified in an instant, enveloping him from all directions. Simultaneously, an unforeseen force surged forth, tearing his physical form to shreds. A dim flicker of light, nearly invisible amidst the blood mist, fled into the distance. Liu Ming beckoned with one hand, compressing the vastness into the palm of his hand, trapping the remnant's soul within. A wave of sheer terror emanated from it. No, I am an official of the Wanxian Alliance. If you kill me, the Immortal Lord will not spare you. Liu Ming's expression turned to one of disdain as he exerted a slight pressure from his palm. A surge of immense spiritual energy erupted, instantly reducing the remnant's soul to nothingness. He shook his head slightly, lamenting, the Eastern King is quite audacious. The rise of the demon clan is an inevitable trend, yet he truly believes himself to be the foremost among the male immortals. Soon, the Eastern King shall meet his end, and he dares to intimidate with such a title? How absurd! Immortal, how many years have you cultivated? Alcuin, wounded and bearing cracked scales, swallowed hard, his enormous dragon eyes filled with astonishment. Even as a dragon prince, accustomed to storms and tempests, the preceding events felt surreal. A Diluo golden immortal and two Tai golden immortals had perished before this young man in mere moments. Moreover, the indifference with which he regarded the Wanxian Alliance was striking. How many in the primordial realm could achieve such a feat? In a moment, Alcuin's eyes were filled with admiration. Liu Ming turned away, casually remarking, since my transformation, I have cultivated for less than 8,000 years. Are you kidding? Alcuin scoffed, utterly disbelieving. 8,000 years? That's hardly enough time compared to my own cultivation. Liu Ming cast a helpless glance at the rotund dragon. In this age, it seemed that honesty could not be believed. Clearly, Alcuin regarded him as an ancient monster, yet he had no time to correct the misunderstanding. Why were they attempting to capture you? As soon as the words left Liu Ming's mouth, Alcuin's expression vanished, replaced by deep-seated hatred. Liu Ming inquired, is it unmentionable? There is nothing I cannot say. Alcuin sighed, a look of despondency overtaking him. After the Eastern King was proclaimed the foremost among the male immortals by the Dao ancestor, his ambition swelled, seeking to consume my dragon clan and make us his subordinates. Impressive. Upon hearing this, Liu Ming fell silent for a moment, silently commending the Eastern King. Even if the dragon clan had withdrawn from the historical stage, they were still a dominant force across the seas, and their legacy continued to instill fear in various clans. Take, for instance, the Azure Dragon guarding the eastern extremity, or the Candle Dragon, who had not yet perished during the Dragonhan Calamity. Both were formidable beings of near saintly caliber. The Eastern King truly had the audacity to provoke one of the most notable clans in the primordial realm. Alcuin took a deep breath and continued. Initially, he was wary of the strength of my dragon clan and did not dare to press too hard. However, recently, Emperor Jun established the heavenly court and bestowed great merits, drawing all demons to his side. The Eastern King sensed his position was threatened and sought to negotiate with my father once more. The Emperor does not wish for the Dragon Clan to be mired in this turmoil, yet he is somewhat indecisive due to the formidable power of the heavenly court. Liu Ming, perplexed, inquired, surely your Dragon Clan's foundation cannot be merely this. Are you truly afraid of a mere Eastern prince? Upon hearing the last few words, Ao Kuan's dragon form quivered, and he reverently exclaimed, Senior, could it be that you are an ancient being who has survived from the primordial era? Chapter 39. The Dragon Prince volunteers to be a steed. Liu Ming rolled his eyes and replied, No. Ao Kuan, in disbelief, retorted, aside from the Dao ancestor, who in the vast wilderness would dare to disregard the Eastern Prince. You are not an ancient being? Liu Ming, taken aback, smacked his forehead, silently acknowledging. I had forgotten this detail. As a transmigrator, he inevitably approached the evaluation of the Eastern Prince with preconceived notions. However, in the present wilderness, due to Hongmeng bestowing the title of the foremost male immortal upon the Eastern Prince, even the proudest, like Dijun and Dong Huangtai, would not openly confront him. This misunderstanding was precisely what led Ao Kun, the Dragon Prince, to misinterpret the situation. Seeing the reverence in Ao Kun's gaze, Liu Ming sighed, realizing that explanation would be futile. According to my father and several clan elders, our ancestors participated in the Great War during the Primordial era, resulting in a tremendous amount of bloodshed. Bound by karmic retribution, they require years of seclusion to suppress it, and every action they take incurs a heavy price. Ao Kun's expression darkened as he continued. I initially intended to seek assistance from my uncle in the South Sea, but unexpectedly, those rascals from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance intercepted me along the way. Liu Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Ao Kun glanced at Liu Ming and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, asking, "Might I inquire what brings you to the Eastern Sea, esteemed senior?" At this moment, the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, intent on capturing him to pressure the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, would undoubtedly not relent easily. The relationship between the Dragon Clan and the 10,000 Immortals Alliance had become exceedingly tense, and a confrontation could erupt at any moment. If Liu Ming's combat prowess could be utilized by the Dragon Clan, their chances of success will be significantly enhanced. Liu Ming did not conceal his intentions, stating, "I have heard that the Eastern Sea is vast and boundless, home to numerous innate islands, and I seek to find a place to establish a Taoist temple." Ao Kun's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Esteemed senior, my Dragon Clan has ruled the four seas since ancient times. Why not accompany me to the Eastern Sea to meet my father? He may know the whereabouts of those chaotic islands." Liu Ming was indeed tempted, for his earlier rescue of Ao Kun was partly motivated by this very intention. During the era of the three ancient clans, the Dragon Clan held dominion over the four seas. It was implausible that they had not sought those three great islands. Although the Dragon Clan had diminished in power, they remained the most knowledgeable race regarding the wilderness seas. Without much hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Ao Kun, overjoyed, had been eager to recruit Liu Ming. Hearing that the latter was willing to visit the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea made his heart soar. Once they reached the Dragon Palace, with his father's capabilities, how could they fail to retain such a person? With this thought, Ao Kun swiftly approached Liu Ming, gesturing for him to mount his back. Liu Ming furrowed his brow and said, "You are injured. This may not be advisable." Ao Kun shook his head vigorously, insisting, "Esteemed senior, my skin is tough, and I am unbothered." Unable to resist him, Liu Ming realized that this fellow had likely dragged an ancient being who remained hidden from the world out of seclusion. Thus, Ao Kun carried Liu Ming as they soared through the clouds, his immense dragon form gliding gracefully across the heavens. Liu Ming, garbed in white, radiated an otherworldly elegance, as countless clouds swept past, resembling a celestial emperor on an outing. The beings on the vast land of the wilderness gazed up, captivated by Liu Ming's demeanor. Dragons are inherently proud. For them to allow someone to be their steed, that young man must surely be an extraordinary figure. Those familiar with Ao Kun were left in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This was no ordinary dragon. He was the firstborn son of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, the current Dragon Prince. Among the four seas, the Eastern Sea was the most illustrious, and Ao Kun, being the Dragon King's heir, held incomparable status. Many recognized him, but upon realizing that Ao Kun would serve as another's mount, they were left astonished. Jaws agape. As Liu Ming observed the throngs below, his heart and mind grew increasingly clear, his aura more harmonious, as if he were merging with the very fabric of the universe. His internal power surged like a vast ocean, propelled by the energy of the Tao, once again crashing against the barriers of the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, and the Tao Yanju operated autonomously, refining this energy of heaven and earth. Ao Kun felt an invigorating sensation as the spiritual energy flowed through him, causing his wounds to tingle with a soothing numbness. Gradually, his injuries began to heal, and his vitality returned to its pinnacle, illustrating the richness of the energy Liu Ming had drawn forth during his cultivation. Familiar with the way, Ao Kuan guided Liu Ming, and soon they arrived at the shores of the Eastern Sea. The view before them was an endless expanse of ocean, accompanied by the roaring sound of crashing waves that occasionally stirred up towering surges. Countless aquatic beings swam beneath the surface, creating ripples across the vast waters. A mist of vapor, intertwined with innate spiritual energy, shrouded the boundless sea of the Eastern Sea. In the distance, ethereal islands seemed to dot the horizon, veiled in a hazy luminescence, obscured even from Liu Ming's keen sight. Surely, these were the legendary Chaotic Islands. Upon reaching the Eastern Sea, Liu Ming's meditative state concluded. While he had not yet broken through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it was only a hair's breadth away. This was all thanks to Hongmeng's teachings in the Zixiao Palace and Liu Ming's own solid foundation. Suddenly, gusts of wind swept across the ocean surface, forming towering water spouts that reached for the heavens, scattering the mist-like vapor and spiritual energy. As the water spouts dissipated, several elders, clad in azure robes adorned with luxurious golden trims, emerged. They were elders of the Dragon Clan, their cultivation having reached the perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal. Upon seeing a stranger seated atop the Dragon Prince, the elders' faces turned crimson with rage, their imposing aura surging forth, ready to engage Liu Ming in a life-and-death struggle. The Eastern Sea's waters churned restlessly in response. "Impudent wretch, how dare you act so presumptuously in our Eastern Sea?" Before Liu Ming could respond, Ao Kuan's expression swiftly darkened, and he bellowed, "Do you wish to rebel? This immortal is a distinguished guest of our Dragon Clan. You will withdraw at once." Upon hearing this, the Dragon Palace's elders were momentarily stunned. Could it be that the prince was coerced by this individual? Something seemed amiss. Noticing that the elders did not immediately comply with his command, Ao Kuan's face darkened further, fearing that Liu Ming might take offense. He summoned his Tai Golden Immortal powers. With a resounding crash, the ocean surface tilted dramatically as powerful water columns surged forth, creating tumultuous waves that echoed with might. The Dragon Clan elders, taken aback, hurriedly retreated, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Each of them was as formidable as Ao Kuan, yet they never anticipated that the Dragon Prince would take action against them. At that moment, it dawned on them that the individual atop the prince was likely an extraordinary being. With a prompt movement, he stepped aside and bowed, saying, "Please forgive us for our ignorance." Having encountered such situations frequently, Liu Ming was naturally inclined to overlook their transgressions. Moreover, it was unlikely anyone would believe that Ao Kuan had willingly brought him to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Chapter 40. Friend, please stay a moment. Ao Kuan exhaled in relief and exchanged glances with several elders of the Dragon Clan. The elders understood the signal and consecutively cast several incantations, which illuminated the surface of the sea. A resonant hum echoed as ripples emerged, revealing a profound passageway. Without a moment's hesitation, Ao Kuan surged forward with Liu Ming into the depths. Beneath the ocean, a wondrous realm unfolded. It was an awe-inspiring architectural marvel, suffused with spiritual energy, where ethereal light shimmered, and grand palaces appeared as if celestial halls had risen from the sea, exuding an intoxicating aura. Liu Ming gazed at the resplendent crystal palace before him and couldn't help but express his astonishment. The Dragon Clan truly deserved their title as one of the three ancient dominators of the primordial world. The spiritual ambience of the East Sea Dragon Palace was only slightly inferior to that of Kunlun Mountain. System, please register my arrival here. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have been rewarded with 12 sea stabilizing pearls. 12 pale blue pearls materialized within his inner space. Liu Ming's heart stirred. The legend of the sea stabilizing pearls in the primordial realm was indeed significant. Across the entirety of the primordial expanse, there were only 3,000 innate spiritual treasures, and the supreme innate spiritual treasures were even rarer, totaling just 36 within 4 sets. He estimated that these 12 sea stabilizing pearls were of the same lineage as the 24 pearls possessed by Zhao Gongming of the later generations, representing one of those 4 sets of supreme innate treasures. In the later heavenly tribulation, those 24 sea stabilizing pearls had fallen into the hands of the lantern holder, who used them to manifest 24 heavens, which later became the 24 heavens of Buddhism. In battle, they were equivalent to 24 miniature worlds crushing down upon foes, wielding tremendous power, thus elevating the lantern holder to one of the foremost figures beneath the sanctified. If he could gather them all, it would surely serve as a formidable weapon in the future. However, those 24 pearls still resided with the Tao ancestor Hongmeng, and he resolved to remain vigilant during his next visit to the treasure cave. Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, upon the throne sat a majestic figure draped in a dragon robe, his brow furrowed in concern over certain matters. This was the current Dragon King of the East Sea. Aolai sensed something, and the worry on his brow faded, replaced by a look of perplexity. At that moment, two figures entered the Dragon Palace, Liu Ming and Kun. Aolai hurriedly rose and strode over to his eldest son, inquiring, Kun, why are you back so early? Did you see your second uncle during your visit to the South Sea? Kun shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. Father, you almost would not have seen your son again. Aolai was taken aback. What do you mean by that? While carrying out your orders to the North Sea to seek out my second uncle, I was unexpectedly intercepted by the disciples of the Wanxian Alliance. Had it not been for this immortal's rescue, I would surely have fallen into the hands of the Eastern King. What? The Eastern King dares such audacity? Aolai's words ignited a fierce, killing intent, his overwhelming aura causing the entire palace to tremble. He was undoubtedly a top-tier expert of the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Perceiving the imposing presence emanating from Aolai, Liu Ming slightly raised an eyebrow. It was said that the Dragon Clan had withdrawn from the stage of history, yet after the calamity of the Dragon Han, who truly possessed mastery over the Dragon Clan, the tale of the Monkey King wreaking havoc in the Heavenly Palace by seizing the sea-stabilizing needle now seemed like a mere jest. After a lengthy silence, Aolai's anger diminished, and he clasped his hands towards Liu Ming, expressing his gratitude. I must sincerely thank the Immortal for saving my son. Previously, his attention had been solely on Kun, leaving little room for him to notice Liu Ming. Now, as he scrutinized Liu Ming, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Even without probing with his divine sense, Aolai could not discern the depths of Liu Ming's prowess. The way he stood there seemed to meld with the surrounding spiritual energy indistinguishable from the world around him. Such a realm of existence was something Aolai had only experienced with a few of the clan's ancestors. This time, Aolai's demeanor became markedly more serious. May I inquire the name of the esteemed immortal? Which lineage do you hail from? The East Sea Dragon Clan shall be sure to convey our gratitude. Liu Ming smiled and nodded. I am called Liu Ming, originating from Kunlun Mountain under the guidance of the clear Taoist of the Tongtian Gate. What? You are Liu Ming? Aolai gasped in astonishment, genuinely taken aback. The Dragon Clan's influence spanned the seas, and even in their semi-retirement as the Dragon Clan's leader, Aolai was somewhat aware of significant events in the Primordial realm. For instance, he knew of the Tao ancestor Hongmeng achieving sanctification and the teachings being imparted at the Zhixiao Palace beyond the heavens. Among the myriad beings, one named Liu Ming had been accepted as a disciple by the three Pure Ones and had even received the favor of the Tao ancestor, who personally bestowed upon him the innate spiritual treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth, gaining immense acclaim. However, merely this information indicated Liu Ming's extraordinary talent. Yet, just a millennium after the Tao ancestor began teaching, another piece of news emerged in the primordial realm. A formidable being of the demon clan, Ying Zhao, was defeated by a junior who had just attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, losing even his cave abode. In a quest for revenge, he sought the support of the Eastern Emperor Tai and Dijuan. It was said that the one who vanquished the demon god Ying Zhao was also named Liu Ming. In other words, this individual had cultivated for merely a few thousand years, yet was already capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortals. Aolai inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently upon Liu Ming. Have you ever visited the Zhixiao Palace? Liu Ming nodded indifferently. Aolai's breath caught momentarily. Then he slowly exhaled a heavy sigh, asking again, has the current top demon god, Ying Zhao, ever had any grievances with you? Liu Ming replied nonchalantly, years ago, I killed two of his subordinates and plundered his ancestral home. That is why he sought refuge with the Eastern Emperor Tai and Dijuan. Ultimately, he should be grateful to me. Without my intervention, he would not have become the so-called demon god. This was irrefutable. Even for someone like A.O. Lai, who had weathered many storms, he remained silent for a considerable time, grappling with the astonishing revelations. A.O. Kuen's mouth hung open in shock, left speechless. He had suspected that Liu Ming was a formidable being, yet he had not anticipated that he was such an extraordinary figure. Thus, he eagerly spoke up, extending another olive branch. Immortal, would you consider staying and assisting our dragon clan in opposing the Wanxian alliance? Our clan shall remember your kindness. A favor from the dragon clan is no small matter. In the entire primordial realm, few would dare to refuse such an offer. Even the top-tier experts like the three pure ones would likely accept with gratitude. However, A.O. Lai frowned and admonished, Kuener, do not be unreasonable. At these words, A.O. Kuen's expression shifted in surprise. He had not expected A.O. Lai to thwart him. Liu Ming glanced at A.O. Kuen and, with a gentle smile, remarked, I have come to the East Sea with a significant matter to attend to. Should His Majesty the Dragon King be willing to assist, I would not be opposed to confronting the Eastern King. Upon hearing this, A.O. Lai scrutinized Liu Ming deeply. The influence of the Wanxian alliance was undeniably substantial, even within the vast primordial realm. Furthermore, the Eastern King was personally appointed as the foremost male immortal by the Tao ancestor Hongmeng. Even the might of the heavenly court held some trepidation towards him. Was Liu Ming's willingness to entangle himself with the Wanxian alliance a reflection of his own confidence in his strength? Pray do elaborate, my friend. Liu Ming cast a surprised glance at A.O. Lai. It is indeed commendable that he is the sovereign of the dragon clan of the East Sea. Such depth of character is certainly not comparable to A.O. Kuen. I seek a chaotic island in the East Sea as a sanctuary for my practice, and I wonder if your majesty could facilitate this endeavor. Upon hearing this, A.O. Lai's brows knitted tightly as he responded gravely. In the heyday of our dragon lineage, we sought numerous chaotic islands. However, as our power waned, the records concerning those chaotic fragments became increasingly incomplete. May I inquire what requirements you have for your sanctuary? Liu Ming smiled and replied, Yingzhou and the 2 islands of Fangzhong. The moment these words escaped his lips, the room fell into silence. Alquiz's mayo vanished instantly, replaced by a grimace akin to that of a bitter melon. A.O. Lai shook his head with a wry smile and said, To be frank, our ancestor, the primordial dragon, personally sought out Yingzhou and the 2 islands of Fangzhong, but returned empty-handed. Had it not been for the discovery of the Penglai immortal island by the Eastern Prince, I would have doubted the existence of those 2 islands myself. The accounts of these islands in later generations have been shrouded in mystery, which explains A.O. Kuen's sudden despondency. Liu Ming sighed, disappointment evident in his voice. I see. I am grateful for your candor. He turned to leave the Dragon Palace, realizing that staying any longer would be fruitless since he could not uncover the whereabouts of Yingzhou and the 2 islands of Fangzhong within the Dragon Clan. Please, do not leave. Chapter 41. The Dragon Clan Scheme. A.O. Kuen's obstruction. Liu Ming shivered. What on earth is this? In the future's calamity of the gods, Shen Gongbao wielded this famous saying to dismiss countless immortals from the Jiejiao, sending them all to the list of deities. He turned to A.O. Lai and asked with a hint of hostility, Is there something else you wish to discuss? After a moment of contemplation, A.O. Lai sighed and inquired, Are you truly determined to search for Yingzhou and the 2 islands of Fangzhong? Is that even a question? Liu Ming rolled his eyes and nodded. You saved my son from the clutches of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, rendering a great favor to our dragon clan. Thus, I shall do my utmost to assist you. A.O. Lai's tone shifted as he stated emphatically. In the past, our ancestor, the primordial dragon, was consumed by an obsession after failing to locate Yingzhou and the 2 islands of Fangzhong. He expended the entirety of our clan's resources, scouring the 4 seas. Although he ultimately found no trace of those islands, some leads did emerge. Unfortunately, at that critical juncture, a great war broke out among the 3 clans, leaving our dragon clan severely weakened, with no strength left to pursue those islands. Even our ancestor, the primordial dragon, perished during that calamity, losing both life and essence. As he spoke, A.O. Lai's voice was laden with bitterness and sorrow. The Dragonhan calamity was indeed a devastating blow to the ancient 3 clans, especially the Dragon Clan, which plummeted from its zenith to a state of decline, though the Dragon Clan still rules the 4 seas today. Their intimidation over other aquatic races is far diminished compared to the past. Liu Ming's eyes brightened. Then you must possess some clues regarding Yingzhou and the two islands of Fangzhou. Aolai nodded, then shook his head. What do you mean by this? Liu Ming waved his sleeve and chuckled lightly. What do you wish for me to do? He had no intention of engaging in any form of literary banter with the Dragon King of the East Sea. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King laughed heartily. Liu Ming, your candor is refreshing. I admire it. Suddenly, his tone shifted, and his expression grew solemn. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance is powerful. Should our Dragon Clan engage in conflict with them, I hope you will assist us in intercepting one of their late-stage Deluo Jingshians. Liu Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, finding this condition quite reasonable. Defeating a late-stage Deluo Jinxian would not pose much difficulty for him. However, Aolai seemed to underestimate him. Very well, I accept. Aolai's eyebrows lifted in surprise at Liu Ming's quick agreement. Could it be that this young man is truly unafraid of the consequences of antagonizing the Eastern Prince? Aolai, might I inquire if you have any clues regarding Yingzhou and the two islands of Fangzhou? Noticing Aolai's hesitance in responding, Liu Ming's voice grew slightly displeased. Upon hearing this, Aolai's expression tightened, and he forced a smile. Please wait a moment, my son. Come with me. He strode purposefully towards the Dragon Clan's treasury. As he passed by Liu Ming, Aolai squinted slightly, inwardly contemplating. The outside world speaks highly of Liu Ming, yet he appears to be nothing more than an arrogant fledgling. Perhaps this trait can be exploited. Liu Ming remained in place, patiently waiting. As an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to follow the Dragon King and his son. After a considerable time, the great door of the Dragon Palace opened with a hum, and Aolai and Ao Kun reappeared. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Liu Ming. Aolai smiled apologetically, then snapped his fingers, sending a deep blue stream of light flying directly into Liu Ming's embrace. Upon closer inspection, Liu Ming realized it was a deep blue scroll emblazoned with the image of the Azure Dragon Sage, a symbol of immense prestige. Clearly, this scroll was a closely guarded secret within the Dragon Clan. Liu Ming performed a respectful gesture and solemnly stated, I am deeply grateful for your assistance, and I will first seek out Yingzhou and the two islands of Fangzhou. I shall express my gratitude to you in person afterward. The old dragon wishes you success in your endeavors. Aolai returned the gesture, then shifted the conversation. However, before that, I have one more matter to inform you about. What is it? Before the Dragon Han Calamity, the last powerful figure from our clan to search for those two islands were the 9th and 6th descendants of the Dragon Ancestor, the Chiwen Ancestor and the Swanee Ancestor, respectively. Both of these ancestors were quasi-saint level beings, yet they have not been seen since. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Ming's interest was piqued. He was eager to explore a place where even quasi-saint beings had vanished. After bowing respectfully to Aolai, he transformed into a streak of light and soared towards the land. Once Liu Ming had departed, Ao Kun, bewildered, asked, Father, why did you not keep Liu Ming here in our Dragon Palace? Earlier, Aolai had communicated to him through divine thought, instructing him to refrain from speaking freely. Now, Ao Kun's myriad questions had no outlet for expression. Aolai replied with a knowing smile. Do you believe that keeping Liu Ming in our Dragon Palace would compel him to assist our Dragon Clan? The intricacies of this matter run deep. You are still young and do not grasp the nuances. However, it is certainly better than letting him slip away. A subtle smile graced Aolai's lips as he turned to Ao Kun. I want you to disclose the whereabouts of Yingzhou and the two islands of Fangzhou to the Eastern Prince. But remember to conceal our Dragon Clan's involvement. Ao Kun's expression changed dramatically, as though struck by a thunderbolt. So this was his father's true intention. After a long pause, he exhaled a heavy sigh, speaking bitterly. Father, Liu Ming is extraordinarily gifted. If he discovers that we are using him, it could spell trouble. Before he could finish, Aolai cut him off with a wave of his sleeve. You need not worry about this. I will personally venture to the eastern extremity to summon the Azure Dragon Sage to disrupt the Heaven Secrets. The three Pure Ones are far away in Kunlun Mountain, and they will not uncover anything. Having taken advantage of our Dragon Clan, he cannot simply depart without consequence. There are no such bargains in the wilderness. In Aolai's heart, his plan was foolproof. In the event that the formidable figures of Liu Ming and the Celestial Realm encounter each other, A fierce battle for opportunities is inevitable. Regardless of who suffers loss, both factions will inevitably become entangled in consequences. Should the Three Pure Ones and the Eastern King engage in open conflict, the Dragon Clan could not only extricate themselves, but also reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. Ao Kuan could not help but chuckle bitterly. Had he known Ao Lai harbored such thoughts, he would never have brought Liu Ming to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. It was not that his bond with Liu Ming was particularly profound, but rather that he had witnessed Liu Ming single-handedly suppress the three top experts of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Ao Kuan did not believe that the Eastern King could easily subdue Liu Ming. To provoke such a potentially limitless powerhouse was undoubtedly unwise. Ao Lai shifted his gaze to the motionless Ao Kuan, displeasure evident in his voice. "Why do you linger here?" With gritted teeth, Ao Kuan suddenly knelt, bowing deeply. "Liu Ming must not be provoked. I implore you, Father, retract your command for the sake of our Dragon Clan." Ao Lai, furious to the point of laughter, trembled with rage upon hearing the plea for the sake of the Dragon Clan. Ever since his ascension, he had diligently attended to the affairs of the Dragon Clan, never daring to slacken his efforts. Everything he did was aimed at restoring the Dragon Clan to its former glory among the myriad races. Now, his own son dared to use this phrase to admonish him. Unable to restrain himself any longer, a tremendous force erupted from his sleeve, striking without mercy. Ao Kuan's chest caved in upon impact, blood spewing forth as his body tumbled helplessly across the ground. Ao Lai did not spare him a glance, coldly commanding, "Take this wretched son away and keep a close watch on him. No one is to visit without my command." As the current patriarch of the Dragon Clan, he would not permit any of his kin to defy his will, not even his own son. "May our Dragon Clan remain unharmed," Ao Kuan thought with blurred vision, lamenting silently before losing consciousness entirely. Chapter 42. The Island of 10,000 Dragons. Following the map provided by Ao Lai, Liu Ming traversed the Eastern Sea in search of the legendary islands of Yingzhou and Fangzhou, possessing the supreme laws of space and time. His speed surpassed even that of the celestial beings Dijun and Donghuangtai. While it took ordinary great, Luo, golden immortals thousands of years to explore, he accomplished it in merely a century. During his journey, he encountered numerous islands shrouded in chaotic energy, reaping various benefits, including precious innate spiritual roots, several innate spiritual treasures, and various supernatural techniques. However, Liu Ming did not consider them as his cultivation grounds. Although these islands obscured heavenly secrets, most lacked the purity of spiritual energy, likely due to the lingering chaotic aura since Pangu opened the heavens. Just when he was about to abandon his search, he stumbled upon a vast island brimming with rich celestial energy. The island was expansive, bathed in golden radiance, with ethereal purple mists rising, and even the flora exuded a shimmering brilliance. Gazing into the distance, he saw many similar islands dotting the sea, all aglow with magnificent splendor. Buzz! Liu Ming's eyes brightened as azure light surged around him, creating ripples in the space around him. In an instant, he traversed countless oceanic realms, landing upon the Golden Island. The moment he set foot on the island, he felt that the concentration of spiritual energy rivaled even that of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Inhaling deeply as if preparing for ascension. However, a flicker of peculiarity crossed his eyes as he pondered, why was there no innate formation guarding this island? Buzz! The powerful mind of the great Luo Golden Immortal expanded, sweeping outward in a circular wave, enveloping an area of several 100,000 miles. After a prolonged moment, the vast consciousness receded like a tide, and Liu Ming's astonishment deepened. This island, indeed rich in spiritual energy, had an innate formation, albeit violently dismantled. Judging by the complexity of the residual restrictions, the individual responsible must have surpassed the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, likely a quasi-saint level practitioner. Realizing this, Liu Ming's expression grew grave. If this place was indeed one of the legendary islands of Yingzhou or Fangzhou, he might have to contend with a quasi-saint level being. While he was unafraid of newly ascended quasi-saints like Kunni, the opponent could very well be an ancient relic from the primordial chaos, possessing vast combat experience. As the saying goes, the greater the unknown, the more caution is warranted. The island was dotted with countless spiritual mountains, radiating auspicious energy, infused with an inexplicable celestial aura. Among them, two peaks stood out, soaring into the clouds, majestic and awe-inspiring, as if they had existed since time immemorial. Having wandered the primordial wilderness for years, Liu Ming could only liken these peaks to Mount Buzhou and Kunlun. Moreover, in his earlier perception, he sensed a deeply concealed aura atop these towering mountains, ancient and profound. As the essence of space swirled, a silver-white gate appeared, and Liu Ming found himself before the mountains. Young one, this is not a place for you. A cold, indifferent wave of divine consciousness surged forth, sweeping over him like a tidal wave. The sky darkened, and boundless spiritual energy became agitated, the pressure surpassing even the great Luo level. Liu Ming, unfazed by the warning from the mysterious entity, smiled and countered. Is this place not the islands of Yingzhou and Fangzhong? The surface of the towering peaks bore ancient, weathered formations that isolated the mysterious entity's blood energy from the outside world. For whatever reason, the entity could not easily depart from this place. Furthermore, judging by the previous divine consciousness fluctuations, although formidable, it had yet to reach the quasi-saint level. This indicated that the opponent's strength lay between the pinnacle of Great Luo and quasi-saint, and he felt he was capable of a fair fight. The mysterious presence snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Liu Ming's attitude. However, bound by karmic ties, it did not intend to reveal itself prematurely. This is the sacred ground of our dragon clan, the island of 10,000 dragons. How did you come here? With a grin, Liu Ming replied, Ah, so it is a brother of the dragon clan. I saved your prince, and the current dragon king informed me of this place as a token of gratitude. Since this was not one of the legendary islands of Yingzhou or Fangzhong, he need not engage in battle with it being close to the quasi-saint realm. Moreover, given the connection to the Eastern Sea Dragon King, he might glean valuable information from this mysterious powerhouse. However, Liu Ming's hopes were swiftly dashed. No sooner had he spoken than the mysterious presence's gaze shifted dramatically, an aura of terrifying intensity beginning to swell. The entire island darkened as an almost tangible pressure enveloped the heavens. In the distance, countless spiritual mountains crumbled under this might, rivers reversed course, and surged skyward. In an instant, the world transformed. Buzz! Then came a grating sound, as surging golden energy erupted from the mountainside. A colossal surge of blood energy shattered the restrictions, shooting into the sky, accompanied by the roar of dragons that resonated across the cosmos. The spiritual energy of the entire island surged wildly as leaden clouds gathered overhead, unleashing countless dark red lightning bolts in a chaotic dance. Amidst this maelstrom, the silhouette of the mysterious presence appeared, even more bizarre and formidable. This entity took the form of a fearsome giant dragon, its body as immense as an ancient demonic mountain, its scales densely packed, exuding an aura of indomitability. Its golden eyes fixed intently on Liu Ming. The creature spoke ominously. Since you are a friend of the Dragon Clan, you need not leave. Liu Ming was momentarily taken aback. The terrifying entity, which had previously concealed itself, revealed its presence upon learning of his connection to the dragon lineage, and it seemed intent on ending his life. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure, readying himself for confrontation. The enigmatic being showed no inclination for idle chatter. It unleashed a breath of black flames, engulfing the surroundings like a colossal pillar of fire, locking down the space. Liu Ming's form shimmered with azure light, as the power of space distorted around him, completely resisting the encroaching dark flames that singed perilously close to him. The void coalesced into an impenetrable shield, rendering all assaults futile. The two powers clashed, and time and space seemed to dissolve into chaos as the black flame swirled, flooding the heavens with an overwhelming energy. After a mere few dozen exchanges, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Liu Ming's eyes glinted with determination as he seized an opportunity, forming a fist and delivering a powerful strike. The void trembled, and the chaotic mist dispersed in an instant, driving the black flames away as if they were mere waves crashing against a shore. The force of the spatial laws surged towards the towering figure of the mysterious entity. Spatial laws? The being's expression darkened, recognizing the ability Liu Ming wielded. With a powerful flick of its dragon tail, An immense force surged forth, scattering the fragments of space. The Dragon Clan's physical strength was universally acknowledged as formidable, though its realm had now diminished to that of a great Luo golden immortal. Its physical form remained at the level of a quasi-saint. With a thunderous crash, a series of rumbling sounds echoed through the void, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The mysterious figure was sent reeling back, crashing through countless mountain peaks along its path, debris scattering in all directions. Standing defiantly in the void, Liu Ming, clad in a flowing azure robe, taunted with such meager abilities. "Do you truly think you can capture me? Surrender this island, and I might consider sparing you from your insolence." Having engaged in a brief skirmish, he had deduced the identity of the colossal dragon before him. Before the Dragon Calamity, the Dragon Clan had been immensely powerful, with the progenitor dragon being notorious for its lust, having dominated many other races and sired 9 offspring. They were known as Qionyou, Yizi, Chaofeng, Pulao, Swanenai, Baishi, Paixia, Fuxia, and Chiwen. Each of the 9 dragon sons possessed formidable powers, each a being of quasi-saint caliber. Even prior to the Calamity, they represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. Combining the earlier words of Ao Lai with the knowledge of the 9 dragon offspring from his past life, it was not difficult to ascertain that the being he faced was none other than Qi Wen, the progeny of the progenitor dragon. However, Liu Ming felt no trepidation. The Dragon Clan's pride was palpable. If he did not show Qi Wen a measure of force, the creature might mistakenly believe it was still the ancient era. "You seek your own demise, young one." Qi Wen roared with fury. Though he had not sustained injuries, he appeared quite disheveled. Being scorned by a mere great Luo golden immortal was intolerable for him. The massive dragon tail lashed out, a powerful aura erupting, swirling the clouds of the heavens as it struck towards Liu Ming. This assault bore far greater power than the previous one, causing the void itself to crack ominously. "Come at me," Liu Ming called out, a profound sound reverberating through the air, shaking the very foundations of the realm. The Qinkuan cauldron surged in size 100-fold, resembling a mountain in its enormity. As their forces collided, the earth trembled with a deafening roar. The void twisted violently, and torrents of terrifying energy surged forth. An immense wave erupted across the sea for thousands of miles, while the ground fissured, spewing forth magma, transforming the area into a hellish landscape. Both combatants were thrust apart by the residual energy, creating a significant distance between them. Qi Wen had not anticipated that Liu Ming possessed a peerless innate spiritual treasure, and his physical form suffered damage. The scales of his dragon tail cracked, blood oozing forth. In a fit of rage, he summoned his full power, unleashing a tremendous aura that sent waves of seawater spiraling upwards, as if the Milky Way were being inverted, aiming to obliterate Liu Ming. The scene was terrifying, and Liu Ming's gaze sharpened, his hand rapidly forming seals. The Qinkuan cauldron radiated an inscrutable aura, spinning and dancing. The cauldron's opening emitted a devouring force, compressing the vastness of the universe into a mere speck. The waters of the 9 heavens were completely consumed, leaving not a single drop behind. Seizing the moment while Qi Wen was still in disarray, a golden willow tree's phantom appeared behind Liu Ming. Countless chains of order surged through the void, encompassing everything in their radiant glow. The heavens were instantly submerged in golden light. With frantic movements, Qi Wen attempted to evade, but his massive body was still pierced by several chains of order. Blood sprayed forth as golden willow branches burst with brilliance, mysterious runes shimmering. A wave of weakness washed over him, momentarily disorienting his mind. Liu Ming, unwilling to relent, bound Qi Wen's colossal form with the chains of order, hurling him towards the ground with furious intent. Boom! A thunderous cacophony erupted as mountains crumbled, shaking the entire island. The ground was smashed into a deep pit, thousands of feet wide, while Qi Wen's immense body lay prostrate, shedding massive scales, blood flowing profusely, appearing utterly wretched. "Damn it!" Qi Wen cursed, his consciousness frantically reaching out for assistance. He had no choice but to seek allies, otherwise he risked his own demise today. Endless golden willow leaves danced in the air, imbued with the power of laws unfathomably profound. Liu Ming flicked his fingers, transforming countless leaves into radiant blades that sliced through the air. Qi Wen's self-destructive actions could hardly be blamed on Liu Ming. Clang! Suddenly, the last towering peak shattered, revealing a figure enveloped in golden divine light. It was Swan and I, Qi Wen's brother, who had come to investigate the situation at the two immortal islands of the Yanzhou. How dare you? Swan Ni's fury ignited upon witnessing Qi Wen's plight. He raised a hand, unleashing an overwhelming force that crashed like waves, reverberating through the void. An aura of dread pervaded the atmosphere as their powers clashed and negated each other. Do you think I fear you? Liu Ming sneered, his fingers glowing. Several golden leaves coalesced once more, piercing through the void to stab fiercely into Qi Wen's body, mastering the laws of space. Such attacks were nearly instantaneous and could hardly be countered. Qi Wen let out a pained cry, blood spraying as his energy waned. Suddenly, a celestial blade formed from the space above, aiming to cleave Qi Wen in two. Swan and I, enraged and unable to intervene in time, rushed to Qi Wen's side, unleashing an immense torrent of power interwoven with relentless thunder, neutralizing Liu Ming's follow-up strike. Has the prehistoric world forgotten the terror of my dragon clan after so long? Swan Ni's eyes glinted coldly at Liu Ming, as if he wished to inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. After the calamity of Dragon Han, the heavenly Tao had unleashed boundless karma. The karma tainting the Swan and I runs deeper than that of the Qi Wen, forcing him to confine himself to this chaotic island. Had it not been for the Qi, when transmitting information through his bloodline power, his brother would likely have been slain by the creature before him. At that moment, the severely weakened consciousness of the Qi Wen reached Swan Ni's mind. Elder brother, this individual is sent by the Dragon Clan. You must ensure his demise. What? Upon hearing these words, Swan Ni's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He summoned a precious pagoda, its mysterious radiance swirling, shielding the Qi Wen. The golden dragon claw rapidly enlarged, intertwining runes resembling a mountain, bearing down upon Liu Ming. I may not know how I will perish, but your end is imminent. Liu Ming chuckled, drawing a long blade from the void, clear and translucent, shimmering like flowing water. With a swift flash, the blade struck the golden dragon claw, resonating with a deafening clang. After a brief clash, their assaults surged once more, the two engaging in fierce combat. Dozens of icy glimmers flickered, casting a dense net over Swan Ni's massive form. With a roar, Swan and I transformed into human form, his enormous body shrinking as he wielded a blue spear that crackled with electricity, unleashing a tempest of arcs that engulfed the area. A sea of thunder against a sea of space. Liu Ming mused, observing the blue spear in Swan Ni's grasp. The Dragon Clan truly thrived in ancient times. Both the spear and the pagoda protecting the Qi Wen were treasures of innate spiritual quality. An invisible storm brewed in the void, spreading like an unseen hand, blocking the lightning. A sharp sound echoed as the center of their confrontation erupted into a void. Fissures in space radiating outward. Staggering back amidst the shattered space, the two faced each other. Liu Ming remained calm, the Qianquan ding hovering atop his head, exuding streams of profound yellow energy. The remnants of their earlier clash did not affect him. In contrast, Swan and I bore multiple broken scales, bloodied and wounded, with a gaping injury on his chest. Chapter 44, Self-Detonation of the Innate Spiritual Treasure. Swan and I, in Qi Wen's defeat and retreat. Kill. Swan and I spat with murderous intent, his fury resonating through the heavens. After many years of cultivation, his strength had returned to the threshold of quasi-saint. Coupled with his extensive combat experience, he would not be outmatched by an average early-stage quasi-saint. However, due to the immense karma of the Dragon Clan, he dared not reveal himself. Now, facing a mid-stage great Luo Jingxian Jr., he found himself wounded. Where could he save face? The blue divine spear radiated brilliantly, its power unfathomable, slicing through the void in an instant. Thunderous roars echoed as boundless storm clouds gathered in the sky, a terrifying aura brewing, with black lightning as thick as barrels crashing down. The lightning surged like an ocean, omnipresent and ferociously violent. Liu Ming moved his hands with intricate patterns, the void erupting as an energy storm transformed into a tidal wave, rising to meet the torrential lightning. A tremendous explosion rocked the area, the space quaking violently as if torn like a scroll. Buzz! The deafening thunderclap rumbled, and Swan Ni's gaze sharpened as he pressed down with the spear once more. The blue spear ringing out. The sharp spear light transformed into a tempest, purple arcs dancing wildly towards Liu Ming's vital points. Liu Ming, equally unyielding, unleashed a torrent of fierce blade energy, bolstered by the power of space, spreading like liquid mercury, omnipresent. As they battled, they traversed numerous regions, from the Dragon Island to other islands. Initially, Swan Ni could still match Liu Ming due to his rich combat experience and ferocious style. However, Liu Ming gradually adapted to his fighting methods, combined with the bizarre laws of space, which began to suppress Swan Ni. Clang! Another clash rang out, a sound like iron vibrating, terrifying energy waves rippling outward. Swan Ni soared into the air, wielding the spear in a sweeping arc, unleashing immense power aimed at Liu Ming. The void divine art flickered as Liu Ming swiftly retreated, the Qian Kuan Ding flying from above, crashing toward Swan Ni with overwhelming force. Swan Ni gasped, quickly raising the spear to shield himself. The Qian Kuan Ding, being a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, far surpassed Swan Ni's spear, which was merely a superior innate spiritual treasure. The difference was significant. The blue spear emitted a mournful wail, its brilliance dimming. Swan Ni was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Unsure how many bones he had shattered. A thunderous crash echoed as he was propelled into a cliffside, space twisting around him. Once more, Liu Ming's figure emerged, his gaze cold as he looked down at the disheveled Swan Ni. Reveal the locations of the two great islands, Yingzhou and Fangzhong, and I may spare your life. His initial intent had always been to find the two islands, showing little interest in the lives of Swan Ni and Chi-Wan. Thus, he chose to battle Swan Ni outside of Dragon Island, for he still had unfinished business with the Dragon Clan. Dream on. Were it not for my cultivation not having returned to its peak, how could a mere junior like you be so arrogant? Swan Ni rose from the ruins, glaring at Liu Ming with venomous eyes. Yet inside, he felt helpless. Liu Ming's comprehension of the laws of power was not inferior to that of a former quasi-saint. And moreover, he wielded a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, surpassing Swan Ni in equipment. If he did not flee now, he might truly perish. With a fierce grit of his teeth, Swan Ni transformed back into his colossal form, opening his blood-red maw to unleash a blue-gold dragon pearl. The dragon pearl whistled past, directly striking before Liu Ming. With a resounding explosion, a torrent of terrifying energy ravaged the heavens. This dragon pearl was, in fact, an innate spiritual treasure. The cultivator refined innate spiritual treasures using their own primordial spirit. The self-detonation of an innate spiritual treasure would undoubtedly impact the owner. The innate spiritual treasure contained a vast amount of primordial energy, and its explosion would yield unimaginable power. Swan Ni had truly gone mad. Liu Ming's expression changed, and the laws of space surged as the Qian Kuan Ding descended, releasing streams of profound yellow energy. Above, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted, nearly covering an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, the aura of destruction sweeping forth. After a long while, the space split open, revealing a dark rift, from which Liu Ming emerged, his garments tattered and his aura somewhat disordered. An indescribable fury ignited within him. Since his debut, he had never suffered such a significant loss. His consciousness surged like a tide, enveloping an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, encompassing endless seas and islands. Instantly, he detected two immense waves of blood energy, though now they seemed somewhat unsteady. It was indeed the two dragon progeny, Chi-Wan and Swan Ni. After the self-detonation of the innate spiritual treasure, Swan Ni was drenched in blood, his cultivation diminished by more than half. Had he not restored his realm to the threshold of quasi-saint, bolstered by his inherently formidable physique, I fear that the previous strike could have rendered him unconscious. The Chi-Wan beside him fared little better. His cultivation was inferior to that of the Swan Ni. And after being severely injured by Liu Ming, he was merely holding on. Offending me and thinking to escape is a fanciful notion. Liu Ming's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he pulled with both hands from the void. A magnificent, crystalline river of time flowed before him, and within it, a kaleidoscope of scenes danced, infused with the power of time itself. This was indeed the river of time. As his cultivation deepened and he blossomed the second flower of the great Tao, he forged a chain of laws pertaining to the pathway of time, though it paled in comparison to his mastery of spatial laws. Nevertheless, it was perfectly suited for the current situation. Liu Ming's hand reached into the vibrant scenes, illuminating the river of time as he manipulated its currents. In the distance, Qi and Swan and I swayed, their bodies enveloped in chaotic energies, nearly plummeting from the sky. Sensing the tumultuous fluctuations of the laws around them, the two dragon heirs appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Swan and I exclaimed in horror, his voice laced with profound fear. How could this be? How could he possess the power of the laws of time? Liu Ming had claimed 2 of the 4 supreme laws in a single stroke, and even with Swan and I and Qi temperament, they felt a stir of madness. Generally speaking, for an ordinary great Luo Jingxian, mastering a single law is already a formidable challenge. To cultivate multiple laws is practically impossible, especially when they're among the top 3 of the 3,000 laws, time and space. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Ming radiated a cerulean light, guiding a rainbow-like arc towards the direction of Wanjiao Island. Beside the 2 dragon heirs, fragmented images flickered, influenced by the laws of time. Their speed diminished by at least half. Elder brother, this fellow is too ferocious. I cannot fathom where the dragon clan discovered such a formidable being. What should we do now? Qi, sensing the overwhelming aura behind him, was gripped by fear. Although he had regained some vitality after being shielded by Swan Ni's treasure, he was far from fit for battle. Damn it, inferior beings. Swan Ni's eyes burned crimson as he clenched his teeth, igniting a portion of his essence blood to propel a streak of rainbow light, fleeing into the distance with Qi. Bang! Qi eyes blazed red, his fingertips digging deep into his flesh as he felt an overwhelming surge of anger and humiliation. They were afflicted by karmic retribution each time they struck. They risked sealing themselves or suffer the consequences of a drop in cultivation. Yet now, Elder Brother was willing to sacrifice his essence blood, which would undoubtedly accelerate the erosion of their karmic ties. And all this turmoil was instigated by a mere late-stage Great Luo Jingxian. This ignited a fury within Qi. A verdant divine light sliced through the heavens, materializing above Wanjiao Island. Liu Ming was taken aback. It was said that the Dragon Clan was frugal. Why were they now resorting to self-destructive treasures and burning their essence blood? He flashed forward, once again following the aura of the 2 dragon heirs, while inwardly murmuring, System. Sign in here. Chapter 45. The Peculiar Dragon Heirs Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully signed in at Wanjiao Island and received a treasure map. A treasure map? What on earth is that? Liu Ming was momentarily bewildered. As he delved into the ancient parchment, a hazy region began to take shape. This place had never appeared in his memory. No matter, pursuing them takes precedence. Whoosh! The verdant divine light flickered, and the winds surged as Liu Ming's figure shot forth once more. Years ago, when he first broke through to the Great Luo Jingxian, his cultivation was still unstable, which allowed Ying Zhao to escape from him. However, now he stood on the brink of the late stage of Great Luo Jingxian, possessing both the laws of time and space. His speed had increased manifold compared to when he pursued Ying Zhao. Whoosh! The severely wounded dragon heirs were gradually being caught up to, their distance only a few thousand miles apart. Such a distance was trivial for a Great Luo Jingxian, yet posed no lethal threat. Liu Ming's eyes twinkled as he called out, Swan and I, my intentions are not to harm you. Earlier, the 3 of us were merely discussing matters of the Tao, so why resort to self-destruction of your innate treasure? Surely, being from the affluent dragon clan, you could spare a little assistance for a younger brother instead of resorting to such drastic measures? Huffed. Swan and I, fleeing ahead, felt his blood surge in outrage at these words, spurting a mouthful of old blood. Junior, I shall cleave you today. The innate treasure was not something to be taken lightly, and his self-detonation was a last resort. Now, as Liu Ming cruelly reopened old wounds, even after living for hundreds of epochs, Swan and I could scarcely contain himself, nearly turning to deliver a fatal blow to Liu Ming. His tongue is too sharp. Elder brother, do not fall for this junior's provocation. Qi clutched Swan Ni's arm tightly, preventing his brother from walking into a trap. A golden opportunity. Seizing the moment of turmoil in the 2 dragon heirs' hearts, Liu Ming traversed the void once more, closing the distance to mere thousands of miles. Buzz! The Qinkuan Ding transformed into a mountain-sized entity, blotting out the sun as it crashed down upon the two dragon heirs. Uffed. The overwhelming force struck simultaneously, shattering their dorsal scales and splattering blood. The massive dragon forms twisted and turned, plummeting from the sky, crashing heavily into the depths of the vast ocean below. Uffed. A tremendous roar echoed, and the once peaceful sea surface erupted into towering waves, staining a vast expanse of the ocean crimson with their blood. Countless sea creatures fled in panic. Yet most fell victim to the deluge of the two dragon heirs' blood, meeting their untimely demise. Scores of fish, shrimp, and crabs floated on the ocean surface, creating a scene of utter horror. Swan and I, and Chiweng, being former peak figures of quasi-saint level, held energy within their essence blood that was far beyond what these ordinary sea creatures could withstand. Could they be dead? Liu Ming landed upon the ocean's surface. Furrowing his brow, he merely sought to uncover the whereabouts of the two immortal islands, Yingzhou and Fangzhong, from the two dragon heirs. If he had inadvertently killed them, finding them again would pose a significant challenge. Deep beneath the sea, Chiweng clutched his injured right arm and spoke to Swan and I. Elder brother, what should we do now? He was the youngest son of the ancestor dragon, showered with affection. During the dragon clan's zenith, Chiweng faced little adversity, let alone being pursued. In this moment, he felt a surge of panic. The dragon clan possessed an extraordinary affinity for the ocean. They could conceal their presence and temporarily hide within these depths. While they could evade scrutiny for a time, they would inevitably be discovered by Liu Ming if they lingered too long. Swan Ni's expression darkened to an extreme. He had never suffered such a significant setback, not even during the Dragon Calamity. He recalled his past exploits on the battlefield against the three clans, where countless Qilin and Phoenix clan warriors fell beneath his spear, including even quasi-saint level foes. Now, he was being hunted by a mid-stage great Luo Jinxian. With nowhere to escape, this stark contrast was unbearable, even for an ancient survivor of the Dragon Calamity. Suddenly, a glint of cunning appeared in Swan Ni's eyes. Ninth brother, do you remember the purpose of our visit here all those years ago? Elder brother, are you referring to? The expression on Chiwen's face was one of astonishment, swiftly followed by a nod. Many years ago, the two brothers were tasked by their ancestor, the Dragon Sovereign, to seek out Yingzhou and the two great islands of Fangzhong, only to unexpectedly stumble upon a chaotic sea. Through their calculations, they deduced that Yingzhou and the two islands might reside within that tumultuous expanse. However, the internal mechanisms of that chaotic sea were in disarray, rendering their divine senses incapable of penetrating it, and it concealed numerous dangers, nearly leading to their demise even when they were still quasi-saints. If we lead them to that chaotic sea, where the heavenly secrets are obscured and thoughts cannot be discerned, we shall surely rid ourselves of that individual. Swanni's gaze sharpened, and he spoke fiercely. Once we have regained our strength, we will settle the score with this child. Yet, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Chiwen's eyes. Brother, he is a member of the Dragon Clan sent to locate Yingzhou and the two islands. Should he find them, it could spell trouble. Swanee waved his hand, interrupting. Do not fret. That fellow is merely a great Luo golden immortal and cannot resist the power of chaotic laws. Moreover, even if he does find them, can he breach the great protective array? Upon hearing this, Chiwen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. In their prime as quasi-saints, even their combined efforts could not shake the protective array of the two islands in the slightest. The two dragon sons speculated that even if the dragon sovereign himself were to arrive, he too would be unable to breach that array. Clearly, the time for the emergence of those two islands had not yet arrived. Just as the brothers were finalizing their plans, the sea began to churn violently, and a vortex with a diameter of several tens of thousands of zhong emerged. With a thunderous roar, countless massive stones rained down from the sky, their might terrifying. Chiwen and Swanee stumbled, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the descending boulders. In that instant, both dragon sons' expressions changed drastically, their auras fully exposed. A stone the size of a mountain crashed down, sending colossal waves skyward, and both Swanee and Chiwen wore expressions of helplessness and rage. As they soared above the surface on their divine rainbows, Liu Ming flashed a bright smile. Dear brothers, I truly only wish to know the whereabouts of Yingzhou and the two islands. If you're willing to share this with me and offer your souls as my steeds, I assure you, I can grant you a path to survival. Though he spoke thus, his hands were not idle. directing the Qian Kuanding to strike at Suani and Qiwen. As a seasoned individual from a past life, he was acutely aware of the most cutting words to wield. Infuriated, Suani felt as if a Buddha had emerged, while Qiwen turned, roaring in anger. "You wretched being, by allying with the current dragon clan, you have made enemies of my brother and me." In their panic, they could only unite their strengths to activate their pagoda, causing the ethereal forms of mountains and rivers to materialize, a mysterious light bursting forth. With a crack, following that singular collision, the pagoda let out a mournful cry, and a long, dark crack appeared along its body. The two dragon sons were instantly sent flying backward. Liu Ming squinted slightly, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. Something felt amiss with these two dragon sons. Chapter 46, The Treasure Map. Enough of this. Let us capture these two wretches first. Liu Ming made a gesture with one hand, causing the Qian Kuanding hovering above him to tear through the void. With a thunderous crash, it hurtled towards Suani and Qiwen, the space reverberating with a series of explosive sounds. The two dragon sons felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively ignited their essence blood, fleeing the range of the Qian Kuanding's attack. This resulted in yet another depletion of their vital essence. Your dragon clan is rather generous, isn't it? Burning essence blood so carelessly. How many drops can you afford? Liu Ming taunted from behind, a mischievous glint in his eye. Enraged, the two dragon sons were driven to the brink, and in desperation, they sealed their hearing. Observing their actions, Liu Ming ceased wasting words and resorted to conveying his thoughts telepathically. He was no rigid paragon of virtue, as long as he could achieve his goals. Such methods were inconsequential. The dragon clan was inherently proud, and, as descendants of the primordial ancestors, their pride was even more pronounced. A little bit of mockery was all it took to expose their vulnerabilities. Why not take advantage of it? "Brother, let us fight him." Qiwen's face twisted in rage. His eyes crimsoned from Liu Ming's taunts. In the wilderness, no matter how brutal the circumstances, cultivators, despite their grievances, would typically only destroy each other's physical forms or obliterate their souls, without excessive bickering. Yet, Liu Ming's words, devoid of any vulgarity, directly insulted their dragon lineage and trampled upon their dignity. This was more unbearable than if Qiwen had been slain outright. Suani gritted his teeth. "Wait a moment. We are nearly there. Brother, do not act foolishly now. We are not a match for that scourge." Unbeknownst to him, Liu Ming had already been labeled a scourge in his eyes. Ironically, the last time it was Qiwen advising him against impulsiveness. Now, it was he urging Qiwen to remain calm. At least one of the dragon sons retained clarity. Liu Ming activated the Dao Yin technique, drawing in spiritual energy from a radius of tens of thousands of miles. His power was replenished in an instant. In contrast, Suani and Qiwen, already injured and continuously burning their essence blood, were now in a dire state. Each time they ignited their blood essence, they experienced a brief surge of power. But once the essence was depleted, they would suffer a period of weakness. That was when Liu Ming would seize the opportunity to unleash the river of time, having the speed of the two dragon sons once again. This led to a vicious cycle. After a prolonged chase, Liu Ming had expended little of his power, while the once quasi-saints, the two dragon sons, had lost a significant portion of their essence. The distance between them continued to close in, now merely a few hundred miles apart. Ahead lay a chaotic sea shrouded in mist. Even Liu Ming's keen eyesight could not penetrate clearly. Though it seemed he held the upper hand, a sense of foreboding lingered within him. Despite their arrogance, the two dragon sons were certainly not fools. Continuously burning their essence blood brought them no benefit, nor could they escape Liu Ming's pursuit. Rather than such a futile endeavor, they might as well take a gamble for a sliver of hope. Yet, Suani and Qiwen chose this path, indicating they must have some hidden scheme. With this thought, Liu Ming pressed his palms together, and a silver-white portal materialized before him, intertwining the powers of time and space. At this distance, it was the optimal range for Liu Ming to launch an attack. The Qian Kuanding thundered through the portal, positioning itself above the two dragon sons. An overwhelming celestial light erupted, the ding's size magnifying to 1,000 zhong, obscuring half the sky above as it crashed downwards. Sensing the immense shadow looming above, the madness in the eyes of the two dragon sons intensified. A deep, resonant boom echoed, and the vast wave of energy swept through the void. Their bodies shattered into a mist of blood, the sheer force causing the Qian Kuan Ding to fly off its lid. With a resounding roar, Liu Ming was propelled backward for several tens of thousands of zhong. Once he steadied himself, he realized the auras of the two dragon suns had completely vanished. This was not a self-detonation. The power of their self-destruction could not possibly be so feeble. Liu Ming furrowed his brow, immediately dismissing the notion of self-detonation. Before him, the sea was shrouded in an ever-thickening mist, exuding an air of mystery and eeriness, devoid of any discernible presence. The vast waves of divine consciousness surged once more. Yet upon reaching that veil of fog, they could not penetrate further. After a brief moment of hesitation, Liu Ming stepped forward, the power of space surging around him. And in an instant, his form entered this chaotic ocean. On the other side of the sea, vapor resembling mist mingled with an exceedingly dense, primordial spiritual energy. Drifting through the waters, various celestial islands dotted the azure expanse, scattered like stars, with waves rolling and radiant hues illuminating the surroundings in a splendid display. The two dragon progeny emerged upon one of these islands. Though they were now a far cry from their former selves, bloodied and battered, their white bones faintly visible. Their once mighty bodies had shrunk by half, large swathes of dragon scales had fallen away, and their aura was weak to the extreme. Even an average great Luo Jinxian could easily slay them. Yet, despite their dire predicament, both Swan and I and she exhibited a palpable elation at having survived. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After the initial excitement subsided, a deep resentment flickered in Qi Wen's eyes as he spoke with venom. At last, we've shaken off that plague. I can only hope he pursues us, so he can taste the ferocity of this chaotic sea. Certain regions of this chaotic domain were forbidden to tread. Even quasi-saint powerhouses could easily suffer great losses with a moment's carelessness. Swan and I clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Brother Nine, we are gravely injured. Let us first find a place to recuperate. Once we have healed, we shall settle the score with that scoundrel." Qi Wen nodded, his voice cold as he declared, "When the time comes, I will ensure his primordial spirit is cast into the earth fire that shall quell my heart's resentment." After all, both dragon progeny had once been quasi-saint beings, and they believed their defeat today stemmed from their own overconfidence. Their most powerful techniques had yet to be unleashed when Liu Ming had pursued them, utilizing the two supreme laws along with a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure. A nebulous aura shimmered, and Liu Ming's figure materialized within this chaotic sea. It appeared as if this realm were a world unto itself. The primordial spiritual energy here vastly different from that of the outside world. Indeed, it was extraordinary. As he gazed at the primordial spiritual energy wafting across the surface of the sea, Liu Ming's brow arched slightly. Within this vapor, he sensed a presence of chaotic energy. No wonder his divine sense could not penetrate. As the unclear mist dissipated, all manner of wondrous and exotic sights reemerged. Liu Ming's gaze ignited with fervor. Was this not precisely what was depicted on the treasure map? Chapter 47, a product of the system. What a grand opportunity. Liu Ming's heart soared with joy. Above the sea, chaotic currents flowed, with numerous celestial islands scattered like stars, and the ethereal mist surged, resembling a pure land of the heavens. He felt a strong premonition. The two islands of Yingzhou and Fangzhong must surely be hidden here. He had no desire to concern himself with the two dragon progeny. Neglecting the two celestial islands would indeed be folly. Following the direction indicated by the map, Liu Ming proceeded, skillfully avoiding the black and red zones marked on the treasure map. Once, as he inadvertently approached a narrow gap in the black zone, a bone fish, the size of an arm, leaped from the water, lunging at his arm. Liu Ming was startled, quickly retracting his left arm. With a flick of his right hand, he unleashed a beam of spatial light, striking the bone fish with a sharp sound. However, the creature was instantly propelled several dozen feet away, only to revive in an instant, splashing water everywhere. One astounding sight. Liu Ming inhaled sharply. Although it had merely been a casual strike, a typical Tai Jinxian would have met their demise. Yet here he was, unable to deal with a single bone fish. He stared in the direction of the creature, pondering to himself, these marine beings, having absorbed chaotic energy, were beyond ordinary comprehension. Should a swarm of such bone fish appear, Even he would likely find himself in dire straits. On a fragment of chaos, the two dragon progeny quietly observed Liu Ming's movements. Though the divine sense could not traverse these waters, they had once been quasi-saint powerhouses, and their gaze could pierce the distance. This scoundrel had finally encountered a bone fish. Should he take another step forward, he would likely be devoured by the swarm. Chi-Wan, witnessing this scene, excitedly waved his fist, his old face beaming with delight. Those bone fish possessed razor-sharp teeth and were nearly immortal. During his first exploration, he had lost an entire arm to several. Swan nist brau niti titer. Muttering to himself, there were clearly so many dangers before. How is it that this child seems to avoid them with uncanny precision? Is my labraptli froze. Then he shouted, it must be mere coincidence. Upon hearing his brother's words, Swanni's gaze grew resolute, echoing indeed. It must be coincidence. The chaotic fragments had fallen into the primordial wilderness, capable of evading even the heavenly Tao. So it was impossible for the cultivators of the primordial age to deduce all the dangers. Even though the two dragon progeny had explored here countless times, they could not fathom every threat. Yet in the next moment, Liu Ming's every action dealt a resounding blow to their assumptions. He transformed into a verdant divine light, soaring in an astonishing direction, precisely avoiding the vast and troublesome swarm of bonefish. The eyes of the two dragon progeny widened in shock, as if struck by thunder. After regaining their composure, Chi-Wan, with red eyes, roared, he is heading into the territory of that dragon whale. I shall see how he handles a mid-stage quasi-saint. His demeanor resembled that of a desperate gambler who had lost everything. This red zone was quite expansive. It seemed he had no choice but to proceed this way. Liu Ming mused as he continuously gestured with his hands, weaving patterns of Tao and principle. Suddenly, a silver-framed portal opened, surging with the force of spatial laws. Enigmatic and unfathomable. After Liu Ming's imposing figure entered the silver portal, a shower of misty light cascaded down. Liu Ming vanished without a trace, leaving only the crashing waves and the two dragon progeny, who were left in a state of utter confusion. If once or twice were coincidences, then consistency suggested something amiss. Impossible, impossible. How could this boy possibly know the secrets of the two celestial islands? Chi-Wan collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, his resolve nearly shattering. Swanni's gaze also became vacant, his countenance as pale as death. The two celestial islands, Yingzhou and Fengzhong, were sacred places discovered by their dragon clan after countless years of effort. Now, they were so easily laid bare before Liu Ming. Did this not imply that the entirety of their dragon clan was inferior to a mere mid-stage Great Luo Jingxian? Despite the complex feelings Swan and Chi-Wan harbored for their clan, as this thought crossed his mind, Chi-Wan's power began to surge uncontrollably, hinting at a transformation. Realizing his brother's distress, Swan was instantly alert, his finger darting out to point at his brother's brow. Chi-Wan's eyes darkened, and he fainted. Swan cast a resentful glance in the direction of Liu Ming before leaving with Chi-Wan, his own heart tumultuous. Although it remains a mystery how Liu Ming discerned the precise locations of the two celestial islands, Swan harbored an unsettling premonition. Perhaps Liu Ming truly possessed the capability to breach the protective array of Yingzhou Island. The immediate course of action was to swiftly return to Huanglong Island, where the ambient spiritual energy could aid in healing his wounds. Once he and Chi-Wan regained their strength, together they could invoke a bloodline secret technique, reigniting their combat prowess to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. At that point, they could settle scores with Liu Ming at their leisure. Youngster, do not be too arrogant. Once my brother and I recover, you shall willingly surrender the two celestial islands into our hands. A silver halo radiated, heralding Liu Ming's arrival at the coordinates he had meticulously plotted. This exemplified one of the remarkable applications of spatial law. However, he did not advance further. Liu Ming's gaze was fixed ahead, his brow furrowing involuntarily. According to the treasure map, a colossal island should lie before him. Yet, the expanse was barren. This was perplexing, for the map had never misled him before. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from a great Luo golden immortal, akin to a colossal pillar of light striking the heavens. The azure sea churned violently, summoning towering waves. Then, the atmosphere thickened with swirling white mist, creating an ethereal haze, accompanied by a gentle wave of energy. The tumult subsided. Liu Ming's formidable presence dissipated into nothingness. He exhaled slowly, his thoughts in turmoil. It was no surprise that records of Buzhou and the two celestial islands were exceedingly scarce in later generations. Not to exaggerate, but his mastery of formations ranked among the top 5 in the entirety of the primordial world. Yet, he had nearly been ensnared by the innate grand formation before him. The innate array was shrouded in chaotic energy, concealing its secrets, rendering it impossible to glimpse its entirety. This island had yet to reach its destined moment of emergence. Clearly, attempting to refine it was out of the question. He contemplated a forceful breach of the array. His mind raced, and Liu Ming summoned all his magical power, activating the Tao Yinju through several great circulations. A torrent of energy surged forth, and the Qinquanding erupted with boundless divine light, crashing toward the front. Buzz! The ripples of the Tao emerged, but the terrifying backlash dissipated almost instantaneously. The Qinquanding was sent hurtling back, resonating loudly. Liu Ming's expression turned gravely serious. This was his first time invoking a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. To no avail. A silver-white, celestial flower bloomed in the void, the spatial laws roiling. Yet he could not establish a passage through the innate formation, just as Liu Ming found himself a loss. A remarkable idea suddenly arose from the depths of his heart. The system was present here for sign-in. The rewards from the system were typically related to specific locations. When Hongjun first imparted teachings at the Zixiao Palace, he had signed in to obtain a fragment of the primal chaos jade butterfly. Previously, upon signing in at Wanlong Island, he had received treasure maps for Yingzhou and Fangzhong Islands. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in outside the protective array of Yingzhou Island. You have obtained the reward. The counter-array hub, an ancient stone pestle, exuding profound Taoist resonance, materialized in Liu Ming's hand. New information regarding the usage and effects of this counter-array hub surged within his primordial spirit. This spiritual treasure was a one-time consumable, yet its effects were extraordinarily formidable. It could refine all innate arrays. Liu Ming could not help but chuckle, silently commending the system. The products of the system were indeed of exquisite quality. Chapter 48. Yingzhou Island. The ancient stone pestle was gently pushed into the innate formation, and ripples of the Tao emerged once more. A peculiar sensation rose from the depths of Liu Ming's primordial spirit, subtly connecting with the hazy grand formation before him. Filled with elation, he realized that this island was none other than the legendary Yingzhou Island. In the next moment, a remarkable transformation unfolded in the world. An overwhelming surge of law power cascaded forth, giving rise to the path of creation. The tranquil sea surface suddenly quaked violently, and an island imbued with the essence of the Tao ascended from the depths of the ocean. It stretched infinitely, surpassing even the divine dragon island of Swan Ni and Chiwon. The rich spiritual energy emanating from it dwarfed that of Wanlong Island by countless folds, even exceeding that of Kunlun Mountain. It is no exaggeration to say that any newly formed post-heaven beings residing here for an extended period would undoubtedly achieve the status of golden immortal within a few hundred years. Liu Ming's expression momentarily flickered with dazed surprise as the ethereal mist and spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping him entirely. After circulating the Tao Yinju through several great cycles, the sounds of the Tao resonated thunderously, as if celestial beings were chanting scriptures. The laws of space and time interwove, and Liu Ming's aura surged to the late stage of great Luo Golden Immortal. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his limbs and bones, Liu Ming's face blossomed with joy. He gazed into the distance. Upon Yingzhou Island, majestic celestial mountains towered into the clouds, phoenixes soared, and radiant light shimmered, creating a scene of ethereal splendor. It was time to explore what treasures this Yingzhou Island might harbor. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Liu Ming took a step forward, setting foot upon the vast expanse of Yingzhou Island. This would become his sanctuary, and he was determined to familiarize himself with every aspect of it. The deeper he ventured into Yingzhou Island, the denser the spiritual aura became. Spiritual springs abounded, verdant trees flourished, ancient trees reached the heavens, and silver waterfalls cascaded like starry rivers from the firmament, producing a thunderous sound akin to galloping steeds. Liu Ming's consciousness unfurled, instantly encompassing countless regions. offering him a panoramic view of the entire Yingzhou Island, as well as a clear understanding of the surrounding sea areas spanning millions of miles. This was one of the benefits of becoming the master of Yingzhou Island. Under his mental perception, several locales radiated with treasure light, shrouded in celestial mist, divine brilliance, and auspicious colors. Clearly, they harbored extraordinary divine entities. He first stepped toward a certain lake, and upon glimpsing its interior, Liu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a vast lake, boundless and adorned with hundreds of white lotus flowers, each radiating crystalline brilliance, pure and unblemished. At its center, a gigantic white lotus shimmered with 9 colors of light, blooming in 12 petals. Indeed, the 12-petal pure world white lotus. This was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure capable of purifying all things and exerting control over fortune. The others were of the 6th and 8th grades, and there were even 2 10th-grade lotus platforms. If the timing were right, they might even evolve into 12 pure world white lotuses. Even so, it was still a pond filled with innate spiritual treasures. The water within, capable of nurturing such an abundance of innate treasures, was equally remarkable. The mingling of gold, silver, and purple hues created an extraordinarily rich aura of life. This was none other than the famed 3-light divine water. The golden water was the sunlight divine water, capable of eroding blood and flesh. The silver water was the moonlight divine water, able to corrode the primordial spirit. The purple starlight divine water could devour true spiritual consciousness. Each type of 3-light divine water was a dreadfully formidable divine object, and when combined, the true 3-light divine water was the foremost healing elixir in the primordial world. In the journey to the west, when a monkey toppled the ginseng fruit tree of Zhenyuanzi, the celestial deities were at a loss. It was ultimately the 3-light divine water in the hands of the Guanyin Buddha that revived it. The ability to restore the legendary 10 innate spiritual roots attests to the immense efficacy of this substance. With a swift motion of his voluminous sleeves, the space contorted, allowing him to collect a pool of pristine white lotuses and 3 divine waters. His movements were astonishingly swifter than even that of Zhuan Ti. He subsequently ascended to a celestial mountain and retrieved a long sword of deep blue hue, imbued with 36 restrictive formations, categorizing it as a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Mediocre, he remarked with a curl of his lips, expressing his discontent. At present, he found himself lacking purely offensive spiritual treasures, and a mere high-grade, innate spiritual treasure no longer held any allure for him. Such a declaration would certainly lead even the most powerful beings like the 3 pure ones to question their own realities. When did high-grade, innate spiritual treasures become so undervalued? In the vicinity of the central region of Yingzhou Island, there stood an ancient tree, robust and serpentine, towering into the heavens. It reached towards the firmament, its roots deeply embedded in the celestial soil, with clusters of leaves exuding the essence of the great Tao. Upon approaching the tree, it gently swayed, causing its leaves to ripple, and the subtle threads of Taoist resonance caressed his face. In an instant, he entered a state of enlightenment, his aura becoming ethereal, as if his primordial spirit had transformed into a state of unparalleled clarity. Radiating an immortal brilliance, silver and milky white threads spiraled around him, manifestations of the laws of time and space materializing into tangible form. The foundation of his Tao, having just broken through to the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal, was instantaneously solidified. Could this be the legendary Tao Enlightenment Tea Tree? Suddenly, he opened his eyes, gazing at the majestic ancient tree before him, his heart tumultuous with excitement. Though the Tao Enlightenment Tree did not rank among the top 10 innate spiritual roots, it was undoubtedly one of the most elite roots in the primordial realm. Its efficacy even surpassed that of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. The mere fact that it could aid in enlightenment was sufficient to draw countless practitioners of the primordial world to its vicinity. His gaze shifted downward, and his eyes brightened once more. At the base of the Tao Enlightenment Tree lay a patch of soil emanating a rich vitality, radiant and shimmering. It was the 9 heavens breath soil. The scale of this soil was comparable to that which he had previously acquired beneath the innate gourd vine. A bold idea suddenly blossomed in Liu Ming's mind. With a flash of green light in his hand, The creation green lotus seed he had obtained in the chaos materialized. If he were to merge the previously acquired 9 heavens breath soil with the 3 divine waters, could he cultivate the creation green lotus seed into a full-fledged creation green lotus? The 12-grade merit golden lotus, 12-grade karma red lotus, 12-grade world extinguishing black lotus, along with the 12-grade pristine white lotus and the creation green lotus in his possession, all stem from the 36-grade chaos green lotus seeds and, theoretically, were of the same lineage. When he beheaded the 3 corpses, might he, like Hongmeng, achieve the unification of the 3 corpses and attain enlightenment? After all, Hongmeng had utilized fragments of the creation jade dish as a spiritual treasure to sever the 3 corpses. And when they merged, their essences naturally intertwined. The more Liu Ming contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. He boldly used his magical power to carve out a patch of land, pouring in the 9 heavens breath soil and a pool of the 3 divine waters, allowing an overwhelming vitality to permeate the air. Standing there, he inhaled the spiritual energy, feeling an immense sense of comfort wash over him. With a flick of his hand, he cast the jade-like creation green lotus seed into the soil. His palm traced intricate trajectories in the void, arranging a time acceleration formation and a spirit gathering formation. As the principal body of the chaos green lotus, the creation green lotus was superior in quality to the other seeds. He believed that under his vigorous nurturing, it would soon blossom radiantly. Chapter 49. Hongjuan's scheme in the outer celestial realm, a purple Taoist temple, exuding ancient Taoist rhythms, floated amidst the chaos, untouched by the gales and thunderous flames. Seated upon a cloud bed, Hongjuan Daozu suddenly opened his eyes. Those chaotic orbs penetrated the void, traversing countless miles, reaching the shores of the Eastern Sea. The moment Yingzhou Island emerged, he felt an instinctive response. Upon learning the event's background, even Hongjuan, with his eternally unchanging temperament, experienced a ripple of emotion. An anomaly indeed, a true anomaly. Hongjuan gazed towards the direction of Yingzhou Island, where Liu Ming resided, murmuring to himself, "Is it that old rascal Yang Mei, quietly plotting in the primordial realm? Or is this child endowed with an extraordinary fate, unbound by the constraints of the primordial heavenly path? How intriguing! How intriguing! It appears that I shall put you to the test." Far on the shores of the Eastern Sea, the Eastern King suddenly received a voice that resonated within him. The voice was immensely authoritative, akin to an immutable decree of the heavenly path. In these tumultuous times of the primordial realm, where the witch and demon clans rampaged across the lands, I bestow upon you the title of the foremost male immortal, not to reign over Penglai Island, but to govern the primordial realm. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King was instantly struck with fear, tumbling from his seat. He was all too familiar with this voice. None among the 3,000 worldly guests in the Purple Cloud Palace could forget it. Disciple has failed to meet the master's expectations. Yet the witch and demon clans are indeed formidable. I possess the ambition to defy fate, yet lack the power to alter the cosmos, he lamented, bowing towards the void with a bitter expression. Though he was known for his arrogance, he was not a fool. Otherwise, he would not have managed the vast alliance of immortals with such precision. Faced with the Daozu's direct inquiry, he had no intention of lying. Once again, a leisurely sigh emanated from the void. "Very well, I understand your difficulties. Your worldly thoughts are too numerous, and your obsessions too deep. You have been unable to relinquish the demons within, thus hindering your attainment of the quasi-saint fruit position. Today, allow me to assist you." Upon hearing this, the Eastern King was overjoyed, performing a grand bow in gratitude. "Disciple thanks the master." A sphere of golden light slowly extricated itself from his body, and the dragon-headed staff hovered in midair, illuminating the entire hall as if the sun itself shone down, exuding an aura of sanctity. The Eastern King was profoundly moved. This dragon-headed staff had been refined by his primordial spirit. Now, it appeared of its own accord, independent of his call. The strength of Hongjuan was evident. However, Hongjuan paid no heed to the Eastern King's thoughts. The dragon-headed staff suddenly erupted with immeasurable power, akin to an unparalleled divine blade, slicing towards the Eastern King's brow. In the next moment, the Eastern King felt as if a transformation was occurring within his primordial spirit, a vast and pure power surging into his being. 3 flowers blossomed atop his head, and golden lotuses bloomed in the void, resonating with the sounds of the great Tao. A torrent of golden light surged forth, and a concentrated divine radiance burst forth from the Eastern King's Dantian, merging with the flowers atop his head. As the celestial blossoms unfurled, a young man clad in a golden robe emerged from the flowers of the Tao, radiating an aura of unparalleled supremacy. He was the Eastern King's evil corpse. Both versions of the Eastern King knelt before the void, reverently proclaiming, "Disciple expresses gratitude to the Master." His voice trembled with restrained joy, his entire being quaking with excitement. Ever since he assumed the title of the foremost male immortal, he had been ensnared by trifling matters, causing his cultivation to stagnate at the quasi-saint level. Furthermore, he had faced numerous obstacles from the celestial court's Dijuan and Dongwang Tai, leading to the emergence of demonic thoughts within his heart. Now, with the Daozhu personally intervening and aiding him with the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, he not only stepped into the quasi-saint realm, but even reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. Such a fortuitous blessing. Perhaps even the 3 pure ones have never experienced it? This profound revelation only deepened Dong Wanggong's reverence for Hongjun. This is the fabled Isle of Yingzhou, a place replete with spiritual essence, capable of enhancing the strength of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Hongjun's indifferent voice resonated once more. As spoken, so it shall be. A torrent of immense information surged forth from his consciousness, instantly imparting an enigmatic coordinate into Dong Wanggong's mind. After a brief moment of astonishment, he was engulfed in a wave of excitement, rendered speechless. As the sovereign of Penglai Island, he inherently understood that the 2 islands of Yingzhou held immense opportunities and transformations. Recently, he had received a scroll containing information about the Isle of Yingzhou. Though he recognized it as the handiwork of the Dragon Clan, he did not hesitate to venture forth into the sea in search of it, for the allure of the 2 islands was simply too compelling. As Dong Wanggong prepared to pay his respects once more, a gentle force restrained him. "You are the master of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. There is no need to bow to anyone." Dong Wanggong earnestly replied, "My identity as the foremost of male immortals is a gift from my teacher. Without my teacher, there would be no Dong Wanggong today. Thus, a mere act of bowing is indeed warranted." "Very well, you may go. I shall not disappoint my teacher's expectations." Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun retracted his consciousness, a slight cold smile gracing his lips. "You, transformed from the primordial yang qi, are of little use. Were it not for your role as a crucial element in the cosmic tribulation, I would never allow you to govern the myriad immortals of the primordial chaos." With that, his gaze pierced through the void, directed towards the Isle of 10,000 Dragons. In an instant, the fabric of reality shattered. 2 streams of pure, overwhelming power cascaded down, akin to a celestial river breaking its banks, flooding into the 2 dragon progenies who were recuperating. The scars on their robust bodies healed instantly, and the fatigue of their primordial spirits was swept away. The 2 dragon progenies returned to their state prior to battling Liu Ming, and even seemed to surpass it slightly. Swan and I and Qi Wen opened their eyes simultaneously, exchanging incredulous glances. Given their injuries, a recovery spanning millennia seemed inevitable. Yet now, they had regained their strength in less than a few years. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? However, a fierce crimson light surged from the eyes of the 2 dragon progenies. Regardless of the outcome, they could now seek retribution from that individual. Far away on Yingzhou Island, Liu Ming remained oblivious to the fact that he had fallen into Hongjun's scheme. He casually dispelled a restriction and retrieved a dark blue orb. The fierce winds swirled around it, and the chilling power of the wind surged forth. With a flash of crimson light in his hand, a similarly sized fiery red orb emerged. This was the innate spiritual treasure he had obtained from deep within the belly of the Ink Qilin. Casting a glance at both orbs, Liu Ming grinned broadly, filled with joy. These 2 orbs, named the Wind Element Orb and the Fire Element Orb, though only of medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, contain the tempestuous power of wind and the fierce power of fire from the 4 elemental forces of nature. If you were to integrate them into the innate 5-directional Great Formation, the ladders would undoubtedly escalate significantly. Chapter 50. The sword strikes the ancestor dragon's incarnation above the vast and undulating sea. 2 formidable figures soared through the air, These were the dragon progeny Swan Ni and Qi Wan, healed by Hongjun. Their sole purpose for coming here was to exact vengeance upon Liu Ming. Gazing at the island that dwarfed 10,000 Dragons Island, their fury and frustration simmered dangerously close to madness, though they had mentally prepared for the worst. Witnessing Liu Ming successfully refine Yingzhou Island ignited an impulse to spit blood. Had they not lured Liu Ming to this chaotic sea, he might never have discovered Yingzhou Island. This blunder effectively surrendered the fruits of their millennia of guardianship. Brother, when we encounter that fellow, do not act impulsively. As long as we unite to summon a projection of Father Emperor's bloodline, we shall surely subdue him. The more composed Swan and I cautioned. Yet, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes at the mention of their father. Qi Wen hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. He understood the gravity of the situation. This was not the time for petty grievances. Even combined, they were no match for Liu Ming. However, as long as they could summon the ancestral dragon's illusion at the first opportunity, even a quasi-saint would be forced to bow. The sky roiled with dark clouds, and lightning flashed as the two dragon progenies weaved through the clouds, swiftly reaching the periphery of Yingzhou Island. Meanwhile, within the island, Liu Ming had just finished gathering some valuable treasures. System, sign in at this location. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Yingzhou Island. You have received the immortal technique, Dragon Slaying Sword. What curious item is this? Liu Ming was momentarily perplexed. A fragment of his consciousness delved into his mind, and an overwhelming torrent of information surged forth. The leaves of the Tao Enlightenment tea tree rustled, emanating an ethereal resonance. Liu Ming gradually entered a state of enlightenment, the light in his eyes brightening significantly. His comprehension of this immortal technique became profoundly clearer. The dragon-slaying sword was unparalleled in its offensive prowess, rivaling even the transcendent Shangqing sword technique. What was even more astonishing was that this sword technique possessed an innate restraining effect against dragons, inflicting severe damage to their primordial spirits, and could even sever the fate of the golden dragon. Yet why had the system bestowed this reward upon him today? As Liu Ming pondered, a peculiar sensation suddenly arose from the depths of his heart. Two overwhelmingly powerful presences approached Yingzhou Island, their immense vitality reminiscent of the ocean, radiating an aura that instilled dread. Liu Ming frowned. Who besides him knew the location of Yingzhou Island? The void twisted ahead, and in an instant he traversed countless miles. Upon seeing Liu Ming arrive first, the eyes of the two dragon progenies narrowed to a dangerous glare. Soignin toned grabli, youngster. If you obediently hand over Yingzhou Island and depart, we may forgive your transgressions. Brother, Qi Wen protested vehemently. In his view, those who dared to offend them could only be punished with the obliteration of their primordial spirits to assuage their hatred. Upon recognizing the two dragon progenies, Liu Ming's frown deepened. Swan and I and Qi would have been severely injured by him. Logically, they should not have fully recovered for hundreds or even thousands of years. Yet, their power now appeared to have escalated. Despite his internal doubts, a mocking smile crept upon his lips as he retorted. Two mere insects clinging to life dare to negotiate with me? During the war among the three clans, you were nowhere to be found, cowering on 10,000 Dragons Island. If you are so terrified of death, why not remain on my Yingzhou Island? I happen to be in need of two guardian beasts. You seek death. At his words, Qi Wen and Swan and I erupted in fury, their bodies radiating a fierce aura. Their voices thundered, shaking the heavens and scattering the clouds of the nine skies. The massive tails of the two dragons swept across like celestial halberds, unleashing a torrent of energy. Endless divine radiance surged forth, piercing the sky with the brilliance of countless icy beams. The void reverberated with a cacophony of piercing hums, and in an instant, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. The might of this strike was nearly sufficient to rend apart the flesh and primordial spirit of a peak great Luo expert. Liu Ming wore a faint, cold smile at the corners of his mouth as he effortlessly grasped the silvery, spatial power. With a gentle motion, he sliced through the void before him, causing vast expanses of time and space to instantaneously collapse. The surrounding area, spanning tens of thousands of miles, fell into a profound silence. An immeasurable force of devouring energy erupted, and chaotic spatial currents rampaged with extreme ferocity. In an instant, the tails of two dragons exploded, drenched in blood. The two mighty dragon offspring let out heart-wrenching wails, simultaneously ejected from the island of Buzhou. They plummeted onto the magnificent surface of the ocean, creating enormous waves. Despite enduring excruciating pain, the two dragons struggled to rise from the water, their hearts filled with trepidation. Years ago, they had crossed paths with Liu Ming. Although he was powerful, he had never been capable of injuring them with a mere glance. This indicated that the island of Buzhou must harbor astonishing opportunities that could transform one entirely. With this thought, the greed in the eyes of the two dragons intensified. They exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a fierce light, and an overwhelming aura of bloodthirst surged from their massive forms. Two dragon-shaped blood pillars shot into the sky, piercing the heavens and tainting the four seas. The sky was enveloped in crimson, shrouded in a mist of ominous slaughter. A formidable dragon figure gradually materialized, obscuring the sun and overshadowing the sky. Its dark golden eyes gazed coldly at Liu Ming, exuding the pressure of a quasi-saint. The space around seemed unable to withstand this terrifying force, cracking with dark fissures. Was this the ancestral dragon? It barely reached the mid-level of a quasi-saint. It appeared that these two dragon offspring had spared no expense to confront me. Liu Ming regarded the colossal figure above with a slight furrow of his brow. On the other side, the summoned ancestral dragon shadow, along with Swan Enai and Chiwen, was drenched in blood, having already exhausted a significant portion of their vitality. Compared to their state when they had narrowly escaped Liu Ming's grasp, they were in a far worse condition. Despite their poor state, the two dragon offspring were filled with exhilaration. They envisioned the moment when Liu Ming would be brought to his knees in defeat. Chiwen howled fiercely, "Brat, it is too late for regrets now. I shall ensure your complete annihilation. This is the fate of offending the noble dragon clan." Liu Ming, however, paid little heed to Chiwen's bluster and instead took a keen interest in the dark golden dragon soaring in the sky. The ancestral dragon shadow sensed the provocation in Liu Ming's gaze and let out a thunderous roar, its massive head lunging toward Liu Ming. Suddenly, the void erupted with a deafening explosion, fragments of space flying in all directions with overwhelming might. Even a newly ascended quasi-saint like Kanti would pale in its presence. A moment's carelessness could lead to grievous injury. Just the opportunity one need to test my new sword technique. A clear, resonant laughter echoed through the skies as Liu Ming stood proudly against the wind, like an unstoppable divine blade, hard to gaze upon. Then, a brilliant light illuminated the heavens and the earth, radiant like the sun. The great sun shone forth, its divine radiance cascading down like countless meteors toward the ancestral dragon shadow. Each beam was composed of boundless, piercing sword light. Roar! The giant dragon bellowed. The ancestral dragon shadow instinctively sensed a horrifying danger. It felt an electrifying urge to retreat, as if attempting to escape. Yet, the myriad sword lights seemed to have it firmly locked in place. The boundless space was filled with a chilling, murderous intent. No matter how it tried to evade, escape was impossible. The massive dragon eyes reflected the figure clad in a green robe, looking down upon the world. The previously ferocious gaze was now replaced with fear. Roar! The dragon let out another high-pitched roar, this time even more powerful than before. This was the desperate cry of a dying struggle. The colossal dragon body surged toward the myriad of meteors, dazzling in its brilliance. Slash! A slender blood streak cleaved the dragon in two. Countless fine sword marks spread like a spider's web across its entire form. With a thunderous explosion, the dragon, measuring hundreds of thousands of zhong, shattered into pieces. Scales flew, and blood mist enveloped the vast ocean. The ancestral dragon shadow was destroyed, and the two dragon offspring immediately spat blood, severely injured. Their energies dwindled to the brink of unconsciousness, their three flowers dimmed and showing signs of fragmentation. Impossible. Impossible. Swan Enai and Chiwen's gazes became unfocused, muttering to themselves. The earlier scene had dealt a tremendous blow to their resolve. In their hearts, the ancestral dragon was the strongest entity in existence. Yet, The ancestral dragon Shadow, summoned by their combined bloodline power, had been effortlessly slain by that despised maniac with a single sword strike. Moreover, Liu Ming's demeanor suggested he had hardly been affected. The disparity was nothing short of staggering. Chapter 51. Secrets of the Dragon Clan. Liu Ming coldly gazed down upon the two dragon offspring, like a deity surveying mere ants, as he felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Liu Ming. Although Swan and I was filled with fear, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward, stating, "This matter was solely my scheme, unrelated to my brother. I am willing to end my life to atone for my offense against the esteemed immortal. But I beseech you to spare my brother." Upon hearing this, Chiwen quickly regained his senses and blocked his brother, exclaiming, "Everything began with me. If you wish to kill, then strike me down. Do not harm my brother." Liu Ming cast a slightly surprised glance at the two dragons, then coldly replied, "Surrender your soul and submit to me, and I may spare your lives." In his view, bringing the two dragon offspring under his command was far more intriguing than killing them. Moreover, he had future plans that required their assistance. Swan and I and Chiwen clenched their fists tightly, feeling immense humiliation. Finally, the anger in their eyes settled into calmness. Each extracted a wisp of their soul from their essence and sent it floating before Liu Ming, sighing sorrowfully. "The era belonging to our dragon clan has truly come to an end. Even the noble offspring of the ancestral dragon must become the servants of others. Yet, with the longevity of ancient beings spanning millions of years, how many cultivators would truly choose death if given the chance to live?" As Liu Ming collected the two wisps of souls, he felt immense joy within. Both dragon offspring had once been powerful quasi-saints. Now, as they became his subordinates, should they regain their peak strength in the future, they would undoubtedly serve as his formidable allies. With this thought, Liu Ming's expression softened slightly, and with a wave of his sleeve, he sent two perfectly rounded pills, exuding ethereal aura, toward the two dragons. The rich fragrance of the pills spread like mist. Upon seeing these items, Swan and I and Chiwen revealed their intense desire. Just the aroma was so potent. If they were to consume and refine them, their damaged foundations would likely be restored. Such divine pills were rare, even in the peak period of the Dragon Clan. With this thought, the lingering resentment toward Liu Ming vanished, leaving only deep respect. The two dragons knelt before him with a thud, simultaneously proclaiming, "We thank you, Master." Noticing the subtle changes in the expressions of Swan and I and Chiwen, Liu Ming nodded in satisfaction. This method of combining carrot and stick, though cliché, proved to be quite effective for these two proud dragon offspring. Over the years, he had acquired numerous miraculous pills, and his spatial repository was already overflowing with such items. Retaining them served little purpose. It was far more beneficial to extend a gesture of goodwill to these two dragon heirs, now that they had aligned themselves under his banner. He assured them that he would not treat them unfairly in the future. However, he was still puzzled by one thing. It seemed they harbored animosity towards the Dragon Clan. Swan and I and Chiwen exchanged a glance, both displaying a hint of bitterness. Eventually, Swan and I stepped forward and spoke at the onset of the Dragon Calamity. I suspected that father had colluded with a Western demon ancestor, Luo, who. Liu Ming raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What leads you to this conclusion?" In the wilderness he was familiar with, this narrative did not exist. While his father was indeed proud, he was astute enough to discern the intricacies of benefit and consequence. When the Phoenix Clan's princess was slain, the Phoenixes accused the Dragon Clan of the act. In a fit of rage, his father chose to wage war against the Phoenix Clan. The murder of the princess was a grave matter. Yet, instead of pursuing the true culprit, he had provoked the Chilen clan, resulting in a coalition of the other two major clans targeting the Dragon Clan. Swan and I shook his head. He had intended to keep this matter to himself. Yet now, with his life in Liu Ming's hands, he could not afford to conceal anything. Upon hearing this, Liu Ming fell silent. Historical accounts indicated that the demon ancestor Luo, who had orchestrated the assassination of the Phoenix Princess to incite a war among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Chilen clans, thereby framing the Dragon Clan. This was the catalyst for the war among the three clans. But the Dragon Clan was certainly not foolish enough to take the blame for it. If Luo, whose methods were indeed cunning, why would the Chilen clan involve themselves in such a tumultuous situation? Would they not prefer to sit back and reap the benefits of the impending chaos between the dragons and phoenixes? Listening to Swan Yi's account, Liu Ming recognized that there were indeed numerous inconsistencies in the story. Qi took over the conversation, speaking with a hint of sorrow. Initially, my brother and I did not notice anything amiss, only that father seemed somewhat unusual. It was not until I accidentally stumbled upon him using the corpses of our clan's warriors for his cultivation that I realized the gravity of the situation. At that moment, he was enveloped in demonic light. His mental state was exceedingly erratic, bordering on madness. Had I not fled, I might not have returned. Among the 8 brothers, Qi had the closest relationship with the 5th brother, who was also the most likely to trust him. He sighed, for in the dragon clan, the ancestral dragon was akin to a deity. Should he openly speak of what he had witnessed that day, he would likely be executed before even leaving the Eastern Sea. Swan and I continued. It was from that incident onwards that we brothers feigned a journey to seek the 3 immortal islands, when in truth, we sought to escape the dragon clan. Liu Ming's expression grew grave as he regarded Swan and I and Qi. If this were the case, once the war among the 3 clans erupted and the ancestral dragon had indeed perished, what need did they have to fear the dragon clan? Swan and I and Qi exchanged a look, both revealing expressions of deep concern. We are the direct descendants of father, possessing a certain bloodline connection with him, which is yet to fade. At this point, if Liu Ming still failed to understand, it would be better for him to find a piece of tofu to crash into. He exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling a tumult within, yet he was not an ordinary person. Years of experience had honed his resilience. Liu Ming waved his hand and instructed Swan and I and Qi, you 2 should stay on my Buzhou immortal island to recuperate. Do not worry about the dragon clan. Swan and I and Qi rejoiced, simultaneously expressing their gratitude. We thank you, my lord. For many years, the brothers had concealed themselves here, partly to dissipate their karmic burdens, but more importantly, to access the Buzhou immortal island, a sacred place sought after by the dragon clan for countless epochs. Now that they could reside on the Buzhou immortal island, they felt that following Liu Ming was indeed a wise choice. Suddenly, Swan and I opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Liu Ming noticed his demeanor and furrowed his brow slightly. What is it? Swan and I clasped his hands respectfully towards Liu Ming, saying, I too have a question. How did you come to be involved with the dragon clan? From their previous conversation, he had already deduced that Liu Ming was not sent by the dragon clan to hunt him and Qi. However, there must be some significant connection between Liu Ming and the dragon clan. Qi also cast a curious gaze towards Liu Ming. After pondering for a moment, Liu Ming replied, the current head of the dragon clan, Aolai, owes me a favor. He provided me with information regarding the Buzhou immortal island. Upon hearing this, Swan and I felt a slight relief, yet his expression remained serious. My lord, if I may speak frankly, there was another reason my brother and I left the dragon clan. Oh, Liu Ming awaited further elaboration. Once the war among our dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans fully ignited, father entrusted all clan affairs to Zhu Long to handle. That old Zhu Long is exceedingly cunning and has never been on good terms with my brother and me. The Eastern Sea Dragon King you mentioned, Aolai, is his descendant. Be wary of their lineage in the future. Liu Ming contemplated for a moment before nodding understood. During this time, focus on your recovery. Once you are healed, I will require your assistance in a particular matter. Chapter 52, Fragments of the Time Law Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at Buzhou Immortal Island and receiving 2 fragments of the Time Law. 2 fragments, infused with a rich aura of temporal law, landed within Liu Ming's mind. As his cultivation steadily ascended, the system's output rate had significantly increased. This reward was remarkably generous, filling him with joy. The time law was one of the 4 supreme laws. In ancient times, the time demon god, Shurchen, wielded this great law to become one of the foremost existences beneath Pangu. Liu Ming possessed an understanding of the time law, though he was far from mastering it as he had with the spatial law. These 2 fragments of the time law would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for him. He immediately infused his spiritual essence into the fragments, his consciousness pouring forth like a torrential flood, beginning to refine the fragments of the time law. Beneath his feet, the 12th grade pure world white lotus manifested, shaded by the ancient tea tree. The power of the law within the fragments gradually intertwined with Liu Ming's spiritual essence like silver threads. An ancient luminescence emanated forth, causing the flow of time around him to slow down considerably. Within Buzhou Immortal Island, ethereal celestial music reverberated, akin to the sounds of the great Tao. On the opposite end of the island, Swan and I and Chi, when awakened from their healing state, astonished by the mystical aura pervading their surroundings, their faces reflecting profound shock. Chi, when murmured, "Is this the work of our Lord?" Swan and I swallowed hard, nodding with difficulty. They were aware of Liu Ming's proficiency with the time law, yet he had not reached the pinnacle of mastery. To cover most of Buzhou Immortal Island with the power of the time law was something even a quasi-saint level powerhouse might struggle to achieve. The two dragon heirs stood in a daze for a considerable while. After a considerable time, the creature known as Swan and I emitted a faint murmur of inquiry, almost as if speaking to itself. Could it be that the master has made further progress in his cultivation? Yet, before Chi-Wan could respond, Swan and I dismissed his own question. It is implausible for such rapid advancement. The master has only just broken through to the latter stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. How could he possibly achieve another breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm in such a short span? Observing his elder brother's rambling, Chi-Wan felt somewhat speechless. "Brother, while the resonance of the temporal laws still lingers, we should hasten to restore our injuries." Upon hearing this, Swan and I's face flushed with embarrassment, and he nodded in agreement repeatedly. Chi-Wan, witnessing this, could only shake his head in exasperation, though his elder brother appeared more mature. His inner pride surpassed that of all their siblings. The two dragon sons resumed their meditation, drawing upon the abundant spiritual energy of Buzhou Island to reconstruct their flesh and meridians. Under the profound influence of the temporal laws, their recovery speed was evidently magnified by more than tenfold. In the timeless expanse of the primordial chaos, time flowed slowly. Above the vast Buzhou Island, a mysterious veil seemed to envelop the air. Chaos swirled, and the runes of the great Tao evolved. Formless and intangible, like the Tao itself, it existed yet eluded grasp. Beneath the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, Liu Ming closed his eyes, his aura becoming increasingly ethereal. A silver river flowed majestically, its waves rolling as the power of time surged, presenting a myriad of vibrant scenes. Gradually, his insights deepened, and the brilliance of the river of time grew ever more profound. Suddenly, Liu Ming opened his eyes, and a silver light of temporal power rippled outward. The surrounding rare spiritual herbs began to flourish rapidly, twinkling like stars, teeming with vitality. 2 fragments of temporal laws were successfully refined. This retreat proved to be immensely fruitful. Liu Ming chuckled softly, clenching his fist. An overwhelming sense of power surged from his limbs, giving him the sensation that he could rend the very fabric of space with a mere gesture. With the influence of the 2 fragments of temporal laws, the chain of his temporal laws solidified further. His primordial spirit became purer and more formidable than ever, radiating a silvery glow akin to that of a divine embryo. With time flowing at a rate several times slower than the outside world, coupled with the exceptionally dense spiritual energy of Buzhou Island, Liu Ming's physical realm had ascended to the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations mystical art, surpassing even the typical ancestral witches. Furthermore, his primordial spirit cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Now, even when faced with a mid-stage quasi-saint, he possessed the strength to contend. Suddenly, a peculiar wave rippled through the void. Liu Ming turned to glance, witnessing 2 streaks of light accompanied by the roaring sound of wind and thunder, dashing from the opposite end of the island. It was the 2 dragon sons. Liu Ming inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. The 2 dragon sons briefly met Liu Ming's gaze. In that fleeting moment, Swan and I and Chi-Wan felt as though those eyes contained the demise of galaxies. The cycles of time, imbued with an overwhelming terror. It seemed that at a mere thought from their master, a great Luo Golden Immortal could instantly wither away, rendered vulnerable. However, as the 2 dragon sons attentively sensed Liu Ming's aura, it appeared as if he were cloaked in a veil of mist, rendering any fluctuations of magical power undetectable. Could it be that the master's comprehension of the laws had surpassed their own? Reflecting on the aberrations witnessed recently on Buzhou Island, an absurd thought arose in their minds. How could they, once quasi-saint powerhouses, now find themselves outclassed by a great Luo Golden Immortal in understanding the laws? Now that your injuries are healed, Let us seek the Abbot Island together, Liu Ming stated, glancing at the two dragon sons with a smile. Startled from their astonishment, Swan and I and Chi-Wen's expressions brightened at Liu Ming's words. Swan and I clasped his hands and smiled wryly. Master, the dragon clan searched the seas far and wide, and we only found scant traces of Yingzhou Island. As for the Abbot Island, we know not its whereabouts. Upon seeing Liu Ming's persistent smile, Chi-Wen's mind surged with an incredulous thought. He exclaimed, "Could it be that Master knows where the Abbot Island is located?" Liu Ming nodded with a smile. The eyes of the two dragon sons widened in disbelief as they stared at Liu Ming. Unable to contain his impatience, Chi-Wen pressed on, regarding the previous Yingzhou Island. Master, how did you come to know the whereabouts of the three great islands? Swan and I, retaining his composure, quickly intervened to silence his younger brother. Ninth brother, mind your words. Chi-Wen abruptly realized his mistake and promptly sealed his lips, casting a fearful glance at Liu Ming before kneeling down. Master, I was wrong. Liu Ming, witnessing the scene, felt slightly taken aback and silently reflected. It seemed the two dragon sons had been intimidated by him previously. Now, they regarded him with greater trepidation than one would a ferocious beast. The secrets of Abbot Island are enigmatic. The time is not yet ripe for me to elaborate. Liu Ming feigned a demeanor reminiscent of a wandering trickster concocting a lie. The system is his greatest secret, one he could never disclose to anyone. However, the two dragon sons had now become his allies, and it was essential to forge necessary bonds. Upon hearing this, Swan and I and Chi-Wen sighed in relief. Their master was not entirely unapproachable. Which of you wishes to remain on Yingzhou Island, and who wishes to accompany me in exploring the Abbot Island? Liu Ming gazed calmly at the two dragon sons. With his current strength, he could easily explore Yingzhou Island alone. His intention was to test the loyalty of the two dragon sons and ascertain their value. This journey is fraught with danger. Your injuries are not yet fully healed, so I will not press you further. Without hesitation, the two dragon sons proclaimed, "We are willing to follow the master." It was a prime opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty. If they could not seize this moment, it would be better for them to find a boulder to end their lives. In the vast and boundless chaos sea, two colossal dragons, each measuring tens of thousands of feet, majestically pulled a luxurious golden chariot. The chariot gleamed with golden brilliance, inscribed with mysterious runes. Seated upon the resplendent throne of the chariot was a young man clad in a blue robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, none other than Liu Ming himself. In their quest for Yingzhou Island, the two dragon sons voluntarily pulled the chariot to demonstrate their loyalty. The son of the ancestral dragon, the overlord of the seas. Personally pulling the chariot was a privilege that only Liu Ming had ever experienced in the entirety of the primordial world. As they sailed across the immeasurable chaos sea, clouds billowed and colors swirled, occasionally swept by the ferocity of primordial energy. Liu Ming, exuding an otherworldly grace, resembled an emperor in procession, occasionally directing the two dragon sons on their course. Swan and I and Chi-Wen, however, displayed no hint of dissatisfaction. Rather, their eyes sparkled with admiration. They traveled across countless miles of sea, yet Liu Ming seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, predicting every possible danger that lay ahead. This situation transcends mere tactical prowess. Much like the mystical Yingzhou Island, the Fangzhong Island is also a fragment of chaos. The secrets of the heavens are impenetrable without the right moment for revelation. Even the Tao cannot discern its precise location. My lord, are you perhaps the reincarnation of a chaotic demon? Do you possess an innate connection with these two celestial islands? The impatient Chi-Wen turned his fervent gaze toward Liu Ming. This time, Swan and I did not restrain Chi-Wen, instead quietly pricking up his ears, equally curious about the answer. After their prolonged interaction, the two dragon offspring discovered that although this lord was decisive in matters of life and death, he treated his own with considerable kindness, never quick to anger over a mere utterance. This was a stark contrast to their capricious father. Liu Ming, with a half-smile, instructed, "Watch the path. Steer clear of the black island ahead and head southwest." He had initially thought these two dragon offspring were inherently proud, yet they were chattering like loquacious children. Upon hearing this, the two dragon offspring quickly complied, but when their gazes shifted to the navigation route, their enormous dragon eyes froze, their expressions darkening. Noticing the carriage's speed had diminished, Liu Ming furrowed his brow. asking, "What is it?" Swan and I wore a distressed expression as he replied, "My lord, in the southwest sea dwells a group of dragon whales. This clan has long resided in these chaotic waters, imbued with chaotic energy, making them exceedingly formidable. Moreover, there exists significant karmic ties between the dragon whale clan and our own." Chiwan, equally apprehensive, added, "My lord, my fifth brother speaks the truth. If we consider lineage, the leader of the dragon whale clan is, in a sense, our brother. However, that old dragon whale is notoriously unruly and shows great disrespect toward our father. In the past, he even sought to establish his own dominion, vying with our father for supremacy over the four seas. My father, in a fit of rage, exiled him from the dragon clan, yet that old dragon whale managed to survive." Liu Ming's expression turned peculiar. Such tales of fratricide and patricide in ancient royal struggles, how could they exist in the primordial realm? He inquired, "What is the current cultivation level of the old dragon whale king?" He did not wish to traverse this perilous route, but according to the treasure map, reaching Fangzhong Island necessitated entering a significant danger zone. Liu Ming had previously attempted to cross the void, yet the chaotic force field surrounding Fangzhong Island was overwhelmingly potent. He could not transport the two dragon offspring through space with him, and had to resort to the most prudent approach. After a moment of contemplation, Swan and I replied, "The dragon whale king, once severely wounded by my father, had his foundation destroyed. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to enter these chaotic waters and comprehend the laws of chaos. Now, even among mid-stage quasi-saints, his power is remarkable. My brother and I could only barely contend with him when we joined forces. Furthermore, having long since left the dragon clan, he is unaffected by the karmic retribution from the great catastrophe of Long Han." Upon hearing this, Liu Ming's demeanor grew grave. The laws of chaos, while inferior to the four supreme laws, rank among the top 10 within the myriad laws. A mid-stage quasi-saint wielding the power of chaos would undoubtedly be among the elite in today's primordial realm. Moreover, this quasi-saint had previously escaped from the ancestral dragon's grasp. After a moment of silence, he stated, "Lead the way." The two dragon offspring, alarmed, sensed Liu Ming's tone carried an undeniable air of resistance, rendering their refusal impossible. Out of respect for the dragon whale king, they dared not advance any further. Many of the powerful beings who had once sought Yingzhou Island alongside them had fallen during conflicts with the dragon whale clan. Given that the two dragon offspring's cultivation had dropped below quasi-saint, they were no match for the dragon whale king. In an instant, the inherently proud duo felt as though they were trudging through molasses. After several changes in expression, Swan and I gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, the dragon whale clan has a keen sense of our presence. We are now in their territory. Should you not disembark the carriage?" Liu Ming, feeling a surge of annoyance, cast a sharp glance at Swan and I. Was he questioning his capabilities? Yet, he chose not to argue. Flying directly over their territory would indeed be overly conspicuous, akin to taunting the dragon whale clan to attack him. Although he did not fear the dragon whale king, avoiding conflict would undoubtedly save much time. With a reluctant glance back at the opulent dragon carriage, Liu Ming descended with a pained expression. Buzz! Almost simultaneously, a deafening roar reverberated across the sea surface. The formerly tranquil waters erupted into towering waves, as if cleaved by a divine blade. Dozens of colossal figures, resembling neither dragon nor whale, soared from the depths. Among them, half the dragon whales boasted realms above Tai, Golden Immortal, with three possessing strength at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. The leading dragon whale was enormous, nearly overshadowing the entire sea. Its scales, akin to divine gold, shimmered brightly, surrounded by a terrifying aura of chaos. Its cold eyes gazed indifferently at Liu Ming and the others, akin to a deity surveying mere ants. The three great Luo Golden Immortal level dragon whales took the initiative, shrieking. After several gatherings, these two timid turtles of the dragon clan still dare to appear. It seems our previous encounter did not frighten them. As the words left their mouths, a torrent of formidable magical power surged forth, generating colossal waves that roared with immense might. The sea swelled, sweeping toward Liu Ming and the others. The void reverberated with thundering sounds, the atmosphere shifting dramatically. Roar! Upon witnessing this, the two dragon offspring's expressions darkened, and they unleashed resounding dragon roars. Their overwhelming dragon might burst forth, splintering the waves, yet the terrifying pressure permeating the air remained unabated. A quasi-saint's might belonging to the dragon whale king weighed heavily upon them. Swanee's expression turned exceedingly grim as he solemnly remarked, "Dragon Whale King, is this your hospitality?" Chapter 54. The Dragon Whale King's Fury. Dong Wang, Gong seeks Ingzhou Buzz. In a flash of celestial light, the waves evaporated, and a massive dragon whale transformed into a blue-robed elder. The blue-robed elder, the Dragon Whale King, chuckled, "My esteemed brothers, please forgive the folly of the children. Given your magnanimity, I trust you will not hold their actions against them." Upon hearing this sarcastic remark, Liu Ming could not help but furrow his brow. Swan and I and Chi Wan, filled with indignation, felt their anger boiling over. However, their current strength appeared inferior to their opponents. Swan and I had no choice but to suppress his fury and solemnly stated, "We have urgent matters to attend to and need to pass through your esteemed island. Might we request your assistance?" The moment these words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the heavens and earth. Then, a chorus of dragon whales erupted into raucous laughter, their voices booming like thunder, shaking the entire sea. "Ha ha ha! Do these mudloaches not hold themselves in high esteem? Now, they dare to seek assistance from my dragon whale clan? The mudloaches of 10,000 Dragon Island are indeed pitiable. Having encountered such masters, their fall is well-deserved." The dragon whale king expressed a hint of surprise. His eyes narrowed in a semblance of smile as he gazed mockingly at the two great dragon offspring, taunting, "In just a few short Yuan meetings, my esteemed friends have not only fallen to the quasi-saint realm, but have also become others' mouths. How is it that your temperament appears more subdued than before?" As his words echoed, the laughter of dozens of dragon whales grew increasingly boisterous, filled with derision and scorn. Upon hearing this, Chiwang's eyes blazed crimson, as if ready to unleash flames. However, Swanee seized him, fixing his gaze on the dragon whale king, and managed to utter through gritted teeth, "Might I inquire if you could make way?" The elder in the blue robe replied nonchalantly, "When has our clan ever regarded your dragon lineage? Even if the ancestral dragon were to come, it would not suffice for me to yield, let alone you, a mere Swanee. Moreover, none of you shall leave our territory today." With the last word, the overwhelming pressure of a mid-quasi-saint erupted once more. Under this terrifying force, even a great Luo golden immortal would be reduced to mere fragments, their primordial spirits extinguished. Swanee and Chi Wang were left aghast, retreating in unison. As the dragon whale, Qin reveled in the sight of the two fleeing dragon offspring. A sudden series of muffled explosions resonated through the void, followed by a torrent of blood mist that stained the sea, with numerous white bones floating upon the surface, a scene of utter carnage. Yet, Swanee and Chi Wang remained unscathed. Even the pressure that had descended upon them vanished. They exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. The three great Luo golden immortal dragon whales struggled to turn their heads, their eyes filled with profound terror. Dark voids manifested, radiating a destructive aura like a raging torrent. Many dragon whales beneath the great Luo golden immortal realm were obliterated without even a whimper, crushed into nothingness by the ruptured space. The dragon whale king's countenance darkened to the point of dripping water. He fixed his gaze on Liu Ming, his piercing eyes seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Had he not reacted swiftly, the three great Luo golden immortals would likely have perished. "You dare, a mere great Luo golden immortal, to slay my dragon whale kin? In that case, you shall not leave today." As the dragon whale king's icy words fell, the chaotic sea erupted into rippling void waves. The chaotic mist swirled, and in an instant, the heavens trembled as if about to obliterate everything. Liu Ming scoffed disdainfully, "A few stinking fish dare to challenge me. After years without tasting flesh. Today, I shall indulge." With a mere thought, a colossal willow tree manifested behind him, intertwining with heaven and earth like a world tree. The forces of time and space intertwining. The void waves were instantaneously frozen, gradually calming like a smooth sea. The three remaining great Luo golden immortals exhibited expressions of dread, their surroundings locked, as if in an unyielding grip. No matter how they attempted to mobilize their powers, they could not move an inch. "You dare!" The dragon whale king's pupils widened, his fury palpable as he barked. Liu Ming's gaze remained icy, offering no response. merely indicating his stance through action. A tremendous roar reverberated as the void collapsed, an overwhelming terror coursing through. The three remaining dragon whales were immediately sealed within the crumbling space. Time as chaotic currents slicing through their bodies, blood gushing forth. The great Luo golden immortals were surprisingly fragile. The dragon whale king bellowed, seizing the moment to unleash the chaotic power from his palm. The chaotic energies coursed like a torrent, breaking the void's prison, sweeping towards the three dragon whales like serpents. Liu Ming frowned slightly. The chaotic laws were indeed formidable. However, if they thought to rescue their kin from him so easily, they were sorely mistaken. With a twist of his hand, he cast forth mysterious spells. The bindings on the three dragon whales were shattered, but before they could catch their breath, a torrent of destruction surged forth from the void behind them, catching them off guard. They spewed forth divine blood, their energies waning to the utmost. The dragon whale king's eyes turned crimson upon witnessing this, his rage threatening to consume his reason. A mere great Luo golden immortal dares to slaughter his offspring before him. What a profound humiliation. Young one, I shall extract your primordial spirit and imprison it within the eye of the chaotic sea, never to escape. As his words fell, an awe-inspiring aura surged forth, shaking the heavens and earth, the waves within a 1,000,000-mile radius roiling violently. The chaotic energy combined with a massive tsunami swept towards Liu Ming, an overwhelming expanse of white engulfing the heavens, a sight most terrifying. A great Luo golden immortal at the peak of his power would likely have no chance to react before being crushed into nothingness. Swanee and Qi Wang, witnessing this, were equally alarmed, transforming into streaks of light, hastily retreating from the battlefield. They recognized that the dragon whale king was genuinely enraged. Master, be cautious. The two dragon offspring conveyed, their concerns palpable. At their current level, entanglement in such a battle would spell doom. They could only fervently pray for Liu Ming in their hearts. Liu Ming, not daring to be negligent, summoned the Qinkuan Ding, unleashing a series of divine lights. In total, 49 resonant sounds rang out, manifesting as ripples that spread like tangible waves. The surrounding space fractured, revealing dark fissures. The towering waves were sealed within the shattered space, transmuted into nothingness. An immeasurable celestial light erupted, divine brilliance soaring into the sky, causing the void to tremble. The battle between the two formidable beings was earth-shattering. The sea surging violently, torrents of terrifying energy coursing forth. The heavens darkened, leaden clouds gathering, the terrible power surging even beyond the chaotic sea. Meanwhile, in another location, the Eastern Prince and his entourage, searching for Yingzhou Immortal Island, also felt this overwhelming disturbance. The powerful beings of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance cast startled glances, their expressions filled with dread. A great Luo golden immortal turned pale, shaken by the pressure emanating from the clash between Liu Ming and the Dragon Whale King. Nearly losing his wits, he trembled as he approached the Eastern Prince, inquiring, "May I ask, what sort of formidable being is engaged in this battle that could unleash such terrifying might?" The Eastern Prince narrowed his eyes, staring into the boundless void, his expression grave. There rooted was a colossal willow tree radiating immeasurable celestial light. Judging solely by its eruptive aura, it seemed to even surpass his own, leaving the Eastern Prince feeling quite uncomfortable. He had only recently broken through to the early quasi-saint level with the aid of the Tao Ancestor. Before he could revel in his achievement, two beings of even greater cultivation had appeared. Just then, an elder in a green robe fortuitously encountered his inquiry. "Your Excellency, there exists such a powerful being in the chaotic sea. It is indeed perilous. From my perspective, it seems our numbers may be insufficient for this trip." Upon hearing this, the Eastern Prince's countenance shifted dramatically, his murderous intent laid bare in his eyes. "With my presence here, do you still fear them? You truly insult the name of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. They must be punished." As the last two words were uttered, an overwhelming pressure of quasi-saint authority erupted forth. The elder in the azure robe did not even resist, instantly transforming into a mist of blood. "Do you also wish to persuade me to return to the Pangu Immortal Island?" The sinister voice of the Eastern King echoed once more. The members of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance were instantly terrified, collapsing to their knees, too afraid to even lift their heads. The might of the Immortal Lord is unparalleled. We shall certainly locate the Yingzhou Immortal Island. However, upon hearing these flattering remarks, the Eastern King felt no improvement in his mood. Instead, he grew increasingly disdainful of these sycophants. His gaze deepened as schemes began to form in his mind. Those two mysterious powerhouses were not inferior to him in strength. Now, with their battle erupting, they were stretched thin. Why not seize this opportunity to swiftly locate Yingzhou Immortal Island and plunder its treasures? With this thought, a slight smile crept onto the Eastern King's lips. Fixating on the golden willow tree, a bold idea suddenly surged within him. If he could recruit this individual under his banner, what fear would he have of Dijun and Donghuang Taiyi? Yet this notion was quickly dismissed by himself. Such a powerful being would surely not willingly submit to another. Even if that mysterious powerhouse genuinely joined the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. With his current nascent saint initial stage cultivation, he might not be able to subdue the other. Chapter 55. The defeat of the Dragon Whale King and the emergence of the Abbot's Immortal Island, the Dragon Whale King, increasingly alarmed, withdrew after yet another cataclysmic clash. After an extended battle, he had completely abandoned his initial underestimation of Liu Ming. At first, he had not regarded Liu Ming as a threat. Even with the acknowledgement of the Swan, Ni, and Chi-Wan, a mere great Luo golden immortal could easily be suppressed. Yet now he discovered that Liu Ming's comprehension of the laws was certainly not inferior to that of a typical nascent sane initial stage. Coupled with the seemingly endless array of formidable spiritual treasures, even the proud Dragon Whale King had to concede that if he continued to harbor even a hint of arrogance, he would indeed find himself in dire straits. With a roar, the blue light flickered as the Dragon Whale King transformed into his true form, dominating the cosmos. A torrential offensive surged forth. Billions of tons of azure seawater erupted into the sky, cascading down from the heavens. The atmosphere shifted ominously, and the void trembled, fracturing with dark rifts. This old creature has grown stronger than before. Swan Ni and Chi-Wan exchanged uneasy glances and transformed into streaks of light, fleeing into the distance, fearing that remaining here would draw them into the aftermath of the attack, resulting in their utter annihilation. Liu Ming, however, stood firm, his surroundings dissolving into nothingness as the river of time flickered. He formed intricate divine seals. The profound sounds of the great Tao resounded. Invisible threads of time spread across the void, as if the colossal waves were being momentarily stilled, their speed drastically reduced. Subsequently, he altered his sealing method, and the northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner burst forth from the top of his head. The endless laws of water flowed, causing the billions of tons of seawater to reverse, crashing down upon the Dragon Whale King. Boom! The Dragon Whale King saw this and did not retreat, but rather retaliated, his massive form transforming into a towering pillar of light. He smashed through the billions of tons of seawater, charging directly toward Liu Ming. The void filled with the immense bulk of the Dragon Whale King, producing a series of muffled sounds. Millions of miles of ocean were completely sealed off, and even the spatial laws could not escape. Brat, die for me. The cruel laughter of the Dragon Whale King echoed across the entire sea, as if he could already envision Liu Ming's dire fate. The physique of the dragon race is exceptionally robust, and his body had been tempered through countless eons of chaotic energy. He had also stepped into the quasi-saint level, albeit just barely. Yet with his current speed, Liu Ming would not even have time to utilize his innate spiritual treasure before being reduced to mincemeat. Gazing at the imposing figure before him, a conspiratorial smile crept onto Liu Ming's lips. Thunderous booms resonated from his limbs, the terrifying might of his physique erupting forth, suppressing the void, causing the surrounding millions of miles of ocean to explode under this pressure. The terrifying physical prowess of the sixth turn of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts finally revealed its brilliance. His fists radiated immeasurable divine light, crashing down onto the head of the Dragon Whale King. Puff! Upon collision, the boundless divine light erupted forth. The Dragon Whale King let out a heart-wrenching, mournful howl, sent flying backward by the unparalleled might. His scales shattered, blood spraying forth, and his skull bore a massive indentation. Junior, I shall slay you another day. Leaving behind a vicious threat, the tumultuous sea surged, and the dragon whale king swiftly transformed into a streak of light, fleeing. Swan and I and Chi-Wen stared in shock at the unfolding scene, their expressions filled with disbelief. Everything had transpired in the blink of an eye. No one had anticipated that Liu Ming, who had been in peril just a moment ago, would reveal a quasi-saint physique even more formidable than the dragon whale king's, sending him into a panicked retreat. After a long moment, the two dragon heirs slowly uttered two words, monster. When Liu Ming had visited the 10,000 Dragons Island, they had managed to engage him in a lackluster match. But now, even without having truly broken through to the quasi-saint realm, Liu Ming could contend with a seasoned powerhouse like the Dragon Whale King. Even Swan Ni and Chi-Wen, who had once been quasi-saints themselves, felt utterly astounded. To repel a mid-level quasi-saint with mere great Luo golden immortal cultivation, this completely subverted their understanding. Even the revered ancestral dragon, whom they both revered and feared, would find such a feat impossible. As a cloud of auspiciousness supported him, Liu Ming gradually floated to the side of Swan Ni and Chi-Wen. The two dragon heirs, witnessing this, abruptly awakened from their state of shock. Transforming into massive forms, they shimmered with golden light, retrieving a golden chariot. Are we now heading to the lair of the Dragon Whale King to teach that old cur a lesson? Chi-Wen exclaimed. The earlier humiliation by the dragon whale race, now forgotten. Liu Ming, however, shook his head, saying, our objective is the Abbot's immortal island. We must not stir up unnecessary trouble. The Dragon Whale King is indeed a formidable quasi-saint. Had he not concealed his quasi-saint physique at the onset of battle, catching the Dragon Whale King off guard, the outcome today would have been uncertain. Moreover, anyone who has cultivated to the quasi-saint level possesses their own means. If we push the Dragon Whale King too far, he might self-destruct. Even with my mastery of the laws of space, I would not emerge unscathed. Chi-Wen's expression fell at this, disappointment evident on his face. They were ultimately sworn enemies of the Dragon Whale King. If they could leverage Liu Ming's strength to eliminate him, it would resolve a significant obsession in their hearts. Yet, without Liu Ming's inclination to pursue this course, the two dragon heirs remained silent. The two dragon heirs soared into the heavens, stirring the clouds of the nine skies, their golden chariot cutting through the void with immense grandeur. Deep within the chaotic sea, a resplendent crystal palace awaited. The colossal Dragon Whale King lay sprawled, blood flowing like a stream, revealing glimpses of his stark white bones. He raised his somewhat dim golden eyes, filled with resentment and bitterness, gazing at the chariot in the sky. With a heavy sigh, he watched helplessly as Liu Ming and his companions soared past him, with the Dragon Whale King no longer obstructing them. Liu Ming's group successfully reached the FNGZH Immortal Island. This island was vast, measuring tens of millions of miles, adorned with mountains and rivers, shrouded in ethereal mist, and suffused with a purple aura, resembling a celestial paradise. Yet, FNGZH Immortal Island was isolated by an ancient formation, a chaotic aura permeating the air, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. Liu Ming took a deep breath, activating both the Dao Yanju and the nine-term mysterious technique simultaneously. His entire being began to absorb and exhale the essence of the heavens, his physique transforming into a translucent hue, radiating boundless divine light. He struck forth with a punch, immense power surging with the might of the cosmos, crashing down upon the island's protective formation. The chaotic mist swirled above FNGZH Immortal Island, a mysterious force enveloping it. Like a gentle breeze, the laws of power circulated, and that earth-shattering punch was instantaneously nullified. Meanwhile, deep within FNGZH Immortal Island, an utterly terrifying presence suddenly stirred. It slightly opened its eyes, fixating on Liu Ming, who was gazing into the boundless void. The entire spirit energy of the YNGZHU Immortal Island seemed to come to a standstill at that moment. The aura of the space demon god. How did he arrive in Pangu's realm? No, it is not that old fellow Yang Mei. This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. After scrutinizing Liu Ming, the ominous entity uttered a cryptic phrase. Yet curiously, neither the scrutinized Liu Ming nor the soon-to-be Dao-harmonized Hong Jun sensed his presence. Outside FNGZH Immortal Island, the Swan Ni and Chi-Wen begrudgingly inquired, "My lord, what shall we do now?" They had arrived at this location, and if they could not enter FNGZH ing Immortal Island, it would be quite unfortunate. Liu Ming shook his head helplessly. Unlike YNGZHU Immortal Island, FNGZH ing Immortal Island did not possess a counterformation pivot, and the system had yet to reveal anything of value. Just as Liu Ming hesitated between awaiting a response from the system or departing, suddenly, a sense of resonance surged within him. The innate formation of YNGZHU Immortal Island vibrated, indicating that an unknown powerful entity had reached there. Chapter 56. The depths of the primordial waters outside YNGZHU Immortal Island. Hundreds of immense immortal ships floated. Their massive forms obscured the sky. The dark-clad cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance donned armor, their cold glints piercing as beams of spiritual light shot forth like divine rainbows. Multicolored streams bombarded the protective formation of YNGZHU Immortal Island. Energy torrents surged, waves roiling, causing the very fabric of space to warp slightly. However, the protective formation of YNGZHU Immortal Island swirled with chaotic energy, dismantling all assaults. The leading figure, East King Gong, with a piercing gaze, summoned his dragon-headed staff. With a resounding clash, the symbols of the Tao intertwined, and golden waves surged into the sky, transforming into a colossal golden dragon that lunged at the island's protective formation. Having arrived outside YNGZHU Immortal Island, he could not abandon this heavenly paradise. At that moment, the void twisted without warning, and a silver sword light suddenly cleaved through. Like a celestial river crossing the sky, it shone brilliantly. With a hiss, the golden dragon was severed in two, dissipating into the primal waves of law. East King Gong's expression changed as he looked around, bellowing, "Who dares to obstruct my affairs?" A clarion voice resonated from the void, stirring the spatial Tao, echoing in the ears of all cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance like rolling thunder. The space then split open, and three formidable figures emerged from the rift. The foremost figure, clad in flowing white, exuded an otherworldly aura, reminiscent of a peerless immortal lord. It was indeed the one who had spoken earlier. He resumed, "East King Gong, my friend, to intrude upon another's domain seems rather impolite, does it not?" Liu Ming, upon gazing at the striking figure at the forefront, East King Gong's face flickered with shock. Yet, he quickly concealed his astonishment, laughing heartily. "The Dragon Clan previously informed me that this place may harbor extraordinary treasures. I was unaware it belonged to your esteemed disciple. I apologize for my abruptness." He then bowed in Liu Ming's direction. This scene left the gathered cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance utterly astounded. The East King Gong they knew had always maintained an air of superiority. When had he ever spoken to others in such a manner? Liu Ming's expression darkened slightly as he glanced at the two dragon sons behind him, a surge of murderous intent swirling within. At the level of East King Gong, he would not deign to deceive. With Liu Ming's intellect, he instantly pieced everything together. Ao Lai merely wished for him to battle East King Gong, while the Dragon Clan would reap the benefits. That old rascal dared to set him up. Did the Dragon Clan truly believe Liu Ming was some benevolent character? The Swan Ni and Chi Wen behind him shuddered at the bone-chilling killing intent emanating from Liu Ming. Yet, Liu Ming did not wish to make things too difficult for them. Currently, the two Dragon Sons and the Zhulong lineage had no entanglements, even having past grievances. "In that case, my friend, please take your leave," Liu Ming said lightly, gesturing for the cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance to depart. The previously smiling East King Gong's expression twitched, feeling extremely displeased. He was, after all, the designated overseer of the primordial male immortals by the saints. Throughout the primordial realm, who would dare not show him respect, aside from the Tao ancestor? However, East King Gong was also a person of great cunning. His eyes shimmered as he forced a smile, saying, "Liu Ming, you are aware that the Tao ancestor cares deeply for the beings of the primordial realm. He has appointed me as the leader of the primordial male immortals to govern this vast land." Liu Ming replied nonchalantly, and then East King Gong gazed into the depths of the void, speaking with righteous fervor. Yet the witch and demon tribes are violent and murderous, resisting enlightenment, causing rivers of blood to flow in the primordial realm. The karma of the heavenly Tao is ever-growing. I wish to restore order to the primordial realm, but my power is insufficient. Thus, I seek to invite you to become an immortal lord of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, to jointly manage this world with me, alleviating the concerns of the Tao ancestor. His words were powerful and resonant. Under East King Gong's influence, many cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance displayed expressions of admiration and fervor. They gazed at East King Gong as if he were a compassionate deity. Even the Swan and Qi Wen regarded him with newfound respect. Liu Ming raised an eyebrow, revealing a knowing smile. To enable the 10,000 Immortals Alliance to rapidly become a force comparable to the witch and demon tribes, East King Gong was not as ineffectual as the legends portrayed. He even knew how to leverage the name of the Tao ancestor to exert pressure. Agreeing would signify respect for the Tao ancestor, while refusing would imply disrespect. As for the witch and demon tribes, they were effortlessly positioned as antagonists to Hongjun. Thus, the cohesion among the cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance only strengthened. East King Gong himself stood atop the high ground of public opinion. However, if he thought such tricks would make Liu Ming a mere laborer, he was sorely mistaken. The Eastern King, with his hands hanging down, cast a penetrating gaze upon Liu Ming. "What is your intention, disciple of Liu Ming? In truth, I place greater value on your background than on your personal prowess. Among the Taishang, the Primordial, and the Tong Tian, you stand as their sole disciple, and the affection they shower upon you is evident throughout the vast wilderness. Should you choose to join my 10,000 Immortals Alliance, the three purities will undoubtedly become a formidable ally to me, the Eastern King. At that point, the eradication of the witch and demon clans and the unification of the wilderness into a true sovereign power will no longer be mere rhetoric." Just as the Eastern King reveled in his grand aspirations for the future, Liu Ming's next words shattered his idyllic dreams. "Friend of the Eastern King, my cultivation is but rudimentary and my understanding is limited. I fear I am ill-suited for such a heavy responsibility." Upon hearing this, all the cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance erupted in astonishment. The expressions of Swan and Qi Wen also twitched in disbelief. "If you consider yourself weak, what the Dragon Whale King, who is at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint level? Can someone with limited insight truly pinpoint the exact locations of the two great islands, Yingzhou and Fangzhong? I find that hard to believe. Is it fair to say that my friend Liu Ming is rejecting my goodwill?" The Eastern King's expression darkened significantly. Liu Ming shook his head and replied, "Do not be angry, my friend. I speak for your benefit. The witch and demon clans are immensely powerful, and you are certainly no match for the likes of Emperor Jun and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. In my humble opinion, it would be wise to relinquish your title as the foremost male immortal, lest you meet your demise at the hands of Emperor Jun and bring shame upon the venerable Tao ancestor." As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming intent to kill erupted from the Eastern King. Countless pillars of water surged from the sea, and enormous waves erupted violently. The Taoist known as Zizhu, a great Luo golden immortal standing beside the Eastern King, glared at Liu Ming and exclaimed, "You insolent brat! The Immortal Lord is the saint-designated foremost male immortal. As a member of the male immortals of the wilderness, not only do you refuse to heed his commands, but you also dare to slander him. I shall make you see the consequences of your words." With that, a magnificent aura burst forth as Zizhu summoned a spiritual treasure. A purple-golden divine hammer expanded to immense proportions, pressing down with the weight of the heavens, aimed furiously at Liu Ming. A series of thunderous explosions echoed through the void. "Hold on." The Eastern King's expression shifted. Zizhu was the strongest being outside of himself within the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, and he was but a step away from severing a corpse and achieving the quasi-saint fruit position. Should Zizhu slay Liu Ming here, it would create a monumental enmity with the three purities. He instinctively unleashed a beam of divine light to attempt to halt the purple-golden divine hammer. However, the scene he feared did not unfold, or rather, what occurred was entirely unexpected. With a resounding boom, a hand as white as jade firmly grasped the purple-golden divine hammer. Golden runes flickered, and that hand suddenly unleashed an overwhelming force that suppressed heaven and earth. The void trembled, winds howled, and Liu Ming bellowed, channeling his strength, causing the mid-grade spiritual artifact, the purple-golden divine hammer, to crack under the strain. Simultaneously, a surge of golden energy transmitted through the hammer, reaching Zizhu's very being. In an instant, half of Zizhu's body was obliterated by this force, accompanied by a horrifying scream as a cloud of blood mist exploded forth. Immortal Lord, save me. Zizhu's complexion turned pale, his body devastated by Liu Ming's strike. His expression was one of sheer terror. He had initially acted to demonstrate loyalty to the Eastern King, underestimating Liu Ming's strength at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Who could have anticipated that he had kicked a true iron plate? Seeing the opportunity before him, Liu Ming pressed the advantage, brewing an immense terror. He unleashed a punch that shattered time and space, like a thunderous bolt cleaving through the void. Stop! The Eastern King, witnessing this, was struck with alarm. He swung his dragon-headed staff, sending forth beams of golden light, racing to intercept the blow aimed at Zizhu. Yet, before the golden light could reach Zizhu's form, it was torn apart by the terrifying turbulence of time and space. The void split as if a monstrous beast were gaping wide to devour. In the midst of Zizhu's desperate screams, he perished. The pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal had been vanquished in just 2 moves. Did I not just command you to cease? Are you incapable of understanding? The Eastern King's eyes bulged with rage, blood-red light bursting forth. He glared at Liu Ming with murderous intent, as if he wished to consume him whole. Have you truly mistaken me for your subordinate? Liu Ming scoffed inwardly, yet feigned a solemn demeanor. My friend, harsh truths are often unwelcome. I do this for your own good. Look at how this flatterer has inflated your ego. My actions to slay this man are meant to make you recognize reality. The waters of the wilderness run deep, and you cannot grasp them. Chapter 57. Confronting the Eastern King at this, the Eastern King's eyes ignited with tremendous fury. The chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, and the chaos sea erupted with countless massive water columns, which then detonated, releasing the oppressive aura of the quasi-saint throughout the universe. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted, and the very fabric of the heavens trembled. Brat, do you dare to engage in battle with me elsewhere? Quasi-saint battles could shatter the heavens and earth, and with the members of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance nearby, any rash action would lead to significant casualties among his ranks. Hearing the Eastern King's words, Liu Ming did not refuse. Did he think to make Liu Ming a mere worker? The Eastern King truly believed himself to be a figure of importance. Even though Liu Ming felt disdain internally, he maintained an air of indifference. He gently shook his head, saying, since my friend insists on courting humiliation, I must help you see the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of silver light pierced the void with a whoosh, revealing a pitch-black rift in space, into which Liu Ming's figure vanished without a trace. The Eastern King's fury peaked as he transformed into a blazing golden light, hurtling towards the distant horizon. Ever since he was designated as the foremost immortal by Hongmeng, no cultivator of the wilderness had dared to treat him with anything but utmost respect. Now, someone had the audacity to openly declare his inadequacy. How could the Eastern King, whose temperament was already narrow, possibly endure such an affront? 2 immense auras of blood manifested at the opposite end of the chaos sea, rising with a might that overshadowed the entire expanse, clearly delineating the boundaries of their power. The Eastern King, adorned with an imperial crown and surrounded by 108 divine rings, was enveloped in the intertwining of Taoist runes and boundless immortal light, presenting himself as a sovereign of the heavens. Yet his expression was exceedingly grim. Though he too was one of the 3,000 mortals, Liu Ming was merely a junior. Now his strength could actually contend with the Eastern King. Recognizing this, the Eastern King unleashed his full power, no longer holding back. He cast aside his dragon-headed staff and roared. A dragon-esque roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, shaking the cosmos. A massive golden dragon, so vast it was beyond sight, coiled through the void, releasing an overwhelming aura. This was the embodiment of the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff. The chaos sea was instantly engulfed in dazzling golden light, as if the sun itself were shining with divine brilliance. Liu Ming's heart tightened, and he spared no heedlessness, channeling his intricate techniques in response. The luminous essence surged into the heavens, and the Qianquan cauldron was instantaneously summoned, enveloping the void in an expansive and profound aura. Divine light shattered the fabric of reality, radiating outward with the force of rippling cosmic waves, converging upon the vast expanse of golden radiance. With a resounding crack, the myriad beams of golden light shattered instantaneously, yet the momentum of the cosmic waves remained undiminished. A thunderous explosion echoed, reminiscent of a great bell tolling, as the golden dragon emitted a mournful cry, its dragon-head staff hurtling back into the hands of the Eastern Sovereign. The Qinkuan Cauldron now hovered beside Liu Ming. In their inaugural clash of magic, it was unexpectedly Liu Ming, albeit of slightly lower realm, who held the upper hand. How could this youth, who had yet to step into the realm of quasi-saints, wield such formidable Taoist arts? The Eastern Sovereign's face was etched with astonishment and uncertainty, a flicker of wariness surfacing in the depths of his eyes. At their level, the contest revolved around comprehension of the laws of the universe. Although he possessed a fragment of the creation jade butterfly, his cultivation, being merely at the early quasi-saint level, could not possibly rival that of a mid-level quasi-saint. Yet here he was, unable to subdue a mere great Luo Jingxian. What the Eastern Sovereign did not realize was that Liu Ming was transformed from a primordial innate spiritual root, the hollow willow tree. He possessed an innate understanding of spatial laws and had absorbed 2 fragments of time laws, surpassing the typical comprehension of early quasi-saints. Were it not for his desire to validate his path of corpse-slaying, he would have long ascended to the quasi-saint realm. However, the master of the purple bamboo, a formidable figure within the alliance of immortals, could not afford to forego a confrontation with Liu Ming today. How would future practitioners of the Hongmeng regard the Eastern Sovereign if he failed to engage? The Eastern Sovereign's expression darkened, the 3 flowers atop his head shimmering. The sound of the Tao resonating. A figure exuding an imperial aura emerged from the heavens as boundless magical power surged into the dragon-headed staff. A resounding dragon roar reverberated through the skies, shaking the 9 heavens. After absorbing the magical energy of the Eastern Sovereign, the golden dragon's aura became denser and more substantial. Its eyes gleamed with a chilling humanity, and its scales appeared vividly alive. The golden dragon transformed into a blinding celestial light, hurtling forth, creating a pitch-black rift in space as it transcended both time and space, appearing before the Qinkuan Cauldron in an instant. With its dark golden pupils glinting coldly, the massive dragon body surged toward the vast cauldron. Countless beams of golden light descended like a vast ocean, intertwining with the mysterious light emanating from the Qinkuan Cauldron. The collision of these 2 equally formidable auras resulted in a series of earth-shattering roars, sending visible shockwaves that obliterated countless seas. Clouds, mist, spiritual energy, and chaotic auras were all vaporized in the wake of this violent energy surge. Yet, the Qinkuan Cauldron remained ensnared by the dragon-headed staff, unable to escape. Observing the scene, the Eastern Sovereign erupted into laughter, his arrogance glaringly evident. Liu Ming, if you consent to my terms and apologize for your prior rudeness, I may overlook your offenses and spare your life. Without the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, Liu Ming, no matter how profound his understanding of the Tao, would still be no match for him without sufficient magical power. Did he truly believe he could best me? Liu Ming chuckled derisively, shaking his head in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Sovereign's countenance transformed into a frigid mask of ice. Liu Ming's repeated challenges to his limits led him to wonder if Liu Ming truly regarded him as a benevolent figure. Buzz, a pure and radiant golden sword energy erupted like a blazing sun, unleashing terrifying power. The surrounding seas, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, were evaporated by the searing heat, transforming into billowing steam. Liu Ming moved his hands through the void, summoning the power of the Tao. An infinite silver radiance surged forth, instantly imprisoning this realm, with spatial laws intricately woven together. The world seemed to transform into a colossal furnace as blossoms of the Tao unfurled in the void. Ethereal flowers ignited, the power of order reverberating, as the sword energy, born of pure yang fire, was directly refined into the most primordial spiritual energy, dissipating into the cosmos. The Eastern Sovereign's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He, who was transformed from the very first strand of innate pure yang energy, possessed an understanding of the fire laws that rivaled the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun of the demon race. Yet, he found himself effortlessly neutralized by Liu Ming's strike. "Why not taste my sword?" Liu Ming said with a subtle smile, though lacking warmth. A towering spectral willow tree materialized behind him, its golden leaves cascading, resonating with the essence of the Tao, its form eclipsing the sun. A vast and overwhelming aura seemed to transcend time and space, manifesting within this realm. Upon witnessing this spectral willow tree, the Eastern Sovereign's expression shifted dramatically. This was the very willow tree he had encountered on his journey to Yingzhou Island. At that moment, he had failed to connect that existence with Liu Ming. Had he known the willow tree was Liu Ming, even 100-fold bravery would not have prompted him to provoke Liu Ming. Alas, in Hongmeng, there is no remedy for regret. Liu Ming continuously formed divine seals, and the golden willow tree's aura intensified. Countless willow branches soared into the sky, resembling a myriad of divine chains of order, radiating brilliant light. The Supreme Clarity Sword technique intertwined with the Dragon-Slaying Sword technique, their disparate sword intents merging. The fearsome edge seemed capable of cleaving through space itself, engulfing the chaotic sea in an instant. The Eastern Sovereign's face was overtaken by terror, rendered speechless by the overwhelming might of this sword. He hastily recalled the dragon-headed staff, which had been entangled with the Qianquan cauldron. The colossal golden dragon coiled protectively at his side, its divine radiance enveloping him. Thousands of cold beams converged, piercing through the immense dragon's body in an instant. The golden light shattered. The dragon let out a mournful wail, transforming back into the dragon-headed staff that flew into the Eastern Sovereign's grasp. At that moment, the staff bore numerous cracks, its glow diminished significantly, its spirit sustaining grave injuries. A flicker of pain crossed the Eastern Sovereign's eyes. This dragon-headed staff was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, his most formidable artifact. Yet, after this battle, its restoration would likely take thousands of years. Liu Ming remained remarkably composed. For if the dragon-slaying sword could sever the quasi-saint-level ancestral dragon shadow, the dragon-headed staff would be no challenge. The golden willow tree specter began to sway once more, the ripples of the Tao intertwining. The skies were once again filled with a dazzling rain of golden swords, radiating magnificent brilliance. Simultaneously, a black jade gourd leaped forth. With a hiss, a jet-black beam erupted from its spout, seemingly traversing time and space, instantly piercing through the Eastern Sovereign's chest. A look of abject terror spread across the Eastern Sovereign's face. At that moment, he sensed a momentary stagnation in the flow of his magical energy. However, this brief lapse in time was sufficient to determine the outcome for a pinnacle powerhouse. The shimmering sword light cascaded like rain and waterfalls, the boundless sharpness cleaving through the air. Splashes of blood fell like petals, and the Eastern Duke was instantly reduced to a sieve. Divine blood gushed forth, staining his luxurious robe crimson. After sustaining severe injuries, the Eastern Duke, with disheveled hair, roared hoarsely, "Youngster, I will one day lead my Purple Mansion army to flatten Kunlun Mountain." A hint of disdain flickered in Liu Ming's eyes. "Flatten my Kunlun Mountain? Do you think you are worthy?" Not to mention that the Eastern Duke is merely a pawn of Hongjun. But even now he cannot contend with him and dares to proclaim he will conquer the Three Pure Ones' abode. It is simply laughable. In a flash of azure light, Liu Ming appeared beside the Eastern Duke. With a resounding hum, his golden fist, infused with immense power, tore through the air and struck toward the Duke's face. A dull, bone-cracking sound reverberated through the void. The Eastern Duke had no capacity for resistance and was instantly sent crashing into the sea. Liu Ming, emboldened by his advantage, grasped with one hand, and the silver laws flowed. The force of space coalesced into a colossal hand that enveloped the heavens, slightly tightening its grip to confine the realm, pulling the Eastern Duke from the depths of the ocean. Then, with another flash of azure light, Liu Ming reappeared at the Eastern Duke's side. Countless golden fists rained down upon him. "You dare call me your junior? You are hardly worthy. I would bestow upon you the title of friend out of courtesy. By lineage, both Liu Ming and the Eastern Duke were mere guests of the purple clouds amidst the vast mortal realm. Even Nuwa, before joining Hongjuan's sect, could only address him as friend. The Eastern Duke, with his self-importance, dared to act with such arrogance. After a relentless barrage, half of the Eastern Duke's face swelled grotesquely, devoid of the dignified appearance befitting the head of male immortals. He roared in anger, his hair flailing wildly, resembling a madman. Since being chosen by Hongmeng as the head of male immortals, the people of the primordial world had revered him. Even powerful figures like Humankind and the ancestor of the River of Oblivion treated him with deference. Now he was being mercilessly beaten by Junior, causing an overwhelming sense of humiliation to wash over the once proud Eastern Duke. Liu Ming paid him no mind, as the ink-black jade gourd once more exhaled a dark light, instantly freezing the cosmos and reversing the yin and yang. The surrounding space and time of the Eastern Duke solidified. Like a comet streaking across the sky, another heavy punch struck the Eastern Duke's body. He became a streak of light, crashing solidly onto an island. A thunderous roar erupted, and as dust settled, the chaotic island's mountains sank into the earth, with yellow sands surging forth. The Eastern Duke, bloodied and disoriented, was on the verge of losing consciousness, just as Liu Ming intended to incapacitate him. Auspicious clouds filled the sky, and radiant colors danced, heralding the arrival of a celestial phenomenon, with purple chi stretching for 30,000 miles. It was as though a fairyland had suddenly descended upon this sea. A figure, enveloped in ethereal Tao rhythms, reclined upon a cloudbed. The moment this figure appeared, the ink-black jade gourd and the cosmic ding lost their luster. Even the chaotic energy within the entire chaotic sea was dispersed in an instant. Such overwhelming might belonged to none other than the Tao ancestor, Hongmeng. Upon seeing the arrival, Liu Ming was taken aback, but quickly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Tao ancestor." Hongmeng nodded slightly, and without a visible gesture, strands of pure white radiance cascaded down, forming a divine waterfall, rich with the power of creation. As the Eastern Duke bathed in the divine light, his severed flesh and bones began to heal at a visible rate. Liu Ming, witnessing this scene, felt no surprise. Though the Eastern Duke was but a pawn of Hongmeng, he was nonetheless a pivotal figure in the calamity of the witches and demons. Even if Hongmeng did not intervene today, Liu Ming could not truly kill the Eastern Duke. However, after such a brutal beating, it was likely the Eastern Duke's heart would be tarnished, forever halting his realm at the initial stage of quasi-saint. Before long, the Eastern Duke's injuries fully healed. When he saw Hongmeng through the divine waterfall, his expression transformed into one of overwhelming joy. With a thud, he knelt, pointing at Liu Ming, and lamented, "Tao ancestor, this Liu Ming is lawless. Despite knowing I am personally appointed by you as the head of male immortals, he still seeks my life. This is a complete disregard for your authority." Before the Eastern Duke could finish his plea, a cold, emotionless voice echoed, "Silence." The sound reverberated through the heavens, causing the earth to tremble, akin to the might of the heavenly Tao. A shiver coursed through the Eastern Duke's soul, his face turning pale as a sheet. He stood frozen, unable to move an inch. Hongmeng no longer regarded the Eastern Duke, shifting his gaze to Liu Ming. His eyes, deep as chaos, revealed a hint of surprise. "Young friend, may I ask you to spare him for my sake?" If the great beings of the Purple Cloud's palace were to hear of this, they would likely be shocked into speechlessness. The fact that a dignified saint would seek Liu Ming's opinion left him astounded. Liu Ming bowed respectfully, neither servile nor arrogant. "How could I dare defy the Tao ancestor's wishes?" However, the Eastern Duke intruded upon my abode with the utmost arrogance. If I were to let him return unscathed today, it may bode ill for me in the future. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Duke was enraged to the point of smoke billowing from his ears. "I will bring you harm." I was just pressed into the ground by Liu Ming. The very next moment, however, the unfolding events shattered the Eastern Duke's worldview. Hongmeng on the cloud bed nodded slightly. His chaotic eyes turned to the Eastern Duke, and with a frigid expression, he declared, "You are born of the innate supreme yang energy, endowed with great merit and transformation. I had hoped you would benefit the primordial world. Yet you have chosen to wield your power for personal gain. Such a mindset renders you unworthy of wielding the dragon head staff." With the utterance of his words, the power of truth transformed into the laws of the Tao. Strands of golden light connected to the Eastern Duke, pulsating with the force of order. In an instant, a radiant divine wheel was forcibly severed from him, the dragon head staff. The Eastern Duke spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his aura dwindling to the point of nearly falling from the quasi-saint realm. The staff had been refined by his primordial spirit, and now being forcibly removed by Hongmeng. It had cost him nearly half his life. Yet Hongmeng appeared utterly unconcerned for the Eastern Duke's fate, not even casting a glance his way. Young friend, shortly I shall deliver my final teachings in the Purple Cloud's palace. I hope you will attend. As the last words hung in the air, auspicious signs descended, clouds billowed, and the chaotic energy returned to its primordial state. Even the destruction wrought by the battle between the Eastern Duke and Liu Ming was restored to its former glory. Only Hongjuan's words echoed in Liu Ming's mind. A sense of vigilance unexpectedly arose. In truth, at the very moment Hongjuan appeared, many of Liu Ming's lingering doubts found resolution. Even with intelligence from the Dragon Clan, Dong Gong could not have located Yingzhou Island so swiftly. The only plausible explanation lay in Hongjuan's intervention. Even the two dragon sons arriving unscathed before him, along with the Dragon Whale clan swiftly detecting their presence, all seemed to be orchestrated by Hongjuan. Yet, the true purpose behind Hongjuan's actions remained inscrutable to Liu Ming. For the Tao ancestor, who was on the verge of merging with the heavenly Tao, his existence undoubtedly represented an anomaly. The only path to alleviating his unease was to grow rapidly, to reach a level capable of contending with Hongjuan. However, for now, he needed to address the matters concerning Yingzhou Island. Liu Ming exhaled deeply, allowing the Tao Yinzhu to operate autonomously. The immense spiritual energy of the chaos sea surged towards him, flooding into his being like a cascading waterfall. Bathed in the mist of spirit, every inch of his flesh fervently absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. After a considerable time, Liu Ming gradually opened his eyes, his magical power nearing its peak state. With a flick of his wrist, Liu Ming wielded his palm like a blade, slicing through the void ahead. The sound resonated like fabric being torn as a dark chasm opened in space. He stepped through, and the forces of time and space intertwined, sweeping forth. In mere breaths, Liu Ming found himself hovering above Yingzhou Island. At that moment, the two dragon sons were engaged in a fierce battle with the myriad cultivators of the Wanxian Alliance. Waves of energy swept across the heavens and earth, and the vast fluctuations of the laws surged tumultuously. The boundless sea erupted in mushroom clouds, the overwhelming might causing turmoil in the waters, with countless sea pillars shooting skyward. The two dragon sons, both pinnacled to Luo golden immortals, possessed strength significantly superior to that of the Wanxian Alliance's cultivators. Yet, the sheer number of Wanxian Alliance practitioners allowed them to set up an intricate formation. The surging celestial energy erupted, divine light illuminating the surroundings, bridging heaven and earth. The light of divine retribution descended, unleashing astonishing power. For a time, they matched the might of the Swan Ni and Qi One. Could this be the legendary Wanxian Grand Formation? Liu Ming raised an eyebrow, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. Among the Wanxian Alliance cultivators, aside from the slain Zizhu Shangren, there were only 4 De Luo Golden Immortals. The strongest among them was a late-stage De Luo Golden Immortal, while the majority were merely Tai Golden Immortals. Yet this motley crew could contend evenly with the once quasi-saint Swan Ni and Qi One. It must be said that the Wanxian Grand Formation, designed by Dong Gong, held some merit. After observing for a considerable duration, a flicker of brilliance flashed in Liu Ming's eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed a terrifying punch, its power piercing through the heavens and earth like a meteor. This dreadful blow rent the fabric of space, collapsing an expanse of hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. The fist of time and space struck the Wanxian Grand Formation, its world-destroying might akin to a flood breaking through a dam. With a thunderous roar, colossal waves surged skyward, reaching heights of 90,000 miles before violently exploding. The resounding crack echoed incessantly, reverberating like thunder. Cracks spread throughout the formation, causing it to wobble precariously. Several Tai Golden Immortals burst apart, transforming into gruesome clouds of blood. The elder at the formation's core, a late-stage De Luo Golden Immortal, spat blood, his face ashen. The surviving cultivators were left breathless, having suffered severe injuries. Instinctively, they turned towards the figure in the void, their faces draining of color as an overwhelming fear surged within them. How could it be him, the esteemed immortal lord? In the hearts of these Wanxian Alliance cultivators, Dong Gong was nearly an invincible presence. But now, it was Liu Ming who had appeared first. Did that not imply that Dong Gong had been defeated by Liu Ming? No, impossible. This cannot be. Liu Ming offered them no time for contemplation. His hands enveloped in boundless power of the laws, he severed space with his left hand and traversed time with his right. A terrifying storm of time and space raged forth, tearing apart dozens of massive celestial ships. The chaotic torrents struck the Wanxian Grand Formation like celestial blades. The sound was as crisp as shattering glass, scattering brilliant shards of light. The Wanxian Grand Formation was utterly obliterated. An unfathomable force of destruction erupted, causing the Purple Mansion cultivators to wail in anguish, suffering catastrophic losses. In merely 2 moves, Liu Ming had dismantled the Wanxian Grand Formation. Liu Ming, do you truly wish to commit an act of annihilation? The strongest elder, drenched in blood, bellowed towards Liu Ming in the sky. Yet within, he felt an unprecedented bitterness, experiencing a sense of helplessness for the first time in his life. The Wanxian Grand Formation, forged from their combined strength, had approached the quasi-saint level of power, yet it crumbled so easily under Liu Ming's might. Liu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. These people had ventured into his domain, and now they dared to accuse him of indiscriminate slaughter? Mere ants were unworthy of speaking to him in such a manner. As his words faded, he slowly clenched his hand, an immense force of space crashing forth like a tidal wave. The elder of the Wanxian Alliance exploded into a mist of blood, bones and flesh scattering. Seeing the elder dispatched so effortlessly sent the remaining Wanxian Alliance cultivators into disarray, their morale crumbling. Some transformed into streaks of light, fleeing in panic. Seizing this opportunity, the 2 dragon sons struck with astonishment, their 1,000-foot tails sweeping across the air. The shockwaves created a tempest, their imposing might piercing through the heavens. Tens of thousands fell into the sea like dumplings, turning the waters into a blood-soaked expanse. In no time, the cultivators sent by the Wanxian Alliance were completely annihilated. After accomplishing this, the 2 dragon sons transformed into human form and approached Liu Ming. Master, what of Dong Wanggong? He went inquired cautiously. Liu Ming glanced at him, casually replying, he was fortunate. Someone saved him. At this, Boswan and I and Qi went inhaled sharply. The pressure Dong Wanggong exerted upon them was not much weaker than that of the Dragon Whale King. Yet he too had fallen to Liu Ming's hands. Their master's strength was indeed terrifying. Before the 2 dragon sons could recover from their shock, Liu Ming's voice interrupted their thoughts. Next, I must investigate a matter of causality. You 2 guard Yingzhou Island well. A sense of foreboding surged within Swan and I. He stepped forward, mustering his courage to ask, where does the master intend to go? Liu Ming flashed him a bright smile, reminiscent of a cheerful neighborly boy. Yet Swan and I felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. Liu Ming offered no further explanation, tearing through the void with a wave of his hand, his figure vanishing in an instant. Chapter 60. Crushing the Dragon Clan in the East Sea, a series of glazed palaces encircled the central main hall. The main hall is grand and imposing, with towering stone pillars intricately carved with sinuous, lifelike golden dragons. Aulai seeds magically upon a jade chair, perusing memorials with an unmistakable gleam of joy in his eyes. Recently, the Eastern Prince has ventured forth to seek the fabled Yingzhou Island, taking with him a portion of the elite forces from the Purple Mansion. Consequently, the Purple Mansion has found itself gradually losing ground in the war against the Dragon Clan. If this trend continues, it won't be long before the Dragon Clan reclaims all its lost territories and perhaps even launch an assault on the Penglai Island, allowing the name of the Dragon Clan to resonate once more throughout the primordial realms. I must express my gratitude to Liu Ming for buying time for my Dragon Clan. Ao Lai sighed deeply, yet with a hint of mockery. As for whether Liu Ming and the Eastern Prince would indeed locate Yingzhou Island, Ao Lai felt no concern. Could a mere Deluo Golden immortal easily discover a sacred land that the Dragon Clan has spent countless years and resources failing to explore? Suddenly, a violent roar echoed through the air. The magnificent doors of the Dragon Palace shattered into countless pieces, splintering apart. Fragments of divine materials rained down like arrows. A colossal tortoise, its body encased in thick armor, crashed forcefully into the palace. The terrifying force caused several stone pillars of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to collapse instantly. Ao Lai's expression changed dramatically as he hastily rose to his feet, channeling his powers to transform into several towering columns to support the main hall. However, upon glancing to the side, his face paled in horror. The tortoise's armor had cracked open, blood gushing forth like a fountain. It was none other than their own Prime Minister of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. This tortoise Prime Minister was a mid-stage Luo Golden Immortal, renowned for its unparalleled defensive abilities. Even A.O. Lai himself would find it challenging to harm him. How could he now appear in such a wretched state? Could it be that the Eastern Prince has returned? Just as A.O. Lai was overwhelmed with a mix of shock and anger, a melodious laughter resonated, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. A.O. Lai, my friend, I hope you won't mind my uninvited arrival. As the words fell, a rift in space suddenly tore open, and a handsome young man stepped through. Upon recognizing the visitor, A.O. Lai's fury transformed into sheer astonishment. How could Liu Ming be here? Was it possible that he had not engaged in battle with the Eastern Prince? Liu Ming made no further moves, merely smiling at A.O. Lai. Being the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, A.O. Lai's mind was as deep as the ocean itself, suppressing the unexplainable shock within him. He spoke in a deep voice. What intent do you have in grievously wounding the Prime Minister of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? Liu Ming grinned, yet his response was entirely off-topic. I have located Yingzhou Island. Upon hearing this, A.O. Lai's expression shifted abruptly. In gratitude for your guidance, I have decided to eliminate your entire Eastern Sea Dragon clan. As the words left his lips, the smile on Liu Ming's face vanished, his gaze turning frigid. With all his might, he unleashed a fearsome pressure that radiated from him. Tidal waves surged, and the entirety of the Eastern Sea began to roil violently. With a single punch, the seawater was overturned. Fragments of space, accompanied by the colossal waves, hurtled toward A.O. Lai. The speed of the strike was astonishing. As time and space warped around it, the force aiming to obliterate all existence. A.O. Lai instinctively attempted to defend himself. Yet he had no time to muster his powers before being struck by an unparalleled force, blood spraying forth, and the Crystal Palace was breached. A tremendous roar echoed as an overwhelming torrent of energy swept through like a celestial river. The grand hall collapsed in an instant, reduced to mere ruins. As the commotion from the Dragon Palace reached their ears, resonating roars of dragons filled the air. Soon, streams of light converged around A.O. Lai, their formidable presence shielding the gravely wounded Dragon King. A.O. Lai, gasping for breath, his ribcage caved in, blood bursting forth in torrents. His right arm shattered into a gruesome mess. Patriarch, what has happened to you? An elderly man clad in simple linen exclaimed in horror upon witnessing A.O. Lai's pitiful state. He was the current Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, his cultivation surpassing even A.O. Lai's. How dare a mere reptile deceive me? This is merely a minor lesson for him, Liu Ming said, standing firm in the void. Though he released no pressure, the faint aura emanating from him instilled fear in the hearts of the Dragon Clan's warriors. Upon seeing Liu Ming, A.O. Qin quickly discerned the truth of the situation, his aged face turning an ashen gray. You young one, how dare you injure the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea? Today, I shall make you understand that the dignity of my Dragon Clan is not to be trifled with. Liu Ming surveyed the assembled crowd, his voice calm, yet commanding. You may all come at once. I would rather not waste my time. Among the Dragon Clan present, there were only 8 Luo Golden Immortals, with the remainder being primarily Tai Golden Immortals. This represented the utmost combat strength the Dragon Clan could muster at present, yet it posed no threat to Liu Ming. Form a formation. You shall die today. A.O. Qin roared, trembling with rage. The remaining 7 Luo Golden Immortals revealed their true forms, their roars echoing as they stirred the waters, creating waves that soared tens of thousands of feet high. 8 true dragon manifestations descended upon the Eastern Sea, their terrifying aura sweeping across the heavens. Radiant golden light surged towards the sky, illuminating the universe. As if summoned, the remaining members of the Dragon Clan manifested their true forms and surged towards the center of the formation. In an instant, 1,000 colossal dragons coiled around the Eastern Sea, forming a formidable array. A massive golden dragon, jaws bared, roared as it charged towards Liu Ming. The waves surged, the very fabric of reality twisted, and a ferocious energy permeated every corner of the Eastern Sea. Now, this is getting interesting, Liu Ming chuckled lightly, suddenly launching his fist. His vast powers of sorcery and physical strength converged, warping the entire Eastern Sea, causing terrifying ripples to arise. An overwhelming torrent of magic erupted forth, as if 3,000 demonic gods were roaring in unison. With a thunderous boom, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the surface of the Eastern Sea. Chaotic energy surged through the skies, cleaving through the waters, creating a long chasm in the seabed. The waters of the 9 heavens rolled back, evaporating entirely into a misty white haze. Deep beneath the sea, the spiritual mist gradually dissipated, revealing clusters of palatial structures that had been reduced to ruins by the violent energy. Liu Ming stood proudly, akin to an indomitable ancient god. In stark contrast, the 8 colossal true dragon manifestations now dimmed in brilliance, shattering into countless golden specks, vanishing into the void. The bodies of the dragon warriors exploded, their souls extinguished, and the scent of blood permeated the entire Eastern Sea. Among the 8 dragon clan elders of the main formation, only 3 remained. "Young one, I shall fight you to the death." Ao Kuan bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, as he transformed into a streak of light, charging forward, suddenly lunging at Liu Ming. A ferocious aura erupted from his being. It was evident he intended to self-destruct, taking Liu Ming down with him. "Self-destruction? You are hardly worthy of such an act." Liu Ming scoffed, drawing a silver longsword from the void. With a swift motion, a streak of sword light descended like a starry river, freezing the space surrounding the 5-clawed golden dragon. A torrential rain of blood fell, the surfaces smooth as mirrors, as Ao Kuan's form was abruptly cleaved in two. The remaining elder and the last of the dragon clan rushed toward Liu Ming, their auras surging wildly, embodying a relentless resolve to fight to the death. Liu Ming's expression remained calm as he unleashed a series of fierce sword strikes, like a rain of blades falling mercilessly. The power of temporal laws erupted forth, causing the forms of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan to suddenly freeze, leaving them with no room for resistance. In mere moments, the bodies of true dragons lay scattered, severed limbs strewn about. "Liu Ming, do you truly intend to commit genocide?" Ao Lai gazed at the mountain of his kin's corpses, 2 tears of blood cascading from his eyes. Though filled with rage, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. When his eldest son, Ao Kuan, first brought Liu Ming to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, he had merely regarded him as an inexperienced youth. Yet, this very youth was now slaughtering his kin without restraint. Liu Ming cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "This is merely the beginning. Your dragon clan must have numerous members, do they not? Today, I shall use their heads to teach you who should not be trifled with in the primordial world." Chapter 61. The primordial world trembles. Liu Ming pointed his sword, the tip gleaming with a chilling light, an aura of annihilation enveloping him. "Liu Ming, what do you intend to do?" Ao Lai's face twisted in fear, instinctively retreating. In an instant, the icy light pierced through Ao Lai's body, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Thus, the once great Eastern Sea Dragon King met his demise. In his final moments, regret flashed in Ao Lai's eyes. He lamented not heeding Ao Kuan's advice. If he had forged a bond with Liu Ming, it could have been an opportunity for the Dragon Clan's resurgence. Alas, it was all too late. "Not making a move, are you? Truly capable of maintaining your composure?" Liu Ming narrowed his eyes, gazing into the depths of the Eastern Sea. Earlier, as he slaughtered the Dragon Clan, a faint disturbance had emanated from there. In that fleeting moment, he felt himself locked onto by several formidable auras. This must be the Dragon Clan's hidden power. Yet, even with Ao Lai's death, they did not reveal themselves. It appeared that, as Swan and I and Chi-Wan had said, the Dragon Clan must be harboring some grand schemes. Hongjun and the Heavenly Tao must have noticed the commotion here. Liu Ming tilted his head toward the heavens, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Not for the sake of the saints, ultimately, they are but ants. Regardless of the Dragon Clan's plans, they're no longer the protagonists of the primordial world. If the Dragon Clan truly wishes to re-enter the stage of the primordial realm, neither Hongjun nor the Heavenly Tao would acquiesce. Liu Ming chose not to continue the massacre of the lower-ranked dragons, for such actions would draw the Heavenly Tao's karmic retribution, detrimental to his future cultivation. A vast divine consciousness surged forth, swiftly locating the direction of the Dragon Clan's treasury. With a flicker, he arrived before a magnificent crystal palace. With a wave of his hand, a divine light erupted. A tremendous roar reverberated as stones flew, and the protective formation shattered in response. The treasury of the ancient hegemonic force lay fully exposed before Liu Ming. The terrifying aftermath of Liu Ming's confrontation with the Eastern Sea Dragon clan stirred a sense of resonance among the powerful cultivators of the primordial world. Who dares to single-handedly confront the Dragon clan? Such a formidable existence has never before appeared in the primordial realm. It is Liu Ming, the foremost disciple of the three Pure Ones, who once received the Tao ancestors' favor in the Zhixiao Palace. An elder recalled. I remember when this child first heard the Tao, having just broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Yet now, he possesses the strength to annihilate the entire Dragon clan. Even those nearing the sage level would find it challenging to achieve such a feat. Truly terrifying indeed. On Kunlun Mountain, ethereal mists swirled, auspicious clouds gathered, and purple energy ascended. The three Pure Ones had awakened from their seclusion. They exchanged glances, overwhelmed by astonishment. Following this period of meditation, the three Pure Ones had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the quasi-saint level. After some calculations, they realized Liu Ming had not only decimated the Eastern Sea Dragon clan, but had also soundly defeated the Eastern King. He had located the coveted Yingzhou Immortal Island sought after by countless cultivators of the primordial realm. Each of these events was monumental enough to shake the primordial world. After a long silence, the Grand Supreme Elder, seated on his lotus mat, remarked, Tong Tian, you truly have a remarkable disciple. His tone was imbued with deep envy. Yuan Shi added, somewhat sourly, in just a millennium, your disciple's cultivation has reached a level comparable to ours. Even the proudest among them could not deny that Liu Ming's current prowess allowed him to sit and discuss the Tao with the three brothers. Both Taishang and Yuan Shi cast envious glances at Tong Tian. Why was such a prodigious disciple not one of theirs? Sensing the envious gazes from his two senior brothers, Tong Tian's face flushed a deep red, his heart brimming with joy. Yet, constrained by the authority of his elder brothers, he refrained from expressing his delight. As Liu Ming's master, his excitement and pride surpassed that of Taishang and Yuan Shi. This disciple truly brought honor to his master. Witnessing Tong Tian's smug demeanor, Yuan Shi felt a twinge of annoyance. He abruptly spoke, third brother, you must cultivate diligently in the future. Otherwise, when you are surpassed by Ming, it will bring shame to our Pangu orthodoxy. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's expression fell. Liu Ming's strength may even surpass that of his own master. No, he must enhance his cultivation swiftly. Otherwise, where would he hide his face in the future? Seeing Tong Tian in distress, even the usually unperturbed Taishang revealed a faint smile. In the west, at Shumi Mountain, Jane wore a troubled expression as he said, Junior brother, that Liu Ming is truly extraordinary. In just a few millennia, even the Eastern King is no match for him. Quentin's complexion paled slightly as he replied, somewhat weakly, alas, the East is indeed a land of exceptional talents, far beyond our desolate West. He hesitated to voice the rest of his thoughts. His benevolent Bodhi had descended the mountain, desperately seeking to bring a Qilin auspicious beast to their West. However, a nameless Taoist named Wanqing had emerged midway, not only thwarting the Qilin affair, but also robbing Bodhi of a mid-grade innate spirit treasure. The West, being barren, felt the loss of such a treasure acutely, akin to a slice of flesh from Quentin's heart. Yet, he felt utterly helpless against Liu Ming. If only that Liu Ming would come to our West. Upon hearing this, Jane's already sorrowful face grew even more forlorn. Disciple, our western land is barren. How could Taoist Liu Ming possibly deign to come to this Mount Shumi? Moreover, within the Zhixiao Palace, we are bound to Taoist Liu Ming by an unfinished karma connection. Zhuan Ti sighed and said, Elder brother, I have had a premonition recently. During the last lecture of the Tao ancestor in the Zhixiao Palace, there will be a significant opportunity for us. Perhaps this will enable our western realm to rise. Finally, Jie revealed a smile that resembled a grimace more than joy. At the time of the lecture in the Zhixiao Palace, he and Zhuan Ti had once rebuked Liu Ming for his lack of etiquette before the Tao ancestor. Although in the end, Hong Jun did not punish Liu Ming. He instead reprimanded Jie and Zhuan Ti. Undoubtedly, their brotherhood had forged a profound karmic link with Liu Ming. Given Liu Ming's terrifying cultivation speed, It would not be long before Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti together might not be his match. For now, they could only pin their hopes on the final lecture in the Zhixiao Palace. In the 33 heavens within a magnificent palace, Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and the 10 great demon gods gathered. Yet, the hall was eerily silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Fu Shi held the Bagua diagram. Its intricate patterns obscure and enigmatic. Threads of profound Tao rhythm flowed, radiating auspiciousness and ethereal purple energy. The azure sky shimmered, radiant light ascending, gradually enveloping the entire palace. Various extraordinary phenomena appeared, and as the brilliance began to fade, a figure clad in a golden robe, exuding imperial majesty, descended from the throne. With piercing eyes, Di Jun inquired, "Shi Huang, may I ask?" Fu Shi took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil within his heart. With cupped fists, he responded, "Reporting to your majesty, the Eastern Prince was indeed defeated by Liu Ming." The 10 great demon gods stood in a line. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhao's face turned as pale as paper. He bore an irreconcilable grudge against Liu Ming. Had it not been for Liu Ming, he would not have had to abandon his territory and flee like a stray dog to Di Jun. Liu Ming had become his inner demon. Now, he had leveraged the power of the heavenly court to break through to the late stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Yet, his enemy had grown strong enough to overpower even a quasi-saint. Did this not imply that he might never be able to exact his revenge in this lifetime? Di Jun's golden eyes swept over Ying Zhao, and he spoke coolly, "Brother Ying Zhao, in the future, do not provoke Brother Liu Ming." Upon hearing this, Ying Zhao trembled violently. After a long pause, he hoarsely replied, "I understand." The words seemed to drain all his strength. However, Di Jun paid little heed to Ying Zhao's thoughts. His own heart was tumultuous. The Eastern Prince was the ordained leader of male immortals by Hongmeng. Even someone as proud as Di Jun held a measure of trepidation towards him. Yet Liu Ming had managed to utterly overwhelm the Eastern Prince in direct combat. Just this fact was enough for Di Jun to regard Liu Ming as a peerless opponent. Moreover, after Liu Ming had defeated the Eastern Prince, the Tao Ancestor had yet to punish him. A being favored by the Tao Ancestor, with strength comparable to a quasi-saint, was a force to be reckoned with, especially when compared to a mere Ying Zhao. Chapter 62. The quasi-saint retreats, the depths of the dragon clan in the outer heavens, within the Zhixiao Palace. Hongmeng opened his chaotic eyes, piercing through boundless time and space. His gaze settled upon the chaotic sea. At this moment, the Eastern Prince knelt on the ground, his demeanor dejected, lacking any trace of the leader of male immortals. Utterly useless. Hongmeng shook his head gently, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He was about to merge with the heavenly Tao, rendering him unable to intervene in the affairs of the Honghuang. Thus, he required a representative to convey his will. Previously, he had merely retracted the dragon head scepter, not stripping the Eastern Prince of his powers, wishing to see if he would regain his former vigor. Had the Eastern Prince not lost his edge, even if he faced this calamity, Hongmeng would have intervened to preserve a fragment of his soul. Yet, the Eastern Prince's performance had deeply disappointed him. Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun possessed an imperial aura, far surpassing that of the Eastern Prince. However, they were destined to perish in the calamity of the Wu and Yao. Liu Ming, on the other hand, was a commendable choice. His strength was formidable, and I cannot decipher his fate. Should he become the lord of the Honghuang, he would be unbound by the heavenly Tao, making my future endeavors considerably easier. With this thought, Hongmeng's eyes brightened, and he solidified his intention. After breaking through the protective array of the Dragon Clan's treasury, a dazzling array of treasures greeted him, radiating with brilliance and spiritual energy. Various rare treasures and celestial herbs filled the entire area. Any single item placed in the outside world would incite frenzied competition among the cultivators of the Honghuang. Truly, these are the spoils of an ancient sovereign. Liu Ming sighed. This was merely the Dragon Clan's exposed treasures. The deeper treasures were likely not housed in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, but rather in the true lair of the ancient beings like Zhu Long. With a wave of his sleeve, an immense force surged forth, drawing the radiant treasures into his possession. As his divine sense swept over these spiritual treasures and herbs, Liu Ming was astonished to discover one top-tier spiritual treasure imbued with the essence of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although the five-element Tao is not among the foremost of the 3,000 paths, when combined, it ranks within the top 10. Additionally, there was the coveted water element pearl. If he could obtain the earth element pearl as well, Liu Ming could enhance the innate five directions great formation, making it comparable to the extermination sword formation. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Just as Liu Ming turned to depart, an abrupt change occurred. The space suddenly trembled violently. Boundless spiritual energy, water vapor, and mist surged, coalescing into a colossal vertical eye spanning thousands of miles. The gaze was cold and merciless, exuding a might as vast as the ocean and as expansive as the sky, enveloping a myriad of sea realms. The oppressive presence from this higher being penetrated the very depths of every surviving sea creature's soul. In an instant, countless sea beings knelt in unison, paying homage to a single direction, a wondrous spectacle of dragons bowing. Since the dawn of the Hongmeng, no one had dared to belittle my dragon clan in such a manner. Speak, young one, how do you wish to perish? This willful intent conveyed such a message, akin to a sovereign judging mere ants. Mere will alone carried a pressure surpassing that of the Dragon Whale King. Yet, under this overwhelming force, Liu Ming remained unfazed. His eyes were icy, devoid of any unnecessary words. The myriad rays of divine light erupted from his palm. The long-awaited intent to slay dragons surged forth, the sword energy vast and magnificent, cascading like a boundless waterfall, overwhelming time and space. In that moment, the quasi-saint pressure emanating from the vertical eye was instantaneously subdued. A profound shock flickered within the depths of that eye. The sword light was limitless, like a river transforming into an immense waterfall, cascading down in its entirety. Crack! The restraints of space shattered into countless fragments, obliterated entirely. That descending will was also cleaved apart by the unmatched sword energy. You wretched insect, today, I shall bring about your complete annihilation. A heart-wrenching roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, sending sound waves rippling across millions of miles of ocean. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals were violently obliterated by this deafening cry. Blood mist erupted, staining the vast waters crimson. The dragon-slaying sword shattered the will of the dragon clan's quasi-saint, affecting its very essence. Should your dragon clan dare to emerge, I shall be here, waiting with open arms. Liu Ming revealed a glint of white teeth, utterly disregarding the threat posed by the dragon clan's quasi-saint. If the dragon clan were to manifest during this period, they would likely find themselves facing the wrath of Hongmeng before they could seek vengeance against him. Consequently, the machinations of the dragon clan, forged over millennia, would amount to naught. With a flick of his grand sleeve, Liu Ming summoned forth boundless spiritual light. The opulent crystal palace shrank to an inconceivable size in an instant, taken away by him. The formidable aura that had been locking onto Liu Ming grew ever more intense, yet no further action was taken. Liu Ming let out a cold laugh, tearing through the void and departing with great haste. This audacious maneuver left many of the formidable beings of the primordial world gasping in astonishment. Liu Ming truly was a force to be reckoned with. In the present primordial realm, though the dragon clan had waned in power, they remained one of the former sovereigns of the primordial world. Their profound heritage still instilled a sense of caution among many quasi-saint entities. Yet Liu Ming had single-handedly invaded the dragon clan, plundering their treasury. Even their concealed ancestors had fallen victim to him, losing a fragment of their primordial spirit. In the depths of the eastern sea, where the spatial shackles were exceedingly robust, a small world lay sealed. Countless dragon corpses lay strewn across the ground, with mountains of bones rising high, stretching for countless miles. Upon one of these peaks stood a towering figure clad in a blue and gold-trimmed robe, covering his left eye with his hand. Drip, drip, blood flowed ceaselessly from his eye socket, creating a ghastly sight. This was the quasi-saint of the dragon clan who had been wounded by Liu Ming earlier. The rugged man's face twisted in agony as he roared, determined to confront Liu Ming and settle their grievances once and for all. At that moment, a hazy presence emerged before him, filled with twisted laws of power, exuding an air of profound mystery. A voice, devoid of emotion, resonated through the air. Return. Where do you think you're going? The brawny man stiffened momentarily before turning around. Coldly, he retorted in the past. The clan leader entrusted our dragon clan to your care. Are you now merely watching as a junior tramples upon our dignity? After a brief silence, the detached voice responded, "Now is not the optimal time for our dragon clan to emerge. However, that day is not far off. Soon our name shall once again resonate throughout the primordial continent. At that time, not even saints shall be able to impede our advance." As soon as he finished speaking, countless mountains within the ancestral land erupted with astonishing spiritual light, transforming into radiant rainbows that surged into the central peak. In the depths of chaos, Liu Ming's figure flickered, each movement spanning thousands of miles. He was not far from Hongjuan's final sermon. While he had a predestined position among the saints, he was more concerned with the treasures atop the treasure distribution cliff. According to later primordial novels, most of the flags of the innate five-directional formation resided upon the treasure distribution cliff. The Earth Flame flag was acquired by Taishang Laojun, and the Wuji Apricot Yellow flag was taken by Yuan Shi Tianzun, both of whom were Liu Ming's senior uncles. He was confident they would not refuse his requests. However, the Eastern Green Lotus Treasure flag and the Western Plain Cloud Realm flag would require some cunning to obtain, especially the Green Lotus Treasure flag. He must seize it before Jin could get his hands on it. Once he gathered all four flags, alongside the Xian Yuan Water controlling flag in his possession, he could set up the innate five-directional formation, reversing yin and yang, and recreating the elemental forces unmatched in power. Just as Liu Ming reveled in his grand plans for the future, a tremendous roar erupted behind him, accompanied by a torrent of overwhelming magical energy surging forth. Startled, Liu Ming quickly channeled his magical techniques. A flash of dark light illuminated the area, and a Qian Kuan Ding descended, manifesting a formidable barrier of indestructible energy. The magical torrent collided with the barrier, producing not even a ripple as it was entirely repelled, dissipating into the chaotic currents and ultimately fading into nothingness. Despite this, Liu Ming felt a surge of anger. How dare someone attack him amidst the chaos? Truly, they were asking for trouble. Upon closer examination, he saw the East King, adorned with a purple-gold crown and a menacing countenance, racing toward him. "Liu Ming, you caused me to lose my dragon head staff. Today, I shall take you down with me." Upon hearing this, Liu Ming couldn't help but curse. "Are you out of your mind? The one who took your dragon head staff is Hongjuan. Why don't you seek vengeance against him instead of blaming me?" The East King, seemingly driven mad, paid no heed to Liu Ming's words. An overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted, the pure yang laws of power erupting violently. The terrifying winds and elemental forces became frenzied under this immense power, and a cataclysmic explosion shook the chaos. The East King was clearly intent on perishing alongside Liu Ming. Within the depths of the Purple Cloud Palace, many powerful beings had gathered at the entrance, awaiting the moment when they could enter and listen to the grand truths. As Tong Tian meditated, he sensed an ominous presence, a palpable aura of malevolence shrouding his brow. "What audacity to dare assassinate my disciple! Do you think that because my master has granted you the title of the foremost male immortal, no one in the primordial realm dares to touch you?" He rose, his sword intent yearning to pierce the heavens and shatter the chaos. The terrifying aura of his sword drew the attention of all present, leaving them in awe. Tong Tian was indeed a worthy master of the fierce Liu Ming. Such prowess could rank among the top 5 in the entire primordial realm. However, Tong Tian paid no mind to the thoughts of others. With a flash of celestial light, he gripped the Qing Ping sword tightly, unleashing a breathtaking sword radiance. The countless stars beyond the realm began to fall, all dissolving into nothingness beneath the brilliance of his sword light. The blazing sword aura surged forward, targeting the East King, who was trillions of miles away. The myriad mortals of the red dust were astonished. How could this master and disciple be so fierce? Both aiming to strike down the designated foremost male immortal. Beside them, Yuan Shi and Taishang did not intervene against Tong Tian, their faces also bearing expressions of anger. Given the circumstances, it was fortunate they had not joined forces against the East King. Suddenly, a resonant bell tolled, its sound waves echoing through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind reconfigured and chaos twisted. Countless stars reformed into a grand world, all vanishing alongside that astonishing sword strike. The terrifying shockwave from the explosion swept across the universe, causing distant stars to tremble. The weaker cultivators before the purple cloud palace felt their eardrums vibrate, their faces paling. An ancient, majestic bell suppressed the chaotic flow of time and space, its sound resonating with the essence of the Great Way. Tong Tian spoke coldly, his piercing gaze radiating murderous intent. Eastern Emperor Tai, do you wish to oppose me? Standing upon the void, the chaos bell floated above his head, exuding an undeniable imperial majesty. Yet, in the face of the looming threat from Tong Tian, his pupils contracted slightly. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Friend Tong Tian, let the enmity between my disciple and Eastern Wang Gong be resolved by themselves. Your interference may incite the displeasure of Hongjun Daozu." Tong Tian snorted, unleashing an explosion of limitless celestial light. Sword lights cascaded like rain, transforming into myriad streams of brilliance, striking directly at the Chaos Bell. Eastern Emperor Tai dared not be negligent. The Chaos Bell radiated brilliant light, stirring the winds and clouds. The resonant chimes echoed through the heavens, clashing with Tong Tian. What audacity! At this sight, Yuanshi and Taishang were filled with righteous indignation. Boundless celestial might erupted from their forms, charging towards Eastern Emperor Tai. Jian and Juni stepped forward, blocking Yuanshi and Taishang Laozi. Taishang's expression darkened, while Yuanshi mocked. What now? Do you Western cultivators wish to ally with the demon clan's heavenly court? Unfazed by Yuanshi's taunt, the duo from the west silently recited a Taoist incantation, refusing to engage further. Their audacity was truly unparalleled. Liu Ming's rapid growth was alarming. If left unchecked, it was likely that their brotherhood would soon repay the karmic debts within the Zhixiao Palace. As for offending the Sanqing, Jian and Junti's relationship with Tong Tian was already tenuous, so the matter of offense was moot. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun, donned in a golden dragon robe, displayed an undeniable royal demeanor as he firmly obstructed Nua's path. Nua, her lovely face frosted, coldly inquired, "When did your majesty become so closely aligned with Eastern Wanggong? Your schemes are truly unmatched." Imperial Yun smiled faintly. Lady Wan need not provoke, merely await a moment. His gaze burned bright, revealing a hint of depth. He had no dealings with Eastern Wanggong. They perpetually sought to undermine each other's influence. This obstruction of Nua was merely to ascertain a hypothesis. From the initial encounter between Eastern Wanggong and Liu Ming, Emperor Jun suspected that Hongjun's election of Eastern Wanggong as the foremost male immortal was perhaps a mere fade, indicating a lack of genuine concern. If that were true, then absorbing Eastern Wanggong's power would likely incur no wrath from a Dao ancestor. Witnessing this scene, the other 3,000 guests of the mortal realm were left dumbfounded. How could these renowned ancient powers simultaneously engage? Even if they wished to intervene, they would have to weigh whether they could afford to offend any party involved. The violent elements of earth, fire, water, and wind rampaged, unleashing destructive energy that obliterated all. Liu Ming was thoroughly incensed by Eastern Wanggong's actions. He conjured divine seals, unleashing a myriad of divine radiance. The supreme laws of time and space surged forth, freezing all within the chaos at that moment. The tumult of earth, fire, wind, and water ceased as the chaotic currents recoiled like dragons. "No, I am the male immortal designated by the saints. If you dare to kill me, Hongjun Daozu will not spare you." Eastern Wanggong's complexion changed dramatically, his hair wildly swirling as he shouted in a voice laced with fear. "To perish alongside me, you are not worthy." Liu Ming coldly laughed, his left hand suddenly clenching, drawing forth endless chaos. Like a colossal beast, the very fabric of reality was torn asunder, and the tempestuous winds howled. In an instant, Eastern Wanggong was engulfed by the power of the laws, vanishing into the void. A rift in time and space appeared, as that realm was severed and cast into the endless distance, dragging earth, fire, water, and wind into oblivion. The outer heaven fell into a profound silence. Chapter 64. Subduing Eastern Wanggong. The 3,000 guests stirred the chaos was boundless and perilous, accessible only to those of the great Luo golden immortal caliber. Even quasi-saints were wary of lingering too long within the chaos, fearful of being cast into the endless turmoil of time and space, where danger lurked. The 3,000 guests within the Zhixiao Palace appeared as though they had seen a ghost. Their expressions were as vivid as could be. Typically, They were formidable figures commanding respect throughout the wilderness. Yet now, they could not maintain their usual composure. That was Eastern Huanggang, the male immortal appointed by Hongmeng, the overseer of the Primordial Order. Now he was publicly sealed before the Zhixiao Palace. Was this not a slap in the face to Hongmeng? Among the assembly of 3,000 ancient powers, many were unafraid of Eastern Huanggang, but none dared to challenge Hongmeng. This was a monumental blunder. Tong Tian's expression darkened. Unable to continue his battle with Eastern Emperor Tai, he swiftly transformed into a dazzling rainbow, racing towards Liu Ming. Eastern Emperor Tai was equally shocked by the recent events, standing frozen for a moment. After several breaths, he regained his composure, taking a sharp breath. What audacity! Tai and Emperor Jun had long held disdain for Eastern Huanggang, yet they could only encroach upon the territories of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Ultimately, it was due to their trepidation of Hongmeng behind Eastern Huanggang. Beneath the saints, all were mere insects. Those who had heard the Tao within the Zhixiao Palace held an inexplicable reverence for Hongmeng. Yet now, Liu Ming brazenly subdued Eastern Huanggang. Even the unruly Eastern Emperor Tai felt a flicker of respect for him. Truly, youth is marked by ignorance. Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, both sporting faint smiles of schadenfreude. They breathed a secret sigh of relief. The more profound one's cultivation, the more one valued reputation. Even if Liu Ming enjoyed Hongjuan's favor, being publicly humiliated at his doorstep could not be overlooked. Yuan Shi and Taishan's expressions grew exceedingly serious, celestial light flickering as they traversed space. They approached Liu Ming, intent on tearing through the chaos to return to the primordial land. Master, esteemed uncles, the situation may not be as dire as you imagine. Seeing the actions of the Sanqing, Liu Ming felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, upon hearing this, the typically fearless Tong Tian was incensed. Disciple, you have truly stirred up a tremendous mess. Even a usually composed Yuan Shi spoke up. For now, we must hasten back to Kunlun Mountain to discuss our strategy. The leader of the Sanqing, Taishan, summoned the Linglong treasure pagoda of heaven and earth, myriad energies cascading down. Faced with the sole saint of heaven and earth, even the mighty Sanqing felt immense pressure. Yet they could not abandon Liu Ming. Liu Ming's lips twitched, a warmth swelling within. Master, esteemed uncles, there's no need for such concern. When I battled Eastern Huanggang centuries ago, Hongmeng Daozu informed me that he was quite displeased with Eastern Huanggang's arrogance. This is why he confiscated his dragon empty crutch, allowing him to self-destruct. At this revelation, the bodies of the Sanqing trembled slightly. Tong Tian turned his head, dubious. Disciple, are you speaking the truth? Liu Ming rolled his eyes, exasperated. Of course I am. Who would dare to joke with their own life? He faithfully recounted the original words of Hongmeng at that time. Naturally, Liu Ming, who had traversed from later generations, was aware of this. The Eastern Sovereign was merely a pawn in Hongjuan's orchestration of the calamity between the witches and the demons. Now that the alliance of 10,000 immortals had been established, even if Liu Ming did not take action, the Eastern Sovereign would surely meet his demise at the hands of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai. Pangu and Taishang exchanged a glance, revealing a contemplative expression. It must be said that there was indeed some merit in Liu Ming's words. Although their disciple appeared carefree on the surface, he was always calculated in his actions, often speaking with astonishing insights. Perhaps, as Ming'er suggested, even the saints were dissatisfied with the Eastern Sovereign. Otherwise, Master Hongmeng would have intervened to save him earlier. Taishan Laojun lowered his gaze slightly. Amidst the rapid whirl of his thoughts, he had already discerned everything. He glanced at the tightly shut gates of the Zhixiao Palace, a flicker of profoundness flashing in his eyes. At this moment, aside from Taishan, Emperor Jun also narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. To unify the scattered demon clans and gradually contend with the witch clan, Emperor Jun's scheming was undoubtedly among the foremost in the realm of mortals. Although he had little contact with Liu Ming, he understood that this youth possessed extraordinary qualities. Liu Ming's sealing of the Eastern Sovereign, though seemingly reckless, was a truth well understood by all. Did Liu Ming really remain unaware? And considering the time, the gates of the Zhixiao Palace should have opened by now. Could it be that the Tao ancestor was truly dissatisfied with the Eastern Sovereign? Imperial Yun pondered silently. Unlike Emperor Jun and Lao Jun, Nuwa's beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. She urgently transmitted a message to the three Pure Ones. Friends, quickly take Liu Ming away from the outer heaven. However, the three Pure Ones also halted their steps. Tong Tian's expression shifted unpredictably, turning a deaf ear to Nuwa's plea. Pangu was likewise unyielding. Many of the mortals present held no hope for Liu Ming. Ancestor Hongyun sighed. I never imagined that the rise of young friend Liu Ming would come to such an abrupt halt. Truly, the heavens are jealous of exceptional talent. To disrupt the temporal flow of the outer heaven with a single move, Liu Ming's comprehension of the Tao far exceeded their imaginations. Yet, a peerless prodigy like him was doomed to perish. Many formidable beings of the primordial era shared ancestor Hongyun's sentiments, lamenting Liu Ming's fate. Suddenly, a mystical sound resonated from the outer heaven. Vast purple energy surged forth like waves, with golden lotuses blooming and taking root in the void. The gates of the Zixiao Palace swung open, accompanied by Hongjuan's emotionless voice. This is the last time I shall expound the Tao. You all must hasten into the Zixiao Palace. Tong Tian and Pangu hesitated, but upon seeing this, Liu Ming slapped his forehead and urged, Hurry, this is the saint's final teaching. There may be great fortunes bestowed. With that, he pushed and nudged Pangu and Tong Tian into the Zixiao Palace. Upon witnessing Liu Ming casually take his seat on the front cushion, a tumult erupted among the mighty beings of the primordial era. The heavenly boy's expression darkened. Cursing inwardly, truly an unaware youth, you shall await the consequences of your actions. Nuwa cast a worried glance at Liu Ming behind her, saying, Alas, friend Liu Ming, your actions are indeed rather impulsive. Liu Ming, however, chuckled and replied, No worries, the saint would not punish me for such trivial matters. His words were unguarded, instantly reaching the ears of the formidable beings present. Could it be that this fellow had lost his mind? The 3,000 mortals twitched at the corners of their mouths, their expressions exceedingly strange. Zhuanti scoffed inwardly. Has Liu Ming perhaps become foolish in his cultivation? No wonder he dares to subdue the Eastern sovereign. Even at the brink of death, he remains oblivious. Tong Tian, seated on the green lotus cushion, turned pale. Damn it! Had I known, I would not have brought this reckless youth in. Even if Master Hongjun remains unharmed, you shall surely provoke his ire. Chapter 65. Hongjun takes disciples and distributes sacred positions. Waves of azure energy emerge from thin air. Hongjun's figure gradually descended onto the Tao platform at the forefront. Compared to the previous two occasions, his presence now exuded an even more ethereal aura, surrounded by profound Tao rhythms. Each breath seemed to resonate with the cadence of the heavenly law. Had it not been for their keen eyes, the assembled mighty beings would have mistaken him for a manifestation of the world's spiritual essence. Even the three Pure Ones gazed on in astonishment, as if caught in a peculiar illusion. At first glance, it appeared as if Hongjun himself embodied the primordial world, embodying unparalleled mystery. After ensuring everyone was seated, Hongjun offered no preamble and directly commenced his discourse. This time, he did not delve into the path of the saints. Instead, he began from the very inception of cultivation. Although not as all-encompassing as his previous teachings, the simplicity of the great Tao captivated the 3,000 mortals, their three flowers converging, with celestial energy bursting forth around them, solidifying their previous states. As Hongjuan's teachings deepened, strange phenomena unfolded within the Zixiao Palace. Blossoms of the Tao flourished. Radiant light and auspicious colors filled the air, while purple energy enveloped, continually transforming the 3,000 worlds. When the discourse turned to the path of the saints, apart from the three Pure Ones and Nuwa, the other mighty beings were engulfed in confusion, at times displaying expressions of laughter or grief, a myriad of emotions manifesting. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. The melody of the great Tao ceased, and the extraordinary phenomena within the Zixiao Palace gradually faded. Pangu opened the heavens, creating all beings. The humble Taoist, wield the creation jade butterfly and attain the path of sainthood. Having imparted the Tao 3 times, my merit is now complete. If any of you have doubts, please come forth. As soon as his words fell, the foremost figure, Taiji Laojun, rose and bowed. May I ask, Master, what constitutes a saint? Hongjuan's voice, ethereal and elusive, replied. A saint is the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, whose primordial spirit can merge with the heavenly law, thus attaining the Hunyuan fruit position. They endure through countless tribulations, remaining unscathed, free from karma, yet untainted, coexisting with the heavenly law, immortal and indestructible. Lao Jun pondered thoughtfully, respectfully bowing once more before returning to his cushion. Before Lao Jun could settle, Pangu hastily spoke up. "May I inquire, Master, is there a method to attain sainthood?" Hong Jun responded, "There are 3 methods to achieve sainthood. First, one can attain the Tao through strength, breaking through the heavenly law to attain the Hunyuan fruit position, unbound by the heavenly law. This method is the most powerful. In the past, my friend Pangu attained the Tao through strength, yet alas, a miscalculation led to his downfall. Instantly, the fervent hearts of the gathered beings cooled significantly. Pangu the Great was a revered figure, an invincible existence. Even Hong Jun could not rival him. If even the great Pangu had failed, could there truly be anyone who could attain the Tao through strength? Emperor Tai quickly inquired, "May I ask, Master, are there any other methods to attain the Tao?" Hong Jun turned his gaze and lightly swept his eyes over him, then continued, "The second method is the one I impart to you, the method of severing the 3 corpses. By entrusting mundane thoughts to innate spiritual treasures, one can sever the good, evil, and self 3 corpses. When the 3 corpses unite, one can cleanse the impurities and establish the Hunyuan Tao fruit. The stronger the spiritual treasure used to sever the 3 corpses, the more formidable the avatars severed." Upon hearing this, Zhuanti and Jiejing were immediately moved to tears, kneeling on the ground and exclaiming, "Master's teachings to the myriad beings of the primordial era, even imparting such precious methods to us. Truly the compassion of a saint. Embracing all life." A multitude of formidable beings from the primordial era gazed at the duo from the west with expressions of disdain, while their words held truth. Jane and Juni prostrated before Hong Jun as if they were addressing a long-lost parent. Such behavior was utterly revolting. Yet, Hong Jun paid them no mind and continued. "The third path to sanctification lies in the accumulation of boundless merit, through which one may attain the position of mixed yuan." Di Jun furrowed his brow, pondering the immense difficulty of acquiring merit. In his earlier days, he established the heavenly court and unified the demon races. It was only through the merit bestowed by the heavenly Tao that he ascended to mid-stage quasi-saint. What magnitude of merit would be required to attain the status of a saint? Tan Tian inquired, "May I ask, Master, is there a limit to the number of saints?" Hong Jun replied, 9 is the ultimate number. Beneath the heavenly Tao, there shall be 9 saints." Liu Ming appeared contemplative. Was this statement implying the existence of 9 celestial saints or 9 strands of primordial purple energy? As for who could verify their path through sheer strength, they were not bound by the constraints of the heavenly Tao. At that moment, the ancestral witch Hutu, seated at the back, rose and asked, "May I inquire, Saint Hong Jun? Our witch clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, but focuses solely on the physical body. Can we still attain the Tao?" Hong Jun cast a meaningful glance at Hutu. "There are myriad paths to the great Tao, each capable of leading to mixed yuan. The 3 methods I previously mentioned are merely the most viable. The heavenly Tao is impartial and just. All beings possess a glimmer of hope. If one seizes it, all sentient beings can attain the Tao." A flicker of melancholy crossed Hutu's beautiful eyes. A glimmer of hope? Where lies that glimmer for her witch clan? Juni rubbed his hands eagerly and inquired, "Might there be a position of sanctity available under your guidance, Master?" Hong Jun cast a scrutinizing glance at the sly Juni and responded, "The great Tao birthed heaven and earth, and from the heavenly Tao emerged the paths. As I attain the Tao, there shall be 7 saints among my disciples, who will later enlighten sentient beings." He was on the verge of merging with the heavenly Tao. The great Tao is devoid of sentiment, rarely revealing a human-like expression. Even when facing someone as thick-skinned as Juni, he remained unchanged. Though his words were light, each syllable struck the hearts of the primordial beings like a heavy hammer. In that moment, despite their myriad doubts, all were forgotten as they fixated intensely on Hong Jun standing upon the Tao platform. The power of a saint is truly formidable. The fact that Hong Jun's 3 teachings could envelop the primordial realm in such fervor speaks volumes. If they could attain sainthood, would they not reign supreme above and below? Hong Jun's gaze fell upon the 6 futons at the forefront. and he spoke softly, "Lousy Yuanshi, taunting, you are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, endowed with the great merit of creation. Would you be willing to be my disciples?" Upon hearing this, the three pure ones rejoiced, prostrating and exclaiming, "We humbly bow to our master." Hongmeng smiled and nodded, as ethereal energy surged forth. "Today, I bestow upon you the foundation of the great Tao, the primordial purple energy, with hopes that you will soon attain the Tao and become saints, thus elevating my Xianmen teachings." 3 streams of primordial purple energy flew from his sleeve and entered the bodies of the 3 pure ones. Taishang, as the leader of the 3 pure ones, was granted the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. This treasure was transformed from the axe of Pangu that opened the heavens, capable of suppressing the forces of destiny and stabilizing the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, possessing unimaginable power. Even Taishang, who practiced the way of non-action, displayed evident joy and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master." The eyes of the primordial beings sparkled with envy, their hearts filled with longing. This was an innate treasure. Aside from the chaos clock of the Eastern Emperor Tai, there seemed to be no other in the entire primordial realm. Now, it was bestowed upon Hongjuan's foremost disciple. One could only imagine the immense benefits of becoming a disciple of the Tao ancestor. In an instant, the gazes of the 3,000 worldly guests toward Hongmeng grew even more fervent. Chapter 66. The 7th Stream of Primordial Purple Energy. In contrast, Liu Ming maintained a calm demeanor. The Taiji diagram and Pangu banner were both derived from Pangu's divine axe and rightfully belonged to Taishang and Yuanshi. However, after the Dragon Han Calamity, they were obtained by Hongmeng through unknown means, and he himself could not wield these 2 supreme treasures. Thus, he merely facilitated a favor. After bestowing the Taiji diagram, Hongmeng continued, "Yuanshi, you shall be my second disciple. I grant you the Pangu banner, a treasure transformed from the blade of the axe that opened the heavens, also an innate treasure. It possesses unparalleled offensive capabilities and can slice through chaos. I hope you will utilize it wisely, as it also has the effect of suppressing the forces of destiny." As he spoke, a long, cloth banner flew gracefully before Yuanshi. Upon receiving the banner, Yuanshi felt the terrifying power surging within, his eyes filled with excitement. The Pangu banner could indeed be considered the foremost offensive treasure of the primordial realm. Although Yuanshi was the most prideful among the 3 pure ones, he had never possessed a suitable spiritual treasure. Now, with the foremost innate offensive treasure in hand, he felt an overwhelming urge to let out a victorious roar. Hongmeng frowned slightly, cautioning, "Yuanshi, the Pangu banner possesses immense power. Be sure not to invoke it lightly." "I shall heed your command, Master." Yuanshi's expression grew serious as he bowed respectfully. Tontian, witnessing both of his brothers receiving innate treasures, felt a twinge of envy. He secretly contemplated what kind of treasure the Tao ancestor would bestow upon him. At this moment, Hongmeng finally turned his gaze toward Tontian, saying, "Tontian, you possess a straightforward character. Your swordsmanship is sharp and unmatched. I bestow upon you the 4 Sword of Extermination and the Extermination Array Map, treasures once belonging to the demon ancestor Luo Hu. After I vanquished Luo Hu, they fell into my hands. Once the complete Extermination Sword Array is deployed, it cannot be broken by those of unequal cultivation." With a wave of his hand, 4 swords emanating a chilling aura and a blood-stained map appear before them. The atmosphere in the Purple Cloud Palace felt like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the fierce killing intent chilling the hearts of all primordial beings. Tontian rejoiced and quickly accepted the 4 Swords of Extermination and the Extermination Array Map. This Extermination Sword Array perfectly aligned with his path of cultivation and was on par with the Pangu banner and Taiji diagram possessed by his 2 brothers. With the 4 Swords of Extermination, he could further refine his swordsmanship, especially with Hongjuan's statement that the Extermination Sword Array, when combined, could not be broken by 4 beings of equal cultivation. Tontian was overjoyed. If he were to attain sainthood in the future and deploy this Extermination Sword Array, would that not make it unbreakable by 4 saints? Observing his master's demeanor, Liu Ming felt a buzzing in his head. The Extermination Sword Array could not suppress the forces of destiny. Moreover, given Tontian's carefree nature, he would likely gather many disciples in the future. inevitably leading to a repetition of the tragic fate of the intercepting sect from past primordial tales. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to cultivate a pure world white lotus to present to his master. Liu Ming thought secretly, planning to reserve a 12th grade pure world white lotus from the Buzhou Immortal Island for the purpose of slaying corpses. He even had several 10th and 8th grade white lotuses thriving in the 3 light divine water, confident they would soon mature into true 12th grade pure world white lotuses. This innate lotus seed similarly possessed the ability to suppress the forces of destiny, though he was uncertain how effective it would be against the myriad immortals coming to pay homage to the intercepting sect. Hongjuan's gaze fell upon Nuwa, who was seated upon her futon, and he spoke again. Nuwa, you shall encounter a great opportunity and immense merit in the future, and you may become my personal disciple. You are inherently gentle and disinclined to conflict. As your master, I bestow upon you the map of mountains and rivers and the red embroidery ball, one for offense and the other for defense, both exquisite primordial spiritual treasures. A profound joy illuminated Nuwa's beautiful eyes. Although she had not received the ultimate treasure, she was elated to possess these 2 exceptional primordial spiritual artifacts. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun entrusted both items to Nuwa. Seeing that both the Sanxing and Nuwa had acquired treasures, Jane and Junti abruptly rose from their cushions and knelt before Hongjun, weeping profusely. Master, the West is the most barren and desolate land of the primordial continent. My brother and I traveled from that distant West solely to heed your teachings and comprehend the supreme Tao, to enlighten the countless beings of the West. We humbly beseech you to recognize our earnest pursuit of the Tao and bestow upon us some spiritual treasures for our protection. Otherwise, the West will surely perish. The onlookers regarded the shameless display of the duo from the West with both disdain and admiration. Who else in the entire primordial realm could wield such audacity? Bestowing them treasures for protection seemed unnecessary. Both were formidable beings at the quasi-saint level, and how many could threaten them? Who would believe such words? Let alone deceive the Tao ancestor. After a moment of silence, Hongjun sighed softly and said, Your desire for the Tao is indeed commendable. In the past, I engaged in battle with the demon ancestor, Luo, who, resulting in the destruction of countless spiritual veins in the West. I owe the West a karmic debt. Seeing that you both possess great perseverance and opportunity, I shall accept you as my registered disciples. May you one day attain the saintly realm and benefit the myriad beings of the West. Jean, I hereby grant you the 12-petal golden lotus of merit. Junti, I bestow upon you the supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the divine staff of empowerment. A sign of auspiciousness re-emerged as divine radiance illuminated the Zixiao Palace. 2 golden lights hovered before the duo from the west. A golden lotus blossomed with 12 petals, and as it rotated, the sound of sacred chants resonated. An ancient demon-suppressing staff, approximately 8 feet in length, glimmered with golden light, exuding an aura capable of subduing all malevolent forces. The disciples Jane and Junti expressed their gratitude to their master. They did not even spare a glance at the 2 exquisite primordial spiritual treasures, but instead fell to the ground, bowing fervently in a show of reverence unparalleled among Hongjuan's 6 disciples. Hongjun gently lifted Jane and Junti with his hands, and 3 streams of primordial purple energy descended upon their foreheads. The 3,000 guests in the Zixiao Palace were left dumbfounded. Is this truly happening? Jane and Junti, with their earnest pursuit of the Tao, were not the only ones deserving. If shamelessness could lead to enlightenment, then perhaps it was worth discarding modesty. In an instant, 3,000 worldly guests knelt before Hongjun, pounding their foreheads against the ground, causing the Zixiao Palace to tremble with their fervent worship. Our devotion to the Tao is evident. May the heavens bear witness. We hope for your benevolence, Master. Liu Ming couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Were these truly the formidable figures of the primordial world? Why were they exhibiting such shamelessness today? Unfortunately, the positions of the heavenly saints had already been predetermined, and these individuals would likely be disappointed. Hongjun, surrounded by swirling celestial energy, gazed at the 3,000 worldly guests prostrating on the ground with a hint of helplessness. Very well, I shall grant you this primordial energy. Your success or failure depends on your own fortitude. Upon finishing, the final stream of primordial purple energy flew out. The powerful beings of the primordial realm felt their eyes redden as they resorted to various means to seize that primordial energy. Yet, the energy proved intangible, evading all attempts at capture. Even the likes of Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai, strong figures among the quasi-saints, could only watch helplessly as the primordial energy drifted throughout the hall, their hearts following its erratic path. Suddenly, the primordial energy transformed into a brilliant purple light, dashing into the form of an elderly man clad in red robes at an astonishing speed that left everyone stunned. The onlookers narrowed their eyes at the figure, who appeared kind and amiable, embodying the essence of a benign personality. It was none other than the renowned, kind-hearted figure of the primordial realm, Hongyun Ancestor. Chapter 67. Hongjun, do you wish to become the foremost male immortal of the primordial realm? Hongyun's face flushed with excitement. He fell to his knees, striking the ground thrice with his forehead, causing the Zhixiao Palace to tremble. Disciple expresses gratitude to Master Hongjun. However, Hongjun gently shook his head. Hongyun, the acquisition of this primordial energy today is the will of the heavens. Yet between us, there exists no master-disciple bond. Hongyun raised his head in astonishment, staring at Hongjun. The expressions of the other powerful figures in the primordial realm shifted to one of hostility, especially Kunpeng, whose gaze seemed to strip Hongyun of his very life. At this point, even a fool could discern the implications. Hongjun was selecting disciples and conferring saintly positions upon those sitting on the 6 cushions ahead. Had it not been for Hongyun's excessively kind-hearted nature, it was likely that today, the one with the potential to attain sainthood would have been Kunpeng instead. How could you, Hongyun, who caused me to lose the primordial energy, now be deemed worthy of receiving it? Kunpeng's expression turned cold, marking Hongyun for his vengeance. Next to him, Emperor Jun patted Kunpeng on the shoulder, whispering, "Do not be troubled, my friend. Did not the Tao Ancestor say that all beings have a glimmer of hope?" Upon hearing this, Kunpeng's body trembled as if enlightened. He quickly rose and deeply bowed to Emperor Jun. "Thank you for your guidance, Emperor Jun." Emperor Jun returned the gesture with a smile, though inwardly, he felt a surge of elation. The Demon Master Palace, under Kunpeng's leadership, was undeniably a significant force among the myriad demons of the primordial realm, almost rivaling the heavenly court. Emperor Jun had long harbored plans to bring this force under his command. Yet, Kunpeng's own strength was formidable. And given that the primary adversaries of the heavenly court were the Wu and the demons, progress had been slow. However, Emperor Jun could sense Kunpeng's newfound willingness to comply. He believed it would not be long before they gained another powerful ally. Liu Ming narrowed his eyes, absorbing the unfolding events. He secretly marveled at Emperor Jun's adeptness in managing others, realizing how he had elevated the relatively weak demon race to a position where they could contend with the Wu. Conversely, the overly kind-hearted Hongyun seemed to be setting himself up for tragedy in the future. The primordial purple energy, known as the opportunity for enlightenment, was coveted by all the powerful figures present. The Sanqing, as the true lineage of Pangu and direct disciples of the Tao Ancestor, had now acquired 3 treasures rivaling the innate treasures. Niuhua, also a direct disciple of the Tao Ancestor, had obtained 2 exceptional primordial spiritual treasures, with her brother Fuxi at her side. Following this event, the demon race would undoubtedly strive to win her allegiance. Regarding those 2 shameless individuals from the West, while their conduct is rather disgraceful, their ability to exploit the eastern winds for such an extended period reflects their formidable strength. Moreover, both Jin and Junti possess a distinction that Hongyun lacks, namely, the identity of recognized disciples of the Tao Ancestor. Although they are merely nominal disciples, it is worth noting that many of their peers do not even hold that status. Upon reflection, it becomes clear that the primordial purple energy surrounding Hongyun is indeed the most coveted. Despite the close relationship between the venerable Hongyun and the Earth immortal ancestor, Zenyuanzi, it seems that even these powerful beings would not fear a single Zenyuanzi. Hongjun declared, "Liu Ming, as my second-generation disciple of the Xianmen, I bestow upon you the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus. Much like your master's Excalibur array, this treasure also originates from the demon ancestor, Rahu." The 3,000 worldly guests within the Purple Cloud Palace were astounded. The previous bestowal of saintly positions had already left them in shock. But Hongjun's current actions were even more astonishing. With the East King slain, the Tao ancestor not only refrained from punishing Liu Ming, but instead granted him a supreme treasure. Di Jun's pupils constricted, a flicker of concealed malice passing through his gaze. His earlier suspicions were indeed validated. The East King, in the eyes of the saints, was merely a dispensable entity. If that were the case, the alliance of 10,000 immortals had no reason to exist. But what is it about Liu Ming that commands such attention from Hongjun, bestowing a treasure upon him and 6 other future saints? Could it be that Liu Ming possesses the potential to attain sainthood as well? Not only Di Jun and the other 3,000 worldly guests were taken aback, but even Liu Ming himself felt a twinge of surprise. He had anticipated that Hongjun would not punish him, yet he never imagined that Hongjun would reward him with a primordial spiritual treasure. The 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus exuded a dark radiance, its demonic aura overwhelming, causing the void to tremble. Many powerful beings of the primordial era merely glanced at it and felt a surge of demonic thoughts, their souls quaking in trepidation. "Thank you, Master Ancestor." Liu Ming stepped forward, bowing respectfully. With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned his celestial power, enveloping the Annihilation Black Lotus into his inner space. This 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus would prove immensely useful to him. There was no reason to refuse such a gift. "Great Master, have pity on us and bestow upon us some treasures." At this sight, countless powerful beings of the primordial era felt their eyes redden, kneeling on the ground and crying out earnestly. In that moment, they cast aside all pretense, for the treasures were what truly mattered. Some even regretted having feigned indifference from the outset. Sigh, perhaps weary of their incessant pleas, Hongjuan's fingers glimmered with divine light as he suddenly gestured toward the void. "In my wanderings through the primordial world, I acquired several spiritual treasures. They are now of no use to me, so I shall place them upon the treasure distribution rock outside the purple cloud palace. You may all seize them as per your fortune." A mist of celestial energy shimmered, radiant light illuminating the heavens. A vast world, imbued with an aura of boundless majesty, materialized before all. A towering peak, soaring millions of feet, sparkled with vibrant colors and divine glories, utterly resplendent. The magnificent display of treasure light captivated the hearts of the assembled powerful beings. It was indeed a mountain brimming with primordial spiritual treasures. The eyes of the many powerful beings widened in astonishment as they unleashed surges of celestial power, rushing toward the treasure distribution cliff in a frenzy. Even the 3 pure ones, who had just acquired primordial treasures, were no exception. Countless divine rainbows pierced the air, creating a spectacular scene. Liu Ming's gaze ignited with fervor. He intended to traverse the void, confident that he could secure the Azure Lotus treasure flag before Junti. However, in the next moment, his smile faded, as his body remained utterly still. In an instant, Liu Ming reacted, sending a message across millions of miles to Tong Tian. "Master, you must retrieve the Azure Lotus treasure flag and the 24 sea calming pearls for me." After sending this message, Liu Ming looked up, his expression filled with concern as he gazed at Hongjun upon the Tao platform. With a forced chuckle, he said, "Master Ancestor, what brings you to seek me? I'm quite eager about the treasures on the treasure distribution rock." Only Hongjun possessed the ability to fully interfere with his manipulation of spatial laws within the entire Purple Cloud Palace. With a gentle smile, Hongjun did not directly answer his question. "You are my second-generation disciple of the Xianmen. I wish to hear your thoughts on the grand trends of the primordial era." "Why ask me?" Liu Ming pondered, feigning deep contemplation for a moment before responding. "Master Ancestor, you have delivered teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace on 3 occasions, widely imparting the true essence of the Tao. The beings of the primordial era have benefited from your grace, ushering in a rare era of prosperity amidst countless cycles. This merit can only be compared to that of the great Pangu. Countless beings express their gratitude for your teachings, venerating you as the saintly Tao Ancestor." As someone who had idled away countless years on Earth in a previous life, Liu Ming understood the importance of flattery. No one dislikes being praised, even if the one doing so is a saint. Hongjun shook his head, sighing, "My intention in imparting the Tao was to benefit the myriad beings of the primordial era. Now that my merit is fulfilled, I must align myself with the heavenly Tao and can no longer intervene in the affairs of the primordial era." However, the conflict between the witch and demon clans rages on, and karmic retribution continues, leading to suffering among the beings of the Primordial era. I do not wish to witness such a scene, which is why I instructed the East King and West Queen Mother to restore order to the Primordial era. Yet, the East King has proven inadequate. I hope you can take his place, becoming the foremost male immortal of the Primordial era and restoring clarity to heaven and earth. With that, he turned his hand, and radiant divine light illuminated all directions, as brilliant as the rising sun. The dragon-headed staff floated gently before Liu Ming. Liu Ming nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had never anticipated that Hongmeng, this old curmudgeon, intended to send him to his demise. Liu Ming's lips twitched as he said, "Master Ancestor, do not jest. The witch and demon clans are exceedingly ruthless. My frail form would not withstand their might. Perhaps you should seek someone more capable," he added. If the East King were present, he might have already knelt in gratitude. Yet, Liu Ming was entirely unconvinced. It was absurd. With the calamity between the witch and demon clans on the horizon, even saints would shy away from entanglements of karma. At this juncture, whoever assumed the position of the so-called foremost male immortal would essentially be courting death. While he was indeed stronger than the East King, he did not possess the confidence to confront every challenge. Hongmeng cast a sidelong glance at him, a hint of an inscrutable smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His meaning was clear. Liu Ming chuckled awkwardly. "Master Ancestor, I am accustomed to a leisurely life and possess no talent for commanding troops or managing people. I fear I would disappoint your expectations." Hongjuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of profound insight crossing his gaze. Most would be overjoyed at such a monumental opportunity, eagerly hoping it would befall them. Yet, Liu Ming appeared as though he had encountered a hot potato. The purple gold lotus seat was the same, and the current sovereign of the primordial realm found himself in a similar predicament. Furthermore, as he was about to merge with the heavenly Tao, even he could not discern Liu Ming's fate. For a moment, Hongmeng found himself at an impasse. Seeing the old curmudgeon fall into silence, Liu Ming's heart skipped a beat, sensing that Hongmeng might be plotting something once more. In hushed tones, he murmured, "Master Ancestor, the esteemed Taoist of the demon race and Taoist Emperor Jun possess an imposing presence reminiscent of sovereigns. Why have you not chosen them to reign over the primordial realm?" Hongmeng replied, "It is solely because they are the sovereigns of the demon clan. At the onset of the dragon and Han calamity, the three innate races were immensely powerful. Yet ultimately, in their pursuit of the paramount position of the heavenly sovereign, they fell victim to the schemes of the demon ancestor, Luo Hu. The current plight of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races is indeed lamentable. Are the witch and demon races not in a similar predicament? Alas, I fear that when the next calamity strikes, it will herald a tumultuous tide of bloodshed." He then said, "Take this dragon-headed scepter. When you come to terms with your thoughts, you may govern this vast primordial continent and grant peace to countless beings." With a wave of his grand sleeve, a cascade of starlight enveloped Liu Ming, and his figure vanished from the Zixiao Palace. Truly, a remarkable occurrence. Hongmeng could not help but shake his head, though he yearned for Liu Ming to ascend as the ruler of the primordial realm. Leveraging Liu Ming's unique attributes to secure a slim chance in the future contest against the heavenly Tao, the matter of calamity was of great consequence. And even Hongmeng was reluctant to interfere excessively. Nevertheless, he believed that with the passage of time, Liu Ming's current mindset would undoubtedly evolve. To become the foremost male immortal of the primordial realm, basking in the reverence of countless cultivators, would enable him to continually enhance his cultivation through the bestowed fortune. Even a figure as talented as Emperor Jun or as ambitious as the Eastern Prince cannot escape this norm. As long as the dragon-headed scepter remains in Liu Ming's possession for an extended period, he will inevitably vie for supremacy in the primordial realm and become the sovereign of heaven and earth. Such is the deepest-seated greed and desire harbored within sentient beings. Hongmeng gazed into the boundless chaos, where his eyes seemed to witness the obliteration of countless galaxies. An unparalleled force descended like an ocean. The fierce elements of earth, water, fire, and wind instantaneously dissipated, rushing forth in a tumultuous torrent. The disordered currents of time and space unfurled like layers of a curtain, revealing the battered and pitiful figure of the Eastern Prince. "Eastern Prince, I still have some use for you. Let the fragment of the creation jade plate remain with you for now." After a violent whirlwind, Liu Ming found himself at the side of the treasure partition cliff. As he regained his senses, he hurriedly concealed the dragon-headed scepter. From a distance, Tong Tian, upon seeing Liu Ming's arrival, hastily transmitted his voice. "Disciple, where have you been? The Azure Lotus treasure flag and the 12 sea stabilizing pearls you sought are all procured by your master. For the Azure Lotus treasure flag, I even had to engage in a skirmish with that old rogue." Tong Tian, wielding the green pine sword, appeared slightly tattered, yet his upright figure resembled an unyielding divine blade. Sharp and unmatched. Opposite him, the Zhejiao's face was as pale as gilded paper, coughing blood incessantly, his body marred by countless sword energies, presenting a rather tragic sight. Meanwhile, the Zhuanti Daoist, with bloodshot eyes, was ensnared by Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi Tianzun, unable to extend assistance. Liu Ming's eyes brightened as he replied, "Master, I was summoned by the esteemed ancestor. Let us postpone this discussion until we exit the Zixiao Palace." Before his words faded, he waved his hands, and two profound black holes materialized in the void. An overwhelming force of terror erupted from within, and, in an instant, countless rays of treasure light shot forth from the treasure partition cliff, drawn into the vortex of the black holes. The assembled primordial powers, who were in the midst of collecting spiritual treasures, glared in anger at the sight. However, upon recognizing Liu Ming as the culprit, their spirits deflated like punctured balloons. What a jest! He was the very one who had dispatched the Eastern Prince with a single strike. Few among the gathered primordial powers dared to claim they could best the Eastern Prince. Moreover, with the previous acceptance of the three clear ones as direct disciples by the Dao ancestor, the apprehension towards Liu Ming among many primordial powers had significantly deepened. "Disciple, your prowess is indeed remarkable. I have been collecting for quite a while, yet you have surpassed me in mere moments," Tong Tian praised, giving Liu Ming a thumbs up. Liu Ming smiled quietly, inwardly exclaiming, "System, sign in at this location." Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the treasure partition cliff, receiving the reward of the Chaos Pearl. A pearl the size of a dragon's eye, shimmering with a faint ethereal glow, quietly hovered in his spatial realm. "By the heavens!" Liu Ming nearly exclaimed, realizing that the object he had received was anything but ordinary. He had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. The Chaos Pearl, alongside the heavenly opening divine axe, the Chaos Azure Lotus, and the Creation Jade Plate, was one of the 4 great chaos treasures. After Pangu's creation of the heavens, the other 3 chaos spiritual treasures had all shattered, leaving only this Chaos Pearl, which had evaded the calamity of creation and drifted beyond the 3 realms, making it the most enigmatic of the chaos treasures. Now that it had come into Liu Ming's possession, how could he not feel elated? Furthermore, this Chaos Pearl could conceal heavenly secrets, forming its own world, making it impervious to even the probing of the heavenly Dao Saints. With the possession of this Chaos Pearl, Liu Ming no longer had to worry about being detected by Hongjun and the heavenly Dao in his future endeavors. Time flowed gently. As the collection of the 3,000 earthly guests continued, the treasure lights upon the treasure partition cliff gradually dimmed. When only 2 or 3 dozen artifacts remained upon the mountain, a series of violent booms resounded, and radiant light erupted, causing the restrictions on those artifacts to spontaneously shatter. The remaining spiritual treasures transformed into streaks of flowing light, soaring towards the primordial continent, evidently beyond the reach of the assembled powers. Jiejiao and Zhuanti displayed unwilling expressions, yet there was little they could do. Earlier, Hongjun had stated that the collection of treasures was a matter of fate, and one could not force it. Nonetheless, some discontented powers flew forward, attempting to wield their grand abilities to ensnare them. However, it ultimately proved futile. Alas, just as everyone prepared to depart, Liu Ming waved his hand. The patterns in his palm shimmered, and a vast and boundless energy erupted forth. The 9 heavens gale swept through, and the towering treasure partition cliff was abruptly lifted from ground. Amid the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, it was taken away by Liu Ming. The assembly of primordial powers quickly realized that an entity capable of bearing such an abundance of innate spiritual treasures could not be an ordinary item. They all struck their chests in regret, their hearts filled with a remorse that threatened to drive them mad. Especially Jiejiao and Zhuanti. Had it not been for the formidable array before them, they might have attempted to seize it long ago. The void twisted like a painting, and the scene before them blurred. By the time they regained their senses, Hongjun had already seated himself upon the Tao platform. From this day forth, I shall merge with the heavenly Tao and replenish its numbers. Henceforth, Hongjun shall embody the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao shall not represent Hongjun. Remember, the minor matters of the primordial realm may be altered, but the grand trend cannot be reversed. The Zixiao Palace shall no longer be opened. Depart swiftly. As his words fell, the 3,000 earthly guests inexplicably appeared at the entrance of the Zixiao Palace. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the void, where a creation jade plate shimmering with 9-colored radiance suddenly ascended above the Zixiao Palace. A strand of white light emerged within the void, harmonizing with the creation jade plate. 3,000 great Tao laws intertwined, connecting heaven and earth with chaos. Heavenly Tao, Unite. An ancient, timeless voice resonated through the skies. And then the creation jade plate transformed into a streak of escape light, vanishing into the depths of chaos. The gathered primordial powers bowed deeply towards the Zixiao Palace. Some appeared outwardly respectful, yet inwardly sighed in relief. Without the restraint of the revered sage Hongjun, the vast wilderness shall undoubtedly become their dominion. Following their visit to the Purple Cloud Palace, Liu Ming accompanied the 3 Pure Ones back to Kunlun Mountain. This time, having obtained the primordial purple energy and several precious spiritual treasures, the 3 Pure Ones displayed their delight. The venerable Laozi, seated upon the central mat, smiled and said, "When you became a disciple of Tong Tian, we, your uncles, did not present you with a welcoming gift. Allow us to rectify that today." Liu Ming, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. Although his treasures were not necessarily fewer than those of Laozi, who would ever refuse an excess of innate spiritual artifacts. With a flick of his hand, Laozi conjured a banner enveloped in the essence of the laws of fire, which he slowly presented to Liu Ming. In an instant, chaos ensued as yin and yang intertwined, and the 5 elements were inverted, flames soaring to the heavens. Was it not the long-desired flame banner of the earth? Since my elder brother bestows upon you the flame banner of the earth, I, your second uncle, shall also gift you this central woody yellow banner. The stern countenance of the primordial heavenly sovereign softened with a hint of smile. A yellow banner materialized, inscribed with the symbols of the heavenly Tao. Countless golden lotuses emanated a rich aura of earth, repelling all evils and rendering all laws impotent. Tong Tian laughed heartily, saying, "Since both of your uncles have made such generous offerings, I, as your master, cannot fall behind." The 24C calming pearls and the Eastern Qinglian treasure flag flew gracefully to Liu Ming. Taking a deep breath, Liu Ming's eyes sparkled with undeniable fervor. "I am profoundly grateful to my esteemed master and uncles." A glint of curiosity flickered in Tong Tian's eyes. "You possess 4 portions of the innate 5 directional banners. May I inquire about your intentions?" Liu Ming raised his head, noticing that both the primordial heavenly sovereign and Laozi were regarding him with similar expressions of intrigue. He decided to be forthright. "I wish to collect the innate 5 directional banners for a particular reason." Tong Tian, puzzled, asked, "Then why do you not allow me to assist you in acquiring the Western Plain Cloud Banner?" Liu Ming chuckled and shook his head. The 3 Pure Ones were proud beings. They would certainly resist taking action against the Western Queen Mother, a mere woman. Furthermore, Liu Ming had his own means of obtaining the Western Plain Cloud Banner. "I have my plans and hope that my master and uncles will assist me." Chapter 69. The Changes of the Wilderness. Liu Ming ascends to Western Kunlun. Since the convergence of Hongjun, the situation in the wilderness has become increasingly tumultuous. What surprised countless powerful figures of the wilderness was that the source of this upheaval was not the Wu and Yao clans, but rather the 10,000 Immortal Alliance led by Dongwang Gong and the heavenly court of Dijun. After their visit to the Purple Cloud Palace, Dongwang Gong not only survived the endless chaos of time and space, but also, seizing the moment while Dijun and Donghuang Tai were engrossed in their teachings, rallied the forces of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance to launch an assault on the 33 heavens. Were it not for the fierce resistance from the Demon Clan, Dijun's years of painstaking efforts might have gone to waste. Dongwang Gong's actions incited the wrath of Dijun and Donghuang Tai, who immediately commanded a full-scale war against the 10,000 Immortal Alliance. Not long after Dijun announced the war, Liu Ming unexpectedly visited another celestial sanctuary in the wilderness. The western Kunlun mountain range was vast and boundless, stretching endlessly before the eye. The mountain peaks were shrouded in ethereal mist, resembling delicate veils that enveloped the entire range, while divine light cascaded down like a resplendent river of stars, exuding an air of mystery. Above the heavens, celestial cranes sang melodiously, soaring and dancing, while the mountain streams chimed with the sound of flowing water, and the spirit beasts on the ground exhibited gentle natures. Liu Ming gazed upwards at the magnificent palaces in the sky, the abode of the Queen Mother of the West, the foremost among the female immortals of the wilderness. Multicolored rays of light descended like celestial stairways. In Liu Ming's line of sight, several graceful female immortals emerged from within. Please halt, as Western Kunlun does not permit male immortals to tread here. The leading woman, adorned in palace garments, performed a graceful bow, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. Tinged with an apologetic tone, Liu Ming replied gently, "I hope the immortal will convey that I am Liu Ming, here to pay my respects to the Queen Mother." The palace-clad maiden's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. Western Kunlun had always remained isolated from the world and refrained from engaging in the struggles of the wilderness. Were it any other person, they would not have appeared, merely leaving behind an ethereal sound to convey their message. However, the man before her was refined and graceful, his demeanor ethereal, resembling a transcendent being. Such a handsome figure could not possibly be a villain, could he? Please hold for a moment. I shall inform the Queen Mother. Liu Ming nodded slightly. Thank you for your trouble, immortal. Before long, the Queen Mother of the West, clad in pure white moon silk and possessing an unparalleled beauty, arrived with a retinue of female immortals to greet him. Upon catching sight of Liu Ming, a joyful smile illuminated her exquisite features. Countless celestial blossoms bloomed in the Yao pool, releasing a rich and fragrant aroma, beautifying the world around them. I was unaware of your esteemed arrival, and I failed to welcome you. I seek your forgiveness. As her words fell, all the female immortals of Western Kunlun turned their gazes toward Liu Ming, their eyes brimming with curiosity and amazement. Who is this handsome man? Unlike Dong Wang Gong, who is similarly honored as the foremost male immortal by Hongjun Daozu, he had not received such high regard upon his visit to Western Kunlun. After the departure of the female immortals, they could not help but glance back at Liu Ming, their curiosity spiraling to new heights. They had never witnessed the Queen Mother display such concern for a man. Could it be that there were hidden sentiments between the Queen Mother and Liu Ming? Within the main hall, Liu Ming expressed his admiration, saying, "Such a sacred place. Truly a celestial paradise. It is nothing short of breathtaking." The Queen Mother chuckled softly, shaking her head. "It is merely a collection of objects for appreciation, far inferior to your Ezhou Island." Although she had never visited Ezhou Island, she had been invited by Dong Wang Gong to the Penglai Fairy Island in the past, which indeed surpassed her own Ezhou Island by a considerable margin. As one of the three great immortal islands, Yingzhou is undoubtedly similar. The Queen Mother of the West spoke with a gentle smile, gracefully waving her jade hand to pour a cup of heavenly nectar for Liu Ming. "Pray tell, what brings you to my West Kunlun for a chat?" Liu Ming sipped the divine liquid and softly replied, "I have come today to guide you, dear friend, toward a clearer path. The Demon Clan's heavenly court is at its zenith. I hope you will make plans soon." The smile on the Queen Mother of the West jade-like face gradually faded, and with a hint of confusion, she asked, "What do you mean by that? I have no ties to the Emperor Jun or Tai Yi. Moreover, I am the head of the female immortals appointed by the Tao ancestor. They dare not act against me." If a mere mortal had spoken such words, she would have likely struck them down without hesitation. Even though Liu Ming held a unique status, a flicker of displeasure stirred within her. Liu Ming calmly responded, "Do not be hasty in issuing a dismissal, dear friend. You are the foremost among the female immortals of the primordial world, and West Kunlun is connected to the fortunes of the Purple Mansion. Yet, have you not noticed? The fortunes of West Kunlun have been steadily declining." The Queen Mother's expression changed dramatically, and she gasped, "How do you know all this?" The concept of fortunes is profound and elusive. West Kunlun is a renowned mountain range in the primordial world, a famed paradise. Apart from Hongjun, there is likely no one who can measure the fortunes of West Kunlun. Yet, during this period, the spiritual energy of its ley lines has indeed been thinning. The celestial birds and auspicious beasts are becoming increasingly rare, unwilling to linger in the jade pool. However, even the female immortals of West Kunlun have not perceived these subtle changes. Only the Queen Mother, who suppresses the fortunes with her pure water bowl, is aware of it all. But how could Liu Ming possibly know? Liu Ming replied nonchalantly, "Do not concern yourself with how I came to know. I believe it will not be long before Emperor Jun and Tai make their move on the Punlai Immortal Island. At that time you, along with the entire 10,000 Immortals Alliance, will be obliterated. The fortunes of West Kunlun will plummet. And I trust you are aware of who the Demon Clan's next target will be?" A flicker of panic crossed the Queen Mother's beautiful eyes. She was, in truth, a woman of delicate sensibility. Since returning from the 3 lectures at the Purple Sky Palace, she had ceased to hold any hope for her identity as the head of the female immortals. If Liu Ming's rivalry with the Eastern King was merely the latter's own folly, then if the Tao ancestor truly cared for her status, he would not have denied her even the title of a named disciple. In that moment, the Queen Mother felt as though she and the Eastern King were merely pawns in Hongjuan's game. Surely, both Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai could perceive this. With a deep sigh, the Queen Mother lamented, "I have already resolved to retreat from the world, henceforth ignoring the matters of the primordial realm. Can Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai truly let me be? The struggle for the Tao is relentless." Liu Ming replied calmly, "Among the forces in the primordial continent today, the Wu and Yao clans are the most formidable. Yet, the Demon Clan still lags behind the Wu. If they could absorb the Eastern King's carefully cultivated Purple Mansion, the tides of battle would instantly reverse. West Kunlun and Punlai Immortal Island are interconnected in their fortunes. And Emperor Jun, with his imperial disposition, is ruthless and merciless. He will not spare the Jade Pool simply because you choose to retreat from the world." The Queen Mother's gaze shifted, a trace of sorrow appearing on her unparalleled celestial visage. From being the focal point of attention as the head of the primordial female immortals to being in a position where she could perish at any moment, anyone would feel a profound sense of loss. Just as despair began to envelop her heart, a soft voice echoed, "I can assist you in overcoming this crisis." Chapter 70. The innate 5 directions great array, I can assist you in overcoming this crisis. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the Queen Mother's beautiful eyes, akin to a drowning child clutching onto the last straw of hope. In the present heavenly court, the forces daring to challenge the 2 brothers, Emperor Jun and Tai are few and far between. She is another leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. The relationship between the Wu clan and the 10,000 Immortals Alliance is extremely poor, offering no hope. Only the 6 disciples personally taught by the Tao ancestor, who may have the potential to achieve sainthood, could instill some caution in Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Nuwa, now the Empress of Heaven, would not extend her hand to aid the Queen Mother either. The duo of Jin and Junti is solely profit-driven and would never offend the powerful Demon Clan for her sake. At this moment, it appears that only the Sanqing hold any hope. However, the Sanqing, boasting the lineage of Pangu, are notoriously proud, and the Queen Mother initially did not believe they would help her. Yet upon hearing Liu Ming's words, hope rekindled in her heart, though she quickly regained her composure. "What reward does your friend desire?" Liu Ming praised her intelligence. "Indeed, I seek the Su Color Cloud Realm banner that you possess." The Queen Mother's gaze flickered. While the Western Su Color Cloud Realm banner is precious, it is not her most prized treasure. What concerns her more is that at the time of the division of treasures, Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi Tianzun were the first to seize the Southernly Earth Flame banner and the Central Wu Ji Apricot Yellow banner. Tong Tian even fought with Jin over the Eastern Qinglian Treasure Color banner. Could it be that the actions of the Sanqing were all for Liu Ming's sake? "I wish to inquire, dear friend, what exactly do you seek the Western Su Color Cloud Realm banner for?" Liu Ming spread his hands, and an immense celestial might surged forth from his being. The power of space roared, instantly sealing the entire hall. The Queen Mother's delicate face changed, unsure of Liu Ming's intentions. In the next moment, profound Tao principles emerged and centered around Liu Ming. An overwhelming amount of innate energy erupted forth. Northern Xian Yuan controlling water banner, Southernly Earth Flame banner, Central Wu Ji Apricot Yellow banner, Eastern Qinglian Treasure Color banner. The 4 banners circled around Liu Ming. And a terrifying chaos mist swirled as the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind were recreated, time and space ceaselessly dissolving and reconstituting. Within the array, Immeasurable divine light erupted, as if a new world were to be forged. The Queen Mother was completely awestruck by this overwhelming aura. She felt as though she had once again plunged into the chaotic void, the breath of the primordial creation capable of burying the vast cosmos. Is this truly a technique wielded by a great Luo golden immortal? Suddenly, the western Su color cloud realm banner emitted a mysterious celestial light, as if rejoicing in its own liberation. Then, in a flash, it directly entered the innate five directions great array. The light of the innate five directions great banner surged brilliantly, with the powers of metal, wood, fire, water, and earth flowing in a continuous cycle. The chaos energy rising steadily. A glimmer of brilliance appeared in Liu Ming's eyes as he waved his great sleeves, collecting the four elemental banners. The chaotic mist dissipated, and the terrifying power receded, restoring clarity to heaven and earth. Simultaneously, the Su color cloud realm banner transformed into a streak of flowing light, returning to the Queen Mother's hands. The Queen Mother's complexion turned pale, her eyes vacant, still lost in the terror of a fate that could be snatched away at any moment. If my esteemed friend could entrust me with the Western Plain cloud banner, I assure you I can help you avert a calamity. Liu Ming spoke softly. His voice, imbued with the power of the primordial spirit, struck deep into the heart of the Queen Mother of the West. After a long pause, she regained her composure, her chest heaving as she nervously replied, "Since you express such sincerity, it would indeed be ungrateful of me to refuse." With a wry smile, the Queen Mother formed an intricate seal with her jade fingers, erasing the imprint of her spirit from the banner before handing it to Liu Ming. Moments ago, she had been ensnared in that terrifying grand formation, acutely aware that any hint of murderous intent would likely result in her primordial spirit being crushed by chaotic energies. "Rest assured, I shall honor my promise," Liu Ming said with a smile as he accepted the Western Plain cloud banner, a wave of indescribable joy surging within him. Earlier, when he revealed the incomplete version of the primordial five-elemental banner, it had been intended as a subtle probe towards the Queen Mother, who had thankfully recognized the gravity of the situation. "I am grateful to you, my friend," the Queen Mother said softly, performing a graceful bow. Her gaze held an enigmatic glimmer as she regarded Liu Ming, the lingering impression of the primordial five-elemental formation still vivid in her mind. Perhaps, even without the aid of the three pure ones, Liu Ming possessed the means to safeguard her from the demon race. With that thought, the Queen Mother discreetly observed Liu Ming, two delicate blushes blooming on her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. Yet, Liu Ming remained blissfully unaware of her subtle intentions. Lost in the euphoria of acquiring the cloud banner, in the northern sea, within the Demon Master's palace, the immense figure of the Huanpeng soared through the void, its colossal form enveloped by the dual forces of yin and yang, as countless characters resembling tadpoles floated around it. Upon closer inspection, each character appeared alive, exuding an aura of profound wisdom. Suddenly, the 3,000 characters rearranged themselves, radiating brilliant celestial light that illuminated the heavens and the earth. "I am a Huanpeng. Today, I have created 3,000 characters of the demon script to impart to the ancient demon race. May the heavenly Tao witness this," the Huanpeng declared, its voice resonating like the true sound of the Tao, echoing across the vast expanse of the primordial world. Every living being felt a peculiar resonance within their hearts. Looking up to the sky, in response, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded above as the heavenly Tao descended a cloud of multicolored merit. The ethereal essence cascaded down, enveloping the immense form of the Huanpeng, whose realm ascended like a rising tide. The pressure it emanated grew ever stronger, akin to an abyss or a prison. As the multicolored celebration cloud gradually dissipated, the Huanpeng ancestor slightly closed his eyes, a vast and imposing aura sweeping across the heavens and the earth, causing the surface of the northern sea to surge violently, conjuring towering waves that reached the skies. The myriad demons, sensing the immense contribution of the Huanpeng ancestor, respectfully bowed and proclaimed, "The demon master is benevolent." In that moment, the Huanpeng ancestor's status among the demon race soared, surpassing even that of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. For the lower-tier demon beings, who lacked access to proper cultivation methods, the script created by the Huanpeng had now etched itself into the depths of their souls. freeing them from the tedious task of merely inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. Many powerful beings, secretly observing from the primordial realm, could not help but sigh at the sight. It seemed that a new, unparalleled power was destined to emerge in the primordial world. Liu Ming's gaze penetrated the endless void, landing upon the distant northern sea. He mused, with the Kunpeng ancestor having established the demon script, it is likely that Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai will soon be unable to contain themselves. The demon celestial court had refrained from publicly declaring a final confrontation with the Eastern King, as Emperor Jun sought the perfect moment, a chance to eliminate the Eastern King with minimal cost. Now, with the Kunpeng establishing the demon script, not only would the celestial court gain another quasi-saint powerhouse, but the overall strength of the demon race would also significantly increase. At Mount Buzhou, within the 33 heavens, in a resplendent main hall, Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai awaited, surrounded by numerous powerful demons. A chilling wind swept through the skies, and a terrifying pressure caused many demon gods to change countenance. Emperor Jun raised an eyebrow, a hint of joy flickering on his lips. At last, he has arrived. A colossal bird suddenly materialized before everyone, gradually transforming into the figure of an elder in black robes descending from the air. I apologize for keeping you all waiting, the Kunpeng ancestor said, and Emperor Jun laughed heartily. It is a blessing for the demon race that you, my friend, have joined our celestial court. How could I harbor any grievances? Emperor Jun continued. I wish to appoint the Kunpeng ancestor as the demon master of our race, to be revered alongside myself. The Eastern Emperor, Niuhua, and Shiha, overseeing our demon race's teachings. What say you? The Kunpeng ancestor bowed slightly, responding respectfully, I shall defer to your majesty. Excellent. With the Kunpeng ancestor's formidable assistance, our celestial court will undoubtedly unify the primordial realm and become the sovereign of this world. Emperor Jun exclaimed, repeating his approval thrice. Even for someone as shrewd as he, the submission of the Kunpeng ancestor filled him with inexpressible joy. Even the proud and unyielding Eastern Emperor Tai was visibly excited. With the Kunpeng ancestor as a living emblem, they could expect an influx of demon beings seeking to ally with them, thereby doubling the celestial court's overall strength. At that moment, Fushi stepped forward and asked, recently, the Eastern King of the Purple Mansion, acting recklessly, took advantage of our absence from the celestial court to massacre our soldiers. We are on the brink of war with him. What wisdom do you have, Demon Master? The smile faded from the Kunpeng ancestor's face, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. The Eastern King truly deserves to die. We cannot let him escape this time. Otherwise, he may think our celestial court is without defenders. Upon hearing this, all the powerful demons present revealed their murderous intent. Clearly, the actions of the Eastern King had thoroughly enraged them. Had it not been for Emperor Jun's restraint, the Eastern Emperor Tai would have stormed onto Penglai Island long ago. Now, the war fervor within the celestial court had reached its peak. Once unleashed upon the battlefield, it would unleash unimaginable power. Nevertheless, even the most foolish of individuals, the Eastern King was still the first of the primordial male immortals, appointed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. If we wish to seek him out, we must have a justifiable reason to avoid giving our foes any leverage. Buzhou, with his feathered fan gently swaying, exuded an air of refined elegance. The Demon Master's words aligned perfectly with our previous thoughts. Since the Eastern King ascended as the foremost male immortal, he has acted recklessly under the guise of the saints. The primordial realm has long been filled with discontent. Our upcoming campaign is a righteous cause. Emperor Jun's eyes narrowed, a fierce glint of killing intent flashing within. Very well. 3 days from now, we shall mobilize the celestial army to confront the Eastern King. Eastern Emperor, you shall lead the charge. Shiha and Buzhou, you will serve as military strategists. I wish to see what confidence the Eastern King possesses to dare provoke our demon celestial court. Chapter 71. Emperor Jun mobilizes. The Purple Mansion prepares for battle within the 33 heavens. Millions of celestial soldiers, clad in armor, stood resolute, their weapons gleaming. Each face bore an expression of steely determination, as if ready to transform into the harbingers of death at any moment, plunging into the fray. Emperor Jun sat upon a high platform, his regal aura unmistakable. His gaze swept over the celestial soldiers below, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Stepping forward, Emperor Jun proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The Lord of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance from the Purple Mansion continent, the Eastern Prince, has distorted the will of the saint and disturbed the primordial order, causing untold suffering to countless beings and plunging the entire wilderness into chaos. Today I, Emperor Jun, acting on behalf of the myriad beings of the primordial world, shall lead our forces to vanquish the Eastern Prince and restore harmony to the cosmos." Dressed in golden armor, the Eastern Emperor Tai held the Chaos Bell, his immense divine presence enveloping the heavens, resembling an invincible war god. "In today's battle, our demon clan shall emerge victorious." The multitude of demon cultivators below erupted in fervent cries. "The demon clan shall prevail. The demon clan shall prevail." The thunderous chorus of millions of heavenly soldiers echoed like a tidal wave, shaking the very heavens. In that moment, the heavens and earth changed color, and the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses vibrated incessantly. This was the might of the demon clan today, excluding only a few top-tier powers. There were no fewer than 100 formidable beings at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, and well over 100,000 at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Coupled with their long practice formations, it would be a challenge for them not to achieve victory. Emperor Jun raised his hands to calm the fervent battle cries that surged into the sky. Witnessing this scene, a sense of grandeur welled up within him. With a sweep of his sword, he pointed toward the east and commanded, "Let us depart." The million-strong demon army surged forth from the Eastern Emperor's realm, its terrifying formation causing many primordial powers to tremble with apprehension. How little time had passed since the last attack from the Witch Clan, yet the demon clan's strength had grown so formidable. This million-strong army, as it marched, could only be matched by the likes of the 3 Purities and the Witch Clan. On a celestial mountain a billion miles away, Liu Ming's fingertips glowed as he tore open a rift in space, hastening toward the location of the Pangu Immortal Island. He could only hope that the Eastern Prince would prove somewhat useful and delay Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, ensuring his plans would unfold flawlessly. Above the Eastern Sea, countless celestial demon soldiers pressed forward. At the forefront, Eastern Emperor Tai wielded the Chaos Bell, suppressing the endless flow of time and space, effectively sealing the entire Purple Mansion continent. Dark clouds loomed threateningly, and the heavenly soldiers exuded a terrifying and overwhelming aura, poised for battle to sweep across the Purple Mansion continent. Emperor Jun gazed down at the picturesque mountains and rivers below, unable to suppress his admiration. This Pangu Immortal Island truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 innate islands. Such a blessed land is rare in the primordial world. The demon master Kunpeng chuckled, but soon it will be within the grasp of His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. Emperor Jun waved his hand dismissively, "Do not be careless." However, his relaxed demeanor indicated that he did not regard the 10,000 Immortals Alliance or the Eastern Prince with much seriousness. Sensing the aggressive advance of the demon army, the forces of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance quickly assembled. Their might was equally formidable, yet they fell short compared to the celestial army's grandeur. With a grim expression, the Eastern Prince soared into the air, coldly declaring, "Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai, I am the foremost male immortal designated by the saint, the recognized overseer of the primordial order by the heavenly Tao. What is the meaning of your actions? Do you seek to rebel against authority?" Emperor Jun sneered, "Eastern Prince, spare us your empty threats. The esteemed Tao ancestor has long been in seclusion within the Purple Cloud Palace. His designation of you as the foremost male immortal was to restore order to the primordial realm. Yet you exploit the name of Master Hongjun to plunge the realm into chaos, with countless lives suffering under your tyranny. The teachings of the saints cannot be so defamed. Today, we, the Demon Clan, shall act in the name of justice for Master Hongjun and the myriad beings of the primordial world, to eradicate you and restore clarity to the world." Upon hearing Emperor Jun's righteous accusations, the Eastern Prince's face turned ashen, and he retorted angrily, "You insolent child! Do not speak nonsense. How dare you question the judgment of the saints? Today, I shall slay you all and see who else dares to rebel." At this declaration, the primordial powers observing could not help but shake their heads. The contrast was stark. Emperor Jun's words were filled with righteousness, while the Eastern Princes were devoid of reason. Even before the battle commenced, the 10,000 Immortals Alliance had already lost the advantage in morale. With a wave of his sword, the Eastern Prince summoned countless cultivators from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance to surge forward. The celestial soldiers behind Emperor Jun charged ahead as well. Kill! The cacophony of battle cries drowned the heavens, reverberating throughout the Eastern Sea, akin to a torrent of a great river, unceasing and overwhelming. The clashing of weapons and the cries of wounded cultivators rose in a tumultuous wave. Amidst the cold gleam of blades and the surging killing intent, an array of magical artifacts and divine abilities erupted in a frenzy, unleashing torrents of terrifying energy that swept across the heavens and earth. Columns of water shot toward the sky, only to be vaporized by the overwhelming energy waves. Scorching heat descended like a torrential downpour, causing the sea level of the Eastern Sea to visibly drop. The clang of armor and the sound of drums threatened to shatter the firmament, leaving the onlookers' ears ringing. In mere moments of combat, the demon cultivators became increasingly fierce, while the forces of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance crumbled, with many falling lifelessly, crushed in a blood mist by the residual energy. This is not good. The Eastern Prince, witnessing this grim turn of events, silently cursed and charged into the fray alongside a few trusted generals. With the celestial treasure, the prism sky mirror, above his head, he plunged directly into the demon formation. The overwhelming aura radiating from him resembled the blazing sun, as countless beams of light erupted from the mirror, evaporating millions of miles of seawater. The heavenly soldiers struck by these beams were instantly incinerated to ashes, their primordial spirits unable to escape. Thousands of sea creatures caught off guard were shattered by the overwhelming magical force, staining the entire sea with crimson. A noxious stench permeated the battlefield, and even the spiritually vibrant Pangu immortal island was tainted. The prism sky mirror shone once more, its brilliant radiance engulfing the surroundings with an oppressive killing intent. You dare! Eastern Emperor Tai acted instantly, the chaos bell ringing with a series of chimes. Invisible sound waves rippled outwards, instantly suppressing the entire expanse of time and space. The dazzling light was then dissipated into the void. Come forth, Eastern Prince! Eastern Emperor Tai bellowed, his regal aura unmistakable as he charged directly toward the Eastern Prince. A few cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance attempted to intercept him, but before they could reach Eastern Emperor Tai, they were reduced to charred remains by his terrifying solar flames. The Eastern Prince's expression shifted dramatically as he commanded those around him. You few, go and stop Tai. The faces of several great Luo golden immortals paled, instinctively taking a step back. What a joke! This is Eastern Emperor Tai, hailed as the war god of the celestial court, known throughout the primordial realm. To challenge him would be akin to seeking death. Seeing his subordinates falter, the Eastern Prince seethed with rage. Yet, he retained enough composure to realize that a hasty execution would only disrupt the morale of his forces. In a flash of celestial brilliance, a pure yang sword was firmly grasped in hand, its cold light illuminating the 9 realms. Boundless divine radiance erupted, and the fierce sword energy transformed into a breathtaking rainbow, cleaving towards Dong Huang Tai Yi. Mid-stage quasi-saint? Dong Huang Tai Yi's pupils constricted, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. The chaos bell suddenly expanded exponentially, resembling an ancient demonic mountain, standing guard before him. The clash of metal rang out violently, ripples of profound energy radiating outward. Those unable to evade were instantly reduced to blood mist, their primordial spirits crushed into nothingness. Hidden in the void, Liu Ming observed the unfolding battle with some surprise. Having engaged Dong Wang Gong twice before, he noted that while the latter's strength had reached the peak of mid-stage quasi-saint, it felt rather hollow, as though artificially elevated. Logically, without millennia of arduous cultivation, Dong Wang Gong would scarcely stabilize his Dao fruit. Yet, after merely a few hundred years since parting from Zishao Palace, he had somehow ascended to the pinnacle of mid-stage quasi-saint. Could it be that he had unraveled the secret of the fragment of the creation jade butterfly? Liu Ming pondered, recalling the legends of the future that spoke of Dong Wang Gong possessing such a fragment, which had led to his being outmaneuvered by Hongjun, ultimately becoming a sacrificial pawn in the calamity of the witches and demons. Chapter 72. The great formation of celestial stars and the 10,000 immortals as two quasi-saint powers clashed. A terrifying force swept across the heavens. Energy ripples, as tangible as substance, spread forth, and in an instant, the entire eastern sea was engulfed by towering waves. Donghuang Tai Yi unleashed a punch, resonating with the very fabric of the cosmos. The blazing fires of the sun erupted forth, akin to a colossal world descending upon them. Boom! Dong Wangong was sent hurtling backwards by the scorching shockwave, retreating for hundreds of thousands of miles, the void cracking beneath his passage. Once he steadied himself, he cast a glance at the crumbling forces of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance below, cursing, a bunch of useless fools. Dong Wangong felt equally exasperated. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance was inherently weaker than the Heavenly Court. Several millennia ago, when he led his followers to Yingzhou Island, Liu Ming had already slain several of the Luo Golden Immortals, further exacerbating the already tenuous foundation of the alliance. Form the formation. As he fought while retreating, he finally reached a mountain on Panglai Island. He suddenly bellowed, his voice reverberating through the heavens like the roar of spring thunder. This shout, infused with the full extent of his mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation, spread across the entire battlefield. Even the peak de Luo Golden Immortals felt their eardrums thrum, their spirits destabilized. Dong Huang Tai momentarily faltered, caught off guard by the sudden outburst. The cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance began to withdraw from their battles, converging towards Dong Wangong, who was now surrounded by many. With a sweeping gesture, Dong Wangong produced a heavenly talisman that spanned the cosmic river. Streams of celestial energy surged forth from the dragon vein of Panglai Island, coalescing into the talisman like a radiant rainbow piercing the sun. In an instant, the heavenly talisman glimmered brilliantly, casting divine light and mist, enveloping the eastern sea in an enigmatic aura. Vast celestial brilliance surged forth like tidal waves. And before the astonished gazes of countless heavenly soldiers, a towering giant appeared in the realm, exuding an overwhelming presence that suppressed all. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Dong Wangong himself. The void roared with a fierce resonance, struggling to contain this unprecedented might. This was the complete formation of the 10,000 Immortals, with Dong Wangong at its core, bellowing, Tai Yi, prepare to meet your demise. The unparalleled celestial sovereign wielded a scepter, entwined with the profound powers of the law. The immense spiritual energy within Panglai Island coalesced instantaneously, akin to divine light destined to obliterate worlds, launching directly at Dong Huang Tai Yi. Boom! Dong Huang Tai Yi activated the Chaos Bell, a stream of chaotic energy cascading down, exuding an aura of invulnerability. An ancient, ethereal essence erupted, colliding with the oncoming celestial brilliance. Clang! A deafening metallic resonance shattered the silence of the heavens. Even with the protection of the Chaos Bell, Dong Huang Tai Yi was sent flying thousands of miles away. His armor shattered. He wiped the blood from his lips, his expression dark as water. Dong Huang Tai Yi had previously wondered at the terrifying scale of the quasi-saint conflict and why Dong Wangong had chosen a battle on Panglai Island. It became clear he had been calculating this very moment. Many ancient powers, hidden and observing, were likewise taken aback by the sudden turn of events. All eyes pierced through the endless void, resting upon the unparalleled celestial sovereign conjured by the 10,000 Immortals formation, their expressions laden with gravity. Even Liu Ming's breath was held in anticipation of the ensuing clash. With the support of Panglai Island's spiritual veins, Dong Wangong's meticulously arranged complete 10,000 Immortals formation possessed power that could rival a late-stage quasi-saint. Seeing that a single strike had not subdued Dong Huang Tai Yi, Dong Wangong's forehead throbbed with veins. Just moments ago, Dong Huang Tai Yi had pressed him relentlessly. He had not reached the heart of Panglai Island. Had he done so, that previous strike would assuredly have gravely wounded Dong Huang Tai Yi. The heavenly talisman radiated with brilliant light, and boundless celestial energy began to brew once more. Above the firmament, spiritual mists churned, the clouds roiling like waves, all converging into the body of the unparalleled celestial sovereign. The morale of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance surged as immense spiritual energy flooded forth like a tide. Swish! The unparalleled celestial sovereign, wielding the treasured scepter, struck down once more. Millions of miles of spiritual energy severed the void, dominating the entire sky. The sun, moon, and mountains trembled beneath the terrifying might of this blow, while countless stars from beyond the realm fell like rain. Dong Huang Taiyi's expression changed drastically. The force of this strike was magnitudes more terrifying than the last. Di Jun, the demon master Kuanpeng, and Fu Shi arrive in unison, employing their formidable techniques. A torrent of immense, magical power surged forth, sweeping through the space with a deluge of Tao symbols. The explosive sound resonated throughout, and a vortex with a diameter of several 100,000 miles manifested above the eastern sea. The vaporized water formed a chasm of tens of thousands of feet. In the wake of this strike's might, the Demon Clan, the 10,000 Immortals Alliance cultivators, and the Sea Tribe suffered devastating casualties from the residual waves. For the array, Di Jun bellowed, divine light descending upon him. The river diagram and Luo book soared forth. In the starry expanse, a divine tortoise with ancient armor bore the river diagram, while a dragon horse, carrying the Luo book, descended. Instantly, countless stars above the eastern sea coalesced, manifesting celestial rivers from the void, their starlight resplendent and brilliant. The great formation of celestial stars shone with brilliance, illuminating the expanse of billions of miles as its destructive waves converged, locking onto the unparalleled celestial sovereign. Destructive beams of light rained down like a meteor shower, with countless stars plummeting, overwhelming the battlefield. The unparalleled celestial sovereign summoned all his celestial power, the scepter shattering the endless void, clashing fiercely with the great formation of celestial stars. A blinding white light erupted, shaking the entire eastern sea. As the terrifying waves of the explosion abetted, the results of the battle unfolded before the watchful eyes of the ancient powers. The towering figure of the unparalleled celestial sovereign, standing 90,000 feet tall, shattered, and the forces of the 10,000 immortals were dispersed. Tens of thousands of golden immortals perished, their bodies exploding as their primordial spirits were extinguished by the overwhelming power of the stars. Countless formidable beings observing the conflict gasped in astonishment. The Eastern King used the spiritual veins of the Penglai Fairy Island to establish the grand array of 10,000 immortals, a power rivaling that of a late-stage quasi-saint. However, the unprecedented strength of Emperor Jun's formidable formation appeared to surpass it. Impossible, this cannot be. The Eastern King, half of his body shattered, was filled with disbelief. His handsome visage was now contorted with rage as he glared at Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, his eyes burning with resentment. After today, no one in the primordial realm would regard him as the foremost male immortal. All of this was due to the two figures in the sky. Emperor Jun, Tai, I shall not concede so easily. The karmic retribution of today will surely be addressed in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of radiant light, fleeing into the depths of the void without hesitation. A beam of celestial light erupted, cutting through the air with a fierce gale, shattering the barriers previously set by Eastern Emperor Tai. He raced towards the west. Eastern Emperor Tai roared, summoning all the power within him. The chime of the celestial bell resonated once more, sending ripples of the great Tao across the land. Instantly, every being in the primordial realm heard the thunderous sound, their souls trembling with fear. Where the invisible sound waves passed, time and space were instantaneously sealed. It was a clear intention to annihilate the Eastern King on the spot. Chapter 73. Hong Jun and Yang Mei compete. Liu Ming reaps the creation jade disc. The expression of the Eastern King underwent a dramatic change. The space before him seemed to freeze entirely, trapping him within a world of confinement. Gritting his teeth, he bit his tongue, and the blazing Yang divine fire erupted around him, overwhelming power surging forth. In an instant, he shattered the nearly solidified space, leaving a brilliant tail of light like a comet across the void. Burning his essence, was he truly willing to sacrifice so much? Emperor Jun scoffed, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. The Chaos Bell possessed the ability to suppress time and space, reversing yin and yang. That the Eastern King could break free from its constraints undoubtedly came at the cost of his very essence. Even a mid-stage quasi-saint would suffer severe injuries, possibly even a fall in cultivation. However, to believe that such a sacrifice would allow him to escape Emperor Jun's grasp was nothing short of delusional. The river diagram and Luo book emitted streams of divine radiance, like 108 divine wheels empowering them. The 10 great demon gods and nearly 100 Luo golden immortals had taken their positions. The grand array of the celestial stars stretched for countless miles, enveloping the heavens in a domain of starlight. Countless beings suddenly looked up in astonishment, realizing that the entire world was covered in starlight. Numerous great stars shone brightly, unleashing an overwhelming divine light. They fell like meteors through the void, crashing down upon Pangu Fairy Island, causing mountains to collapse and rivers to be severed. Fear finally appeared in the eyes of the Eastern King. Having already expended a portion of his quasi-saint essence to escape the Chaos Bell's control, he could only brace himself against the indiscriminate assault of the grand array of the celestial stars. Boom! Several beams of stellar divine light descended like divine punishment. A resounding crash echoed as the very heavens seemed to tremble at that moment. The Eastern King's physical form cracked, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. He crashed heavily onto a mountain of Pangu Fairy Island, the tremendous rebound force flattening that mountain and the surrounding area for hundreds of thousands of miles. Divine blood flowed from the crater, and the Eastern King was left in tatters, his aura waning, utterly devoid of the demeanor befitting the foremost male immortal. Emperor Jun stood above the clouds, the sun's true fire scorching the void, extending for countless miles. He gazed coldly and haughtily down upon the Eastern King, akin to a sovereign surveying a rebel. Eastern King, you have acted against the natural order, bringing chaos to the primordial realm. Today, I shall fulfill the will of heaven and eradicate this source of calamity. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, the Eastern King seemed to regain some enlightenment. He raised his head and screamed frantically at the sky. Emperor Jun, you are but a child. I am the true sovereign of the primordial realm. You are not but a group of beastly creatures, daring to speak of punishing me, the Eastern King? Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai were both engulfed in fury at his words. You shall perish. Eastern Emperor Tai roared, summoning the immortal slaying gourd. Turn back, my treasure. Instantly, a blinding white light engulfed the heavens, piercing through the universe. A razor-sharp, unmatched energy surged forth from the mouth of the immortal slaying gourd. An overwhelming, terrifying killing intent swept through the void, cleaving space asunder. The Eastern King's eyes widened in horror, blood seeping from the corners of his lips. A faint line of crimson arced through the sky. His head had been severed from his body, his primordial spirit extinguished by the sword energy emanating from the immortal slaying gourd. The numerous mighty beings observing the conflict in the primordial realm gasped in shock. They had not anticipated that Eastern Emperor Tai possessed such a hidden power. This purple-white immortal slaying gourd was merely a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, yet its unleashed power rivaled that of the finest innate treasures. If so, what kind of divine might did the other gourds of the innate gourd vine possess? In that moment, many powerful figures in the primordial realm could not help but glance towards the likes of Laozi of Taiji. However, the three pure ones remained composed, clearly unperturbed by the immortal slaying gourd's display of such might. Upon Pangu Fairy Island, the body and head of the Eastern King disintegrated into nothingness amidst a cascade of resplendent celestial light. A verdant, mysterious glow emerged from the ashes, exuding an aura of profound Tao. What was this? Not only Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai present, but even the many mighty beings secretly observing were captivated by this green light. Within that green light seemed to reside the essence of the most primal laws. Many, upon merely casting a glance, found their spirits drawn to it, their understanding of the laws deepening. At this moment, the powerful beings of the primordial realm could no longer contain themselves, and a surge of majestic energy descended upon the Zifu continent, seeking to confine this realm and claim that green light for themselves. Liu Ming's eyes sparkled with delight, while others were oblivious to its significance. He knew that it was a fragment of the creation jade disk. At the instant Eastern Emperor Tai unleashed the immortal slaying gourd to slay the Eastern King. He had torn through the void and arrived beside the Eastern King. My apologies, dear brothers, but today this fragment of the creation jade disk shall not be yours to possess. Liu Ming chuckled coldly, unleashing the power of space with his left hand, reaching for the fragment of the creation jade disk. However, at that moment, An anomaly erupted across Penglai, Fairy Island, and the entire Eastern Sea. The river of time was severed, space fell silent, and the flow of spiritual energy between heaven and earth ceased. Whether it was quasi-saint level powerhouses like Emperor June and Eastern Emperor Tai, or ordinary heavenly soldiers, their expressions froze at that moment. Everything, both tangible and intangible, was suppressed. Only one person in the primordial realm could achieve such a feat, the Tao ancestor Hongjun. The power of the great Tao converged into a massive hand of the cosmos. Intertwining runes encompassing all phenomena, reaching for the green light below. Indeed, the old coin had made its move. Fortunately, the chaotic bell was summoned moments ago, obscuring the celestial secrets of the primal world. Otherwise, I would have fallen prey to this old coin's trickery. Liu Ming inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him as he gritted his teeth, channeling vast magical energy in an attempt to seize the shard of the creation jade plate ahead of time. Yet, a thought emerged in his mind, causing his outstretched hand to hesitate. Even with the chaotic pearl shielding him from celestial secrets and blocking all fluctuations of law, the moment he touched the shard, he would inevitably re-enter the primal world. At that moment, he feared the overwhelming force of Hongjun would descend upon him, reducing him to a mere puddle of blood. Why hasn't Hongjun acted yet? What is he waiting for? Just as Liu Ming's face was etched with worry, he suddenly noticed that the enormous hand in the sky had not directly seized the shard of the creation jade plate. Instead, it appeared to be ensnared by some force, as if a violent clash were underway. Indeed, Hongjun's voice resonated through the void, and in an instant, thunderous roars echoed across the heavens, dark clouds thickening ominously. Yangmei, you old fool, why are you not hiding in the chaos yet dare to come to my primal realm? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Unlike his usual indifferent demeanor, Hongjun's voice now brimmed with anger. This was the first time Liu Ming had witnessed such a humanized emotion from Hongjun. However, Liu Ming was soon captivated by another revelation. Yangmei? Could it be the legendary spatial demon, the great immortal Yangmei? This individual had been gravely injured in the war of Tao and demons, escaping to the chaos after being schemed against by Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. Now, was he making a comeback? Ha! Old Hongjun, after the demise of Brother Pangu, you transformed into a cricket and seized a shard of his creation jade plate. Now, it is time for this piece to come to me. A hearty laugh transcended endless time and space, traveling from beyond the chaos into the primal world. An anomaly arose across heaven and earth as the power of space surged and the laws of the great Tao morphed into a phantasmal willow tree. This ethereal willow towered to unimaginable heights, its roots anchored in the void, drawing upon the spiritual essence of all things to nourish itself. In that moment, the spiritual energy of Penglai Island was devoured like a whale consuming its prey, giving birth to countless emerald willow leaves that resonated with the power of spatial laws. Great Tao runes filled the skies, and the void-s sea erupted in turmoil. With a cold snort, Hongjun's celestial hand, adorned with intricate runes, seemed alive. Crafting a miniature world, it absorbed the 3,000 emerald willow leaves, which ignited in silver flames. As the order of heaven and earth within that miniature world was continuously consumed, two distinct paths of the great Tao collided fiercely within that small world. Yet not a trace of energy was released. Both parties' comprehension of the Tao had reached an extraordinary level. A golden opportunity presented itself. A gleam flashed in Liu Ming's eyes. Seizing the moment while Hongjun was occupied with the great immortal Yangmei, he swiftly grasped the shard of the creation jade plate. The chaotic pearl shimmered with a dark light, as the powers of 3,000 orders intertwined, conjuring a phantasmal realm of chaos. Liu Ming abruptly slipped into it, vanishing from sight. As the shard was snatched away, both Hongjun and the great immortal Yangmei felt an instinctive reaction. Instantly, two astonishing auras erupted, shaking the very foundation of the primal world. Such audacity. Chapter 74. The core of the Penglai Island formation in the Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun's furious roar echoed. You, Yangmei, dare to conspire with outsiders against me? Who is the ally you have summoned? Truly impressive tactics. This karmic bond has been forged today, and I shall repay you in kind. Both he and Yangmei now stood at the threshold of the half-step mixed origin Deluo Wuji Golden Immortal Realm. Even if merely a projection, They could rival so-called heavenly Tao saints. However, on the battlefield, numerous primal cultivators could influence the future of the primal realm, and neither the heavenly Tao nor Hongjun wished for their demise. Thus, Hongjun hastily constructed a miniature world to engage with the great immortal Yangmei. At their level, the contest revolved around the profound understanding of the true meaning of the Tao. In battles of the same realm, a moment's lapse could sway the outcome. Yet, despite his meticulous calculations, Hongjun had not anticipated that someone would exploit this opportunity. Stealing the shard of the creation jade plate he had meticulously plotted for tens of thousands of years. This unforeseen turn of events, even for someone as composed as him, ignited an impulse to explode with rage. Nevertheless, Hongjun understood that the great immortal Yang Mei was merely a projection. Even if he captured it here, it would not alter the situation. More importantly, Hongjun was acutely aware that throughout this encounter, he had not detected the presence of any other formidable beings of the same realm. The great immortal Yang Mei, once a spatial demon adept in the laws of spatial essence, ranked among the apex of the 3,000 chaotic demons. Yet, despite this, Hongjun could only sense a faint trace of Yang Mei's aura. The one who had snatched the shard of the creation jade plate had eluded his detection entirely. Could it be that this individual's realm surpassed his own? For this reason, the cautious Hongjun refrained from pressing the attack further. Meanwhile, the great immortal Yang Mei found himself equally bewildered. His projection had braved the risks of being annihilated by Hongjun and the heavenly Tao to seize the shard of the creation jade plate. Now, interrupted midway by an unexpected thief, his frustration rivaled that of Hongjun. Yet, in the face of his old friend's threat, Yang Mei's eyes glinted with coldness as he declared, "Should you dare to venture into the chaos in the future, I will ensure we have a thorough discussion about the Tao." Hongjun, now backed by the heavenly Tao of the primal realm, held the advantage of home ground. However, if they were to meet in the chaos, the great immortal Yang Mei was confident he could engage in a meaningful dialogue regarding the karmic events of the war of Tao and demons. For he practiced one of the top 3 laws of the 3,000 great Taos, spatial law, while Hongjun's celestial law still ranked among the foremost. It paled in comparison to the 4 supreme laws. How peculiar! Who could possess such capabilities? Little did he know that Yang Mei shared the same query. Only a handful of chaotic demons who survived the primordial cataclysm remained. To his knowledge, none were powerful enough to entirely evade his divine sense. If not those ancient beings who had emerged from the chaos, who could it be? A weight settled in Yang Mei's heart as he felt an overwhelming pressure. Listening to the sharp exchange between the 2 titans, Liu Ming, hidden within the realm of the chaotic pearl, nearly burst into laughter. Today, in this struggle between the clam and the snipe, I, the humble fisherman, have reaped the benefits. Liu Ming quietly sighed, his eyes ablaze with a fervor for power. The earlier pressure exerted by Hongjun had been overwhelming. He felt like a mere ant. One thought from his adversary could obliterate him in an instant. Had it not been for the sudden interference of the great immortal Yang Mei, he would have never obtained this shard of the creation jade plate. Simultaneously, Liu Ming's vigilance toward Hongjun intensified. Upon their arrival, the great immortal Yang Mei and Hongjun had been at odds. They appeared not as comrades who had shared trials, but as sworn enemies. Hongjun's care for him was evidently not due to the great immortal Yang Mei. Why does Hongjun treat himself so well? Liu Ming cannot believe that this ancient coin of the primordial world is due to the Sanqing. It can even be said that the witch and demon clans, the 2 saints of the West, and even everything within the Xianmen are merely pawns in Hongjun's grand scheme. It is all part of his plan to transcend the heavenly Tao and gain complete control over the primordial world. Now, with Liu Ming having obtained this fragment of the Chaos Jade Disc from the Eastern King, he is irrevocably entwined with Hongjun's fate. In the future, Hongjun will become a formidable adversary that he must confront on his journey of cultivation. As the figures of Hongjun and the great immortal Yang Mei receded, the oppressive force in the world dissipated instantaneously. The battle between Hongjun and Yang Mei, and Liu Ming's acquisition of the Chaos Jade Disc fragment, seemed to last an eternity, yet in the external realm, it was merely a fleeting moment. The powerful beings of the primordial world regained their senses. Countless sharp gazes turned towards the front, and the expressions of all primordial beings darkened significantly. There, at the site of the Eastern King's demise, the treasure emanating a profound aura of law had vanished without a trace. The Eastern King's sudden advancement to mid-stage quasi-saint was undoubtedly linked to that arcane azure light. However, with the Eastern King fallen, the treasure has become lost. The primordial beings did not linger on this matter. After bowing to Emperor Jun, they began to withdraw from the battlefield. Witnessing this scene, Liu Ming could not help but shake his head in derision. Previously, both Hongjun and the great immortal Yang may have made their moves and still failed to secure the Chaos Jade Disc. How could this group of individuals expect to partake in the spoils? Truly overestimating themselves. Emperor Jun's countenance darkened as he watched these individuals depart. After all, the Eastern King was slain by him, and the treasure rightfully belonged to him. Were it not for the greater situation at hand, he would have already unleashed the Zhou Tian Star Do formation to bombard this group. The remaining cultivators of the Wanxian Alliance, witnessing the Eastern King's fall, instantly lost their fighting spirit. The weapons they wielded lost their vigor. The foremost male immortal of the realm, their invincible Lord Immortal, had perished just like that. In an instant, a significant portion of the Wanxian Alliance cultivators fell into despair, ready to meet their doom. Emperor Jun observed the transformation of these defeated soldiers with keen eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his gaze as he declared in a deep voice, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." His demonic voice echoed, swiftly spreading across the entire battlefield. The eyes of numerous Wanxian Alliance cultivators revealed signs of struggle. Some, without a moment's hesitation, called out, "We are willing to surrender." They clung to this last thread of hope, expressing their willingness to join the demon clan's heavenly court. Emperor Jun nodded in satisfaction, communicating with his brother, Eastern Emperor Tai, who suddenly struck the Eastern Emperor bell, unleashing a majestic power, the force of law surging forth. Countless blood mists erupted among the crowd, all from those unwilling to submit to their heavenly court. Witnessing this, the remaining wavering Wanxian Alliance members were terrified to their core. They hastily expressed their willingness to surrender, proclaiming, "We are willing to serve His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. I too am of the Demon Clan. Previously, I was coerced by that Eastern King, and I hope the Heavenly Emperor will allow me to return to my ancestral home." Emperor Yun left haltily, raising his hands to lift those from the Wanxian Alliance who had knelt before him. One must admit, the foundation the Eastern King had built over the years was quite impressive. After today, the Demon Clan would likely have the capital to truly contend with the Witch Clan. Is there anyone among you who knows the location of the core of the array on Penglai Island? If we can locate the core and refine it, we shall gain complete mastery over Penglai Island. Even Emperor Jun, when it comes to the legendary island among the three, finds it exceedingly desirable. However, the remaining Wanxian Alliance cultivators shook their heads in confusion. The smile on Emperor Jun's face entirely froze, and his lips twitched in irritation. Are you not members of the Wanxian Alliance? How could you not know the location of the array core on Zifu Island? Hieng Imperiunis Displacer. The Wanxian Alliance cultivators quickly knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, we are incompetent, but that Eastern King guarded the array core tightly. We truly do not know its specific location." Some among them were high-ranking members of the Wanxian Alliance. Yet the protective array of Penglai Island was of utmost importance. With the Eastern King's selfish character, how could he possibly divulge such crucial secrets to them? Behind him, Fushi cleared his throat softly, causing Emperor Jun to realize his outburst. "Soldiers of the Heavenly Court, heed my command. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we shall find the core of the Penglai Island array. The few dozen Zifu cultivators present are but trifles. Only by completely mastering Penglai Island can the Heavenly Court truly absorb the Wanxian Alliance. The Demon Clan will then possess the means to contend with the Witch Clan." Chapter 75. Suppressing Jiuying, confronting Emperor Jun. Above the East Sea, 2 oddly dressed Taoists reclined upon a cloud bed. Beneath them, rainbow clouds supported their repose, radiant light forming bridges, suffusing the area with ethereal mist and golden illumination, creating a majestic spectacle. These were the 2 from the west. Zhuan Ti gazed at the bustling demon soldiers and generals, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He proposed, "Brother, shall we not also descend to join the fray? This is Penglai Island, a land rich in spiritual essence, vast and boundless. If we could claim it for ourselves in the west, Our long-cherished wish would be realized sooner than expected. Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's suggestion, Jieyin displayed a contemplative expression, and his previously troubled demeanor grew even more pronounced. After a long pause, he slowly shook his head and said, "Younger brother, the demon clan is currently formidable, backed by the fortunes of the heavenly Tao. It would be wise for us to avoid conflict with our fellow Taoists, Emperor Jun and Tai. Moreover, this Penglai island is formed from chaotic fragments, its heavenly secrets concealed. I have performed numerous calculations, yet to no avail. It appears that Penglai Island may indeed be beyond our reach. Let us instead gather some spiritual springs and sacred herbs." Zhuan Ti, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. They waved their sleeves, drawing in the energies of the universe, encompassing tens of thousands of miles. A torrent of spiritual power surged forth, and countless spiritual roots and precious herbs erupted from the ground, rising in a cascade of radiant light, enveloped by gentle breezes, and drawn into the sleeves of the duo from the west. Countless primordial beings, secretly observing, were left astounded. After years of cultivating in the east, the west's ability to harvest heavenly treasures is indeed unparalleled. Others, like Ran Deng, considered imitating Jieyin and Zhuan Ti, but ultimately abandoned the thought. Wary of the demon clan, on a towering celestial mountain, Emperor Jun's gaze turned icy. He harbored deep-seated disdain for Jieyin and Zhuan Ti's actions. However, the two from the west were now recognized disciples of the Tao ancestor. As long as they did not overstep their bounds, he felt compelled to extend them some courtesy. The only way to rectify the situation was to swiftly locate the core of the protective array and refine it, allowing him to justly dismiss them. A vast divine consciousness enveloped the desolate land, sweeping forth like a tidal wave. My lords, increase your search efforts. Should you discover any traces of the protective array, report to me immediately. The 10 great demon gods responded with solemnity, each transmitting their agreement. However, the vast expanse of Penglai Island proved too immense. Even the entirety of the celestial forces could not uncover any trace in a short span. In another area of Penglai Island, a rift tore through the void like a curtain. Liu Ming descended amidst the ruins. With a mere wave of his hand, a surge of celestial power erupted, reducing the surrounding barriers and debris to ashes. He had previously refined the core of the formation on Yingzhou Island and was quite familiar with the aura of the core of Penglai Island's formation. Not far from his position stood a towering black stone tablet, radiating profound Tao rhythms, its ancient form engraved with 2 characters that exuded an air of immeasurable antiquity. A smile graced Liu Ming's lips. This must be the core of Penglai Island's formation. He traced intricate patterns in the void with his hands, enveloping the stone tablet in a slightly illusory time barrier, within which the flow of time slowed down drastically. Then, with a change of his sealing technique, he infused a series of esoteric incantations into it, as runes intertwined in the air, beginning to refine the stone tablet. The disciples of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance might belong to Emperor Jun, but this Penglai Island must belong to Liu Ming. He desired both the fragments of the creation jade plate and Penglai Island. After an indeterminate time, a cloud of malevolent energy surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying aura. A figure blotted out the sky, possessing 9 ghastly infant heads, all bearing menacing expressions. The demonic cloud exuded tremendous power, filled with piercing howls that chilled the soul. It was none other than Jiaoying, one of the 10 great demons of the celestial court. "Thief! How dare you?" Upon seeing Liu Ming refining the ancient stone tablet, Jiaoying opened his bloodied maw, unleashing a thick column of black fire. Liu Ming's surroundings erupted with azure light, and the spatial forces surged violently. The void around him began to distort, with the raging black flames swirling ominously, yet failing to touch his form. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, a chilling murderous intent surrounded him, dropping the temperature in the vicinity. Anyone would feel displeased when ambushed from behind. The protective formation of Penglai Island had already been refined by 1/10, making it an opportune moment to engage with Jiaoying. Upon recognizing Liu Ming's visage, Jiaoying's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly explained, "Liu Ming, my friend, this is a misunderstanding." Previously, the distortion from the power of time and space had obscured his vision, and he could not identify Liu Ming's face. Had he known it was this wretched star, he would not have dared to provoke him. Yet, Liu Ming had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. His hands formed intricate seals, a vast aura surging forth. The entire expanse of void was sealed off. An overwhelming killing intent descending upon Jiuying, causing him to shudder in fear. The condensed void transformed into a prison, suffused with boundless celestial might. Countless spiritual energies poured into it, and a thunderous roar resonated as if a colossal ancient mountain descended upon Jiuying. The immense spatial force bore down upon him, as if intent on obliterating everything in existence. Under this overwhelming pressure, the space crumbled, revealing a pitch-black barrier that devoured light. Blood sprayed forth as Jiuying's bones shattered, emitting a desperate roar. His 9 heads coalesced with malevolent energy, frantically spewing forth black flames, ice, and fierce winds, striking against the spatial prison. However, despair washed over Jiuying as his full-force attack failed to inflict even a scratch upon the prison. Akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Suddenly, the spatial force coalesced into 9 invisible spears, effortlessly impaling Jiuying's heads into the void. Blood blossomed, and his heads emitted wretched howls, akin to countless vengeful spirits wailing in agony. "Youngster, if you dare to kill me, the Heavenly Emperor and the Eastern Emperor will not spare you." Jiuying's heart bled, for he was a primordial aberration, and these 9 heads were the source of his strength. Now, ravaged by Liu Ming, he felt his realm plummeting. Recovering would be an arduous journey. The Heavenly Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai? Liu Ming paid no heed to the threat, his gaze drifting toward the far end of the void. A violently tempestuous aura surged toward him, the scorching heat distorting the void and cracking the earth. The spiritual energies within a radius of millions of miles became unbearably hot, as if doomsday had arrived. The Golden Crow's transformation technique spanned thousands of miles. A figure, icy and wreathed in golden flames, stood proudly in the heavens. The true fire of the sun erupted, incinerating the clouds above. The river map and Luo book descended, imparting profound laws and chanting the true essence of the Tao. It was none other than the Heavenly Emperor Jun. Chapter 76, The 3 Pure One Strike. Jun, bathed in the true fire of the sun, resembled a great sun traversing the sky. Observing Liu Ming and the immobilized Jiuying, a flicker of inscrutable light passed through his eyes. Soon, his attention was drawn to the stone tablet within the time barrier. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, his body trembling with excitement. With his cultivation, he could naturally sense that it was the core of Pangu Island's formation. Truly, a serendipitous find with no effort required. Seeing the arriving Emperor Jun, the demon god Jiuying shouted with excitement, "This man defies the authority of the celestial court. I implore your majesty to eradicate him." Upon hearing this, Jun cast a fleeting glance at Jiuying, then shifted his gaze to Liu Ming, speaking in a deep tone. "Liu Ming, my friend, if you release Jiuying and depart from the formation core, I shall treat this as if nothing has transpired." "Your majesty," Jiuying gasped in shock, crying out. How could he accept such leniency after Liu Ming had devastated his foundation? Silence. Jun's countenance darkened, his voice cold. The status of the 10 great demons in the celestial court was indeed significant, but he did not wish to offend Liu Ming over Jiuying. Not to mention that the 3 pure ones were destined to be the saints of the future, and even Liu Ming alone was someone few in the primordial world would dare confront. Reluctantly, Jiuying lowered his head, casting a furtive glance at Liu Ming. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossing his eyes. Yet Liu Ming's perception was astute, instantly catching the ill intent in Jiuying's gaze. Ignorant fool. Liu Ming's expression turned cold, his palm clenching tightly. Boom! The vast power, akin to a river of stars, erupted forth. A thunderous roar echoed between heaven and earth. The spatial prison unleashed immeasurable divine might, suppressing endless time and space. Stop! Jun's expression changed drastically as he raised his hand, unleashing a beam of true fire of the sun, intent on incinerating the spatial prison and rescuing Jiuying. Yet his actions proved too slow. The overwhelming aura erupted, a colossal mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The thunderous sound resonated through the heavens, echoing across Pangu Island. Jiuying let out a tragic howl, disintegrating into ashes amid the terrifying explosive force. He could hardly fathom that Liu Ming would dare to strike him down in the presence of the true Emperor Jun. A formidable demon deity had thus met his demise. The commotion here roused many hidden powers of the primordial world who were secretly observing. Liu Ming was indeed audacious. First, he had offended the Eastern King, and now the Emperor Jun. Was he intent on making enemies of the sovereign figures of the primordial realm? Truly, youth knows no fear. On a celestial mountain thousands of miles away, Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin calculated the situation and discerned the unfolding events. They exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into a meaningful smile. With Hong Jun having attained the Tao, it was unwise for him to intervene in the affairs of the primordial realm. Should the three purities confront Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, they could conveniently reap the benefits and strengthen their own position in the West. At the moment when the 9 infants perished, the demon powers scattered across Pangu Island felt an instinctive response. I am eager to see who possesses the audacity to slay my celestial demon deity. The Eastern Emperor Tai erupted in fury, transforming into a 3-legged golden crow. He employed the technique of transformation, tearing through the void, racing towards the dissipating aura of the 9 infants. A streak of azure and emerald light descended, the fierce killing enveloping the heavens and the earth in a chilling aura. The Eastern Emperor Tai's gaze shifted as he deftly evaded the oncoming sword. His attention then turned to the figure above the colossal sword, who coldly inquired, Tong Tian? With his feet upon the Qingping sword, Tong Tian exuded an air of composure. My friend from the Tai, during our last visit to the Zixiao Palace, our discourse was left unfinished. Why not conclude it today? Veins bulged on the Eastern Emperor's forehead as he seethed with murderous intent. Very well. The Chaos Bell unleashed its immense power, shaking the void as it was hurled towards Tong Tian in a fit of wrath. Tong Tian laughed heartily, the Qingping sword in his hand radiating millions of brilliant rays. It cleaved through the void, slicing the boundaries of yin and yang, casting a cold shadow over the world. Boom! On another front, 2 overwhelming auras clashed in the heavens, resembling twin majestic celestial mountains. The yin and yang energies of the Taiji diagram intertwined, unleashing immeasurable divine might, illuminating the past and present. A golden bridge arose from the ground as earth, fire, water, and wind intertwined, engulfing this realm. Fuxi and other demon powers found themselves obstructed from this area, unable to depart. The Huanpeng transformed into its true form, soaring to great heights. A tempest of lethal sword energy surged forth as the supreme innate treasure, the Pangu banner, emerged. Its fearsome presence suppressed the entire realm. In a moment of carelessness, Huanpeng's wing was torn by the chaotic sword energy, a line of blood shooting forth. He hastily retreated, narrowly evading the Pangu banner's edge. The Huanpeng ancestor's face twisted in rage as he roared into the void. Taishang, Primordial, do you intend to oppose my demon race? The Primordial Lord and Taishang Lao Jun remained silent, yet the immense power swirling around them answered for them. Emperor Jun turned his gaze to Liu Ming, speaking in a chilling tone. No wonder you dare to slay my celestial demon. It appears you have some backing. Liu Ming smiled lightly. Your Majesty, the Pangu Island is for those fated to possess it. I found the core of the formation before you. It would be wise for you to return swiftly, lest you lose face today. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun laughed in anger. Lose face? With you, a mere junior? Even if the 3 purities intervene today, I shall still take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the heavens, chilling, killing intent sweeping forth. The terrifying might resonated throughout Pangu Island, instilling inexplicable terror in countless demon beings, who prostrated themselves in fear, trembling. A grave expression crossed Liu Ming's face. Compared to the Eastern King and the Dragon Whale King, Emperor Jun's power was indeed superior. Emperor Jun suddenly grasped at the void, unleashing a torrent of law power. 2 massive, 3-legged golden crows, engulfed in blazing solar fire, surged towards Liu Ming with fierce intent. The speed of the solar divine birds was extraordinary wherever they passed. The void erupted with crackling sounds as if unable to endure the intense heat. In an instant, the heavens and earth turned crimson, resembling a fiery inferno. Spare me the humiliation with such trivial means. Liu Ming scoffed. He extended his hands and clenched towards the three-legged golden crows. The space swiftly twisted and then collapsed into a black hole. The golden crow let out a wretched cry, its body shattering in the chaotic flow of time and space, ultimately transforming into blazing firelight, dissipating into the cosmos. So, your comprehension of the spatial laws runs so deep, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Yet, that is all there is. Seeing Liu Ming effortlessly dismantle his assault, a flicker of surprise crossed Emperor Junus' eyes. However, the previous strike was merely a probing attack. He was now prepared to unleash his true strength.